In the world of Blue Star, ferocious beasts are on the prowl, and every individual has the opportunity to awaken their innate talents, taking pride in becoming martial artists. However, amidst the tide of beasts, the young Zhang Muchen is forsaken by the Zhang family, who opt to rescue his twin brother, Zhang Yuanzhou. Upon awakening his F-grade talent at the age of 18, Zhang Muchen is met with disdain from his family, leading him to sever ties with the Zhang clan in indignation and depart from their abode. Yet, the heavens do not completely abandon the desperate. Zhang Muchen activates the Deep Blue system, transforming his F-grade talent into the S-grade Everlasting Azure Dragon. Furthermore, after vanquishing ferocious beasts, Zhang Muchen can allocate points to enhance his vitality, martial skills, realm, and talents. Everlasting Azure Dragon. Evolve for me. S-grade, Everlasting Azure Dragon SS-grade, Eternal Calamity Azure Dragon King SSS-grade, Eternal Undying Azure Dragon Divine Sovereign. Genesis Candle Dragon. Witnessing Zhang Muchen's extraordinary talents and his rapid advancement in martial arts, his three elder sisters are filled with regret. Chapter 1. Transmigration and Severance. Dragon Country, Haicheng. Zhang Muchen, did you steal your brother's blood essence pill? A waste with an F-grade talent. Consuming any number of pills is merely a waste. Do you still consider yourself a genius? I truly regret giving birth to you. Zhang Xuanba, with a face resembling a mass of flesh, roars in rage, causing the table to rattle violently. Beside him, Zhang Yuanzhou lifts his chin and haughtily declares, Brother, face reality. I possess an A-grade talent, while you, a mere F-grade talent, have no future whatsoever. Consuming blood essence pills is a complete waste of resources. The 50-year-old Chen Yuanmei, her face devoid of wrinkles, sharply interjects, Zhang Muchen, I heard you even molested your classmates? Such disgrace. The third sister, Zhang Xian, clad in a white robe, reveals profound disappointment in her eyes, sighing, Zhang Muchen, you have disappointed me greatly. I never expected you to be such a person. Perhaps bringing you back to the Zhang family was a grave mistake. The second sister, tall and draped in deep blue armor that obscures her face, emits a low, buzzing voice. Martial artists must strive. Making mistakes is not a major issue, but to commit them and not acknowledge it is truly shameless. The eldest sister, with a pale complexion and arms crossed, remains silent, yet her demeanor is icy. Observing these six so-called relatives, particularly her smug twin brother, Zhang Muchen feels a wave of nausea. In his childhood, a terrifying beast tide engulfed the city, turning it into a battlefield. The Zhang family was not spared and fell victim to the ferocious beasts, yet they focused solely on protecting Zhang Yuanzhou, neglecting to rescue him. Fortunately, in his moment of despair, Zhang Muchen awakened memories of his past life. After the beast tide was quelled, the Zhang family never appeared again, leaving him to live in an orphanage. It was only 5 years ago that he was found and brought back, resulting in a tenuous bond with the Zhang family. Reflecting on the bitter past, he felt no desire to elaborate further and produced a sheet of paper, stating, This trick has already been employed for the third time this week. I am tired of it. With that, he tossed the white paper onto the table. Zhang Xuanba picked it up, his eyes widening in shock, then erupted in rage, cursing, a notice of severance of parental rights? You vile creature, you wish to sever ties? Very well. From this day forth, I, Zhang Xuanba, have no son like you. Get out. Let me see how you survive on your own. He swiftly signed his name and tossed the paper back. Zhang Muchen did not even glance at it, tucking it away in his embrace as he exited the room without a backward glance. He's finally gone. How wonderful. Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement, having successfully driven his brother out of the house, ensuring that the Zhang family's resources would now be solely for him. Zhang Xuanba sighed in relief, seemingly satisfied, and remarked, Yuanzhou, focus on your training at the camp and aim to enter the holy capital Martial University like your third sister. Zhang Xian tightened her small fists, encouragingly adding, Indeed, little brother, it is said that the holy capital Martial University possesses methods for talent evolution. Perhaps one day, you too shall become a favored child of destiny. Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes gleamed with anticipation. His third sister is no ordinary individual. She's a blessed one with an awakened S-grade talent. This year, she also secured the top spot in the provincial examinations, becoming a renowned genius in Haicheng. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Muchen made his way to his favorite small restaurant. Upon entering, a 7 or 8-year-old girl rushed to him. The little girl had sparkling big eyes and 2 adorable buns atop her head. Zhang, what would you like to eat today? Zhang Muchen gently patted the girl's head and sat down, saying, Nini, I'd like tomato scrambled eggs with rice. Nini dashed into the kitchen, calling out for tomato scrambled eggs with rice all the way. Seeing the lively girl dispelled the gloom hanging over Zhang Muchen's heart. He closed his eyes and a voice echoed in his mind. System charging, estimated time required, 363 days. This phenomenon accompanied the resurgence of his previous life's memories and was a significant reason for Zhang Muchen's departure from the Zhang family. From now on, I shall fend for myself and await the completion of the system's charging. There are merely 3 days left until the examinations. Zhang Muchen pondered with a steady mind that belied his appearance. In his past life, he was a professional boxer. Due to his yellow skin, he was not favored by society, yet he triumphed in the ring dominated by white and black competitors, claiming the title of World Heavyweight Champion. Unfortunately, in the year Zhang Muchen turned 25, he fell victim to a rare genetic disease with no known cure. Others could never comprehend the sensation of lying in a hospital bed, helplessly watching one's own demise. Thus, in this life, Zhang Muchen is determined to grow stronger until he seizes control of his own fate. As for the Zhang family, apologies, but they are mere strangers to him. Little Zhang, what's wrong? Did you argue with your father again? A slender, gentle-faced female chef approached, placing a bowl of tomato scrambled eggs on the table. This serving of tomato scrambled eggs was visibly larger than those of other patrons, exceeding the usual portion by half. Zhang Muchen snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks and pointed at a large paper posted at the entrance, inquiring, "No worries, landlady. I want to ask if you're hiring." Zhang Muchen paused, as if realizing something, then nodded, saying, "We are indeed hiring. As the saying goes, a skill can prevent starvation. Once the lunch rush is over, let's have a good chat." With that, Zhang Muchen returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. She, too, possessed an F-grade talent and had traversed many hardships, wasting considerable time before she awoke to her realization and enrolled in culinary school. As fellow wanderers in life, sharing the same F-grade talent, she did not mind extending a helping hand to Zhang Muchen. In March of this year, the white-haired Kuan chicken that plagued the beautiful country for 2.5 years was finally slain by the 9th-tier martial saint, Johnny Tammy. In April of the same year, the Shadow Grandmaster of Dragon Country successfully broke through to 9th tier, heralding the rise of the Shadow Martial Saint. The annual college entrance examination is approaching. Are you feeling lost about your future? Simply send a text message to Deduct One, and we will promptly deliver a Fire Qilin series spear to assist you on your martial arts journey. Pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shu. Zhang Muchen ate while watching television, a wave of familiarity washing over him. The history, technology, and culture of this world closely resembled those of his past life. Yet the situation took a drastic turn a century ago. Some terrifying colossal beast descended upon Blue Star, wreaking havoc and annihilating 90% of the population. It was not until people discovered that youths turning 18 could awaken their talents and cultivate martial arts that a new era began. From that point onward, martial artists ascended to prominence. Though talent is a conceptual idea, it is broadly categorized into 3 main types: physical, elemental, and mental, further divided into 7 grades from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The higher the talent level, the greater the potential and upper limit of the martial artist. From level 0 to level 9, one is classified as a foundational warrior, also referred to as the unranked or 0 tier. Levels 10 to 19 denote a first-tier warrior, 20 to 29 a second-tier warrior, and 30 to 39 a third-tier warrior. Continuing this pattern, each decadal range signifies a tier, culminating in a total of 10 tiers within martial arts. The 0 tier serves as the base, while the 9th tier represents the martial sage, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, revered by countless individuals across the realm. After finishing his meal, Zhang Muchen, alongside an I, tidied up, dedicating part of his thoughts to pondering various matters. The evolution of martial arts has spanned a century. The significance of talent is now universally acknowledged. For instance, take the illustrative example of Zhang Muchen, who possesses F-grade talent. Through arduous training, he manages to increase his vitality by merely a fraction over the course of a month. In stark contrast, his younger brother, Zhang Yuanzhou, endowed with A-grade talent, can achieve the same increment in just a single day, highlighting a vast disparity. Moreover, when practicing certain martial techniques or cultivation methods, talent can manifest its formidable effects. Well, it appears you are genuinely earnest. From now on, work with me. I shall provide a monthly stipend of 3,000, inclusive of meals and accommodation. Zhang Muchen cheerfully announced upon emerging from the kitchen. She had secretly observed Zhang Muchen and discerned that his demeanor did not suggest deceit. He approached his tasks with unwavering diligence. "Thank you, Sister Mingzhen. Where shall I reside? Your husband won't mind, will he?" Zhang Muchen, taken aback by the smoothness of the arrangement, expressed his gratitude. Now, he had secured stable lodgings. The next step was to await the completion of the system's energy recharge. "Husband? He passed away long ago," Zhang Muchen nonchalantly replied, taking a bite of cucumber. Chapter 2. The System, Deep Blue System. Ding ding ding. As the first light of dawn began to creep into the world, the insistent ringing of an alarm clock roused Zhang Muchen from her slumber. With a languid stretch, she rose from her bed, only to be greeted by the sounds of activity emanating from the kitchen. Truly, high school students rise early. Zhang Muchen mused, scratching her head. A glance to her side revealed her friend Nini, still blissfully asleep. Quietly, she exited the room, and indeed, she found Zhang Muchen preparing breakfast. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting her to nod in approval. Initially concerned, she now thought, "It seems your culinary talents are commendable." Zhang Muchen smiled at her. Speaking of cooking, during his previous life in a foreign land, he had often prepared a few hometown dishes to alleviate his homesickness. He had finished 2 bowls of mixed sauce noodles, which he placed on the dining table, eagerly proclaiming, "Sister, sample my culinary skills." Zhang Muchen readily agreed, and together they swiftly devoured the delicious meal. After breakfast, Zhang Muchen hopped onto a small tricycle and set off for the market to buy vegetables. At this suburban market, arriving early was paramount. For small businesses striving to earn a little more, one must toil harder than the rest. Upon arriving at the market, Zhang Muchen engaged in haggling with the vendors while imparting her wisdom to Zhang Muchen. She held nothing back, generously sharing her insights. "All right, sister, I've memorized everything," Zhang Muchen remarked earnestly, nodding with genuine intent. Though he was there primarily to recharge the system and needed a temporary place to stay, he understood that Zhang Muchen had kindly taken him in, and thus he felt compelled to adopt a respectful and diligent attitude, ensuring he did not disappoint her. 20 minutes later, their tricycle was filled to the brim, and as they prepared to return, they noticed an influx of high school students on the road. Zhang Muchen's heart stirred as he followed the throng's movement. Not far off, he spotted a colossal building, the Haicheng training camp. It was that time of year again, the season for high school seniors. Observing the vibrant youth around her, Zhang Muchen reflected, and then immediately regretted her words. Stealing a cautious glance at Zhang Muchen, she was relieved to see his expression unchanged. "To be honest, I suggest you give the training camp a try. You might earn a few cheap blood pills," Zhang Muchen sincerely proposed. For high school seniors, the training camp represented an excellent opportunity for enhancing their abilities. She herself had entered the training camp years ago. Although her stay was brief, it had significantly improved her chi blood value. "No, the training camp only offers one chance, and now is not the right time," Zhang Muchen replied, shaking his head in refusal. Given his current strength and talent, entering the camp would not sustain him until the system was activated. Moreover, his brother would undoubtedly devise ways to make things difficult for him. Once he left the training camp, there would be no second chance to return. Therefore, it was wiser to wait for the system to activate before considering the training camp. "I hope the system is powerful enough to justify my years of waiting," Zhang Muchen silently mused. He had waited for many years and was patient enough to continue. "All right, whenever you decide to go, just let me know," Zhang Muchen generously offered. "Sure." The duo rode back to the restaurant on their tricycle, entirely unaware of a black sedan parked across the street, observing their departure. "Ha. Isn't that my brother Zhang Muchen? How did he end up working at a restaurant?" Zhang Yuanzhou pressed his face against the glass, letting out a cackling laugh. Seeing the once promising genius reduced to such a predicament brought him immense joy. "A chef? Well, at least he won't starve," Zhang Zian remarked, watching the figure fade into the distance, then murmured to herself. She felt a sense of closure and withdrew her gaze, instructing the driver in the front seat, "Drive." The black sedan soon approached the entrance of the Haicheng training camp. Returning to this place, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Zhang Zian's eyes. In just a few short days, she had transformed from a mere student into the top scorer of Jiangnan province, poised to attend the prestigious Shengjing Martial University. The magnitude of her identity shift was nothing short of earth-shattering. "Little brother, go ahead and remember to follow my instructions," Zhang Zian said with a serene smile. As if she held all the reins of control, she had meticulously crafted a strategy for Zhang Yuanzhou. As long as he adhered to it, he would undoubtedly secure first place in the Haicheng training camp, granting him a significant advantage in the college entrance examination. "Rest assured, sister, you are the top student in the training camp, and I will be as well. Just wait for me at Shengjing Martial University," Zhang Yuanzhou declared, raising his fist, his eyes sparkling with confidence. With the guidance of a provincial top scorer, he had already grasped the intricacies of the training camp. Compared to his peers, he felt as if he had been dealt a royal flush. At 4 in the morning, while the sky still lay shrouded in darkness, Zhang Muchen was already aboard the tricycle, heading to the market to purchase ingredients. Upon returning to the shop, he seized the moment, scrambling to prepare the ingredients. Soon, it was 7 o'clock, and the first wave of breakfast rush began. Before anyone could catch their breath, the lunch rush commenced at 11 o'clock, filling the restaurant with a bustling crowd. Even Nini, just back from school, had to scurry about to lend a hand. Finally, after a hectic afternoon, they were able to take a brief respite around 3 o'clock. By 6 in the evening, the restaurant was packed to capacity, with a steady stream of customers entering. "Oh my, boss lady, you've struck gold. Young Zhang's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, this mapo tofu is simply exquisite. Young man, have you put something addictive in here? I could eat 3 meals a day and still crave more." Regular customers exchanged jovial banter, leaving Zhang Muchen beaming with delight. This encapsulated Zhang Muchen's daily life, fulfilling yet exhausting. As time marched on, while his peers grew stronger, Zhang Yuchen remained at the restaurant. It wasn't until 4 days before the college entrance examination that he requested a leave of absence. All right, Zhang Muchen agreed with a smile, then handed him 10,000 yuan, firmly placing it into Zhang Yuchen's hands. Her realm was far superior to his, and she was more physically imposing. Thank you, sister, Zhang Muchen stammered, overwhelmed with gratitude. With time running short, he waved goodbye, while Zhang Muchen and Nini stood at the door, watching him depart. Nini's eyes glistened with tears as she asked, Mom, will Brother Muchen come back? Zhang Muchen embraced her daughter tightly, offering no words. After a year of living and working together, they were not merely friends, they were family in spirit. Upon leaving the small restaurant, Zhang Muchen turned and entered a nearby hotel, securing a room. He waited in silence. As the clock struck midnight, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The Deep Blue system has been activated, safeguarding the host. A new beginner's gift pack had been obtained. Suddenly, a series of alerts rang in Zhang Yuchen's mind. It was finally time to reap the rewards. Open the beginner's gift pack. Zhang Yuchen silently commanded. Ding. You have received 10 evolution points, a talent upgrade card, a talent enhancement stone, and access to the attribute panel function. Incredible. This beginner's gift pack is extraordinarily valuable. It contains such an abundance of treasures. Excitement surged within Zhang Yuchen. Before him unfolded a luminous screen, revealing the attributes panel. Host, Zhang Yuchen. Realm, level 1. Talent, green-scaled serpent F. Vitality, 10. Spirit, 20. Martial skill, ninefold fist beginner. Evolution points, 10. Upon examining his panel, Zhang Yuchen flipped his palm, and a golden card materialized within his grasp. Talent upgrade card, capable of elevating talents below S-Rank to S-Rank. Upon gazing at this card, a jolt surged through Zhang Yuchen's heart as he clutched it tightly. At this moment, he stood at the precipice of destiny's turning point. By merely expending this card, he would assuredly attain an S-Rank talent. Given that it only functioned for talents below S-Rank, there was no time to squander. Ascending to S-Rank sooner would be far more advantageous. Resolutely, Zhang Muchen gritted his teeth and decisively activated the card. Boom. The instant the card was utilized, the world around him vanished, plunging him into the realm of the mind. A green-scaled serpent roared skyward, an eruption of verdant luminescence enveloping its form entirely. Evolution. His talent was undergoing a transformation. Zhang Yuchen's mind awakened with insight. As a thought manifested within him, the light gradually coalesced, taking shape with antlers, serpentine neck, fish scales, and eagle claws, features belonging to a dragon. This was a true dragon. Zhang Yuchen gazed in awe at the figure before him, his heart quaking. Various signs indicated that the S-Rank talent following this evolution was intrinsically linked to dragons. With a thunderous sound, the green luminescence dramatically contracted, morphing into an endless, magnificent azure dragon. Its presence was as profound as the heavens, exuding a sacred aura that nourished all creation. Roar. The azure dragon seemed to celebrate its rebirth, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the realm of the mind. This resounding cry triggered a transformation in the external world. The sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, as a spectral azure dragon appeared, soaring freely amidst the clouds. An ancient aura suffusing the city. In that moment, countless souls sensed the shift, raising their gaze towards the heavens. A celestial being. A celestial being has manifested in Haiqing. Blessed be the Dragon Kingdom, for we have gained yet another celestial being. Uncertain of the identity of this celestial being, they yearned to make their acquaintance. With wide eyes, they beheld the azure dragon, stunned into silence by the extraordinary and terrifying celestial phenomenon. It was evident that an S-Rank talent celestial being had been born in Haiqing. Chapter 3. Enrolling. What concern is it of others? When Zhang Yuchen reopened his eyes, he had returned from the realm of the mind. The room was silent, as if nothing had transpired. Host, Zhang Yuchen. Level 1. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 10. Spirit, 20. Martial skill, ninefold fist beginner. Evolution points, 10. Upon reviewing his panel, Zhang Yuchen felt a surge of excitement. His F-Rank talent had ascended to S-Rank, rendering him a rare celestial being among countless others. From this moment forth, he possessed the foundation to traverse the path of martial arts with unprecedented speed and distance. The Eternal Azure Dragon emphasized enhancements in 2 domains: the corporeal transformation into a dragon and the elemental essence of Azure Dragon Divine Water. Raising his hand, he felt a stirring within. Countless wisps of vapor converged on his forehead, forming 2 small water columns resembling dragon horns. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged from within, augmenting his physique and instilling a sense of invincibility within him. However, the corporeal talent could not transform one directly into a beast. To fully harness the physical power of the Eternal Azure Dragon, one must cultivate body-refining techniques. Similarly, the elemental talent required vitality as fuel to unleash its formidable strength. With his talent successfully upgraded, he now sought to test the effects of the talent enhancement stones. Zhang Muchen conducted a brief experiment and had a clear understanding. He reverted from his dragon transformation, allowing the vapor to dissipate and return to the cosmos. Next, he would utilize the talent enhancement stone. Ding. Talent enhancement successful. Focusing on spirit. Having used one talent enhancement stone, the next two would unlock talent evolution. With the system's prompt echoing, Zhang Muchen closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, his pupils had narrowed into slits, radiating a golden glow. An indescribable aura of dread descended upon him. This ability, I shall name Golden Eyes. Zhang Muchen gazed into the mirror, yet he perceived no golden light. This was an assault targeting the spiritual realm, invisible to the naked eye. Likewise, the mirror could not convey the power of the Golden Eyes. Let me first assess the effects of the evolution points before contemplating the talent enhancement stones further. Zhang Muchen, invigorated, proceeded with his next test. He opened the panel and clicked the plus sign next to Vitality. In an instant, Zhang Muchen underwent a transformation. His vitality surged dramatically, and his thoughts became remarkably clearer. He hastily checked the panel. Vitality, 11. Spirit, 21. No wonder the change felt so substantial. Both vitality and spirit had risen by 1. Vitality and spirit are fundamental to martial artists. Enhancing these attributes first before delving into martial skills would be prudent. Zhang Muchen took a deep breath and made a resolute decision. He clicked the plus sign with his finger. With each click, both vitality and spirit increased by 1. The exhilarating sensation of continuous growth was utterly intoxicating. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, Level 2. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 20. Spirit, 30. Martial skill, Ninefold Fist, Beginner. Evolution points, 0. Having exhausted his 10 evolution points, a transformative change had occurred. His vitality surpassed 20, and he had successfully leveled up. After experiencing the thrill of enhancement, Zhang Muchen exhaled a breath of stagnant air, clenched his fists, and declared, if I reach level 5, I can enroll in 3 prestigious institutions. At level 7, I can apply to 2. At level 9, 1. And at level 1, I can apply to the top 10 martial schools. But is that all there is? That Zhang Yuanzhou fellow possesses an A-rank talent and the full support of the Zhang family. His aspirations are undoubtedly set on the Dragon Kingdom's foremost martial institute, Shengjing University. As the premier martial school in the Dragon Kingdom, Shengjing University is a gathering place for the powerful, pooling an abundance of elite resources, greatly benefiting the path of martial arts. Zhang Muchen understood profoundly the significance of a conducive environment for his growth. He silently established a small goal for himself, to reach level 15 within 3 days of the upcoming college entrance examination, to gain admission to the Dragon Kingdom's foremost martial university, Shengjing. Such aspirations, when placed upon other students, would be deemed the musings of a madman. Yet Zhang Muchen brimmed with confidence, mentally affirming, to realize this small goal, I require more evolution points. He was neither a child nor a hypocrite. To neglect the system would be sheer folly. Deep Blue, how can evolution points and talent enhancement stones be acquired? After a brief pause, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, announcing the acquisition of evolution points through the slaying of ferocious beasts, along with a chance to obtain talent enhancement stones. Zhang Muchen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had received splendid news. It turned out that defeating monsters could yield evolution points. Was this not an opportunity for him to sustain himself through combat, growing stronger with every victory? If one were to consider where in Haiqing one could encounter a plethora of ferocious beasts without the fear of betrayal, it would undoubtedly be at the Haiqing training camp. Although the Zhang family had severed ties with him and cast him out, they surely would not relish the sight of his rise. Nonetheless, he had an idea he wished to test. If successful, perhaps he could ascend to greatness merely by fishing. Zhang Muchen glanced out the window, noticing that the sky was gradually brightening. He recalled that the registration for the training camp would close by this afternoon. Time was of the essence. He hurried to the market and purchased 3 fish. With swift precision, he sliced 1 fish in half. Evolution, 00001. Was that all? Zhang Muchen's expression faltered momentarily. Biting his lip, he proceeded to kill another fish, but received no notification. Indeed, there was no significant loophole for him to exploit. His plan of achieving divinity through fishing had come to naught. Zhang Muchen had anticipated such an outcome and felt no disheartenment. Calmly, he prepared the fish and placed it in the steamer. Food purchased with money should not go to waste. Ah, Xiaochun, you're back? Cheng Mingzhen entered the shop, astonished to see him. Yes, sister, I plan to attend the training camp today, Zhang Muchen replied, arranging the dishes. Is that so? That's wonderful. Cheng Mingzhen's face lit up with joy. She had long wished to urge Zhang Muchen to go, but seeing that he had his own plans, she had held her tongue. The training camp was undoubtedly a chance to grow stronger. Even an F-grade talent should not miss the opportunity. After all, time would not be wasted. Oh dear, Xiaochun. Did you see that Azure Dragon? A new celestial chosen has emerged in Haiqing. Cheng Mingzhen sat down, her eyes wide with astonishment. Have I been exposed? Zhang Muchen thought for a moment and realized he had not. He had heard that when a celestial chosen awakens their talent, it causes a resonance with heaven and earth, resulting in various phenomena. Sister, I am the celestial chosen, Zhang Muchen said with a smile as he took a bite of rice. He understood that this revelation was too shocking for her to believe. Anyone hearing such a claim would find it hard to fathom that a mere cook could suddenly evolve into a celestial chosen. They would simply dismiss him as delusional. Very well, my celestial chosen, eat more fish. The training camp's assessment is physically demanding, Zhang Muchen chuckled, unable to contain her delight. As she placed a generous piece of fish into Zhang Muchen's bowl. After finishing his meal, he set out for school. Halfway there, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from the class monitor. He pursed his lips and murmured, what could the class monitor want? Is it about that matter? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Muchen pressed the answer button. Zhang Muchen, how have you been? Have you been eating regularly? The voice on the other end was that of a girl, sounding somewhat cautious, as if afraid of hurting Zhang Muchen's feelings. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Zhang Muchen replied in a gentle tone. That's good to hear. Please don't give up. Hard work will surely change your life. The class monitor, seemingly reluctant to chat further, offered him a few encouraging words before hanging up. So I seem so fragile in others' eyes, Zhang Muchen chuckled wryly. He paid little heed to this minor incident. Since he had traversed into this vibrant world of the extraordinary and activated the deep blue system, he had but one goal, to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The hardships of the past 18 years were merely fleeting storms. From now on, his sole ambition was martial prowess. No one could obstruct him. With unwavering determination, Zhang Muchen's gaze was as profound as a still pond, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. However, just after hanging up, another call came through. Upon seeing the number, Zhang Muchen was reminded of someone, his third sister, Zhang Zian, a girl of exceptional talent. She had gained admission to the prestigious Shengjing Martial University and had supported his expulsion from the family. It was high time for him to acquire a new number. Zhang Muchen grimaced, swiftly removing the SIM card from his phone and tossing it into the trash. While he was still weak and unable to confront the Zhang family, one day, all grievances would be settled. At Shengjing Martial University, a girl clad in a white Taoist robe stared blankly at her phone screen, utterly taken aback by being blocked. Lowering her head, her bangs obscured her expression, revealing only a sound of confusion. Brother, you, an F-grade talent waste. Why are you so arrogant? On what grounds do you hold such pride? Do you not understand that in this cruel world, the weak must kneel to survive? If you were to beg me, I would arrange for you a life free of worries. But you have turned away. One day, you will awaken to reality. But by then, it will be too late. Chapter 4. Rumors. After a year, upon arriving at school, Zhang Muchen was met with astonished gazes from his fellow students. It appeared no one had anticipated his return. Look over there. Isn't that Zhang Muchen, who severed ties with his family? The one with the F-grade talent? I heard he was inappropriate with Yi Xianer. How shameless. Why is he even back at school? Does he really believe there's a chance for an F-grade talent at a martial arts university? Such a disgrace pales in comparison to his brother, Zhang Yuanzhou, who is a true paragon of excellence. Zhang Muchen paid no heed to the whispers and pointed fingers around him, remaining composed as he walked towards his classroom. In a past life, the moment he had claimed the championship belt, he had grasped a profound truth. In the face of strength, all insults would naturally transform into praise. Thus, there was no need for concern. His singular focus was on becoming stronger. Zhang Muchen, you've come back to school. A girl approached him. It was Su Xiaoxue, the class monitor of Class 7. Upon seeing Zhang Muchen, she couldn't help but smile, her warmth radiating like a spring breeze, captivating the onlookers. The others couldn't help but swallow hard. She was indeed known as the Angel of Class 7. Thank you, Zhang Muchen replied, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He recognized and appreciated her kindness, holding it close to his heart. However, observing Su Xiaoxue's friendly gesture towards Zhang Muchen sparked discontent among the students of Class 7. He's just an F-grade talent waste. He's not even in the same league as that genius brother of his, Zhang Yuanzhou. Why does the class monitor extend her kindness to him? Xiaoxue, please cease your conversations with him. This individual is not to be trusted. He reeks of the foul stench of a sewer. Huang Feifei, a close friend from the same class, anxiously pulled Su Xiaoxue away. They retreated to a corner to whisper amongst themselves. Feifei, I am well aware of Zhang Muchen's character. I trust him unequivocally. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Xiaoxue asserted with conviction. Her stance was unmistakably clear, an unwavering belief in Zhang Muchen. Alas, I understand your beauty and kindness, but he possesses merely an F-grade talent. After the college entrance examination, you shall exist in entirely different realms. No matter how well you treat him, it will bear no significance, Huang Feifei scoffed, her tone tinged with exasperation. In a world where talent reigns supreme and strength is revered, no one harbors faith in the potential of Zhang Muchen. Endowed with an F-grade talent, his future accomplishments would be limited. Even with utmost effort, he could only hope to reach the second rank of martial artist. An ascent to the third rank or beyond being utterly implausible. As for enhancing one's talent level, the odds are slimmer than winning the lottery, an exercise in futility. Entirely devoid of hope. Sighing, Su Xiaoxue chose not to engage further in the debate with Huang Feifei. Possessing a keen intellect and a perceptive mind, she understood this simple truth. Yet, she was reluctant to witness another's descent into an unfathomable abyss. Bored, Zhang Muchen disregarded the opinions of others. Too apathetic even to offer a rebuttal, he retrieved a form from his drawer and swiftly filled it out. Suddenly, his pen paused, hovering over the parental signature section. The Haiqing training camp entails certain risks of injury, and logically, parental consent is required. However, Zhang Muchen had severed ties with his family, rendering him a solitary figure, self-sufficient and indifferent to familial obligations. Without hesitation, he drew a line through the parental section, effectively negating it. What's all this commotion today? A male teacher with messy hair and bleary eyes entered class 7. He surveyed the students, spotting Zhang Muchen, who had been absent for several days, finally present at school. Before he could speak, Zhang Muchen approached him, form in hand, stating, "Teacher Ji, here is the registration form for the Haiqing training camp." Upon seeing the form, Teacher Ji felt a flicker of relief, silently reflecting, "It appears my student has not been defeated." While awakening a talent is a momentous occasion, for some, it marks the onset of tragedy. After years of anticipation, to awaken with a dismal F-grade talent is a devastating blow to one's spirit. Thankfully, Zhang Muchen seemed unfazed. Teacher Ji took the pen, inscribing his name while articulating, "According to regulations, all third-year students are eligible to register for the Haiqing training camp. However, whether one can pass the assessment and gain entry depends solely on individual capability. The registration deadline is this afternoon. Hurry, lest you miss the opportunity." After signing, Teacher Ji patted Zhang Muchen's shoulder with a firm hand, the sound echoing. "Thank you, Teacher Ji." Zhang Muchen expressed gratefully as he took back the form and exited Class 7. Once he departed, Class 7 erupted into chaos. What the hell? Zhang Muchen, with his F-grade talent, dares to register for the elite training camp. Does he not know his own capabilities? He probably won't even pass the entry assessment. The students were in disbelief, murmuring amongst themselves. Others have been in the training camp for a year already. Zhang Muchen is starting now, which is utterly pointless. He has already fallen behind by an entire year. With the college entrance exams in 3 days, why is he choosing to endure such hardship at the training camp? It's incomprehensible. As they expressed their astonishment, the majority perceived Zhang Muchen's actions as utterly irrational. Upon arriving at the Haiqing training camp, Zhang Muchen alighted from the bus, registration form in hand. The camp was a sprawling factory-like structure, surrounded by a vast expanse of forest. If memory serves, Yi Xianer and Zhang Yuanzhou are both at the training camp. I wonder what their reactions will be upon seeing me. Zhang Muchen raised his gaze and recalled memories from 2 years prior, a time when no students had awakened their talents. He had been distinguished by his appearance and had consistently achieved perfect scores in martial arts classes, earning the title of a genius. Thus, many had gravitated towards him, akin to stars orbiting the moon. However, the revelation of his F-grade talent, the green-scaled serpent, had shocked many. Those who once surrounded him turned away, indifferent to his plight and even reveling in his misfortune. Individuals like Yi Xianer, who were exceedingly superficial, had once admired him from a distance. But when he fell from grace, their true colors emerged, swiftly turning to slander and discontent. "Are you also registering for the training camp?" Suddenly, a familiar voice approached, greeting Zhang Muchen with an air of camaraderie. It was a lean, average-height boy wearing the school emblem of Haiqing No. 2 High School. "Yes," Zhang Muchen replied with a slight nod, succinct in his response. He did not recognize this individual and thus remained vigilant. However, he doubted any fool would dare cause trouble at the Haiqing training camp, where instructors were at least 4th-rank martial artists. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Chun. An opportunity lies before you. Will you seize it? For merely 3,000 yuan, I can sell you a guide to the training camp's assessment challenges, guaranteed to ensure your success." Lu Chun inched closer, his voice dripping with persuasion. "Sell a guide?" Zhang Muchen's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Lu Chun. To him, the notion of passing an assessment through deceit was utterly unacceptable. If other students succeeded through genuine effort while a cheat barely scraped by, the latter would inherently be at a disadvantage in the fiercely competitive environment of the training camp. It would not be long before the truth surfaced. It would merely amount to paying to endure humiliation at the training camp. Moreover, 3,000 yuan was exorbitant. If he had that money, he would rather buy some ribs to enjoy. Initially inclined to ignore Lu Chun, a sudden thought crossed Zhang Muchen's mind, prompting him to ask nonchalantly, "Will there be ferocious beasts during the assessment?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's enthusiasm erupted. He exclaimed with exaggerated gestures, "Absolutely. Who doesn't know that the Haiqing training camp harbors the most ferocious beasts? You must realize that the students who were killed by these beasts last year have grass growing 3 inches high on their graves now. Today, if you purchase my guide, I guarantee you will pass unscathed." Moreover, he feigned a pained expression, continuing, "Since I feel we have a connection, I'll give you a discount of 500. Is this a student or a salesperson?" Zhang Muchen found himself torn between amusement and disbelief. He waved his hand dismissively, muttering a brief thank you, as he strode into the training camp. Hey, this guy is playing me. Why ask if he is not buying? Muchen clicked his tongue, but refrained from pressing further. To avoid encountering formidable individuals blessed with exceptional talent, Muchen pondered, but if one possesses such talent, they should have arrived at the training camp much earlier. With merely 3 days left until the college entrance examination, how much training can one possibly undergo now? He felt a sense of unease creeping in. Casting a glance, he stepped into the training camp, intending to investigate Zhang Yuchen's true capabilities. At that moment, Zhang Yuchen approached the front desk and had already submitted his registration form to the staff member, a woman with short hair. Her identification badge read Bai Tuanshuan. Bai Tuanshuan placed the form into a scanning machine. After a brief interval, she retrieved a wristband and stated, "Student Zhang Yuchen, please surrender your mobile phone and wear this wristband properly. Then proceed through the first door on your right and patiently await the commencement of the assessment. Should any danger arise, you may press the side button to pause the assessment or call for help. However, be advised that choosing this option will automatically forfeit your qualification." Zhang Yuchen picked up the wristband to examine it. It was a device equipped with a screen and 2 side buttons. Following the instructions, he walked through the indicated door. Muchen mused, "Zhang Yuchen? That name sounds quite familiar." He furrowed his brow in confusion. Before he could contemplate further, Bai Tuanshuan's voice cut through the air with a stern warning, "Muchen, leave at once. Do not compel me to take action against you." The training camp neither condoned nor prohibited the sale of strategies for passing assessments. However, there existed an unwritten rule. Individuals who sold such strategies were not permitted to enter the training camp unless they intended to participate in the assessment. "Sister Tuanshuan, please. I'll leave immediately." Muchen seemed to recall something, shivering slightly as he pleaded. He understood that she was not jesting. Turning on his heel, he hastily exited the training camp. Zhang Yuchen? Now I remember. He is the elder brother of Zhang Yuanzhou, the one who severed ties with the Zhang family. Rumor had it that his relationship with the Zhang family was strained. Indeed, it must be quite poor for such a drastic measure to be taken. What audacity he had to enter the training camp. Did he not fear retribution? Once outside, Luchen's expression shifted, his astonishment palpable. Chapter 5. The Assessment, Slaying Beasts to Grow Stronger. Muchen not only sold strategies for passing assessments, but also insider information about the training camp. Thus, he was privy to many details, such as those concerning Yixianer. This woman possessed mediocre strength and talent, yet boasted exceptional beauty and remarkable fishing skills. It was said that a top 10 ranked student had become utterly infatuated with her, and they had privately vowed to attend the same martial arts university, aspiring to become a pair of celestial lovebirds. If Zhang Yuchen were to encounter Yixianer, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. After all, no one wished to confront their former, unappealing self, especially when Zhang Yuchen's younger brother, Zhang Yuanzhou, was already the top student in the training camp. Rumor had it that the relationship between these two brothers was quite poor, and following the awakening of their talents, their conflicts had escalated to the point of severing ties. Muchen shook his head, sighing, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He estimated that if Zhang Yuchen were fortunate, he might emerge unscathed. If unlucky, he could end up hospitalized for an extended period, perhaps even missing the college entrance examination. Wait, that's irrelevant. After all, he possesses an F-level talent. Whether he participates in the examination or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Muchen slapped his forehead, realizing he had overthought the situation. Nonetheless, this piece of information could potentially be sold to the Zhang family. He wondered if they would be interested. With that thought, Muchen set aside all distractions and made his way to the lavish residence of the Zhang family. Although Zhang Xuanba's cultivation level was not high, merely a second-tier martial artist, his daughters were all exceptionally strong, ensuring their family's affluence and residing in a magnificent abode. What? That little wretch Zhang Yuchen intends to enter the Haiqing training camp? Zhang Xuanba, with a long, narrow face and dark circles under his eyes, always donned a loose black robe. Upon hearing Luchen's news, he was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. His precious son, Zhang Yuanzhou, was indeed at the Haiqing training camp. What a perfect opportunity for Zhang Yuanzhou to teach that little wretch a lesson. Excellent. You have brought me delightful news, and I shall reward you handsomely. Chen Aimei also revealed a cold smile, covering her mouth as she remarked, that little wretch is utterly ungrateful. Let Yuanzhou show him a lesson. As Zhang Yuchen entered the room, he noticed the television across from him flickering to life. A short-haired man with a cold expression appeared on the screen, reciting his lines in a robotic manner. Attention, examinees. The training camp focuses primarily on practical combat, with a death rate of 10 among each cohort of students. If you cannot accept this, please leave. We do not require the presence of cowards. Following this, the television displayed graphic and bloody footage, accompanied by chilling and terrifying sounds, devoid of any censorship. It was designed to provoke a visceral reaction from the examinees. The more timid candidates might even find themselves sleeping with the lights on that night, perhaps too fearful to close their eyes. It seemed the first challenge was a test of courage. However, Zhang Yuchen remained expressionless, fully aware of the underlying intent. It was likely that the hidden cameras within the room, alongside the wristband, were recording his every reaction, both facial expressions and heart rate. Any sign of abnormality would result in immediate disqualification. The short-haired man's ominous words were, in fact, for the benefit of the examinees. After 10 minutes, the video concluded, and the door swung open, revealing a corridor. Having passed the first stage, the real assessment lay ahead. With a newfound understanding, Zhang Muchen stepped forward, crossing the 100-meter-long corridor. He arrived at an arena. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a large door opposite him, before which stood 3 cages shrouded in black cloth, seemingly containing some sort of beasts. Occasional low growls echoed from within, accompanied by a persistent, pungent odor. Well, do you regret your decision? Would you like to withdraw? Should you be injured or maimed? Do not blame me, a muscular warrior on a high platform remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Muchen with a discerning gaze. Not withdrawing, Zhang Muchen replied, shaking his head, devoid of any trace of fear. Very well. I am your instructor, Wu Hanhai. State your level and talent, and I shall determine the difficulty of the beast you will face. Wu Hanhai got straight to the point, his demeanor somewhat apathetic. After all, students arriving just before the camp's closure were undoubtedly of inferior strength. Indeed, the practical assessment involved slaying ferocious beasts. Zhang Muchen remained unfazed by Wu Hanhai's attitude. His thoughts were consumed by the mention of the beasts. Contemplating for a moment, he inquired, Instructor, does killing the beast mean I pass? Can I challenge harder ones? Wu Hanhai nearly chuckled at this, giving Zhang Muchen a sidelong glance. Challenge harder ones? There are 3 stages in the assessment. The first stage involves first-tier beasts, and it escalates from there. Moreover, the beast you slay will also earn you points, which are quite valuable within the training camp. Though the training camp is set to close in 3 days, it is better to have it than not at all. He is curious to see what kind of strength and talent the individuals who signed up at the last moment possess, daring to speak such audacious words. Given the difficulty is adjusted according to one's level and talent, the lower the level I register, the more ferocious beasts I can slay later. Zhang Muchen's eyes sparkled as he pondered. When the training camp first commenced, most students would likely opt to register at a lower level to challenge weaker beasts and secure a stable passage. Yet Zhang Muchen entered this camp with a singular purpose, to exterminate ferocious beasts and accumulate evolution points. With the examiners observing the monster slaying, safety was guaranteed. Thus he aimed to conquer all 3 levels. Examiner, I am a first-level martial artist with F-grade talent, the green-scaled snake, Zhang Muchen declared with confidence, standing tall. When faced with ferocious beasts, he would crush them if able. If not, he would refine his martial skills. Wu Hanhai's expression twitched, and he lowered his hand from stroking his beard. A first-level martial artist with F-grade talent? Who endowed you with such audacity to shout so loudly? Do you not feel embarrassed? Strangely, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike this student. Such meager strength, yet he dares to inquire. What a waste of time. Attention, candidates. The first level features a first-level ferocious beast, the black-footed rabbit. Wu Hanhai could not be bothered with further words, raising his hand. With a series of metallic clinks, the first cage's door on the left slowly lifted. From the depths of darkness, streaks of red light illuminated. In the next moment, 10 diminutive figures darted towards Zhang Muchen like lightning. These were black rabbits, their muscular thighs bulging, a stark contrast to their size. As the iron bars rose, Zhang Muchen's gaze sharpened, his muscles tensed, his focus unwavering as he locked onto the front. Thus, the instant the black-footed rabbits burst from their prison, Zhang Muchen reacted. His fingers clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful punch. His fist, slicing through the air with a whoosh, struck a black-footed rabbit squarely. The rabbit, mid-leap and unable to evade, took the full brunt of the blow. With a resounding thud, the rabbit exploded like a rag doll, blood and flesh splattering the ground, leaving a charred scent in its wake. Evolution point earned. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Muchen felt no hesitation, immediately allocating points. Health, 21. Spirit, 31. The display shimmered, indicating a change. In an instant, he sensed a slight increase in his strength. Though modest, it was a promising beginning. This time, his movements became even swifter. His leg muscles coiled tightly, unleashing power in an instant. One leg whipped through the air like a long whip, leaving a phantom in its wake. Bang, bang, bang. 3 black-footed rabbits exploded in succession, mere moments apart. Evolution point. Evolution point. Evolution point. Although the evolution points had diminished, Zhang Muchen felt no discouragement. Instead, he was filled with fervor. Allocate points. Allocate points. Continue allocating points. Health, 24. Spirit, 34. The 3 black-footed rabbits had yielded 3 points of attribute enhancement, simplifying what was already a swift battle further. The ensuing skirmish was a one-sided massacre. Zhang Muchen's heart brimmed with fury and desire. With every punch, he guaranteed the death of a black-footed rabbit. Chapter 6. Astonishment. What realm is he in? Evolution point. Evolution point. Evolution point. In under a minute, the examination room lay in disarray, shattered rabbit meat strewn across the floor. Health, 30. Spirit, 40. After slaying 10 black-footed rabbits, he accumulated a total of 10 evolution points. His health surpassed the 30-point threshold, promoting him to a 3rd-level martial artist. In that moment, Zhang Muchen felt a surge of potent energy erupt from deep within. With each breath, his vitality surged like a tide, flooding his limbs. Wherever it flowed, his muscles grew denser, and his skin became more resilient. Remarkable. 2 levels gained in a single day. Ecstatic, Zhang Muchen wished to let out a triumphant roar to express his exhilaration, were it not for the examiner's watchful gaze. He had no fear of being discovered, for a 10-point increase in health was trivial for a 4th-level martial artist. Just as I suspected. Combat is the most suitable method for my enhancement. Zhang Muchen gazed at his panel, his heart soaring with delight. He clenched his fists, still able to feel the impact of striking the black-footed rabbit. Oh, this young man has concealed his true potential? His performance does not align with that of a 1st-level martial artist. Observing Zhang Muchen, Wu Hanhai was taken aback, instinctively stroking his beard. No matter how one looked at it, the green-scaled snake was a weak talent. Yet he displayed an impressive performance. It seemed Zhang Muchen had diligently trained, honing both his body and talent to their utmost limits. Otherwise, he would not have been able to annihilate the black-footed rabbit with a single blow. There is another possibility. Zhang Muchen may have misrepresented his level and talent. However, he leaned towards the former. Capable students would not only arrive late, but would eagerly wish to enter the training camp ahead of time. Zhang Muchen's delay in joining the camp was not only a waste of time, but also a missed opportunity for growth, truly a case of diminishing returns. What is this young man plotting? Yet, even the weak possessed dignity. What of being a 2nd-level martial artist? Show me your limits. Wu Hanhai nodded subtly. He did not regard those who misrepresented their levels, favoring students who dared to challenge themselves. A martial artist should charge forward fearlessly, never retreating, even at the risk of injury or elimination, for that is nobler than being a coward. He turned to Zhang Muchen and succinctly stated, "Continue?" 10 black-footed rabbits were merely an appetizer, hardly enough to satisfy. Zhang Muchen, still eager, naturally wished to proceed. The 2nd level featured 5 2nd-level ferocious beasts, the forest wolves. Young man, if you cannot handle it, do not hesitate to call for help. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Wu Hanhai raised his hand once more and shouted. This time he announced the number of beasts. With a series of clinks, the chains of the 2nd cage ascended. Roar! 5 2-meter-long gray wolves, exuding a pungent odor, burst forth from the cage. For these beasts, long confined, the sight of a living human was tantalizing, coupled with the remnants of flesh scattered about. It only heightened their primal instincts. Come, Zhang Muchen tensed, ready to embrace the next round of combat. Surprisingly, the 5 gray wolves scattered mid-charge, attempting to encircle Zhang Muchen. Wolves are social creatures, endowed with remarkable intelligence and exceptional coordination, often employing tactical strategies. Divide and conquer. Let us see how you encircle me. Zhang Muchen crouched low, his legs suddenly bursting forth with explosive power. He surged forward like a cannonball, targeting the nearest gray wolf. With his right hand drawn back, it resembled a bowstring pulled tight, accumulating formidable strength. Die! 9-fold fist. Zhang Muchen roared, delivering a devastating blow. Just as the gray wolf opened its gaping maw, a resounding thud echoed as its jaw was forcefully shut. The entirety of the wolf's head was driven into the ground by Zhang Muchen's punch. 9-fold fist. How is it that only one sound was produced? Wu Hanhai, observing from the high platform, was momentarily taken aback, astonished. The 9-fold fist is classified as a non-tiered martial technique, characterized by 9 levels of force, each accompanied by a distinct sound. This technique is relatively simple to master, making it highly suitable for novice martial artists. Consequently, many trainees in the camp have learned the 9-fold fist. It appears his talent is akin to that of a green-scaled serpent. As for his level, it is likely 2nd rank. Wu Hanhai pondered this in his heart, letting out a sigh of regret. His reasoning was straightforward. Talent can be viewed as an individual's innate aptitude. Thus, a martial artist with formidable talent not only accumulates vital energy swiftly, but also masters martial techniques at an accelerated pace. Elite students can reach the 9-fold resonance within a month, whereas Zhang Muchen likely required a minimum of a year to achieve the same. And this is merely for a non-tiered technique. The disparity would be even greater for a tiered martial art. Evolution Point 2. The instant he vanquished the forest wolf, a notification chimed in Zhang Muchen's mind. A singular thought consumed him. Deep Blue, allocate points. The freshly acquired evolution points had barely warmed in his grasp before he invested them entirely, without a moment's hesitation. Vitality, 32. Spirit, 42. Let us continue. There are still 4 ferocious beasts. Zhang Muchen abruptly turned, his eyes radiating a golden glow. Golden eyes. The 4 forest wolves in the distance trembled in fear, momentarily perceiving a shroud of black mist. Within this mist lurked a terrifying entity, fixated upon them. This was an instinctual dread rooted deep within their bloodlines. Seizing the moment while the forest wolves were paralyzed, Zhang Muchen advanced with remarkable speed, closing the distance in mere strides. He unleashed a punch, striking the wolf's abdomen. The wolf, hit at its vulnerable point by immense force, emitted a chilling shriek as its entire body was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall, never to rise again. This time, I didn't even employ a martial technique, and yet I still killed the forest wolf. Wu Hanhai's gaze faltered in disbelief. He was at a loss, having previously overestimated Zhang Yuchen, only to be met with a harsh reality check. The death of their companion incited chaos among the pack. They were frantic, desperate to move. Yet their bodies felt as though ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immobile. Die! Zhang Yuchen's eyes glinted with coldness as he swung his fist, claiming the lives of 3 more forest wolves. Evolution Point 2. Evolution Point 2. Evolution Point 2. Upon slaying 5 forest wolves, he accrued an additional 10 evolution points. After deducting the initial 2 points added, Zhang Yuchen was left with 8 evolution points. As before, under circumstances where he could easily overpower ferocious beasts, he prioritized enhancing his vitality and spirit to elevate his rank. Vitality, 40. Spirit, 50. The panel flashed, marking Zhang Yuchen's ascension to a 4th-tier martial artist, granting him a terrifying surge in power. Why aren't the forest wolves fleeing? What on earth has this lad done? Wu Hanhai gaped as he witnessed Zhang Yuchen effortlessly dispatch the forest wolves, questioning his own judgment. How could he repeatedly misjudge the situation? Were it not for the constraints of the rules, he would have leapt down to inquire directly. Young man, will you proceed? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Wu Hanhai, and he posed a serious question. He yearned to uncover the depths of Zhang Yuchen's hidden strength. Chapter 7 passed. The first-ranked younger brother. Onward. Zhang Yuchen, unperturbed, still held cards close to his chest. He anticipated facing 3rd-tier ferocious beasts and planned to approach with caution, certain no mishap would occur. Alright. The 3rd round features 5 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. The bronze poison scorpion. Wu Hanhai raised his arm high. At his command, the 3rd iron cage swung open. Zhang Yuchen's eyes sparkled with delight rather than dread. To him, those 5 3rd-tier beasts were merely opportunities for evolution points to bolster his strength. Creak, creak, creak. Eerie sounds emanated from deep within the cage as 5 bronze poison scorpions emerged. These massive scorpions, roughly the size of wash basins, shimmered with a metallic sheen. Unlike the forest wolves, the bronze poison scorpions did not employ strategy. They surged forward in unison like a tide, ready to overwhelm Zhang Yuchen. Perfect. Time to test the power of the Azure Dragon water. As the bronze poison scorpions emerged from their cage, tightly clustered together, it was the ideal moment to unleash his talent, promising to inflict significant area of effect damage. Zhang Yuchen raised his hand, pointing a single finger at the bronze poison scorpions. The moisture in the atmosphere rapidly coalesced. What does he intend to do? Wu Hanhai furrowed his brow, a seemingly impossible hypothesis forming in his mind. Boom. In the next instant, hundreds of water bullets erupted forth, akin to a Gatling gun unleashing a torrential barrage. The bronze poison scorpions, attempting to evade the terrifying onslaught of water bullets, found it was already too late. In an instant, the water bullets pierced through, and the bronze poison scorpions exploded like balloons. Evolution Point 3. 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 As the 5 notifications rang in his ears, Zhang Yuchen felt a depletion in his vitality and swiftly commanded the deep blue system to allocate points. Vitality, 55. Spirit, 65. After the allocation, his rank elevated to 5, swiftly replenishing the drained vitality and spirit. Zhang Yuchen felt invigorated, yet a twinge of anxiety lingered, contemplating. No wonder everyone practices martial techniques. Relying solely on talent incurs substantial consumption of vitality and spirit, and its potency pales in comparison to utilizing martial techniques. Undoubtedly, the power of the Azure Dragon water is formidable. However, should he activate the transformation and then employ martial techniques, the resultant force would undoubtedly be even greater. At that juncture, how would you respond? Good heavens, are you telling me this is an F-grade talent? And it can generate water bullets? Wu Hanhai, standing on the platform, was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as saucers. Logically speaking, a mere F-grade talent should never exhibit such capabilities. The sole answer is glaringly evident. This young man has falsely reported his rank and talent. Martial Examiner, may I inquire if he can continue to challenge? Zhang Yuchen lifted his head, a glimmer of yearning illuminating his eyes. The exhilarating sensation of slaying monsters to grow stronger is undeniably intoxicating. This young man. Wu Hanhai's lips twitched, his expression darkening. He waved his hand, opening the gates of the arena. Since he possesses strength, he need not cause a ruckus here. The training camp is teeming with ferocious beasts for him to slay. He admitted to himself that he could no longer fathom Zhang Yuchen. With such impressive strength, why had he only just entered the training camp? It was perplexing. Let the other trainees grapple with this enigma. Oh, very well. Zhang Yuchen sighed with a hint of regret. However, upon hearing that the training camp was filled with ferocious beasts, his heart ignited once more. He waved goodbye to Wu Hanhai and stepped through the gate, entering a long corridor. What realm and level is this young man truly at? Wu Hanhai gazed at Zhang Yuchen as he walked into the passage, an itch of curiosity gnawing at him. He racked his brain, recalling the prominent families in Haiqing. He had never heard of the name Zhang Yuchen. To Anchuan, please send me the details of this trainee. Wu Hanhai, weary of pondering aimlessly, took out his phone and called the front desk. After a moment, Zhang Muchen's information was relayed to him. Upon opening the file, Wu Hanhai's expression froze in disbelief. What is this? He is indeed a first-level martial artist? His talent is merely that of an F-grade green-scale serpent. This information must be erroneous. As he scrutinized the family section, he suddenly froze. The younger brother of Zhang Zian, the elder brother of Zhang Yuanzhou. Yet, in comparison to these siblings, Zhang Muchen's talent is woefully inadequate. After a brief pause, Wu Hanhai sighed, a complex expression crossing his face as he withdrew his phone, murmuring to himself, what a pity. If Zhang Muchen had arrived at the training camp earlier, he might have secured a spot in a third-rate school. Arriving now is far too late. Had it been a year ago, during the training camp's inception, a student capable of passing all 3 assessments would undoubtedly have caused a sensation. Yet, the training camp had been operational for a year now. Any random trainee could achieve the same feat. Why? Then, had Zhang Muchen only just arrived at the training camp? Wu Hanhai's mind began to form conjectures. Perhaps he was concerned about Zhang Yuanzhou's intentions towards him. Traversing the corridor, Zhang Muchen entered a grand building. Numerous trainees were seated together, their eyes fixed on the display screens above. The monitors exhibited 2 lists, the leaderboard and the task list. At rank 700, Zhang Muchen, 35. Suddenly, the leaderboard flickered, and a new piece of information appeared at the bottom. Newcomer? Everyone look. There is a newcomer. With the high-stakes examination just 3 days away, was it not peculiar for a newcomer to appear at this juncture? Entering the training camp at this stage, one could easily surmise that their abilities would be lacking. Upon seeing Zhang Muchen's name, many trainees seemed to grasp the situation and turned to the corridor. When they laid eyes on Zhang Muchen, their expressions varied, curiosity, disdain, and scorn. The guiding tasks have been released. Someone suddenly shouted. Many trainees raised their wrists, eager to accept tasks, only to realize they were too late. The tasks had already been claimed. A figure dashed to Zhang Muchen. It was a petite girl clad in a black hooded garment, obscuring most of her face. She appeared somewhat timid and spoke in a soft voice. Hello, I am Yu Xiaoshuang, and I will introduce you to the rules of the training camp. Zhang Muchen glanced up at the leaderboard. At rank 699 stood Yu Xiaoshuang, 52. Goodness, the second to last ranked among the last. Zhang Muchen chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and replied, I appreciate your assistance. Yu Xiaoshuang, slightly embarrassed, waved her hand, saying, it's no trouble. The guiding tasks provide points, and since I accepted the task, I should fulfill my duty. Afterward, Yu Xiaoshuang pointed to the suspended display, explaining, in the training camp, slaying ferocious beasts earns you points, which can be exchanged for pills, weapons, martial techniques, and guidance. When the training camp closes the day after tomorrow, total points will be tallied, and the higher your rank, the better the rewards. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhang Muchen's gaze fell to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. At first place was Zhang Yuanzhou, 1200. According to the point system, 1 point per first level ferocious beast slain. Thus, his brother had killed 1,200 ferocious beasts within a year. Noticing Zhang Muchen's gaze, Yu Xiaoshuang looked at the name Zhang Yuanzhou with admiration in her eyes and said enviously, Zhang Yuanzhou is already a level 14 martial artist. He can be considered the greatest talent in Haiqing, being the younger brother of the province's top scholar, Zhang Zian. Rumors abound in the training camp that Zhang Yuanzhou intends to challenge the strongest ferocious beast in the camp, the level 15 Violent Ape King. Should Zhang Yuanzhou succeed, he would be the first genius martial artist in our Haiqing training camp to slay a level 15 beast before the high-stakes examination. Zhang Muchen remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To ascend to level 14 within a year, such a talent in a small city like Haiqing is unparalleled. Based on past examination results, the favored ones fall into the first tier, while Zhang Yuanzhou belongs to the second. Gaining admission to the top 10 martial schools should pose little difficulty for him, and he has a significant chance of securing a place at Shengjing University. Brother, your scheming to oust me and seize the Zhang family resources has led you to this mere accomplishment. Zhang Muchen regarded Zhang Yuanzhou not as a rival. His aspirations extend beyond being the best in Haiqing or even Jiangnan province. His sights are set on being the best in the nation. Chapter 8, Provocation. Survival of the Fittest. At rank 10 is Yi Xian 570. Continuing to peruse the list, Zhang Muchen encountered a name he had anticipated. With no flicker of emotion, he inquired in a tone akin to questioning a stranger, Yu Xiaoshuang, do you know Yi Xian? Yu Xiaoshuang nodded like a chick pecking at grain, replying, I know. It seems Yi Xian has a close relationship with the second-ranked Lu Zhanqing. Second place? Zhang Muchen scoffed. No wonder. She is quite the schemer, still seeking to latch onto talents. He surveyed the task list, failing to find methods for mass slaying of ferocious beasts, and asked, where should I go to hunt ferocious beasts? Yu Xiaoshuang pointed to a nearby passage and explained, in the training camp, there are 2 avenues to hunt ferocious beasts. One is the challenge room, and the other is the forest. The challenge room requires the expenditure of points. The advantage is knowing the types of ferocious beasts to prepare adequately. And since the beasts have miniature bombs implanted in their heads, Even if you cannot defeat them, your life remains intact. The downside is that the points awarded are not high, and injuries can lead to losses. In the challenge room, starting from level 1, if you slay every level of beast, you can earn 300 points, which is the baseline. As for the forest, it simulates the examination environment, enclosing a vast area and releasing a multitude of ferocious beasts, allowing trainees to engage in combat, though the risks are considerably higher. She diligently explained without reservation, sharing all the knowledge she possessed. Thank you. Could you please direct me to the challenge room? Zhang Muchen scanned his surroundings before inquiring. He had resolved to first visit the challenge room to assess the situation. If he could engage in battles against low-level ferocious beasts and gradually progress to high-level ones, it would greatly benefit his growth and strength. Follow me. I shall lead you there, Yu Xiaoshuang replied, taking the lead. After traversing through a massive structure, they arrived at another grand hall. The walls were lined with countless iron doors. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A palpable scent of blood lingered in the air. The students seated around them bore expressions of utmost seriousness, many of them sporting bandaged wounds that suggested significant injuries. Zhang, if you wish to challenge, you can refer to the display screen beside the door, which contains detailed introductions of various ferocious beasts. Yu Xiaoshuang guided Zhang Muchen to an iron door. Beside it was a display screen. Level 1 ferocious beast, white fiberworm, entry fee, 1 point, kill reward, 1 point, no more points after 20 kills. Level 2 ferocious beast, bloodthirsty fox, entry fee, 2 points, kill reward, 2 points, no more points after 15 kills. Level 3 ferocious beast, bloodlight centipede, entry fee, 3 points, kill reward, 3 points, no more points after 10 kills. The rules appeared familiar. Once a certain number of ferocious beasts were slain, no further points would be awarded. This bore similarities to the system established to prevent students from merely farming points. If slaying a level 1 ferocious beast yielded substantial points, it would defeat the purpose of training. The ferocious beasts in the challenge room served as a means of evolution. I shall slay as many as I can. Zhang Muchen scrolled through the display and discovered there were a total of 9 levels of ferocious beasts. This indicated that the beasts within the challenge room would not exceed level 9, all being non-evolved creatures. Zhang Muchen had initially hoped to ascend to levels beyond 10 within the challenge room, but that aspiration was now dashed. Are there truly no level 1 ferocious beasts? Yu Xiaoshuang exclaimed, astonished, her expression frozen in disbelief as she stared at Zhang Muchen, rendered momentarily speechless. Oh, we have a newcomer here who is blissfully unaware of the dangers. A level 1 ferocious beast? Is that a challenge you can undertake? Before Yu Xiaoshuang could respond, a brash voice interrupted. Hey, rat, hand over the points for the guidance task. Don't make me resort to violence. 3 figures approached, their intentions clearly malicious as they eyed Zhang Muchen and Yu Xiaoshuang. Upon hearing that voice, Yu Xiaoshuang trembled, her complexion paling as she buried her head deeper into her hood. The news that one could strike but not kill was intriguing to Zhang Muchen. He noted this rule with keen interest. It seemed that in the training camp, students were not only pitted against ferocious beasts but also against one another. Suddenly, the trio blocked Zhang Muchen's path. The leader, a buzzcut youth, spoke with disdain. Hey, newcomer, what are you staring at? You don't think you're exempt from handing over your points, do you? A lanky boy beside him scoffed, saying, Lu Gu, didn't you hear? This newbie asked where he could find level 1 ferocious beasts. He probably intends to challenge one. The mention of level 1 ferocious beasts drew a mocking expression from him. Goodness, newbie, do you think you're one of the top 10 students? How dare you challenge a level 1 ferocious beast? Are you eager for a swift demise? The last member of the trio, a rotund boy, pretended to be shocked but was clearly ridiculing him. Are you extorting fellow students while also seeking to harm others? Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the training camp? Zhang Muchen surveyed his surroundings, speaking nonchalantly. The 3 exchanged glances, recognizing him as a timid, unassuming individual lacking in strength. Otherwise, he would not have waited until the exams approached to join the training camp. The trio quietly encircled him. The buzzcut youth sneered, extortion? I call it guidance. Hand over all your points, and you might avoid a painful encounter. Yu Xiaoshuang was on the verge of tears, yet felt utterly powerless. The training camp was not a school. Everything here depended on one's ability to compete. Students like her, with low-level talents and meager strength, could only hide in the shadows, quietly accumulating points to exchange for elixirs. Thus, she had been labeled as the rat. Wang Ge, look. Lu Jingwu is bullying another newcomer again. A group of onlookers pointed at Yu Xiaoshuang from a distance. The man referred to as Wang Ge cast a disinterested glance at Zhang Muchen and remarked, entering the training camp at this point, he must be quite weak. Just ignore him. No sooner had he spoken than the situation took a sudden turn. Zhang Muchen's pupils gleamed with golden light, directly reflecting into Lu Jingwu's eyes, causing his expression to shift to one of sheer terror, as if he had glimpsed something profoundly horrifying. Bang! Zhang Muchen's fist struck Lu Jingwu's abdomen like a hammer. Ow! How dare you! The excruciating pain jolted Lu Jingwu back to his senses, his face contorted with rage. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhang Muchen retorted disdainfully, his movements growing increasingly brutal. Grasping Lu Jingwu's head, he delivered a ferocious knee strike, shattering his nose with a single blow. Blood gushed forth as Lu Jingwu cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. His body curled up like a shrimp, trembling uncontrollably from the pain. "Since you sought trouble with me, you must have prepared yourself for the consequences," Zhang Muchen remarked coldly, observing the buzzcut youth's pitiful state. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with the trio, but they had dared to rob him of his points. What can be endured must be endured. Zhang Muchen turned and delivered a punch towards the rotund student. "Look out!" The lanky boy shouted in alarm, raising his arms defensively. They had not comprehended the situation and were oblivious to what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, Lu Gu was already on the ground. Chapter 9. The Challenge. Level 5 Ferocious Beast. Unyielding Titan. The rotund boy appeared anxious, shielding his chest with his arms, his skin glistening with a bronze sheen, indicating he had practiced a unique martial technique to enhance his defenses. However, Zhang Muchen was a heavyweight champion with extensive combat experience. Upon noticing the rotund boy's defensive stance, he swiftly altered his approach. His leg struck like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as it targeted the boy's side. "Ah!" The rotund boy screamed in terror as he was sent flying several meters away. He managed to guard his face, but could not protect his abdomen. The events unfolded at a dizzying pace. In mere moments, only the lanky boy remained. "Taste my ninefold fist," he shouted, his face flushed as he swung his fists. Bang, bang, bang. His fists created arcs in the air, delivering a trio of resounding strikes. Faced with the lanky boy's onslaught, Zhang Muchen suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he stood still, seemingly unresponsive. "Ah!" As the fists neared Zhang Muchen, Yu Xiaoshuang covered her face and screamed in terror. In that fleeting moment, his attribute panel activated, and the words ninefold fist became blurred before solidifying. Martial technique, ninefold fist, perfection. Zhang Muchen's eyes regained their brilliance as he unleashed a counterpunch. Bang! A sudden explosion reverberated through the air, akin to a cacophony of overlapping sounds that left listeners with a sense of discomfort and agitation in their chests. Was it truly a ninefold resonance? The long-armed man wore an expression of shock, yet at that moment, it was too late to withdraw. For Zhang Muchen's fist was swifter, stronger. With a resounding bang, a terrifying force erupted like a bomb, shattering the long-armed man's fist and unleashing a torrent of blood. He was sent flying, his face as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Although he managed to remain upright, his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Stop, stop! I concede." The long-armed man gazed at Zhang Muchen in sheer terror, hastily pleading for mercy. Clearly, he had lost all desire to continue the fight. Without needing any additional enhancement, his martial prowess had already escalated, making this encounter exceptionally rewarding. Zhang Muchen leaned slightly back, lifting his chin, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. What does it mean to possess S-Rank talent? This is what S-Rank talent looks like. A brief moment of enlightenment, entirely reasonable. Nothing peculiar about it. This newcomer is astonishingly formidable, having swiftly defeated Lu Jingwu and his companions. Why is he able to smile so healthily, so joyfully after inflicting harm? The college entrance examination is just around the corner. A wounded opponent would be rendered useless. He is not to be trifled with, absolutely not. The onlookers, who had been watching the battle unfold, felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within them, simultaneously assigning Zhang Muchen a dangerous label. With the high-stakes examination imminent, everyone was busy preparing for the upcoming test. It would be unwise to oppose Zhang Muchen at this juncture. Wei Ge he won. A few individuals in the distance were equally stunned. If it were them, they could also triumph over the trio of Lu Jingwu, yet they would never achieve it with such ease. This newcomer piques my interest. Let's investigate his background. Wei Ge's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he whispered, "Hand over all your points to me," Zhang Muchen stated as he kicked Lu Jingwu. He had always been one to repay kindness and seek vengeance 100-fold, never showing mercy. These individuals, lacking foresight to seek trouble, deserved to pay some interest. The trio had lost all will to resist, assisting each other as they struggled to their feet. They scanned their wristbands. A beep sounded, and Zhang Muchen's wristband information was updated. He lifted his hand to take a look. Zhang Muchen, total points, 35, usable points, 73, warning, 1. The points he had acquired through theft did not count towards his total. Zhang Muchen then learned a rule of the training camp, pointing at his wristband and asking, "What does it mean to receive a warning?" Yu Xiaoshuang hurried over, anxiety evident in her voice. Each student in the training camp may only steal points from others twice. Once is acceptable, but more than 3 times will result in expulsion. Zhang Muchen nodded, indicating his understanding. This rule was intended to prevent excessive internal strife among students, ensuring they focused on slaying ferocious beasts rather than obsessing over each other's points, which ultimately detracted from the camp's purpose. "Thank you," Zhang Muchen replied, comprehending the situation as he casually chose a challenge room. He brought his wristband to the screen and scanned it. A beep resonated as the challenge room door opened. He peered inside before stepping in. Wei Ge, the newcomer has entered the challenge room. Many were secretly monitoring Zhang Muchen's movements, including Wei Ge and his group. Let's check the display to see his name and the level of beast he is challenging. Wei Ge picked up a bottle of beverage and spoke in a low tone. A younger brother dashed to the challenge room entrance, glanced at the display, and hurried back. Wei Ge. The newcomer is named Zhang Muchen and is challenging a level 5 beast, the Azure Demon Lizard. Wei Ge nodded, mentally downgrading Zhang Muchen's significance slightly. A level 5 beast? Let us see how long he takes to emerge. After saying this, Wei Ge cast another glance at Lu Jingwu and his companions, preparing to leave. His expression filled with disdain as he remarked, only scum like Lu Jingwu would lose to a newcomer. What a disgrace. The interior of the challenge room was comparable to a basketball court, with both the floor and walls constructed from thick, specialized cement, capable of withstanding the destruction wrought by martial artist strikes. Opposite Zhang Yuchen stood an iron cage door. Attention students, if you sense a life-threatening danger, please shout stop immediately. Points will not be refunded in the event of a challenge failure. Please select the ferocious beast you wish to challenge. The loudspeaker above issued its warning. Zhang Muchen turned to his left, where a display was embedded in the wall. He approached and began browsing the types of ferocious beasts, quickly locating his target. Level 5 Beast, Azure Demon Lizard. Entry fee, 5 points. Slaying fee, 5 points. After acquiring points 5 times, no further points can be earned. Zhang Muchen's gaze sharpened as he made his decision. 2 Azure Demon Lizards. This command triggered a hidden mechanism, and the iron cage door slowly ascended, revealing 2 lizards that bore a striking resemblance to each other. Each lizard measured 3 meters in length, with green skin covered in sharp spines. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, resembling 2 burning gems. Roar. The Azure Demon Lizards emitted a deep growl, using all 4 limbs to charge forward. Their massive forms, akin to automobiles, stirred up a foul, fishy wind as they lunged at Zhang Muchen. Come. Zhang Muchen's gaze narrowed, swiftly reacting. He sidestepped backward, narrowly evading the deadly collision while his fist traced an arc through the air, producing a series of 9 resounding impacts as he struck the lizard's flank. This powerful blow, however, did not yield the expected effectiveness, merely sending the Azure Demon Lizard hurtling sideways without causing any fatal damage. At the same moment, the other Azure Demon Lizard surged forward. Such tough skin. Let us see how you handle this. Zhang Muchen leaned back to avoid the attack, raising his hand in a knife-like motion, channeling the power of the Azure Dragon's divine water. He summoned water vapor that coalesced along the blade of his hand, forming a serrated edge. SZZZ. The water blade struck the top of the Azure Demon Lizard's head, spinning wildly and sparking, producing an eerie, bone-chilling sound. Roar. The beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive body unable to resist the relentless force of the ancient Azure Dragon. Moments later, the Azure Demon Lizard ceased its thrashing. Evolution points, 5. The gruesome sight of its kin's demise did not instill fear in the remaining Azure Demon Lizard. It charged forward with audacity. Zhang Muchen lifted his hand and unleashed another series of water projectiles. Bang! The Azure Demon Lizard was sent reeling, grievously injured. Zhang Muchen immediately advanced to deliver the finishing blow, harvesting its life. Chapter 10. Insight, the Resolute Martial Han Hai. Evolution points, 5. Challenge successful. Student Zhang Muchen has earned 10 points. If he wishes to continue challenging, please specify the ferocious beast. Both the broadcast and system alerts sounded simultaneously. 1 internal and 1 external. Zhang Muchen ignored the broadcast, first opening his panel to allocate points. Vitality, 60. Spirit, 70. With the enhancement of attributes, his vitality and spirit surged, instantly dispelling any lingering weakness. Zhang Muchen felt a surge of exhilaration, elated beyond measure. The challenge room is truly a sanctuary for monster spawning. A mere shout summons ferocious beasts to one's doorstep. Regrettably, the upper limit is set at level 9 beasts. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly summoned creatures of level 10 or higher before venturing out. Zhang Muchen took a deep breath and shouted aloud. 5 heads, level 6 frost centipedes. Moments later, the iron cage ascended once more, revealing 5 similar ferocious beasts. These were white centipedes, their size surpassing even that of the Azure Demon Lizard. The 5 frost centipedes sprang into action, exuding an overwhelming chill, causing the temperature in the challenge room to plummet dramatically. Come on, let me sweep through to level 9 in one go. Zhang Muchen was ablaze with fervor and filled with the spirit of battle. Meanwhile, Wu Hanhai arrived at the training camp's control room. The walls of the control room were adorned with numerous monitors, categorized into 3 types, 1 for the training camp, 1 for the challenge room, and the last for the forest area. As he surveyed the monitors, he spotted a familiar figure, his eyes widening in astonishment. This lad was actually challenging level 6 beasts. What on earth is going on? What realm is he in? Is he merely feigning weakness to amuse the instructors? Wu Hanhai had originally come to the control room on a whim, intending to take a casual stroll, but he had unexpectedly encountered Zhang Muchen. A female instructor with a high ponytail approached and inquired, "Old Wu, have you completed your assessment? What kind of newcomer did you encounter?" Wu Hanhai, instinctively stroking his beard, replied in a tone of feigned mystery, "I can't quite decipher him." This young man claims to be a first-level aspiring warrior with an F-grade talent, the Greenscale Snake. Yet he has cleared 3 assessment stages and appears to have reserves of strength. I truly cannot see through him. The female instructor cast a skeptical glance at Wu Hanhai and remarked, he only arrives at the training camp now, just before the final examinations. Could he have some remarkable background? Perhaps he is a scion of a prominent family, indulged with resources, who has come to belittle the training camp. Wu Hanhai sighed. It seems he does have a background, yet it also appears he does not. In any case, he was once the brother of Zhang Yuanzhou, but severed ties with his family due to his F-grade talent, retreating into isolation for a year. Upon hearing this introduction, the female instructor's confusion deepened. The path of martial arts resembles rowing against the current. One must advance or risk regressing. A student with an F-grade talent, having squandered a year, would have suffered a significant decline in strength. How could he possibly clear 3 assessment stages? Although it sounds utterly illogical, he is indeed the brother of Zhang Yuanzhou. In comparison, such accomplishments are hardly noteworthy. Yuji, shall we place a bet? Let us see how high this student can slay level beasts. Wu Hanhai suddenly chuckled, having come to a realization. Instead of being the only one to face embarrassment, why not drag Yuji down with him? Huh, you, the perennial loser in gambling, dare to wager? I accept. Who is afraid? Yuji laughed heartily, exuding bravado. Well, it's him, Zhang Muchen, Wu Hanhai declared, pointing at the monitor displaying the challenge room. Yuji, the instructor managing the control room, was exceedingly familiar with the surroundings. Upon glancing up, she immediately spotted Zhang Muchen, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. In the footage, Zhang Muchen executed a palm strike, slicing through the air with water blades, obliterating a frost centipede. The fact that he could slay a frost centipede indicated his realm was undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, his talent was certainly not that of a Greenscale Snake. Yuji furrowed her brows and stated decisively, as a 4th-tier martial artist, I can discern much at a glance. I share your thoughts. This lad is definitely concealing his talent level. Wu Hanhai refrained from probing deeper into Zhang Muchen's talent, as testing such abilities was only feasible on the day of awakening when talents naturally revealed themselves. Additionally, some powerful talents could even influence the external environment, causing a resonance with the heavens. If Zhang Muchen truly possessed extraordinary talent, it would be impossible to conceal. He would have been discovered on the day of his awakening. Is it possible that he underwent talent evolution? Could that massive Azure Dragon from this morning be connected to this student? Yuji, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. A favored child of destiny. Who would have thought another one has emerged this year? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. It's enough to be a lifelong topic of conversation. I, too, wish Zhang Muchen were a favored child of destiny, but alas, I fear he is not. Consider that the fastest breakthrough to the 1st tier, the Aurora Martial Sage, took him a full 15 days. He, besides being a favored child, also possesses an extraordinarily powerful background, one that Zhang Muchen cannot possibly compare to. Wu Hanhai bluntly doused the flames of excitement, shaking his head. A simple truth, martial artists need time to cultivate. Even if Zhang Muchen were extraordinarily lucky and awoke this morning to find his talent had evolved to S-grade, he would not be able to make a tremendous leap in strength within half a day. Eliminating unreasonable options, the only truth and answer emerge. I believe that the so-called self-isolation is likely a facade. After severing ties with the Zhang family, he has probably been quietly cultivating. As for avoiding the training camp, he likely knew Zhang Yuanzhou would target him, thus wisely taking a step back. It is only today that Zhang Muchen has prepared thoroughly, aiming to astonish the world and garner attention. Wu Hanhai, having pondered deeply, confidently articulated his judgment. Regardless of Zhang Muchen's motives, for a low-grade talent to reach this point, he must have endured tremendous hardships and suffered isolation that few could fathom, a feat worthy of admiration. Unfortunately, 3 levels would be his limit. Yuji's eyes dimmed, her enthusiasm waning as she said, You make a valid point. I wager he can reach level 7. Wu Hanhai scratched his beard, replying, I'll bet 1 level higher than you, level 8. This spontaneous wager was purely for amusement, a friendly competition of perceptiveness, thus neither mentioned stakes. However, the unfolding events in the challenge room soon rendered their expressions taut. After Zhang Muchen defeated the Frost Centipede, he decisively leaped past levels 7 and 8, opting to challenge a level 9 beast. Yuji, place your hand on the control button, ready to detonate the microbomb at a moment's notice, Wu Hanhai said, his face contorting in disbelief. He had assumed Zhang Muchen was a patient martial artist, but instead, he discovered he was a reckless daredevil. With that level of strength, how could he possibly challenge a level 9 beast? Even if Wu Hanhai endeavored to overestimate Zhang Muchen's abilities, he could not fathom how an F-grade talent could defeat a level 9 beast. Unless this lad is concealing something else. Old Wu, aren't you the self-proclaimed sharpest eye in the training camp? Just a few minutes have passed, and all the deductions and judgments you made have been overturned. Yuji rolled her eyes, exasperated, while keeping her finger poised over the button. If danger arose, she would not hesitate to press it. Should she do so, the beast's head would explode instantaneously, marking Zhang Muchen's challenge as a failure. Wu Hanhai no longer stroked his beard. Instead, he clutched the roots of it, gritting his teeth as he said, I refuse to believe this lad can repeatedly slap me in the face today. This button will definitely be pressed. Chapter 11. Astonishment. The challenge room is devoid of monsters. 2 hours later, a colossal crimson tiger stood frozen in place. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that its abdomen had been pierced by an arm. Zhang Muchen exerted a forceful push while withdrawing his arm. The massive tiger fell to the ground with a resounding thud. This level 9 flame tiger was the most formidable beast in the challenge chamber. One could only wonder how much stronger the forest's raging gorilla king was in comparison. Zhang Muchen rubbed his shoulders and sighed. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 9. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 99. Spirit, 99. Martial skill, Ninefold Fist, perfected. Evolution points, 427. Opening the panel, Zhang Muchen felt a wave of elation. After slaying 5 white frost centipedes, he had amassed a total of 30 evolution points. He had swiftly elevated his realm to level 9. Now at this level, Zhang Muchen contemplated challenging lower-tier beasts. Were it not for the necessity of points to slay beasts, he would have remained indoors today, lacking the prerequisite conditions for a breakthrough. His chance of success stood at a mere 10. Should he proceed with the breakthrough? Zhang Muchen tentatively clicked the level up button, only to be met with a message indicating no change. He was not surprised. During his time at school, his instructor had mentioned the vast chasm between martial artists who had entered their ranks and those who had not. Non-tiered martial aspirants could enhance their levels merely by accumulating vitality, but to break through to level 10 and become a genuine first-tier martial artist, one must endure immense suffering through the practice of breathing techniques and temper their skin with sheer willpower. Once the skin had been tempered, a martial artist could shatter a limit, rendering their skin as tough as iron and achieving a monumental enhancement in both strength and speed. With the minimum secured, it was now time to exchange for the breathing technique and ascend to level 10. With a clear objective in mind, Zhang Muchen exited the challenge chamber. He scanned the area and spotted Yu Xiaoshuang lurking in a corner. He approached her and inquired, could you guide me to the place where I can exchange for martial techniques? I can offer you a reward. Utilizing some points to save time was quite advantageous for Zhang Muchen. As for who would lead the way, it mattered little to him. A reward? Certainly. Yu Xiaoshuang nodded eagerly. To her, acquiring points for such a trivial task felt like a divine blessing. Their departure stirred no significant commotion. Huh. It took so long to slay a level 5 beast. I thought a novice was playing the fool, but it turns out they are merely mediocre, Wei Gu remarked, shaking his head dismissively. In the eyes of an elite student like him, taking more than 10 minutes to kill a level 5 beast was deemed unacceptable. Moreover, Zhang Muchen had taken 2 hours and emerged in such a disheveled state, utterly pathetic. Wei Gu, look, Utai has arrived. Suddenly, a younger cohort pointed towards the entrance. His voice tinged with anxiety. Wei Ji's heart skipped a beat as he turned to face the door. A group of students had entered the challenge chamber, led by a robust young man with brown skin. He towered like a black tower, and what drew the most attention was the massive blade strapped to his back. Still stained with remnants of blood, seemingly freshly cleaved from a ferocious beast, quite a fearsome sight. Behold, that is Utai, one of the top 10 students, ranked 9th. Why is he here in the challenge chamber instead of the forest? Does he not wish to pursue a higher ranking? The crowd buzzed with speculation. With the impending exams, why would he risk challenging a first-tier beast? The danger is too great. Their gazes towards Utai were laced with a mix of trepidation and envy. Even Wei Gu, who held himself in high esteem, felt his body tense upon seeing Utai. Each of the top 10 students had successfully tempered their skin and become officially tiered martial artists. If Utai chose to engage them, none present would stand a chance to resist. Hearing the flattery that echoed around him, Utai couldn't help but smile slightly. He turned to the few boys beside him and said, you all go challenge the flame tiger. With me here, no one will dare to steal your points. The group nodded and entered the same challenge chamber together, pooling their points. They enlisted the protection of the 9th-ranked Utai to ensure they would not be robbed in a vulnerable state after defeating the formidable level 9 flame tiger. Though it pained them to part with some points, with the college entrance exams looming just days away, they prioritized the accumulation of battle experience over all else. To their surprise, however, the group that had just entered the challenge chamber quickly emerged. One young man appeared distraught, unable to contain his outrage. What is going on? Is there a problem with the training camp? The challenge chamber has no level 9 beasts left. No beasts? At this proclamation, numerous heads turned, expressions rife with disbelief, as if they had just heard a jest. In the years since they had entered the training camp, none had encountered such a situation. For these high school students, lower-tier beasts posed a risk, but for the 4th-tier instructors, capturing beasts below the 3rd tier was as effortless as catching chicks. Therefore, in the years since the camp's inception, the absence of beasts had never been an issue. No beasts? Utai raised an eyebrow, equally incredulous. He felt a flicker of skepticism within. Perhaps it was a mere coincidence? He dismissed the thought, stepping into the challenge chamber to call out, I wish to challenge level 9 beasts, no limit. Seconds later, an announcement responded to him. Attention students. The challenge chamber is currently devoid of level 9 beasts. Please await replenishment. Upon hearing the announcement, Utai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The previous student had not lied. The challenge chamber indeed lacked any beasts. How peculiar. Where had the beasts gone? Utai muttered in confusion. He speculated it might be a coincidence. After all, the college entrance exams were imminent, and many were willing to take risks to enhance their strength. Within the training camp, such individuals were not uncommon. A rotation of dozens of level 9 martial artists could lead to a delay in the instructor's replenishment efforts. Thus, the shortage of beasts in the challenge chamber seemed somewhat plausible. Utai, could it be that the training camp is on the verge of closing, causing the instructors to fail to replenish? After exiting the challenge chamber, a student proposed this possibility to Utai. This idea aligned with Utai's own thoughts, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "That seems likely. There must be a significant number of level 9 students simultaneously challenging level 9 beasts, which has led to the instructor's inability to keep up with replenishment." The students exchanged glances, truly unable to fathom the situation. This scenario resembled a run on a bank. Everyone wished to exchange money, yet there was no money to be had. "If there are no beasts, how can we train?" the previously distraught student exclaimed, his eyes reddening. Utai sighed and replied, "Very well. I'll inquire with the instructors about how long it will take to replenish the beasts." He raised his hand and pressed the communication button on the side. Moments later, a voice emanated from the wristband. "What is it?" Wu Tai, suppressing his haughty demeanor, inquired in a subdued tone, "Instructor Yu, has there been an issue in the challenge chamber? Why are there no level 9 ferocious beasts?" Yuji seemed to be in a foul mood. Her tone icy as she retorted, "Humph, after a year in the camp, you still haven't learned to check the rankings? Shall I teach you?" With that, Yuji abruptly ended the communication. Just as everyone stood in bewilderment, Wei Gu suddenly rose, trembling, his expression one of disbelief as he muttered, "It can't be. Could it be him? No, it's impossible, just a coincidence. All mere coincidences." His younger brothers looked at Wei Gu in confusion, unaware of their leader's sudden frenzy. Wei Gu, unwilling to elaborate, exited the challenge area and made his way to the hall. His gaze frantically scoured the rankings. Suddenly, he froze in place, as if turned to stone. 51st place, Zhang Muchen, 335. The challengers followed him out, equally perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Wu Tai also emerged, gripping Wei Tiexin's shoulder, and asked in a grave tone, "Wei Tiexin, do you know what is going on?" Wei Tiexin pointed at the leaderboard, a bitter expression on his face as he said, "That newcomer named Zhang Muchen. I initially thought it would take him 2 hours to kill a level 5 ferocious beast. But now it seems he not only achieved the minimum requirement within those 2 hours, but also eliminated all the level 9 beasts." Wu Tai's expression faltered. Unable to suppress his emotions, he shouted, "Are you sure such a thing is possible?" Wei Tiexin chose not to expound further. The truth, akin to a fantastical tale, was naturally hard to accept. "I see now, Zhang Muchen. He is the brother of Zhang Yuanzhou, a former martial arts prodigy. A waste with an F-grade talent. Are you jesting? Completing the minimum requirement in 2 hours and then exterminating all the level 9 ferocious beasts? Such a waste? Tell me, which family has a waste so formidable? I've heard that Zhang Yuanzhou and his brother have a rather strained relationship, even severing ties with their family." The shocking news spread like wildfire. More and more students became aware of this matter. The connection between Zhang Muchen and the Zhang family gradually came to light among the students. As people marveled, they collectively turned their gaze toward the top position on the leaderboard. Among the Zhang brothers, who is truly the stronger one? Chapter 12, A Grand Gamble. The Whale Song Breathing Technique. The shops here offer a variety of services, including the exchange of martial skills, medicinal pills, food, and accommodation. Yu Xiaoshuang led Zhang Muchen to a street reminiscent of a bustling commercial avenue. She occasionally stole glances at Zhang Muchen, her curiosity evident in her eyes concealed beneath her hood. She wondered how this once great prodigy had managed to rise again after such immense setbacks. It must have been quite a challenge, she silently mused. Sea City Miracle Healing Hall. Sea City Para Hot Pot. Sea City Old 8 Burgers. Upon seeing the familiar signs around him, Zhang Muchen felt no surprise. The training camp's establishment in Sea City, in collaboration with local merchants, was indeed a reasonable operation. "This is a branch of Wanshushan. It should have what you need." They continued forward until they arrived at a 3-story shop. The establishment was grandly decorated, with a massive sign at the entrance that read, "Thank you for your patronage." Having arrived at their destination, Zhang Muchen kept his word, lifting his hand to share a fist bump with Yu Xiaoshuang. 5 points for the transaction. Yu Xiaoshuang's face lit up with delight as she saw her points increase and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Zhang Muchen waved his hand dismissively and stepped into Wanshushan. Inside, there were numerous students gathered, seemingly discussing the merits and demerits of various martial skills. He approached the counter discreetly and stated, "I would like to exchange for the technique of skin tempering." Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man. He glanced at Zhang Muchen, confirming he was an unfamiliar student, and asked in a warm tone, "Have you received guidance from an instructor?" Zhang Muchen shook his head. explaining that he had just entered the training camp today. After a day of intense training, he had yet to formally converse with an instructor. Just as the middle-aged man was about to elaborate, he noticed something and smiled, saying, "Just as I was about to explain, look who has arrived, Instructor Wu." Zhang Muchen turned to see Wu Hanhai, the burly man with a scruffy beard, looking at him with curiosity. "Oh, Instructor Wu, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Zhang Muchen, with a spark of inspiration, suggested, "I happen to be here for some business. Why don't you join me? I can explain the skin tempering technique to you." Wu Hanhai coughed, as if to cover something up. He certainly could not admit that he had come out of sheer curiosity to find Zhang Muchen. The two moved to a quiet room nearby, seemingly prepared for conversation. "Do you believe that first-tier martial skills are superior, or that ninth-tier martial skills reign supreme?" Wu Hanhai abruptly posed the question once they were seated. Logically, ninth-tier martial skills should far surpass first-tier ones in both power and quality. Yet Zhang Muchen understood a simple principle. "I believe the best is what suits oneself." Wu Hanhai cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Muchen and continued, "In this world, talents vary widely. Some possess immense mental prowess, others excel in elemental manipulation, and some boast formidable physical strength. Thus, you should not merely seek martial skills, but the creators of those skills, ideally someone whose talents closely resemble yours. Following in the footsteps of predecessors yields the best results." He emphasized that martial skills are essentially the culmination of a warrior's exploration based on their own talents. "So tell me, what area do you excel in?" Zhang Muchen pondered deeply, counting on his fingers. His physical strength was considerable, his affinity for elements was decent, and he had a slight edge in mental aspects as well. Wu Hanhai's mouth twitched, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "I understand your first two strengths. But what about your mental advantage?" At this moment, he began to doubt his own judgment. Was it possible that Zhang Muchen was truly favored by the heavens? But why had he triggered a talent evolution? It was known that items capable of facilitating such an evolution were exceptionally rare and precious, even eluding the grasp of a martial saint. For now, Wu Hanhai leaned towards the notion that Zhang Muchen had concealed his talent level and had not wasted time in isolation. "Instructor, please be cautious," Zhang Muchen softly advised without elaborating further. His pupils reflected a glimmer of golden light, as if a terrifying presence had descended upon the world. In an instant, Wu Hanhai felt a chill run down his spine, breaking into a cold sweat. Several seconds later, Wu Hanhai gazed deeply at Zhang Muchen, realizing he had been mistaken again. This young man was being sincere. Wu Hanhai sighed, speaking in a serious tone, "Your method of mental assault is merely a slight advantage in the face of mid-tier warriors. It is an absolute weapon, unless you encounter a mental-type warrior." Zhang Muchen, equally astonished, had not anticipated the effectiveness of his golden eyes against fourth-tier warriors to be so remarkably profound. In that fleeting moment of distraction, though it may appear brief, it is a critical juncture between life and death. A moment of inattentiveness can prove fatal, capable of determining the outcome of a battle. To my surprise, your innate talents, whether physical, elemental, or even mental, are remarkably formidable. You are indeed a triathlete of martial arts. Just a moment, I shall procure techniques and skills for you." With that, Wu Hanhai left the room, only to return swiftly, bearing several tomes and a tablet in hand. "The martial skill that would suit you best at the first tier is undoubtedly the Cloud Rider Spear technique. Following that is the whale sea breathing method. One tome for each tier, sufficient for you to cultivate up to the third tier, completing the 3 essential stages of skin tempering, muscle tempering, and bone tempering. Intermediate level methods are crucial. Once you reach Martial University, consult with your instructors to seek the techniques best suited for you." Wu Hanhai presented the tomes to Zhang Muchen and simultaneously activated the tablet, initiating a video. The screen revealed a young man wielding a spear 3 meters in length. As he exerted force, a stream of water enveloped the spear, extending to the tip and forming a serrated water blade. Suddenly, with a flick of his right hand, the spear soared like a dragon, traversing several meters to pierce through a wooden stake. What do you think? I assure you, I am not misleading you. The whale sea breathing method complements the Cloud Rider Spear technique exquisitely. It is imperative to understand that the longer the weapon, the more advantageous it is for water element warriors. As the adage goes, every inch in length brings greater strength. As for the method to hone the spirit, rest assured, it will present itself naturally once you arrive at Martial University." Wu Hanhai raised his chin slightly, his expression exuding trust in him. He had exerted every effort, even expending considerable mental energy, to select these 2 techniques and martial skills. It was essential to live up to his reputation as the keenest eye in this training camp. Zhang Muchen remained non-committal, first perusing the whale sea breathing method in detail. This breathing technique is divided into 3 tiers, the first tier for skin tempering, the second for muscle tempering, and the third for bone tempering. Once cultivated, it solidifies the warrior's foundation and enhances vitality. Notably, the whale sea breathing method possesses a remarkable feature. Upon breakthrough, it refines the warrior's vitality, elevating its quality. Consequently, warriors practicing the whale sea breathing method expend more time accumulating vitality than others. While others dread the time required for cultivation, for me, it is merely a matter of adding a few points. This method is tailor-made for me. Zhang Muchen nodded in satisfaction, already becoming quite fond of the yellowed tome. Excellent. As for weaponry, I recommend this first-tier exquisite cold spring spear, which will suffice for your needs. For anything superior, as usual, wait until you reach Martial University, and it shall come to you naturally. Wu Hanhai navigated the tablet, flipping to a page. The cold spring spear measures 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Its body a deep blue, with the spear tip resembling a long serpent's flicking tongue. Overall, its design is understated yet sharp, exuding a striking charm. Both the techniques and the cold spring spear are rated at 300 points. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Upon seeing the price of the cold spring spear, Zhang Muchen could not help but furrow his brow. He understood that the price was not exorbitant. Students capable of purchasing first-tier weaponry would have, at the very least, accrued 300 points from the Challenge Room's baseline. With a little effort in the wild, one can afford both techniques and weaponry. Such favorable conditions are rare outside the training camp. Do not fret, I shall cover your martial skills and weaponry. With a tap of his finger, Wu Hanhai purchased the cold spring spear. He waved his hand dismissively, explaining, as a training camp instructor, I can authorize 1,000 points for exceptional talents. Zhang Muchen felt a sense of justification wash over him. His excellence had garnered the instructor's favor. A perfectly normal occurrence in this extraordinary world. Thank you, instructor. As for the remaining 400 points, Zhang Muchen offered an embarrassed smile, scratching his head. You are quite the opportunist, Wu Hanhai remarked. Very well. I shall also provide you with a set of battle attire and vitality elixirs. He glanced at Zhang Muchen, who was covered in dirt, stained by the blood of countless fierce beasts, his tone laced with disdain. Nevertheless, his generosity was unwavering. An instructor was currently conducting classes at the Martial Hall. Although reluctant to admit it, his teaching prowess was the finest in the training camp. Attend his class tomorrow. Wu Hanhai produced a card and slid it across the table. It was a white card adorned with silhouettes of individuals wielding weapons, with a line beneath stating, King Instructor. Guaranteed teaching. Thank you, instructor. Zhang Muchen had initially intended to decline. For others, skin tempering represents a formidable challenge. For him, it was merely a matter of adding a few points. However, he reconsidered, recognizing the instructor's goodwill. The instructor had assisted him considerably, and refusing would seem ungracious. I know you are concealing something. Your talent is certainly not F-grade. But trust me, Ao Luo is the most capable teacher among us, and his lessons will yield great benefits. Wu Hanhai confidently asserted, having noted Zhang Muchen's 9th-level prowess and spontaneously deciding to extend a helping hand. In the mind of this rugged, bearded man, Zhang Muchen had repeatedly defied expectations, delivering blows that stung. It was enough to affirm that the issue lay not in his perceptiveness, but in this young man's remarkable ability to conceal his true self, leaving even Wu Hanhai unable to see through him. Should Zhang Muchen falter in the upcoming examination, he too would face criticism, and in more severe instances, he might even lose his position, potentially leading to even graver consequences. However, life is a gamble. Wu Hanhai brushed aside unnecessary thoughts, his spirit soaring with confidence. Let us wager. Let everyone bear the brunt of it. Instructor, are you sure your mental state is sound? He is just a good-natured individual. Observing Wu Hanhai's increasingly audacious grin, Zhang Muchen found himself bewildered. Who could enlighten him as to what the instructor was contemplating? Chapter 13, Breakthrough, Mastery of Spear Technique. As Zhang Muchen emerged from Wanshushan, he donned a sleek black combat suit. The streamlined attire accentuated his physique, lending him an air of lethal elegance, rendering his already handsome visage even more striking. Upon seeing him exit, Yu Xiaoshuang hurried over, her eyes sparkling with astonishment at Zhang Muchen's transformed appearance. Since you are still here, I would appreciate it if you could escort me to the rest area. The usual payment, if you please. Zhang Muchen replied with a smile. Readily agreeing, certainly, follow me. Yu Xiaoshuang's heart soared. She accepted the task eagerly, having lingered at the entrance of Wanshushan in hopes of accumulating more points. Even in the training camp, one must navigate their own survival strategies. The two traversed through the bustling commercial district, arriving at a more tranquil area, characterized by its beautiful environment and pleasant scenery, devoid of any trace of bloodshed. The accommodation area is divided into 3 categories, with buildings ranging from villas to bungalows, catering to the diverse needs of students. Those with wealth and strength, seeking a high-quality lifestyle, favor the independence and spaciousness of the villas. The students of mediocre ability predominantly reside within the community buildings. As for those like me, languishing at the bottom, we can only opt for the more rudimentary accommodations of single-story houses. As Yu Xiaoshuang concluded her remarks, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her visage. How many points does a villa require per day? Zhang Muchen inquired. 20 points, and it includes a complimentary meal each day, Yu Xiaoshuang replied, her eyes betraying a glimmer of envy. Having spent a year in the training camp, she had yet to enjoy such opulent living quarters. The two made their way to the reception hall to check in. Zhang Muchen opted for a villa. He cared little for the ostentation of the dwelling. Instead, he valued its privacy and tranquility. Upon exiting the hall, Zhang Yuchen and Yu Xiaoshuang exchanged a touch of their wristbands to trade points. Farewell, Zhang Yuchen waved, striding toward the villa. Even if I am scorned by all, I shall still attend the martial arts university. Yu Xiaoshuang gazed at his retreating figure, a surge of conviction swelling within her. The once great genius, Zhang Yuchen, had profoundly impacted her. What did it matter if she was called a mouse? What of an unjust fate? She too refused to concede. Indeed, the facilities were quite comprehensive, and it appeared he would not be disturbed. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Muchen was greeted by an exquisitely serene ambience, complemented by a suite of sophisticated amenities, including a deep rest pod and an underground training room. As he stepped into the living room, a tantalizing aroma wafted toward him. The food he had ordered was already laid out in abundance on the table. After a day of exertion, his hunger was palpable. Zhang Muchen, unable to resist the culinary temptation, seated himself to indulge heartily. The dishes, primarily composed of fierce beast ingredients, not only tantalized his palate, but were also rich in nutrients and calories, enabling martial artists to swiftly restore their vitality and energy. With the training camp's points set to expire in 2 days, retaining them would only be a waste. They were better exchanged for resources to enhance his prowess. Once satiated, Zhang Yuchen spent all his remaining points on vitality pills. For him, every moment counted. Squandering even a second was a disgrace. Ding dong. A few minutes later, a doorbell chimed. Zhang Yuchen rose to open the door, greeted by a courier bearing a metallic box. Hello, Mr. Zhang. This is your order of vitality pills, the courier exclaimed warmly. Zhang Yuchen accepted the metallic box with gratitude. He proceeded to the underground training room, which was equipped with a shooting mode. Immediately, dozens of metallic targets emerged around him. Truly, the training camp's intelligent facilities far surpassed those of Haiqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Muchen surveyed the surroundings, reflecting on how students trained in such an environment would undoubtedly progress at an accelerated rate compared to other locations. Now, to examine the vitality pills. Zhang Muchen seated himself cross-legged and opened the box containing the pills. Inside lay numerous red capsules, each the size of a jelly bean. This was the vitality pill, and each one was worth no less than 1,000 yuan. Intrigued, Zhang Yuchen consumed one of the vitality pills, contrary to his expectations of a foul taste. It bore a subtle floral fragrance. However, upon consumption, his status panel did not elevate. It remained stuck at 99. My vitality has already reached its limit. To surpass this threshold, I must successfully refine my skin. Zhang Muchen had anticipated this outcome and felt no surprise. The 9th level of martial arts represented a gradual process of breaking through barriers to elevate the human body's limits. Thus, it was impossible for a level 9 martial artist's vitality to exceed 100. Once it surpassed 100, it would signify successful skin refinement, transcending limits and achieving new heights. Deep Blue, enhance my proficiency in the whale sea breathing technique to its highest level. Without further concern for the vitality pills, Zhang Muchen closed his eyes and silently chanted within his mind. Consuming 150 evolution points, his proficiency in the whale sea breathing technique reached perfection. The instant the system's voice resonated, a new line of text appeared on his panel. Technique. Whale sea breathing technique. First layer perfection. Upon reading this, Zhang Yuchen mused. The reason martial artists find it challenging to break through realms is largely due to the excessive time consumed in practicing breathing techniques. Even the entry-level breathing techniques can refine the skin membrane, yet both efficiency and effectiveness pale in comparison to those at the perfect level. Thus, the higher the proficiency in breathing techniques, the greater the success rate for breakthroughs. With the prerequisites met, Zhang Yuchen decisively clicked the plus sign for the realm upgrade. The success rate for the breakthrough was set at 100. Would he like to expend 100 evolution points to proceed? The system promptly issued a warning. Should Zhang Yuchen attempt the breakthrough independently and fail, he would undoubtedly suffer internal injuries, necessitating a period of rest. Yet time was precisely what he lacked. Therefore, utilizing evolution points for a breakthrough was far more prudent. Yes, Zhang Muchen replied, his voice low yet resolute. As he affirmed, an immense surge of power erupted from within, cleansing his skin membrane and surging through his pores. This was the mysterious energy bestowed by the evolution points. It surged through Zhang Yuchen's meridians like an invincible general, conquering territories with each pulse. Wherever it traveled, dark, sludge-like impurities flowed out, obstructions that had lain hidden deep within the human body. Suddenly, everything fell silent. In that moment, Zhang Muchen felt as though he had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Every inch of his skin brimmed with strength, and his physique became even more robust. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 10. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 100. Mentality, 100. Martial skills, Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Perfection, Ninefold Fist, Perfection. Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, First Layer Perfection. Evolution points, 177. I have succeeded in refining my skin. I am now a first-tier martial artist. Zhang Muchen exclaimed, his voice resonating with joy and pride. In a mere day, he had ascended from a first-tier martial artist to a first-tier martial artist. Such a pace was unprecedented, akin to a miracle, worthy of making headlines across the world. Refining the skin was but a minor step in life. He aspired to venture further along the path of martial arts. Becoming a martial sage was not the ultimate destination. After the thrill subsided, Zhang Muchen calmed himself and offered quiet encouragement from within. He returned to the first floor to freshen up before heading back to the underground training room, where he opened another box. Inside lay 2 spear shafts and a spearhead. The Cold Spring Spear featured a modular design, though it sacrificed some rigidity. Its portability was significantly enhanced. With a few clicks, Zhang Muchen assembled the Cold Spring Spear, gripping the shaft with both hands and tapping the panel. Would you like to consume 10 evolution points to enhance your proficiency in the Cloud Rider Spear technique? Upon confirmation, the martial skill section blurred, gradually coalescing into 4 wisps of cloud. The mist gradually took shape, forming the words Cloud Rider Spear Technique, entry level. In that instant, vivid memories of countless hours spent perfecting the Cloud Rider Spear technique flooded Zhang Muchen's mind. A wave of familiarity surged within him, as if he had honed his spear skills over countless years. The Cloud Rider Spear technique, like a torrential downpour. A chill flashed in his eyes, and suddenly his innate talent erupted in full force. Instantly, the Cold Spring Spear shimmered with a blue glow, piercing towards the metallic target like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a resounding bang, the metal target exploded violently, sending countless fragments scattering in all directions. The martial instructor's words rang true. Indeed, a water-type warrior grows stronger with every inch. Zhang Muchen retracted the Cold Spring Spear. Gazing at the obliterated target, his spirit stirred. The combined might of weaponry, martial arts, and innate talent surpassed the sheer power of merely wielding a water blade. Should he expend 140 evolution points to enhance his proficiency in the Cloud Rider Spear technique? Witnessing the might of the technique, Zhang Muchen did not hesitate and continued to invest evolution points to upgrade his martial skill. The interface flickered 3 times in succession. Minor success, major success, perfection. Within the span of a mere second, countless images flashed before Zhang Muchen's eyes. His proficiency in spear techniques surged by 3 levels in an instant. With numerous skills etched in his mind, accompanied by an effortless sense of mastery. The Cloud Rider Spear technique, torrential rain. With newfound insight, Zhang Muchen unleashed the Cloud Rider Spear technique. Countless spear shadows converged ahead, the Cold Spring Spear striking the target's vital point with unwavering precision. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the training room. The shockwaves generated by the explosions sent tremors through the air as Zhang Muchen delivered his final strike. The training room was left devoid of any metal targets, with countless particles of dust slowly settling. Such formidable power, exponentially mightier than barehanded combat. Moreover, the quality of his vitality had become more robust, and wielding his talent felt inexhaustible. Zhang Muchen marveled, sensing the immense power coursing through him. Chapter 14. Seat Snatching. Bewildered Wei Tiexin. The following day, invigorated, Zhang Muchen departed from the villa. He occasionally withdrew a vitality pill, placing it into his mouth. After his breakthrough, his vitality could be enhanced once more. However, for a 0-tier warrior, 10 points of vitality would only elevate him by 1 level. Upon reaching the first tier, the difficulty escalated tenfold. A full 100 points of vitality were required to advance. Zhang Muchen's extravagant consumption drew many astonished glances. This young man was affluent. As he strolled and munched, Zhang Muchen soon arrived at the martial arts hall, which buzzed with excitement and had already formed a long queue. The martial instructor's high regard for Instructor AO suggested that this individual was not to be underestimated. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhang Muchen patiently awaited his turn. Although he had achieved his current prowess through talent and diligence, he also acknowledged the subtle assistance from Deep Blue. Nonetheless, listening to the experiences of others could prove beneficial. The path of martial arts masters comes first. Perhaps he might glean insights that would yield unforeseen advantages. Hey, handsome, I haven't seen you around before. Is this your first time here? Suddenly, a short, stocky boy, with a shifty expression, approached him boldly. Is there something you need? Zhang Muchen cast a glance, calmly inquiring. I'm Qiu Jie, my friend. As you've noticed, Instructor AO's classes are immensely popular, with no empty seats. Would you like a good spot closer to the front? I can arrange that for you, for just a small amount of points. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Yu, who ranks 5th. He is a 12th tier warrior and oversees the martial arts hall. Qiu Jie leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially. He gestured with his fingers, the meaning all too clear. Are the seats designated by the instructor? Zhang Muchen chuckled softly, questioning him. It was evident that the campers, regardless of their talent or strength, each had unique survival strategies. Qiu Jie pointed towards a student at the front of the line, seemingly hinting at something. Although the seats aren't officially assigned, if you wish to sit in the front row, others might not agree. Imagine the humiliation of being beaten up for occupying a spot without the strength to back it up. But if you pay, Brother Qin Yu's strength is unquestionable. He can definitely ensure your safety. Zhang Muchen gazed forward. To be honest, he saw no particularly formidable students. However, He did notice a short-haired female student who strode confidently to the front of the queue, presenting a card. The inspecting student offered no resistance, merely glanced at it before allowing her entry. What's the deal with that female student? Why doesn't she have to queue? Zhang Muchen inquired, his voice tinged with confusion. The card the short-haired student possessed bore a striking resemblance to the one in his pocket. Could this card possess some special purpose? That is a seed student favored by the instructor, enjoying a series of benefits, including skipping the line. Such students are usually at the 9th tier, just a step away from skin tempering, or even first-tier warriors who have successfully tempered their skin. You should give up on that thought, and just buy a spot in the top 10 rows. That's sufficient for your learning. Xiao Jie's eyes were filled with envy as he spoke. It seemed he was determined to help Zhang Muchen accept reality, answering every question. Oh, I see. Zhang Muchen nodded, stepping out of the line and heading towards the entrance of the martial arts hall. He was not one to cling to outdated principles. To possess resources and not utilize them would be a waste. Is this newcomer insane? Who does he think he is? Xiao Jie stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhang Muchen's retreating figure. He had originally intended to earn some points, but unexpectedly encountered a naive fool. As a scalper, he was well aware of the number of seed students in the training camp. Realizing this, Xiao Jie averted his gaze and turned to seek out his next customer. Hello. Zhang Muchen approached the entrance, presenting a white card. The attendant glanced at it in surprise, inspected it thoroughly, confirmed its authenticity, and replied, "No problem, please proceed." Zhang Muchen expressed his gratitude and retrieved the card. Countless gazes shifted towards him, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and intrigue as they watched him enter the martial arts hall. Inside, the martial arts hall was spacious and bright. In the center stood a colossal arena, surrounded by neatly arranged rows of seats. Each position here represented an individual's strength and status. The closer one sat to the arena, the greater the benefits for the student, an unspoken rule that was evident. The lucrative nature of this arrangement even led Chenyu, ranked 5th, to engage in the business of selling seats, giving rise to the profession of scalping. Meanwhile, those unable to afford a seat had no choice but to arrive early and queue to claim their share of spots. Which instructor had favored her? Zhang Muchen's gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on a seat in the front row to the left. The short-haired female student he had seen earlier was seated there, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a bell rang above the arena. A throng of students surged into the martial arts hall. Zhang Muchen sensed that it was not the right moment, so he casually selected a seat and settled down, awaiting the commencement of the class. Students continued to stream into the martial arts hall. Every seat has found its owner. That reckless fellow has taken a seat in the front row. As Xiao Jie entered the martial arts hall, he quickly spotted Zhang Muchen's figure, and he was instantly taken aback. The reason for his astonishment was straightforward: a newcomer. Zhang Muchen was seated prominently in the front row, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. What audacity! Did this lad not fear for his life? Occupying a position that was clearly beyond his merit? Xiao Jie hastily found his own seat and sat down, his gaze fixated ahead. Amidst his shock, a sense of schadenfreude welled within him as he eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Wei Gu, your seat has been taken. A sudden voice rang out, drawing the attention of many. Numerous heads turned to see that it was Wei Taifeng, ranked 39. A flicker of wariness and tension flashed in their eyes. Wei Taifeng had purchased the front row seat. Did he intend to challenge a first-tier warrior? Xiao Jie was startled by his own thoughts, a wave of anxiety washing over him. If Zhang Muchen succeeded in toughening his skin before the college entrance examination and ascended to the first tier, he would undoubtedly secure a spot in one of the top 10 martial arts academies. Such students were true prodigies. In the entire Haiqing training camp, no more than a handful had achieved this feat. Could it be him? Wei Taifeng, upon spotting Zhang Muchen in the front row, felt a shiver run down his spine, his complexion turning pale. The harrowing memory of a terrifying incident just 2 hours prior, wherein he had secured a minimum threshold and annihilated level 9 ferocious beasts, was still fresh in his mind. Although he was unaware of Zhang Muchen's exact prowess, such a formidable individual was not to be trifled with. Seat assignments are irrelevant in Teacher Ao Luo's class. Simply find a spot and sit down. Do not disrupt the order of the classroom. Wei Taifeng coughed, his tone righteous. Internally, however, he was in a state of panic, hastily taking a vacant seat without concern for which row it was in. All that mattered was to avoid inciting Zhang Muchen's hostility. As he settled into his seat, he felt his strength wane, his limbs growing weak and limp against the chair. An icy chill ran down his back, as if a cold wind had penetrated his very being. Unbeknownst to him, his fear of Zhang Muchen had triggered a profound physical reaction. Is Wei Taifeng really that cowardly? He allowed a newcomer to usurp his seat without a word. The surrounding students began to whisper amongst themselves, their astonishment directed at Zhang Muchen, who remained indifferent to their murmurs. Yet, while he was unfazed, Wei Taifeng could not maintain his composure. The words of others pierced his heart like sharp daggers. But he refrained from retorting, bowing his head in silence. Having spent a year in the training camp, he found himself eclipsed by a mere newcomer, making him feel as if he had squandered his time. Chapter 15, A Sensation, Mastery of Marksmanship. Bang! Suddenly, a chair was kicked over. A strikingly handsome youth stood up with an air of arrogance. In this particular martial arts hall, chairs were not merely furniture. They symbolized each student's status and strength, an unspoken rule. Yet, this youth's brazen behavior disregarded such conventions. Ordinarily, such an act would incite discontent and reprimands from others, as it was a blatant challenge to the rules. Strangely, however, not a single soul dared to voice their disapproval, for he was Lu Yu. Ranked 5th in the Haiqing training camp, everyone was acutely aware of one fact. The business of the martial arts hall belonged to Lu Yu. A newcomer dares to disrupt my territory. Truly the height of folly. Lu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, his voice laced with fury. His gaze, sharp as an arrow, zeroed in on Zhang Muchen. How dare a neophyte, completely oblivious to the nuances of this domain, provoke him? For the sake of pride and points, he must teach Zhang Muchen a lesson today. At the very least, he would be expelled from the martial arts hall. Lu Yu, your affairs are of no concern to me. But if you wish to fight, I am more than willing to oblige. Zhang Muchen faced the 12th tier warrior without a hint of fear, his voice calm and resolute, resonating throughout the hall. Ha! A mere newcomer dares to speak so boldly. Lu Yu scoffed, advancing toward Zhang Muchen. As he drew near, his skin began to glow ominously, exuding an aura of danger. Zhang Muchen calmly opened a metal case. With a crisp click, he assembled a 2-meter-7 long cold spring rifle, standing firm with the weapon in hand. His eyes betrayed no hint of wavering, only an indomitable resolve. Regardless of Lu Yu's genius or the so-called rules, he, Zhang Muchen, would shatter them all with a single shot. Is Lu Yu really about to engage in combat with a newcomer? Don't be ridiculous. Lu Yu has mastered the 17 Flames blade to a minor degree, enhanced by his lava flame talent. This newcomer stands no chance, regardless of the outcome. The newcomer's lack of fear in the face of such a formidable opponent was truly commendable. This scene caused quite a stir within the martial arts hall. The audacity and courage of the newcomer, Zhang Muchen, left the other students astonished. In the training camp, where talent reigned supreme and strength dictated status, how could Zhang Muchen dare to confront the 12th tier warrior Lu Yu? Among the onlookers, Wei Taifeng was the most affected. His eyes reddened as he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms without him noticing. As the 39th ranked student in the training camp, he had always been filled with pride and confidence, until he encountered Zhang Muchen. Although they had never clashed, Wei Taifeng had already resigned himself to defeat in his heart. Enough. Lu Yu, your ruckus here is disturbing everyone. If you possess true skill, you should challenge Zhang Yuanzhou instead of bullying newcomers. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a clear voice pierced through the air. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at a short-haired girl, displeased. Oh Shanshan, do you wish to defend the newcomer? Zhang Muchen was taken aback by the girl's defense, yet he felt no need for it. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, Zhang Muchen lunged towards Lu Yu. The shadows of his rifle flickered, resembling a torrential storm sweeping through the heavens, seeking death. Lu Yu's expression twisted in rage as he unsheathed a short blade affixed to his belt. With the eruption of his talent, the blade ignited in a crimson flame, an unmistakable signature of the 17 Flames blade, a powerful fire-based martial technique. Bang! The clash of two weapons reverberated with a resounding metallic hum. A terrifying force propelled Lu Yu backward, causing him to stumble several steps, unable to halt his retreat. Torrential rain. At the sound of Zhang Muchen's low shout, his vital energy surged to its peak. His movements were aptly named. The tip of his spear danced, casting countless glimmers of cold light that enveloped Lu Yu. Such formidable strength. Where did he emerge from? Lu Yu felt the pressure from the blade, his heart gripped by shock. He never anticipated that this newcomer would be even more arrogant and disdainful. He struck without hesitation, devoid of any scruples. A fight had commenced. Quickly move aside. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Zhang Muchen's marksmanship was astonishing, overpowering Lu Yu entirely. Lu Yu's weapon was too short, leaving him severely disadvantaged against a long spear. The surrounding students, witnessing the altercation, abandoned their seats in haste, eager to avoid being collateral damage. This newcomer possesses remarkable strength. Oshan's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. She had spoken earlier, not only disapproving of Lu Yu's demeanor, but also wishing to assist Zhang Muchen. However, she did not expect the latter to be so intolerant of any grievances, directly engaging Lu Yu in combat. Damn it, why is his marksmanship so formidable? Confronted with the torrential onslaught of the cold spring spear, Lu Yu felt an unprecedented pressure. Although his swordsmanship was fierce, it faltered in the face of the spear, leaving him in a precarious position. Impossible. How could I possibly be inferior to a mere newcomer? Lu Yu roared within, unleashing all his strength as he lunged at Zhang Muchen. Red flames traced a brilliant arc in the air. Yet, undeterred by this desperate assault, Zhang Muchen maintained a steady grip on the cold spring spear, thrusting it forward. A torrent of ferocity erupted, akin to the wrath of a sea god, conjuring towering waves. Before this deluge, the red flames appeared insignificant, shattering upon contact. No. Under Lu Yu's incredulous gaze, the cold spring spear shattered the short blade, piercing through the debris and impaling his shoulder. Lu Yu's body was hurled to the ground, leaving a spiderweb-like pattern in the earth. A profound silence enveloped the arena. It felt as though the training ground had pressed the pause button, with countless expressions frozen in that moment. Lu Yu, ranked 5th, had been defeated. Defeated by an inconspicuous newcomer. Lu Yu's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with disbelief and anguish. His lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, only to find his voice had deserted him. Indeed, unexpectedly, as the camp nears its end, a promising talent emerges. Suddenly, a stern voice pierced the atmosphere. The crowd turned to see a military officer standing beside Zhang Yuchen, his presence commanding attention. Alua's gaze, sharp as a falcon's, swept over every individual present. Those under his scrutiny felt a wave of trepidation, overwhelmed by an insurmountable pressure, too fearful to meet his eyes. Only Zhang Yuchen remained unperturbed, his expression composed, calmly regarding Alua. This Zhang Yuchen is indeed different, being Zhang Yuanzhou's brother. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered in Alua's eyes. He extended his hand, drawing forth the cold spring spear. Lu Yu, clutching his wound, gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Lu Yu, your defeat stemmed not from a lack of strength, but from a flaw in your mentality. Had you decisively engaged in close combat, Zhang Yuchen would not have been able to exert the advantage of his spear technique, and you would have emerged victorious. However, underestimating your opponent has led you to this state. Let this serve as a lesson. Alua did not chastise either combatant, but rather commenced an analysis of the battle. Lu Yu lowered his head, filled with shame. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. The victor is crowned king. Defeat is defeat. He felt no inclination to voice any objections. As for you, Zhang Yuchen, your mastery of spear technique is complete. Coupled with your decisive actions, you compensated for the disparity in realms, achieving a splendid victory in this encounter. Following Lu Yu, Alua lauded Zhang Yuchen highly. The students present were left in a state of uproar. Their gazes toward Zhang Yuchen were filled with astonishment. A prodigy like Zhang Yuanzhou had dominated the training camp for a year. Now, as the camp nears its conclusion, another equally formidable Zhang Yuchen has appeared. Why is the talent of the Zhang family so terrifying? Today, there will be no classes, you may disperse. Alua's voice resonated deeply, imbued with an undeniable authority. The students were taken aback. After queuing for so long, their instructor suddenly dismissed them. Is that reasonable? Yet, under Alua's piercing gaze, all mouths fell silent as they obediently exited the martial hall. Just as Zhang Yuchen was about to turn and leave, Alua called out to him. Zhang Yuchen, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. The other students, upon hearing this, were consumed by envy and jealousy. Perhaps this was the privilege of a genius. Even the instructor regarded him with special consideration, offering him individual instruction. Chapter 16, Instruction. Alua was astonished. Your Cloud Rider spear technique is already perfected. To achieve a better score in the upcoming examination, you must learn to unleash even more potent mysteries. In an antique study adorned with classical decor, Alua, whose features resembled a hawk, spoke slowly. Mysteries. Zhang Yuchen's heart stirred. He had heard this term mentioned online. Mysteries are a form of martial technique that drains the body to unleash a surge of power for a brief period. Warriors who employ mysteries often exhibit incredible vigor initially, only to be left utterly weakened thereafter. The side effects are severe. Lying in bed for half a day, unable to move, would be considered fortunate. However, I can add points. As long as I add points, both my vital energy and spirit can be replenished, rendering me unafraid of the side effects of mysteries. Zhang Yuchen was startled by his own thoughts, unable to suppress the contemplation of this possibility. If feasible, his combat prowess would elevate to unprecedented heights. Just imagine, while others can only use mysteries a couple of times before becoming feeble, he could withstand the side effects and use mysteries infinitely. The vision was incredibly enticing. Mysteries are, in fact, high-level martial techniques, simplified into forms accessible to lower-tier warriors. Alua meticulously explained, word by word. Upon concluding, he raised his hand. A faint green light shimmering at his fingertips. The light detached from his finger, hovering in mid-air, manifesting as a miniature eagle. Though the eagle was small in size, it appeared vividly lifelike, entirely devoid of any semblance of artificiality. Experiencing such a technique for the first time, Zhang Yuchen was both astonished and attentive. He realized that he could not achieve such exquisite control with the power of the Azure Dragon. Beyond the disparity in realms, there lay a gap in the development of talent. Lower-tier warriors can only mimic through extreme measures, producing an illusion of authenticity. Nonetheless, even among low-tier warriors, the power remains considerable. As Alua spoke, he pointed his finger, and the miniature eagle took flight, as if endowed with true life, soaring gracefully around Zhang Yuchen. If I possessed such a technique, my power would be even more terrifying. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Yuchen's mind. Had he summoned a colossal tidal wave during their earlier battle while precisely controlling every current of water? The power at play is indeed terrifying. It is needless to say that even 100 Lu Yes would be no match for a single strike from him. Ao Luo's tone shifted, issuing a stern warning. Although the ultimate techniques are formidable, they are also a double-edged sword that must be wielded with caution. Otherwise, should one's body fail to endure the strain, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Muchen nodded obediently, signifying his understanding. He found himself unable to disclose to others his ability to enhance his skills. However, mastering the ultimate techniques was imperative. Such a potent trump card, if utilized judiciously, would greatly benefit his performance in the college entrance examination and beyond. Would you like to learn? Ao Luo inquired. I can teach you a water-based ultimate technique. As a prodigy who has perfected the Cloud Rider Spear technique, you are indeed qualified to learn. It is worth noting that previous top performers in the college entrance examination typically possessed at least one ultimate technique, which is crucial for defeating the formidable red-tier beasts. One could say that without an ultimate technique, securing a commendable ranking would be nearly impossible. With his hands crossed and resting on his knees, Ao Luo continued, enduring the side effects brought on by an ultimate technique in exchange for superior exam results is, in fact, a wise investment. The higher the rank of a martial arts university, the greater the benefits and opportunities it affords, thus illuminating one's future prospects. Moreover, imparting ultimate techniques is not against the rules. It is merely that most ordinary students lack the opportunity to learn them, given the stringent prerequisites. Firstly, one must be a first-tier warrior who has successfully completed skin refinement, which eliminates 90% of the candidates. Secondly, one must have perfected a first-tier martial skill and possess considerable comprehension. Students who meet both criteria are exceedingly rare. Yes, Zhang Muchen replied without hesitation. Such a beneficial opportunity was simply too enticing to decline. He was eager to acquire the ultimate technique, which would provide him the means to challenge the mighty Ape King and secure a position as the top contender in the training camp. Excellent, Ao Luo said with a gentle smile, the corners of his mouth curving upward in satisfaction as he rose. He retrieved a scroll from the bookshelf and presented it to Zhang Muchen. Thank you, instructor, Zhang Muchen said, accepting the scroll with both hands. After expressing his gratitude, he unfurled the scroll and quickly perused its contents. A deep blue prompt resonated in his mind. Would you like to expend 100 evolution points to enhance your proficiency in Water Dragon's Roar? The cost of merely entering the technique was a staggering 100 evolution points. The price was quite steep. However, the more evolution points expended, the higher the level of Water Dragon's Roar. It is worth noting that enhancing the Cloud Rider Spear technique to perfection only required 150 evolution points. Learning ultimate techniques demands a high level of comprehension. If one cannot grasp it, they should not force themselves, understood? Ao Luo reiterated, not wishing to appear neglectful. In truth, he did not harbor great expectations for Zhang Muchen's ability to master the technique. Having served as an instructor for many years, Ao Luo had taught over 30 students the ultimate techniques. Even considering other instructors, the total number was significantly larger. Yet, none of these students had successfully mastered an ultimate technique before the college entrance examination. Learning an ultimate technique within a short time frame not only tests one's talent, but also one's luck, and the examination was merely 2 days away. Regrettably, the likelihood of Zhang Muchen mastering the technique was virtually non-existent. All right, you may return. If you have any questions regarding the ultimate technique, feel free to ask me or the instructors at the Martial Arts University, Ao Luo concluded. Upon hearing the dismissal, Zhang Muchen stood, sincerely bowing to Ao Luo before departing the study. Had it not been for Ao Luo's selfless guidance, he would have had no idea where to acquire an ultimate technique. As Zhang Muchen exited, the study fell silent once more. Niu Hong, Zhao Lixue, Lan Xiulan, and now Zhang Muchen, Ao Luo murmured to himself, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceiling. Grandfather, your grandson is calling. Suddenly, a ringing interrupted his reverie. Without needing to look, he lifted the phone to his ear. Ao Luo, class must be over now. How is my student faring? The cheerful voice of Wu Hanhai resonated from the other end. Ao Luo furrowed his brow, pondering thoughtfully. He had no idea who Wu Hanhai was referring to. Which student are you speaking of? He inquired. There was a moment of silence on the line before Wu Hanhai's impatient voice broke through. Impossible. During your class today, was there not a new face who performed exceptionally well? A new face who performed remarkably well could only refer to Zhang Muchen. But how could such a promising talent be discovered by Wu Hanhai? This must be an extraordinary stroke of luck for that bearded fellow. How vexing. Ao Luo grimaced and replied, Zhang Muchen is indeed impressive. He has already perfected the Cloud Rider Spear technique and defeated Lu Yu, who ranked 5th. So I entrusted him with the ultimate technique, Water Dragon's Roar. On the other end of the line, there was a long pause, followed only by the sound of heavy breathing from Wu Hanhai. Old Wu, do not blame me. Your ultimate technique simply does not suit Zhang Muchen, Ao Luo said, feeling a sense of pride for having intercepted the opportunity. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he added, serves you right for trying to show off. Old Luo, I only taught Zhang Muchen the Cloud Rider Spear technique yesterday. A few seconds later, Wu Hanhai's voice erupted like an explosion. What? This time? It was Ao Luo who fell silent. An uncontrollable image of Zhang Ziyuan, last year's training camp champion who had effortlessly dominated all other students, flashed through his mind. Chapter 17. The Map, My Eyes Are the Measure. After leaving the martial arts hall, Zhang Muchen felt a fire of ambition igniting within him as he made his way toward the forest, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Evolution points. Upgrades require evolution points. Enhancing attributes necessitates evolution points. Learning the secret technique, Water Dragon's Roar, demands evolution points. If only he could amass a substantial amount of evolution points, he would be able to significantly bolster his strength. Is this the entrance to the forest? He wondered aloud, gazing at the lush greenery that surrounded him. It truly resembled something out of Jurassic Park. As Zhang Muchen arrived at a verdant area, he looked up ahead to see towering iron fences standing at least 10 meters high. This barrier separated the perilous forest from the training camp. Beyond the iron fence lay a forest of trees that reached into the clouds, an expanse teeming with unknown dangers. As the college entrance examination approached, ordinary students were hesitant to venture into the forest, fearing injuries that could jeopardize their performance. Thus, the area was particularly deserted, with only a few figures scattered about. Yi Xianer must also be in the forest, Zhang Muchen mused, squinting at the verdant expanse. In this Haiqing training camp, Yi Xianer and Lu Zhanqing were quite the talk of the town. Their relationship was widely known, and it was highly likely that they were also in the forest, making their final push. Classmate, you look unfamiliar. Would you like a map? Suddenly, a voice approached him, breaking the silence. Zhang Muchen turned to see an unfamiliar male student, standing at a height of 6 feet, with a kindly demeanor, carrying a bag filled with maps. A map? How many points does it cost? Is it accurate? Zhang Muchen inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. A plethora of monsters to vanquish, and the means to acquire evolution points has presented itself. Ah, my dear friend. I must confess that my keen eye is akin to a ruler. This map is utterly flawless. If my reputation were tarnished, I would not have thrived in this business until today, would I? Observing Zhang Muchen's intent to make a purchase, Liang Weiqi felt a surge of optimism, hastily producing an old map to commence his sales pitch. My friend, the forest of our Haiqing training camp is a meticulous one-to-one replica of the examination grounds. Just like the college entrance examination, the ferocious beasts within the forest are categorized into 3 intensities: white, gray, and red. The white beasts are mere trifles. The gray beasts are first tier, while the red beasts represent the elite among the first tier, being considerably more formidable. By acquiring my map, you gain simulated examination experience akin to the real college entrance exam, thus avoiding the embarrassment of losing your way under the gaze of the entire nation. Zhang Muchen lowered his gaze to scrutinize the map, confirming Liang Weiqi's assertions. The map, though modest in size, was dotted with an array of colors: white, gray, and red. However, it is prudent to mention that due to the erratic movement of the beasts and the influence of the trainees, the map's accuracy is not infallible. Liang Weiqi, with his honest demeanor, articulated this with a credibility that was hard to dismiss. After all, being in a training camp, selling counterfeit goods could easily lead to trouble later on. Do you often venture into the forest? Zhang Muchen inquired, not directly answering. The price of the map was inconsequential. Its accuracy was paramount. Should he procure a counterfeit map, misaligned with reality, it would be a complete waste of his time. Of course, I am the first to enter the forest each morning, swiftly updating the information on the beasts. The earlier you purchase the map, the more advantageous it is. Liang Weiqi proclaimed confidently, his demeanor unmistakably suggesting that satisfaction was guaranteed with his map. Then, I have a request regarding a certain individual, and I shall compensate you with this. Zhang Muchen concluded, revealing a blood essence pill held delicately between his fingers. The alluring aroma wafting from the pill made Liang Weiqi swallow hard, prompting him to eagerly respond. My friend, feel free to inquire. I am most knowledgeable about the happenings in the forest. Zhang Muchen spoke the name with a calm demeanor. Yi Xianer? I am aware. She and Lu Zhanqing intend to challenge the king of savage apes. Liang Weiqi exclaimed, delivering such explosive news that it barely rattled Zhang Muchen, who was merely surprised. He flicked his fingers, allowing the blood essence pill to drop into Liang Weiqi's palm, continuing his inquiry. Yi Xianer dares to challenge the king of savage apes? Are you certain? As far as I know, her strength is insufficient for such a feat. Liang Weiqi, carefully stowing the blood essence pill, wore a peculiar smile, tauntingly responding. Ah, while Yi Xianer may lack the capability, her boyfriend, Lu Zhanqing, certainly does. Who is unaware of Lu Zhanqing's talent and strength? Second only to Zhang Yuanzhou in the Haiqing training camp? This individual is unwilling to accept being second best, and is constantly plotting to slay the king of savage apes to prove himself. Having said that, Liang Weiqi presented Zhang Muchen with the latest map, whispering, Brother, I won't pry into your intentions regarding Yi Xianer, but I advise you to refrain from pursuing her. The reputation of this couple is rather dubious. To speak bluntly, Lu Zhanqing is a bit unhinged. Should he discover your interest in Yi Xianer, he is certain to take action against you. Zhang Muchen accepted the map, chuckling nonchalantly. You needn't overthink it. I was in the same class as Yi Xianer before. Liang Weiqi shrugged, a knowing expression on his face, opting not to delve deeper into the matter. Regardless, the sale of the map was successful. After bidding farewell, he turned to depart. Now, let us commence the monster hunting. As for Yi Xian'er, she is of little consequence. However, should she cross paths with me, it would be her misfortune. Zhang Muchen gazed at the map in hand, setting his sights on his objective. Oh, this young man is heading to the forest? In the control room, upon spotting Zhang Muchen, Wu Hanhai immediately perked up. He meticulously observed Zhang Muchen's movements, unwilling to overlook any detail. Zhang Muchen's skin appeared smooth, yet as taut as leather. Wu Hanhai was struck with astonishment, muttering, "Old Luo was not mistaken. This lad is indeed a prodigy." In merely one night, not only has he successfully honed his skin, but he has also perfected the Cloud Rider spear technique. This revelation filled Wu Hanhai with exhilaration, compelling him to throw back his head in laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had truly discovered a treasure, a genius whose talent is not inferior to Zhang Yuanzhou's. "Old Wu, are you experiencing a midlife crisis?" Yu Ji remarked with a furrowed brow, chastising him, evidently irritated by his laughter. Upon noticing Yu Ji, Wu Hanhai's gambling instincts ignited, and he grinned. "Yu Ji, care for a wager?" Yu Ji fixed her gaze on the screen, her eyes flickering, and without turning her head, she replied, "Wager? What do you wish to bet on?" Yesterday, Zhang Muchen had exterminated a horde of level 9 beasts, causing quite a stir within the training camp and effectively slapping both her and Wu Hanhai in the face. Yu Ji could not help but pay attention to this extraordinary trainee. "Let us wager on whether Zhang Muchen can slay the king of savage apes," Wu Hanhai declared, pointing to a massive screen in the center of the control room. The image depicted a 4-meter-tall giant ape, its muscular form riddled with scars, exuding an aura of terror. "I concede that Zhang Muchen possesses some talent, but to slay the king of savage apes is a tall order, one that even the previous 2 cohorts could not achieve. We all know that the bloodline of the king of savage apes is rather unique. Despite being a level 15 beast, its ferocity rivals that of a level 17 or even 18 warrior. A newly honed warrior, even if they possess a B-grade talent, or perhaps an A-grade talent. After breaking through to the honing stage, their vitality will reach a plateau. I cannot fathom how he could possibly vanquish the king of savage apes." Yu Ji glanced at the giant ape on the screen, her demeanor remarkably rational as she spoke. "This year, the king of savage apes has been captured, and many trainees have challenged it, only to return defeated. Unbeknownst to them, the king of savage apes has become an insurmountable barrier, an unassailable wall. It enjoys a life of leisure, eating and sleeping, occasionally unleashing its wrath upon the trainees, living in utter comfort. It has even earned the title of the strongest beast in the training camp. If no one manages to slay the king of savage apes this year, the instructors will have to intervene to eliminate the menace. Gambling is, after all, an act of discarding all reason and placing faith in one's instincts, is it not?" Wu Hanhai stroked his beard, expounding on his gambling philosophy. "The king of savage apes is nothing to fear. A gambler's intuition tells me that Zhang Muchen will undoubtedly slay even more formidable beasts." "Huh, I refuse to bet on that," Yu Ji replied, no longer interested in debating with a gambling enthusiast. Regardless of how extraordinary Zhang Muchen may be, he could never slay the king of savage apes. After all, once a warrior breaks through to the first tier, the vitality required for advancement multiplies tenfold. In a short span, a warrior's vitality cannot rapidly increase. This is the essence of the plateau phase. "Fine, I shall bet," Wu Hanhai declared resolutely. The two then established their wager, once again without any stakes involved. Opting for a casual bet. Chapter 18. The Profound Truth, the Might of the Water Dragon's Roar. As Zhang Muchen stepped into the forest, a refreshing breeze greeted him. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The scenery here appeared enchanting, yet it was undeniably fraught with peril. With insufficient evolution points from lesser beasts, my objective is to confront a first-tier beast of grade difficulty. Armed with the Cold Spring Spear, Zhang Muchen hurried towards the nearest first-tier beast. Moments later, he was suddenly alerted by a rustling sound nearby. It resembled some creature crawling upon the forest floor. To Zhang Muchen, whose senses were heightened to their utmost and whose vigilance was at its peak, even the sound of a falling pin would be audible. There it was. Zhang Muchen's fighting spirit ignited. He swiftly turned and thrust the Cold Spring Spear. The spear, as if endowed with its own consciousness, pierced through the thick underbrush and struck a gigantic python with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss! The python writhed in agony, flinging debris in all directions. As a creature of formidable vitality, the beast demonstrated an astonishing resilience, showing no visible signs of injury despite being pinned to the ground by the spear. Rather, it was incited into a frenzy. Water blade explosion. Zhang Muchen let out a cold chuckle, channeling the power of the Azure Dragon's divine water. The blue light at the spear's tip suddenly contracted, then exploded. Countless water blades erupted forth, tearing the giant python asunder. The creature, which had previously struggled, was now utterly lifeless. Evolution points, 10. Zhang Muchen retracted the Cold Spring Spear, silently reflecting. Deep blue, enhance my capabilities. I must remain in peak condition at all times. In the next instant, vitality, 101. Spirit, 101. The expended stamina and vitality were swiftly replenished. Should any beast perceive Zhang Muchen as vulnerable and attempt to strike, they would be in for a surprise. If the water blade explosion is this formidable, one can only imagine the strength of the ultimate technique. Observing the mangled remains of the python, Zhang Muchen felt a profound satisfaction with the power of his talent. It was evident that the practical combat training with warriors and the guidance from instructors had been immensely beneficial. The water blade explosion, while not a martial technique per se, was a newfound understanding gleaned after sparring with Liu Yu and witnessing Aolua's demonstration. As an S-rank gifted talent, mastering new techniques was well within his purview. Evolution points would be primarily allocated to Dragon's Roar. If faced with a formidable beast, I shall augment my attributes. After testing my new skill, Zhang Muchen's desire for the ultimate technique, Dragon's Roar, intensified. This simplified mid-tier martial skill surely possessed extraordinary power. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, eagerly seeking new prey, unabashedly making noise. While other students had to proceed with caution, devising tactics and weighing their options, for Zhang Muchen, beasts represented evolution points. He eagerly anticipated their approach. Within mere minutes, a black panther silently leapt down from a high tree, resembling a top-tier assassin, stealthily extending its lethal claws. It aimed for the nape of Zhang Muchen's neck. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any sound. Bang! Zhang Muchen reacted with remarkable speed, reversing the cold spring spear. In a nearly impossible feat, he thwarted the deadly strike. The clash of the spear against the panther's claws erupted into a cacophony of sharp, piercing friction. Logically, a weapon spanning 2 meters and 70 centimeters would be severely constrained in such a complex forest environment. Yet in Zhang Muchen's hands, the cold spring spear came alive, unleashing a relentless barrage of rapid attacks. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of the spear, the Black Panther astutely leapt back. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a massive gust of wind blades, accompanied by a piercing shriek, directed towards Zhang Muchen. Futile! Zhang Muchen bellowed. As his talent harmonized perfectly with the cold spring spear, azure water swirling around the spear's body, with his left hand guiding it, and his right gripping the tail. He swung the spear downwards like a mighty iron rod, striking the panther with ferocity. The wind blades and the cold spring spear collided midair, creating mere ripples upon the spear's surface, utterly failing to impede Zhang Muchen's assault. Having missed its chance, the panther found no opportunity for escape. The cold spring spear, imbued with unparalleled power and speed, crashed down upon the panther's head. In an instant, a resounding bang echoed as the panther's skull shattered like a watermelon. Its body fell limply to the ground, sending leaves scattering in all directions, now devoid of life. Evolution points, 10. Hearing the notification, Zhang Muchen confidently retrieved a vitality pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill settled in his stomach, a warm sensation enveloped him. In the midst of battle, one could hardly rely on such a remedy for vitality. It served merely as a portable sustenance. Not enough, the hunt must continue. Zhang Muchen's fervor surged, an insatiable desire for strength coursing through him. He pressed on without pause, seeking his next quarry. Evolution points, 10. Evolution points, 10. Evolution points, 10. The ensuing moments were marked by a relentless spree, slaying one beast after another, and even dispatching pairs. With each successive victory, the 100 evolution points amassed swiftly. Deep Blue, grant me the knowledge of Dragon's Roar. Finding a secure location, Zhang Muchen embraced the cold spring spear and silently intoned, spending 100 evolution points. He elevated his proficiency in Dragon's Roar to the entry level. In the next moment, a vision of a serene lake manifested in his mind. Suddenly, the lake trembled, sending forth massive ripples as a water dragon burst forth, soaring into the sky. At the same time, a wealth of insights flooded into Zhang Muchen's consciousness. He instantly comprehended that the scene he had just witnessed was the essence of Dragon's Roar. In a certain part of the forest, 2 warriors were locked in confrontation with a beast. The leader, wielding a hefty blade and towering like a giant, was none other than the 9th-ranked Wutai. Roar! Before them loomed a colossal bear, its body clad in a formidable rocky shell. Its exposed claws were as sharp as swords, capable of eviscerating a man with the slightest tug. In the presence of this fearsome 4-meter bear, Wutai's once proud physical prowess paled in comparison. Boss, the 12th level rock armored bear is too formidable. We're not in our best condition today. Let us retreat and fight another day. One of Wutai's companions trembled as he spoke. He too was perplexed by his leader's sudden fervor for challenging powerful beasts since their entry into the forest the previous day. They had managed to slay a few beasts with minimal injuries, though they had emerged somewhat disheveled. However, upon encountering the rock-armored bear, the situation took a dire turn. Although the bear was classified as grade difficulty, it was among the mightiest of that category. After battling for some time, they had merely scratched its surface, failing to even breach its shell, let alone injure its true form. I'm fine, Chi Fei, let us take action. Wutai hesitated for a moment, mulling over his options before reluctantly acquiescing. He understood that to press on recklessly would be unwise, yet he could not shake a lingering sense of defiance within him. All right then, Chi Fei responded with enthusiasm, swiftly tossing out 2 specially crafted flying daggers. His daggers were indeed extraordinary, each adorned with a slender circular pouch. With a dramatic flourish, Chi Fei raised his index finger and uttered a low command. In an instant, the daggers detonated, unleashing a cloud of black powder that enveloped the rock-armored bear. Roar, roar, roar. The bear was thoroughly incensed, its eyes ablaze as it swatted at the dark haze. All right, it's done, let's move, Chi Fei declared, visibly pleased with himself. Yes, let's go, Wu Tai replied, having made up his mind. Despite his lingering reluctance, he knew he must vacate the forest. After all, he stood no chance against the rock-armored bear, especially now that it had been provoked into a frenzy. Remaining would only lead to certain doom. Perhaps only the top 5 students could hope to slay a bear driven mad with rage, he mused. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The air had become unusually humid, causing fine droplets of water to form on his skin. What was happening? Wu Tai heightened his vigilance and glanced at his companion. They exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what was amiss. It seemed to him that Chi Fei recalled a possibility, his expression shifting dramatically. Before he could voice his thoughts, the moisture in the air surged forth like an army charging into battle, coalescing into a singular point. Wu Tai turned his head just in time to see a figure soaring through the air, brandishing a long spear that commanded the very essence of water vapor. In that fleeting moment, the spear transformed into a vivid water dragon, arching majestically skyward and emitting a thunderous roar. Chapter 19. Frenzy, rushing to the ranking list. The sound of the dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the forest and sending countless leaves tumbling to the ground. Essence of water dragon roar. Zhang Muchen's voice was calm and resolute, unwavering even as he employed this formidable technique for the first time. The spear, now a chilling water dragon, struck the rock-armored bear squarely on the crown. The sheer force was cataclysmic, erupting with devastating power upon contact. The spear cleaved through the bear's body with relentless ferocity, penetrating deep until it was fully embedded. Evolution points, 12. Zhang Muchen withdrew his spear and turned, watching as the bear's massive form crashed to the ground in 2 halves. He glanced at the duo not far away, noting that they were not consumed by anger over the creature's demise. He couldn't help but admire the quality of the students at the Haiqing training camp. Since they had not approached him in ire, Zhang Muchen mentally calculated his gains. Truly, the essence was unparalleled. Even as a novice, its potency far surpassed that of a first-tier martial technique. Those 100 evolution points were indeed well spent. Furthermore, the whale sea breathing technique was remarkable in its own right, and coupled with my ancient Azure Dragon physique, I still possessed considerable stamina after performing my essence. It seems my vitality is indeed more robust than that of my peers at the same level. It was evident that investing 100 evolution points to master the Water Dragon Roar was an exceedingly wise decision. Compared to merely leveling up, the Water Dragon Roar offered a plethora of advantages. This was a genuine trump card that could amplify his combat prowess. However, advancing the Water Dragon Roar to a proficient level would require 500 evolution points, which was less advantageous than simply leveling up 5 times, as that would yield greater strength. If given the choice between leveling up 5 times or enhancing the proficiency of his essence to reach a competent level, he would undoubtedly opt for the former. The combat power derived from 500 points of vitality far surpassed that of a proficient essence. Big brother, he seems to be looking at us. Should we run? Chi Fei stammered, suddenly gripped by fear as Zhang Muchen's attention fell upon them. How could he not be terrified? There had been no confrontation, no drawn-out battle, just a single strike that had obliterated the rock-armored bear. Such might would place him among the elite at the Haiqing training camp. Though a stranger, he was undeniably someone to be reckoned with. Don't worry, I know him. I'll go have a word, Wu Tai said, swallowing hard as he feigned composure and approached Zhang Muchen. He was just as flustered, propelled by an impulsive urge to confront the formidable figure. No wonder he's a big shot. His connections are impressive, even knowing someone of such stature. Chi Fei thought, awe glimmering in his eyes. Is he planning to take advantage of my weakness? Zhang Muchen observed Wu Tai's approach, his gaze sharp as a blade. Upon vanquishing the rock-armored bear, he had already commanded Deep Blue to replenish his vitality, ensuring he was prepared for any unforeseen events. As the distance between them narrowed, the tension within the forest escalated. Wu Tai felt an unprecedented pressure, a sense of dread swelling within him. Yet, having committed himself to this course, he felt it more prudent to press on rather than retreat. Hello, Zhang Muchen, would you like to team up? Wu Tai managed to muster a somewhat awkward smile. His voice strained and stiff, betraying his anxiety. Team up? So, you're not here to pick a fight, Zhang Muchen replied, somewhat surprised, shaking his head in refusal. No, I prefer to work alone. Wu Tai exhaled in relief, quickly responding, then I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. He hurried away, as if fearing Zhang Muchen might change his mind. What a peculiar individual, Zhang Muchen mused, watching Wu Tai's retreating figure with intrigue. He dismissed the momentary encounter from his mind, refocusing on the pressing matter at hand, hunting fierce beasts to elevate his strength. Let us go, back to the training camp. Wu Tai urged, returning to the forest and rallying his companions to depart at once, anxious not to linger and risk Zhang Muchen's reconsideration. Boss, who is that big shot? That technique he just used looked like. Qi Fei's curiosity was insatiable, pressing for answers. Zhang Muchen. I never anticipated he had mastered an essence. It's no wonder he cleared the 9th-level beasts in the challenge room. His power is terrifying. Wu Tai replied, his voice trembling as he spoke. Just the thought of that commanding, roaring water dragon sent shivers down his spine. Among the 700 students in the training camp, only Zhang Yuanzhou might be capable of wielding such an essence. Wait, what? An essence? There's a student who has mastered an essence. Qi Fei stuttered, his body quaking in disbelief. Having spent a year in the training camp, he understood the significance of an essence all too well. He had heard rumors that Zhang Yuanzhou had secluded himself in his villa for an extended period, diligently studying to attain mastery of an essence. Now, a stranger had emerged, fully capable of utilizing one. It was utterly astonishing. Wu Tai, you must not speak of this without my permission. Do not let it slip to others. Lest you provoke Zhang Muchen, Wu Tai cautioned his friend with a serious demeanor, well aware of Qi Fei's tendency to speak freely. Moreover, warriors are often bound by superstitions. For the sake of their safety, it is prudent not to disclose Zhang Muchen's secret. Rest assured, elder brother, I am not so naive as to speak indiscriminately. Qi Fei, well aware of the gravity of the situation, readily agreed. Upon returning to the training camp, they found the atmosphere unusually lively. Numerous students had gathered in the hall, gazing up at the ranking board, with occasional exclamations erupting from the crowd. He has risen. He has risen again. My heavens, he is still climbing. The rapidity of his ascent was astonishing. Having observed it all day, there seemed to be no signs of it abating. Such an extraordinary spectacle had never before graced the annals of the Haiqing training camp. Truly, Zhang Muchen must be the brother of Zhang Yuanzhou. The rumor regarding his F-class talent is utterly unfounded. Zhang Muchen's name blazed through the ranks like a shooting star, ascending rapidly from the 50th position and relentlessly surpassing his peers. Wu Tai, listening intently, felt a wave of dismay wash over him. How had the Haiqing training camp devolved into a stock market floor? He glanced up at the massive screen overhead, and his expression shifted dramatically. 10th place, Zhang Muchen. 620 points. In merely one day, Zhang Muchen had catapulted from 50 to the top 10. The 10th position, once held by Yi Xiener, had now changed hands. The speed of his rise was staggering, and it was no wonder it had captured the attention of the students. Just yesterday, he had secured a minimum of 300 points. After deducting the points from the assessment checkpoints, he must have taken down at least 20, if not 30. First-tier beasts today. Beside him, Qi Fei was visibly shaken, murmuring, over 20 beasts, including formidable creatures like the rock-armored bear. Even if the beast stood still for him to strike, he would surely exhaust himself in the endeavor. Thank goodness he didn't take action, otherwise, I would be lying in a hospital bed, unable to take the college entrance examination. Wu Tai remained fixated on the leaderboard, his emotions a tumultuous mix of shock and relief. He was astonished and grateful that he had not become Zhang Muchen's adversary. Zhang Muchen's victory over Lu Yu had showcased his formidable strength, making his entry into the top 10 entirely plausible. They would have to see where he stood by the end of the camp. Suddenly, a student's words drew Wu Tai's attention, obliterating his composure and leaving him in a state of profound astonishment. He had only been in the forest for a day, and such earth-shattering events had unfolded within the training camp. He could hardly believe that even Lu Yu, who had held the 5th position, had fallen to Zhang Muchen's prowess. This fellow was truly a monster. From where had he emerged? Wu Tai's mouth turned bitter, devoid of any desire for competition. He simply wished to remain a spectator, keenly observing how far Zhang Muchen would ascend. This rising star, could he surpass his brother, the reigning champion of the training camp? Zhang Yuanzhou. Chapter 20. Cult. Second empowerment of the ancient Azure Dragon. At dusk, in a secluded part of the forest, a young couple nestled within a cave. The enchanting young woman leaned against the young man, their relationship appearing exceptionally intimate. Suddenly, her wristband vibrated. Yi Xiener raised her hand to check, her expression instantly transforming into one of shock. However, she quickly masked her surprise, feigning nonchalance as she continued to snuggle in the young man's embrace. What's the matter? Lu Zhanqing asked, opening his eyes with a hint of curiosity. A student named Zhang Muchen has pushed me down the rankings, Yi Xiener replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a pitiable demeanor. The ranking board had a unique mechanism. Whenever there was a change in the top 10, all students within that echelon would be notified. Upon hearing the name Zhang Muchen, Lu Zhanqing's tone shifted, laced with irritation. Zhang Muchen? The one rumored to have harassed you? Yi Xiener, feeling dejected, responded, it's probably just a namesake. The Zhang Muchen from our school is F-class talent and lacks the ability to break into the top 10 of the training camp. Lu Zhanqing's expression darkened as he toyed with Yi Xiener's hair. Regardless of whether it's a coincidence, anyone daring to usurp your ranking will suffer my wrath. I will ensure he cannot partake in the college entrance examination, regretting his existence. The student in 10th place was merely a newly initiated 10th level warrior. Even if Zhang Muchen were an elevated 11th or 12th level warrior, should he encounter Lu Zhanqing, the outcome would be equally disastrous. You truly care for me, Lu. Yi Xian'er said, tightening her embrace around him, expressing her affection. She felt no sympathy for Zhang Yuchen's impending fate. He could only be blamed for sharing a name with another. Why choose such a name? She lamented her past infatuation with Zhang Yuchen, initially believing him to be a talented warrior, only to discover he was an F-class talent, a mere failure. Now, they were worlds apart, entirely different beings. Lu Zhanqing inhaled her hair, filled with confidence. Rest assured, not only will I deal with Zhang Yuchen, but I will also elevate your ranking, ensuring you depart the Haiqing training camp as an exemplary student. Yi Xian'er's heart soared at his words. These were dreams she had never dared to entertain, now becoming her reality since meeting Lu Zhanqing. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she hesitantly asked, Lu, what is your plan? Lu Zhanqing flashed a confident smile, gesturing toward the cave entrance. I suspect Zhang Yuanzhou will not be able to resist. He will undoubtedly challenge the violent Ape King tomorrow. Once they are both exhausted from their battle, it will be the perfect opportunity to seize the beast. Securing that monster will solidify my advantage. And then I shall turn my attention to Zhang Yuchen. If he has reached the 10th position, he must still be in the forest. At that point, the Zhang brothers will serve as my stepping stones, and I will ensure they regret their existence. The violent Ape King, the most formidable beast in the Haiqing training camp, also represented a substantial bounty of points. While ordinary first-tier beasts yielded a maximum of 10 or so points, the violent Ape King offered a staggering 300 points. Even if two were to defeat the violent Ape King together, the points shared would suffice for Yi Xian'er to reclaim her position among the top 10. Lu, you're brilliant. This way, you'll also become the top student and secure the best rewards from the training camp. Yi Xian'er clung to him tighter, filled with admiration. She began to dream of a future where she transformed from a mere chick into a phoenix, ascending to a pinnacle of life she had never dared to envision. Hee. Zhang Yuanzhou has overshadowed me for a year. It's time to repay him in kind. And as for his brother Zhang Yuchen, he shall not escape my grasp. Lu Zhanqing chuckled coldly, stroking Yi Xian'er's back. As a devoted follower of the beast god cult, he held little regard for Zhang Yuanzhou, a mere A-class talent. From the outset, he had deemed him inconsequential. The beast god cult harbored grand ambitions to eliminate the S-class talent during the college entrance examination. Should he fulfill this mission, he would be welcomed into the embrace of the beast god. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Zhang Yuanzhou lay beneath him, watching his cold demeanor shatter into despair. Meanwhile, Yi Xian'er remained lost in her fantasies of the future, oblivious to the machinations unfolding around her. As the hands caressing her back began to exude a crimson liquid, it quietly seeped into her skin. Rest assured, it must be quite unsightly. With the sun descending, the last rays of light vanished, enveloping the battlefield in darkness. Whoosh! Zhang Muchen hurled several blades of water, tearing through the beast's flesh. The creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. Evolution points, 11. Acquired a talent enhancement stone. Upon the beast's demise, Zhang Muchen instinctively commanded Deep Blue to allocate points without hesitation. Yet this time, he found himself momentarily stunned. After several seconds, a heavy breath echoed in the darkness. Boom. Finally, a talent enhancement stone had been obtained. He refrained from using it immediately. Casting a wary glance around the pitch-black forest, silently contemplating, night combat is not in my favor. I should ascend a tree to observe the situation. With a swift motion, Zhang Muchen secured the cold spring gun behind him. He slightly crouched, then propelled himself into the air like a slingshot, reaching for the treetop. As he reached the apex of his ascent, he pressed his fingers together and struck the trunk, using the momentum to leap again. He repeated this twice and successfully ascended to the tree's summit. Scanning the surroundings, he discerned no immediate threats and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Embracing the cold spring gun, he silently commanded the system, Deep Blue, utilize the talent enhancement stone. In the next moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Talent enhancement successful. Enhancement direction, Thunder element. Having used 2 talent enhancement stones, using another would unlock talent evolution. As Deep Blue's voice faded, a tumult of emotions surged within Zhang Muchen, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at his hands. Zzz. As his talent activated, arcs of azure electricity danced around his fingers, pulsating with a life of their own, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Such luminosity pierced through the darkness that shrouded the forest. The Eternal Azure Dragon had unveiled a new element, the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. Zhang Muchen understood the implications immediately, hastily retracting the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. He couldn't suppress a smirk creeping onto his lips, mirroring the expression of Wuhan Hai. That instructor has led me astray, having dedicated my life to virtue. It is only fitting that the Eternal Azure Dragon manifests the Thunder element. Zhang Muchen felt immense satisfaction with this talent enhancement. It is well known that water conducts electricity. With the power of the Azure Dragon coupled with the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder, the water blade breaches defenses, and the Divine Thunder inflicts true damage. I cannot fathom which ferocious beast could withstand such an assault. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 13. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 350. Mentality, 350. Martial skills, Water Dragon's Roar, Novice, Cloud Rider Gun Arts, Perfection, Ninefold Fist, Perfection. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Method, First Layer Perfection. Evolution Points, 0. As Zhang Muchen perused his status panel while consuming a vitality pill to quell his hunger, thoughts of the instructor's treasure troves began to occupy his mind. I now possess the water elemental insight. Once I dispatch the violent ape king tomorrow, I shall inquire with Instructor AO about the thunder elemental insight, or perhaps even a higher tier gun technique. As for tonight, the thrill of battle. He was determined to continue hunting, seizing every moment to grow stronger. He must secure the top rank in the training camp without fail. If another talent enhancement stone were to manifest, it would be splendid. With the S-Rank talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, already so formidable, evolving it to an SS-Rank talent would transcend mere terror, inducing tremors among contemporaries. Chapter 21. Transformation into a Dragon. Target, Violent Ape King. In second place, Zhang Muchen, 970. Gazing at the leaderboard, Wu Tai, despite having stayed up all night, was filled with fervor. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. A newly inducted recruit had ascended to second place on the leaderboard in just one day. This was a miraculous upheaval within the training camp that left everyone in awe. Who can tell me, just who is this Zhang Muchen? How can he surpass even Zhang Yuanzhou in prowess? Within a mere night, he climbed to second place. Are the Zhang family members not transformed beasts? Fang Yao, who had previously ranked third but was now fourth, posed a startling question. He, too, was bewildered. Initially, when Zhang Muchen breached the top 10, he had paid little mind. However, after finishing his meal, his wristband vibrated again. Glancing down, he discovered Zhang Muchen had risen to 9th place. At that moment, he thought, hey, this kid is not bad. He shows promising potential. But then the nightmare commenced. The wristband vibrated hourly, and with each passing moment, Zhang Muchen's rank soared ever higher, encroaching upon his own position. Fang Yao lost his composure and hurried to the hall. Upon arrival, he found that aside from Zhang Yuanzhou, Zhang Muchen, and the battlefield, all the remaining top 10 students were present. Together, they bore witness as Fang Yao's rank plummeted from 3rd to 4th. Moreover, Zhang Muchen did not linger long in 3rd place, swiftly ascending to 2nd. He had pushed Fang Yao down. The gap between him and first place Zhang Yuanzhou was a mere 300 points. Good heavens, if he continues this way, he may even surpass Zhang Yuanzhou. No wonder Lu Yu is not his match. Zhang Muchen's strength is astounding. Are all the Zhang family members so prodigious? Yet I've heard that Zhang Muchen has severed ties with the Zhang family. From where does he procure his martial resources? If Zhang Muchen claims first place, it will be quite a spectacle. Zhang Yuanzhou will undoubtedly refuse to relent. The students engaged in fervent discussions, their tones a mix of astonishment and envy. It had been nearly a year since entering the training camp, and this was the first time witnessing such an occurrence. Truly, humans surpassing humans is terrifying. I know now. He is the one who scandalized Yi Xianer, Zhang Muchen. Suddenly, someone shouted. Countless gazes turned towards the speaker, a boy with a slightly flat nose. He had not anticipated that a single utterance would garner such attention, instantly inflating his vanity. Nonsense. Zhang Muchen's south ascent to 2nd place signifies he possesses at least the prowess of a level 14 warrior. Does he need to resort to scandalizing Yi Xianer? Perhaps with a mere word, Yi Xianer would willingly present herself to him. Fang Yao shot a cold glare, countering, he speaks not for Zhang Muchen, but for his own reputation. After all, Zhang Muchen had surpassed his rank. Others could not help but compare the two. As for Yi Xianer, her character was well known among the top 10 students. She merely clung to Zhang Yuanzhou for points, allowing her to scrape into the 10th position. Without Zhang Yuanzhou, she would be nothing more than a green tea BTCH. As for Zhang Muchen's true strength, they might be unaware. But I believe he would never stoop to scandalizing a Yi Xianer. Currently ranked 10th, Wu Tai chuckled and shook his head, exclaiming, no one knows how deeply he concealed his distress within. He yearned to proclaim to the world that Zhang Muchen had already grasped the profound truths. Such a prodigious talent could never be involved in any form of impropriety with Yi Xianer. It was truly laughable. Yet, fearing to provoke Zhang Muchen, he could only endure his anguish in silence. It was indeed astonishing that 2 students from the top 10 consecutively spoke on behalf of Zhang Muchen. Nevertheless, many students found their statements quite reasonable. Humph, where did you hear such nonsense? Do you have any evidence? Speak up. Lu Yu, his body partially wrapped in bandages, gripped the collar of the flat-nosed boy with one hand, his expression fierce. Although he was no paragon of virtue, he possessed a sense of pride. If the rumors about Zhang Muchen were true, his title would become that of the 6th-ranked student defeated by Zhang Muchen, who had allegedly assaulted Yi Xianer. Quite a lengthy and unpleasant label. Faced with the menacing Lu Yu, the flat-nosed boy trembled, stuttering, everyone says so. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Yu's eyes as he muttered a curse under his breath, then turned to leave. Old Chen, are you still half asleep? How dare you spread rumors about Zhang Muchen and Yi Xian and Lu Zhancheng? You would be doomed to face any one of them. A nearby acquaintance of the flat-nosed boy exclaimed in gleeful schadenfreude. Old Chen was indeed audacious. One remark had offended the three formidable figures of the training camp. It was hard to tell if he was imbued with the courage of a bear or had mastered some unparalleled martial art. Instructor, I want to leave the camp. Old Chen suddenly screamed, terrified to the point of losing control. He wished to find the instructor and escape the camp, even foregoing the ranking rewards. If the camp closed tomorrow, it would be far too late. As dawn broke, Zhang Muchen, resting against a tree trunk, opened his eyes. Surrounding him, a multitude of beast carcasses lay scattered. These were the ferocious creatures that had ambushed him the previous night. They had fancied themselves hunters, only to fall beneath the might of his cold spring spear. I have eradicated all the first-tier beasts in half the forest. What remains are the more cunning and vigilant varieties, which are indeed harder to track down. Zhang Muchen consumed several blood-chi pills for breakfast, and as they were digested, his hunger was swiftly assuaged. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 15. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Chi blood, 520. Mental strength, 520. Martial arts, Water Dragon's Roar, beginner. Cloud Rider Spear technique, perfected. Ninefold Fist, perfected. Cultivation method, Whale Sea breathing technique, first layer perfected. Evolution points, 5. After a night of slaughter, Zhang Muchen had slain at least 50 first-tier beasts, elevating his level to 15. One could say he was on the cusp of entering the sacred capital Martial University, merely awaiting the commencement of the examinations. However, with the enhancement of his power, his initially modest goals now appeared somewhat trivial. My current aim is solely to achieve the title of top scorer in the examinations, and to attain that, I must conquer the violent ape king and become the champion of the training camp. Zhang Muchen clenched his fist, his gaze resolute, slightly elevating his ambitions. Although talent evolution is rare, it is not without precedent. To confront the violent ape king, he had reserved 5 evolution points. At least 5 iterations of the Water Dragon's Roar would be a fitting tribute to the violent ape king. He had made ample preparations. Thus Zhang Muchen felt no trepidation. He grasped the cold spring spear, arcs of electricity dancing at his feet, and charged toward the heart of the forest. Stimulated by the Azure Dragon's divine thunder, his cells and muscles could unleash even greater strength. To maximize the effect of the Azure Dragon's divine thunder, I require superior martial techniques. Zhang Muchen reflected, deepening his understanding of the Azure Dragon's divine thunder. After half an hour of rapid running, Zhang Muchen heard the increasingly thunderous sound of water. It was the roar of a waterfall. He quickened his pace, traversing the final stretch of woodland, revealing a magnificent vista. Beneath the grand waterfall, a colossal gray giant ape lounged leisurely on the water's surface. Its body resembled a small mountain, its fur smoother than silk. No wonder it had survived in the training camp for so long. Zhang Muchen squinted, scrutinizing the giant ape closely. Rather than feeling intimidated, he was filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his internal chi blood to its utmost limits, simultaneously intoning in his heart. Transform into a dragon. It was as if a switch had been flipped. A pair of water column dragon horns coalesced, his pupils glowing with a cerulean radiance. And a surge of formidable power instantly coursed through his entire being. Chapter 22. First, a stunning reversal. Moments before, in the control room, Wuhan Hai, reclining in a chair, suddenly rose. He pointed at the central screen, letting out a cackling laugh. Here it comes. The little monster is about to challenge the violent ape king. Yu Ji perked up, clenching her fist as she resolutely declared. If Zhang Muchen is not a favored one, I will eat the monitor. This fellow had concealed himself so well. Her bold vow stemmed from Zhang Muchen's astonishing performance. In a single night, he had surged to the 2nd rank, achieving a feat unparalleled since the inception of the Haiqing training camp. Historically, such prowess would at least warrant an A-level talent, if not a higher S-level talent. However, Zhang Muchen's rapid progression was beyond perfect explanation by any rationale. Only the designation of a favored one could serve as the most reasonable answer. Bang! The door to the control room suddenly swung open, admitting a bald man and Ao Luo. The bald man, clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, exuded an air of authority without anger, instilling a sense of reliability. City Lord, boss. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Ji and Wuhan Hai immediately stood, hastily bowing to the bald man. Although both were instructors, their relationship with this bald man was distinctly different. Ling Xiyang pointed at Wuhan Hai, his demeanor affable, teasingly remarking, Old Wu, you aren't lying. The moniker of the training camp's most discerning eye is well deserved. You've skillfully concealed Zhang Muchen, the favored one. Concealed? So, Wuhan Hai had deliberately fabricated numerous fallacious theories to protect Zhang Muchen. In truth, he was creating a smokescreen to prevent the cultists from detecting any clues. Yu Ji was utterly astonished, casting an admiring glance at Wu Hanhai. This bearded uncle was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed some merit. Yes, as an instructor, it is only right to safeguard the favored one. Thus, I publicly shielded Zhang Muchen while secretly granting him the status of a seed student. Until now, I could no longer contain it. Wu Hanhai paused momentarily, but then his expression shifted to one of feigned depth, realizing he had been discovered. After all, Ling Xiyang was not only his superior, but also the city lord of Haiqing. To refute Ling Xiyang's words would be akin to slapping the face of the city lord. How tactless. He could only endure the slight embarrassment for now. TSK. Ao Luo turned his head away, unwilling to gaze upon Wu Hanhai's triumphant expression. He was all too familiar with this fellow who had little regard for shaving. Whether Wu Hanhai possessed discernment was uncertain. However, his choice of Zhang Yuchen undoubtedly bore the markings of a gamble. This time, one could only say that luck favored Wu Hanhai, as he had indeed placed his bet wisely. You have performed admirably. This year's supply of Insha energy has been elevated by a tier, Ling Xiang remarked with a nod of satisfaction. The fourth-tier martial artists among them were no weaklings. They would excel in any underground lair. So why did they willingly manage lower-tier martial artists at the training camp? Besides the obligatory tasks, another reason was the extraordinary benefits of Insha energy. When consumed by mid-tier martial artists, it could refine their internal organs, instigating a qualitative transformation in their vitality and blood flow. Thank you, boss, Wu Hanhai exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Despite Zhang Yuchen having slapped him in the face countless times, he bore no grudges and granted him the treatment of a seed student with 1,000 points. This upgraded Insha energy was perhaps a compensation for all those slaps he had endured. Ao Luo, who had been intently observing the monitor, suddenly exclaimed, City Lord, Zhang Muchen is about to strike. The others turned their gazes toward the screen. What transpired next left everyone in attendance astounded. He has mastered Water Dragon Chan already? Ao Luo murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. The profound art, Water Dragon Chant. Zhang Muchen leapt forth, arcs of electricity crackling around him. A substantial mist coalesced around the cold spring spear, the dragon's head roaring as it surged toward the violent ape king. Faced with the fiercest beast in the training camp, he showed no intention of holding back. His first move was the most potent killing blow. Roar, roar. The dragon's roar and the beast's howl rang out in rapid succession. The violent ape king, previously lounging in leisure, emitted a furious roar upon seeing Zhang Yuchen's offensive. It did not shy away but swung its fist to meet Zhang Yuchen's assault. The clash between the water dragon and the giant ape erupted with a thunderous boom, sending forth a powerful shockwave. A howl. The cold spring spear pierced the giant ape's hand bone, the excruciating pain eliciting a horrific scream. Yet, the water dragon's momentum did not wane. It surged forth, inundating the violent ape king with a torrent of water. The beast, taken by surprise, was directly knocked down by the overwhelming force. Thunderstorm. Zhang Muchen's eyes glowed with a brilliant azure light as he gripped the cold spring spear, channeling all his strength. With a thought, divine thunder was unleashed. Countless azure dragon thunders coursed through the cold spring spear, invading the violent ape king's body. The roar of thunder echoed, and flashes of electricity illuminated the scene as the entire waterfall transformed into a realm of divine retribution. The violent ape king shrieked in agony, its lustrous fur igniting in flames. Soaked through with water and trapped against the river behind it, it could not escape and bore the brunt of all the damage. 15 evolution points. Moments later, upon hearing the notification sound, Zhang Muchen ceased the azure dragon thunder. He withdrew the cold spring spear, commanding Deep Blue to allocate points to restore his vitality and spirit. As the giant ape perished, all the top 10 students' wristbands vibrated simultaneously. At that moment, no one paid attention to their wristbands. The students standing in the hall stared blankly at the leaderboard. Everyone witnessed the pinnacle, the legendary name shining forth. First place, Zhang Muchen, 1270. As Zhang Muchen's name ascended to the top of the leaderboard, the hall descended into an eerie silence. An indescribable emotion surged within everyone present. What just happened? Why did his score suddenly increase by 300 points? A bewildered student voiced a query akin to that of a novice. Hee-hee-ha. Suddenly, Fang Yao burst into laughter, his mirth growing louder, resonating throughout the hall. All eyes turned toward the former second place, questioning whether he had lost his mind. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Fang Yao nonchalantly swept his hair aside and proclaimed, "Incredible. Zhang Muchen is truly remarkable. He single-handedly took down the violent ape king." The violent ape king, the strongest beast in the Haiqing training camp. Isn't that worth 300 points? He did it. The students' shock was beyond words. They had regarded the violent ape king as an invincible entity, an insurmountable obstacle, throughout an entire cohort of the training camp. How many talented elite students had perished against it? Even Zhang Yuanzhou had failed to slay this beast. Yet today, this monster lay dead, forever marking its place in the annals of the training camp's history. He truly killed the violent ape king and ascended to first place. Can this still be called F-grade talent? Is this truly F-grade talent? Oh, divine being, if F-grade talent is this formidable, I would gladly downgrade my own talent. Don't be foolish. Zhang Muchen is an F-grade talent. He must have concealed his true abilities. But why would he do that? The better the talent, the better the treatment a martial artist enjoys. There is absolutely no need to hide. Normally, that would be the case, but the Zhang brothers are not on amicable terms. It is said that Zhang Muchen has severed ties with the Zhang family. Seconds later, the hall erupted into a frenzy, filled with wild discussions. Everyone speculated and attempted to analyze Zhang Muchen's circumstances. Yet, there were no surveillance feeds available, and the crowd knew little about him. The only time Zhang Muchen had publicly demonstrated his prowess was during the previous day at the martial arts hall, when he had decisively defeated Lu Yu. That display of perfect first-tier spear techniques had garnered the admiration of instructor Ao Luo. Now, the crowd realized a critical truth. They knew nothing about Zhang Muchen. He was a genius enveloped in an air of mystery. I understand now. One thing can be confirmed. Zhang Muchen and Zhang Yuanzhou are not on good terms. Zhang Muchen conceals his talent level to avoid overshadowing. He does not want the Zhang family to know. He has been scheming for a long time, aiming to astonish everyone today, to bring Zhang Yuanzhou down a peg, to prove his superiority. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through Feng Yao's mind, connecting all the dots. Trembling with excitement, he shouted, "Exactly. This is the truth." At his words, a profound respect welled up within the hearts of the crowd. Astonishing. This peer was truly remarkable. A pitiful individual cast out from his home, devoid of resources and guidance. How strong must his spirit be to endure endless solitude and mockery? To rise to this point and achieve a stunning reversal? Unimaginable. Yet one thing was certain. It was a path fraught with hardship and thorns. Chapter 23, The Strike. A fierce battle in Luzhan City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Luzhan City made its way forward, it felt the vibrations of the wristband and raised it to take a look. It was a frightful sight. His expression contorted in horror, akin to having ingested something foul. His ranking had plummeted. Not only that, but Zhang Yuanzhou had also been pushed down. To his astonishment, the first place was now occupied by someone named Zhang Muchen. This is madness. Has the world gone insane? The two brothers from the Zhang family stood atop him. How did he achieve this? Could it be that he had cheated? Beside him, Yi Xianger also glanced at the information, utterly shocked. Just last night before bed, Zhang Muchen merely ranked 10th. After a brief slumber, he surged to the first position? It defies all logic. As for why the two had not noticed Zhang Muchen's ascension during their slumber, it was because they had removed their wristbands. Otherwise, prolonged elevated heart rates due to physical exertion might have drawn the attention of the instructors, leading to social embarrassment. Lu Zhanqing inhaled deeply, his expression so grim it could practically drip with water, and coldly proclaimed, "I understand now. It must be the Savage King. Zhang Muchen must have slain the Savage King. Otherwise, how could his points exceed 1200? Lu Zhanqing had always regarded the Savage King as prey within his grasp, unworthy of even Zhang Yuanzhou's touch. For him, this exceptionally fierce beast was crucial. By employing the methods of the beast god cult and consuming the flesh and blood of the Savage King, he could grow exponentially stronger. With newfound power, he would stand a great chance of defeating an S-grade talent during the college entrance examination. But now, all of that had been obliterated by Zhang Muchen. Without the Savage King, he could not achieve greatness and find solace in the embrace of the beast god. How could Zhang Muchen have killed the Savage King? What extraordinary talent did he possess? What price had he paid? Yi Xianger was utterly astounded, unable to believe her eyes. A voice deep within her heart denied the possibility. This first-place contender could not possibly be Zhang Muchen from Haiqing No. 1 High School. Surely, it must be a mere coincidence of name, age, and circumstance. No matter how absurd her thoughts seemed, Yi Xianger would accept anything, as long as it wasn't Zhang Muchen. Yes, the price. Even the strongest trainees at the camp were merely at the first level. If he had truly killed the Savage King, he must have paid an immense price. This was a golden opportunity. Lu Zhanqing trembled with excitement, as if he had discovered a breakthrough. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes. Wasting not a single second, he shouted, "Let us go. We must reach the waterfall with utmost haste." Yi Xianger, pale as a ghost, dared not confront the illustrious Zhang Muchen. Yet, under Lu Zhanqing's fierce gaze, she had no chance to refuse. She could only brace herself and follow, silently praying. Please, let him not be that Zhang Muchen. Please, let him not be that Zhang Muchen. The two soon arrived at the waterfall, witnessing an incredibly shocking sight. A colossal giant ape lay motionless on the water's surface, evidently long dead. If the Savage King had appeared as an insurmountable peak in the eyes of many trainees at the Haiqing training camp, then the strikingly handsome young man standing atop it had reduced that mountain to mere soil beneath his feet. Zhang Muchen. It was indeed Zhang Muchen. How could it possibly be him? Why was it him? Yi Xianger, upon seeing that familiar visage, let out a trembling and piercing scream. She could not accept the reality before her. How could Zhang Muchen, with an F-grade talent, possibly defeat the Savage King? How could he become the top contender at the Haiqing training camp? Countless questions surged tumultuously within her mind, while an uncontrollable wave of regret washed over her. Could it be that the genius who once dominated Haiqing No. 1 high school was returning? He was indeed Zhang Muchen? Why, after slaying the savage king, did he bear not a single wound? Lu Zhanqing clenched his fists, his mind racing with questions. He could not believe that a first-level trainee could defeat the savage king without sustaining any injuries. Unless Zhang Muchen was a celestial chosen, possessing profound abilities. The mere thought of this possibility sent Lu Zhanqing's heart racing and his mind alight with excitement. Indeed, my reasoning cannot be flawed. Zhang Muchen must be a celestial chosen. Once a celestial chosen enters a martial arts university, their growth accelerates, resulting in a remarkable leap in strength. However, prior to the college entrance examination, celestial chosen individuals are not yet formidable. This is an opportunity, a splendid chance to slay a celestial chosen. He cannot have depleted all his vitality in killing the savage king. He must be quite weakened now. Lu Zhanqing's heart surged with insatiable greed. Recognizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, if he could eliminate Zhang Muchen, he would finally embrace the beast god. Yi act now, Lu Zhanqing urged, striking her back to awaken her latent talent, the bloodbath. Instantly, a network of veins appeared on Yi Xian'er's back, looking exceedingly sinister. Her eyes filled with a blood-red glow, resembling a wild beast. She abandoned all rationality and charged towards Zhang Muchen. Green tea bitch. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Faced with Yi Xian'er's assault, Zhang Muchen exhibited no surprise. His gaze resolute, he brandished his cold spring spear. In an instant, the spear transformed into a tempest, enveloping Yi Xian'er. He recognized that something was amiss with her, yet he showed no mercy. It was precisely because of the anomaly that he must unleash his full power. No one shall threaten Zhang Muchen's life. Boom, boom, boom. As the Yunqi spear technique unfolded, Yi Xian'er, suspended in midair, erupted with multiple blood holes across her body, crashing to the ground like a tattered rag. Simultaneously, Lu Zhanqing seized his opportunity and struck fiercely. His form surged like a streak of blood, lunging towards Zhang Muchen, delivering a whip-like kick aimed directly at Zhang Muchen's temple. In the control room, the expressions of several instructors changed drastically. This is bad. These two are up to no good. Wu Hanhai cursed, immediately dashing out of the control room. His physique swiftly morphed, yellow fur sprouting from his skin, transforming him into a fearsome, humanoid tiger in the blink of an eye. With each step he took, the ground recoiled, propelling him with greater force as he sped towards the forest. As Wu Hanhai made his move, Yuji anxiously watched the screen and asked, Lord, should we rush to save Zhang Muchen? Ling Xiang shook his head, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, there's no need. Before I arrived, I had already instructed Feng Ying to assist Zhang Muchen. She is currently nearby, ready to intervene should Zhang Muchen find himself in danger. Upon hearing that the Lord had meticulously planned ahead, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were well aware of Feng Ying's reputation, a fifth-level warrior serving as the Lord's protector, her strength surpassing their own. Seal the camp, lock in this year's training camp results, and prohibit any trainees from leaving. We must buy Zhang Muchen more time. Ling Xiang was all too familiar with the malevolent cult and swiftly devised a countermeasure. He needed to restrict information only for a short while. Delaying until the college entrance examination tomorrow would suffice. With Zhang Muchen's S-grade talent and his capability to single-handedly slay the Savage King, his admission to the Holy Capital Martial University was all but assured. Once Zhang Muchen entered the Holy Capital Martial University, his future would be that of a dragon soaring into the skies. The mere malevolent cult would merely be a small stone on the path to the Celestial Chosen's ascension. Chapter 24, Feng Ying, Meeting the Lord. Facing the ferocious kick aimed at him, Zhang Muchen raised his hand to block. His arm was as if forged from steel. The kick could barely shake him. How is this possible? Lu Zhanqing's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had waited for the perfect moment to strike. Yet his opponent showed no signs of exhaustion. Could it be that my speculation was mistaken? A confrontation has erupted. Zhang Muchen has already invoked his ultimate skill once, and his vitality must be severely depleted, rendering him unlikely to be a match for Lu Zhanqing. Unbeknownst to them, within a mere 10 meters, a fifth-tier warrior stood concealed. This fifth-tier combatant, employing a unique method, rendered himself undetectable. Should Feng Ying wish, he could swiftly conclude this battle in an instant. However, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the air, causing surprise to flicker in Feng Ying's eyes and igniting a curiosity to observe further. Roar! A surge of water vapor boiled forth, coalescing into the cold spring spear, which formed into a water dragon, lunging fiercely towards Lu Zhanqing. At such a close range, evasion was nearly impossible. How could this be? How could he still have the energy to unleash an ultimate skill? Lu Zhanqing was filled with disbelief and astonishment, desperately attempting to create distance. Yet, his instinct to retreat had already been anticipated by Zhang Muchen. In an instant, Zhang Muchen's pupils reflected a golden radiance, akin to an ancient dragon awakening, commanding all existence. Lu Zhanqing's body trembled violently, his expression one of terror as he gazed ahead, his body and soul succumbing to a state of rigidity. I am a disciple of the Beast God sect. I possess my trump card. I shall not be defeated. A torrent of thoughts surged through Lu Zhanqing's mind as he sought to break free from the mental grasp of the golden eye. However, a sudden wave of excruciating pain erupted within his body, causing all coherent thought to fade away. Lu Zhanqing struggled to lower his head, only to see a dark spear piercing through his chest. What of the heart? What of the lungs? Under this single strike, they were reduced to dust. Such a fatal injury rendered Lu Zhanqing speechless, his eyes wide open as he met his demise. Evolution points, 20. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Muchen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why do I have evolution points? Deep Blue System, you are not a harbinger of death. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted nearby. Zhang Muchen retracted his thoughts, temporarily setting aside the mystery of the evolution points. He turned towards the source of the sound. 10 meters away stood a peculiar warrior, entirely shrouded in black cloth, with only a pair of eyes visible. I did not expect that at the first-tier realm. One with such robust vitality could invoke ultimate skills twice, catching this disciple of the Beast God sect completely off guard. The voice of the figure was raspy, equally mysterious as their appearance, leaving one unable to discern gender. Zhang Muchen withdrew the cold spring spear, raising an eyebrow. He felt a plethora of confusion regarding the black-clad individual's words. Who might you be, senior? Yet, Zhang Muchen's mind raced, noticing numerous details. The black-clad individual's ability to appear silently, undetected even by him, indicated that this person possessed extraordinary strength. Given that the other party had not made a move, they seemingly harbored no ill intentions. The black-clad figure was about to explain when a furious roar echoed from afar, rapidly closing in on their location. The immense sound waves even reversed the ripples of the river. A swirling cloud of yellow sand enveloped the area as a tiger man materialized before Zhang Muchen. His muscles bulged, his visage fearsome, exuding an aura many times more formidable than that of the violent ape king. The tiger man, with eyes as large as copper bells, scanned the surroundings with a fierce glare. Upon noticing Lu Zhanqing's lifeless body and the nearby black-clad figure, he exclaimed in astonishment, Miss Fengying, you have come as well? It seems you intervened to save Zhang Muchen. Recognizing the familiar accent, Zhang Muchen surmised the identity of the newcomer and tentatively inquired, Instructor Wu? The tiger man burst into hearty laughter, reverting to his original form, revealing Wu Hanhai. Are you unscathed? Is there any discomfort? He patted Zhang Muchen with a hand as large as a fan, showcasing his deep concern. I did not intervene. It was your student who eliminated the heretic. Fengying replied with her raspy voice. Oh, this lad managed to counterattack against a heretic? Impressive indeed, truly a genius. Wu Hanhai exclaimed, elated, unabashedly giving a thumbs up. Though he had been proven wrong yet again, it mattered little. His countenance had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Instructor, are they heretics? Zhang Muchen pointed at the corpse on the ground, voicing his internal confusion. He had never anticipated that Yi Xian and Lu Zhanqing would be heretics. If that were true, rather than feeling the psychological burden of having killed, he felt invigorated. Indeed, Lu Zhanqing was a disciple of the Beast God sect. Though of low rank, Wu Hanhai squatted down, his expression serious as he pointed to a bulge on Lu Zhanqing's forehead. Unbeknownst to him, this area had become engorged with pus. A common method of the Beast God sect involved baptizing their disciples with divine blood to forcibly enhance a warrior's strength. Albeit at a great cost, the lifespan of the baptized often diminished drastically. Wu Hanhai pressed his finger against the bulge, causing it to burst. A small, 8-legged creature emerged. Oozing black blood, the creature, no larger than a thumb, bore intricate patterns upon its shell. These curving designs resembled two great hands supporting a platform. It became evident that the evolution points were likely connected to this minuscule creature. Zhang Muchen's understanding deepened, unraveling a query. He also discovered a new avenue for acquiring evolution points: hunting heretics. A mere Lu Zhanqing was worth 20 evolution points. If one were to eradicate an entire heretical sect, it would undoubtedly yield an abundance of evolution points. Heretical sects are cruel and malevolent, using so-called divine blood to ensnare the populace. You must exercise great caution in the future. Should you detect any abnormal behavior, do not hesitate. Of course, combating heretics is a responsibility for all. Your elimination of these two heretics is not only justified but commendable. Wu Hanhai's expression turned grave as he recalled something. Understood, instructor. Zhang Muchen nodded solemnly, taking the matter seriously. In his previous life, he had traveled extensively, often participating in boxing matches abroad. In a world devoid of extraordinary powers, heretics were truly terrifying. Once a disciple was brainwashed, their personality could shift drastically, leading to fervent worship and a willingness to sacrifice their lives for the so-called divine. In this extraordinary world, however, there existed warriors with spiritual talents. The dilemmas and calamities brought forth by heretics would only escalate. The city lord has declared the camp closed. Come with me, for I suspect the city lord wishes to meet you. Wu Hanhai rose, dusting off his hands. As for Miss Fengying, he could not command her. Yes, instructor. Zhang Muchen had originally intended to continue battling until the camp closure. However, given the recent events, it seemed prudent to halt his endeavors. Let us depart. Feng Ying, having appeared beside them at some point, spoke in her characteristic hoarse tone. With two formidable experts to protect him, Zhang Muchen exited the forest unscathed and arrived at the control room. Upon seeing Zhang Muchen, the bald city lord, Ling Xiang, greeted him with an encouraging and affirming tone, saying, "Indeed, you are the favored one of our sea city, truly remarkable." With that, Ling Xiang extended a friendly hand, devoid of any airs of authority. "You flatter me, city lord." Zhang Muchen grasped the broad hand, responding humbly, "Your foundation is exceptionally solid, and your vitality is extraordinarily profound. You are indeed a prodigious talent." As they shook hands, Ling Xiang's gaze sharpened, perceiving a multitude of information. First and foremost, the suspicion of cultist involvement could be dismissed. Zhang Muchen was indeed a genuine chosen one. "My apologies, Zhang Muchen, but may I inquire a secret? Has your talent evolved?" Ling Xiang's expression was exceptionally grave, his eyes sparkling with an insight that seemed capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. The other instructors clenched their fists in anticipation, equally yearning for a definitive answer. Faced with several expectant and tense gazes, Zhang Muchen's lips curled into a confident smile. "Yes, my talent has evolved into the S-Rank Eternal Azure Dragon." Chapter 25. The Closing Ceremony and Generous Rewards. Eternal Azure Dragon. The mere mention of this name resonated like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Their expressions were filled with shock and incredulity, conjuring an awe-inspiring image of a colossal azure dragon soaring over the city of Hai, causing a resonance that shook the very heavens and earth. And now, all logic aligned. Zhang Muchen was indeed the chosen one who had stirred the resonance of the world. The evolution of talent is a rare fortune. You are fortunate to have encountered such an opportunity. And we in Hai are equally fortunate to witness the emergence of a chosen one this year. Ling Xiang's eyes glimmered with emotion, revealing profound satisfaction. After years of serving as the Lord of Hai City, he finally witnessed the rise of a chosen one during his tenure, a significant addition to his accomplishments. In the future, when people speak of Zhang Muchen and Hai City, they may also mention Ling Xiang in the same breath. Even as a chosen one, how have you ascended in strength so rapidly? Wu Hanhai could not contain his curiosity, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind for many days. Within the entire Hai City training camp, he was the first instructor to engage with Zhang Muchen, having witnessed the breathtaking pace of his progress, breaking through the training camp in merely 3 days. It was utterly astonishing. "I'm not quite sure. The more I fight, the better I feel. My vitality seems to surge effortlessly, and mastering martial skills poses no difficulty," Zhang Muchen replied, shrugging his shoulders in a manner that conveyed his own bewilderment. His honesty, however, concealed the most crucial secret, the deep blue system. Without extraordinary progress, could one even be deemed a chosen one? Surely it is not comparable to your B-rank talent? It is only natural that you lack understanding of the chosen one's matters, Ao Luo remarked with a dismissive smirk, seizing the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort to Wu Hanhai. "Ha ha ha, indeed. A chosen one defies all norms. If it were ordinary, how could it still be called a chosen one?" Wu Hanhai laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by Ao Luo's sarcasm, his face breaking into a beaming smile. He recognized his own redundancy in questioning the exceptional nature of the chosen one, widely acknowledged as a prodigy favored by the heavens, exhibiting extraordinary rates of cultivation and combat prowess. "Zhang Muchen, first and foremost, congratulations on attaining the top rank in the training camp. As per tradition, you will receive a set of second-tier equipment, along with a second-tier martial skill," Ling Xiang said, his tone imbued with encouragement and affirmation. He slightly nodded his head, as if to convey that he was proud of Zhang Muchen's accomplishments. Though he currently lacked evolution points, they could be obtained later, perhaps during the college entrance examination when he could level up by defeating monsters. Zhang Muchen felt a profound sense of exhilaration, thoroughly satisfied with the rewards. Recognizing their substantial value, it is important to note that the college entrance examination imposes certain restrictions on equipment and martial skills. Candidates are prohibited from using equipment above the second tier, lest they be accused of cheating. Without such regulations, children of affluent families could dominate the examination with mid-tier weapons, rendering the exam meaningless. As for martial skills, there are no such limitations due to the brevity of the year. Even chosen ones cannot master third-tier martial skills. Hence the creation of simplified versions of the profound arts. "I see you can also control lightning, correct?" Ling Xiang inquired kindly, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned elder. In his eyes, Zhang Muchen, the chosen one, was not only a significant boon to his political career, but also a promising figure destined for greatness in the martial arts realm, deserving of respect and a certain demeanor. "Indeed," Zhang Muchen replied, extending his hand as arcs of azure electricity danced at his fingertips. He had already employed the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder during his battle against the violent Ape King, thus he felt no need to conceal it. Even if unasked, he would seek out opportunities to consult Ling Xiang. As the lord of a city, Ling Xiang was a 6th-tier warrior, and guidance from such a senior would only benefit him. You have already mastered the Water Dragon's chant and lack a decisive trump card. I recommend you choose Thunderbolt Fleetfoot to enhance your mobility. Coupled with this martial skill, you will undoubtedly excel in the college entrance examination. Ling Xiang pondered for a moment before offering his suggestion. He had never doubted Zhang Yuken's ability to learn Thunderbolt Fleetfoot. After all, this chosen one had mastered the Water Dragon's chant within a single day. A mere second-tier martial skill would pose no challenge for him. Thank you, City Lord. I was indeed seeking a footwork technique. Zhang Yuken beamed, his lips involuntarily curling upward as he realized that Ling Xiang's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. Minutes later, a package arrived at the control room. Wu Hanhai handed him an exceptionally long box, saying, "This is the second-tier weapon, the Rainstorm Pear Flower Spear. Take a look." Zhang Yuken accepted the box with gratitude. He had always trusted Wu Hanhai's judgment, having found the Hanquan spear quite agreeable to wield. Upon opening the box, his eyes fell upon a silver spear, its shaft adorned with spiraling patterns that extended to the five-bladed tip. This weapon is primarily crafted from Xian Waterstone, infused with White Thunder essence, making it perfectly suitable for a dual-element warrior like you, Wu Hanhai explained, his eyes brimming with confidence. Unlike the segmented design of the Hanquan spear, the Rainstorm Pear Flower Spear boasts superior strength and resilience, far surpassing the first-tier Hanquan spear. All right, let me give it a try, Zhang Yuken said, grasping the 2-meter-9 spear, feeling its perfect balance. He swung it experimentally, noting that both its weight and feel were commendable. As he activated the Azure Dragon Divine Water's power, a stream of clear energy enveloped the Rainstorm Pear Flower Spear, causing serrated water blades to manifest at its tip. Perhaps due to the superior materials, Zhang Yuken observed that the vitality consumed when activating his talent had diminished by at least 30% compared to using the Hanquan spear. Do not underestimate this 30% reduction. In the heat of battle, it is of paramount importance. Thank you, Instructor Wu. I am quite fond of this Rainstorm Pear Flower Spear. Zhang Yuken expressed his satisfaction, deactivating his talent. With the college entrance examination looming tomorrow, a more formidable weapon was precisely what he needed. Acquiring the Rainstorm Pear Flower Spear undoubtedly provided him with a significant advantage, greatly enhancing his monster hunting efficiency. Once you gain admission to the Martial University, you can commission a weapon from the Weaponry Academy. Only a custom-made weapon can truly unleash a warrior's full potential. Wu Hanhai smiled slightly, offering further guidance. Zhang Yuken committed his words to memory, understanding that custom-made weapons do not come cheaply. Every gram of weight, every centimeter, and every material has been meticulously considered. Thus, the weapons forged in this manner naturally exhibit a profound affinity with their wielders, achieving a remarkable synergy akin to an extension of one's own limbs. You have already secured the top reward from the training camp, yet, as a favored one, you are entitled to make a request of me. Ling Xiang blinked, seemingly hinting at something. The instructors exchanged glances, fully aware that the city lord had resolved to place his bet on Zhang Yuken, openly bestowing him advantages. I wish to enter the forest and continue honing my skills. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuken declared with unwavering determination. No reward could possibly rival the value of evolutionary points. Therefore, he chose to engage in monster hunting. What? You wish to enter the forest? A look of astonishment crossed Ling Xiang's face for the first time. He had envisioned Zhang Yuken requesting elixirs or preferential treatment, but never anticipated such a demand. However, from this 18-year-old youth, he sensed an indomitable will that felt utterly genuine. I agree. Once the closing ceremony concludes, I will have the training camp instructors assist you in capturing ferocious beasts. Slay as many as you desire. Ling Xiang waved his hand grandly, displaying a magnanimous spirit. Today, he would indulge the favored one and test the limits of Zhang Yuken. Thank you, City Lord. Zhang Yuken expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Truly, the City Lord was generous. His approach to matters was nothing short of grand. It appeared that before the entrance examination, he would be able to amass a substantial number of evolutionary points. Chapter 26. The Awards Ceremony, Zhang Yuanzhou in a daze. In a villa at the Haiqing training camp, within the martial arts practice room, Zhang Yuanzhou gripped a longsword, diligently practicing the profound wind dance sword technique. The wind blades generated by the sword's tip seemed capable of cleaving through the very air, emitting a sharp howling sound. Suddenly, a surge of excruciating pain shot through his arm, as if the sword's hilt weighed 1,000 pounds. His expression contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he persevered through the agony, continuing his practice. However, his swordplay grew increasingly chaotic. With a resounding thud, the longsword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Zhang Yuanzhou's complexion turned as pale as parchment, sweat thoroughly soaking his practice attire. It was evident that he had reached his limit. Indeed, the profundity of martial arts is no small feat even with my A-grade talent. After such prolonged study, I still struggle to grasp the basics. Gazing at the longsword lying on the ground, Zhang Yuanzhou furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Since embarking on the study of profundities, he had finally comprehended why those who mastered them could dominate the entrance examination single-handedly. Although profundities are a simplified version of mid-tier martial techniques, they demand nothing less from the martial artist. The three essential requirements, explosive energy, bodily control, and talent proficiency, are indispensable. Any slight misalignment in coordination would render the technique ineffective. Yet, once executed flawlessly, the power is astonishing. Candidates armed with such formidable trump cards far surpass their peers in actual combat. Alas, my worthless older brother lacks the qualification to participate in the entrance examination. Otherwise, I would ensure he understands the vast chasm that separates individuals. Zhang Yuanzhou picked up the longsword, its gleaming blade reflecting a pair of cold, sinister eyes. Ever since 5 years ago, when Zhang Muchen was brought back home, he felt as though his life had dimmed. Zhang Muchen, with his striking looks and exceptional prowess, aced every martial arts class. That period became his nightmare, an inescapable shadow. Yet, what was the outcome? The brother who attracted everyone's attention is an F-grade failure, while I, the younger sibling, awakened an A-grade talent. How dramatically ironic. How utterly fascinating. How unexpectedly remarkable. Although you have left the Zhang family, do not think I will let you escape easily. I shall cast you into an abyss from which you cannot return. Zhang Yuanzhou's narrow eyes closed, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Ding ding ding. A sudden, urgent bell echoed through the practice room, accompanied by a steady male voice. The camp closing time has arrived. Please gather in the hall to receive your ranking rewards. Zhang Yuanzhou had deliberately set the broadcast to disturbance-free mode to focus on mastering the profundity, even neglecting to wear his wristband. Had it not been for the bell's reminder, he might have forgotten that today marked the closing of the camp. Sheathing his sword, he murmured, though I did not master the profundity. The first-place reward of second-tier equipment and martial techniques still grants me an opportunity to vie for a higher rank in the entrance examination. To Zhang Yuanzhou, the first-place reward from the Haiqing training camp was already his to claim. Even the second-place candidate, Lu Zhanqing, posed no threat to his standing. With the tailored strategy of his sister, the previous first-place winner, he held a significant advantage. Moreover, Lu Zhanqing was burdened by the hindrance of Yixiener. It was this assurance that prompted Zhang Yuanzhou to choose seclusion, striving to master the profundity before the entrance examination. Alas, he had failed. Nonetheless, the heights he had attained were still worthy of admiration. Then let us proceed to collect our rewards. Zhang Yuanzhou composed himself, turning to leave the villa and heading straight for the training camp hall. Along the way, many students observed him, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Having held the first place for an entire year, Zhang Yuanzhou had grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others. With an air of pride, he approached the hall, bypassing the lengthy queue to reach the front. Yet, he noticed the absence of Lu Zhanqing. In his stead stood Fang Yao. Fang Yao, where has Lu Zhanqing gone? Zhang Yuanzhou inquired, puzzled. The training camp has already closed. Why is Lu Zhanqing not here? Could it be that he failed to secure the first place and is too embarrassed to show his face? Lu Zhanqing. I have no idea, Fang Yao shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Yet, inexplicably, a smile crept onto his face, erupting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yuanzhou questioned, perplexed, his tone icy. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something amusing. Fang Yao quickly turned away, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. He wouldn't have laughed had it not been for the thought that Zhang Yuanzhou discovered he was not the first. Rather, the first was his brother, who had been cast out of the family. The expression must have been quite a sight. How delightful. Zhang Yuanzhou cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yao. This fellow bore no semblance of a martial artist, always carefree and seemingly lost in thought. Attention all. Stand at attention. Several instructors marched in unison, their presence commanding. Wu Hanhai's voice resonated through the hall. His fierce gaze swept over each student. A chill ran through the students as they quickly adjusted their posture, standing tall and straight. Gazing resolutely ahead. We shall now commence the distribution of ranking rewards, starting from the last place. Wu Hanhai stood before the podium, announcing the rules. The staff had already made the necessary preparations, hauling an abundance of prizes onto the stage. Piles of vitality pills shimmered like mountains, various gleaming weapons glinting in the light, alongside the most coveted martial techniques. After elucidating the rules, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The boy who ranked last, with his head bowed, ascended the podium to receive a blood essence pill. The students sequentially approached the stage, claiming their rewards, which were commensurate with their sweat and toil. As they gazed at the items in their hands, a myriad of emotions swirled within each individual, a blend of regret and reluctance. A year had passed, and the Haiqing training camp was drawing to a close, nearing its end. 10th place, Tangani. When it came time for the top 10 students, according to tradition, Wu Hanhai would announce the rankings. Instructor, there must be a mistake. I am ranked 12th, exclaimed Tangani, a female student. Her face a mask of disbelief as she pointed at the leaderboard. Due to Zhang Muchen's unexpected entrance into the top 10, a series of repercussions ensued. Tangani, originally in 11th place, was now displaced by Yixiener, who had fallen out of the top 10. There is no error among the top 10 students. Both Lu Zhanqing and Yixiener are cultists and have perished. Although the leaderboard has yet to be updated, It does not hinder your advancement by 1 rank. Wu Hanhai declared, his chin slightly elevated and his voice resonating throughout the hall. This revelation struck the students like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned and speechless. The tumult within their hearts was akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, generating a colossal wave of shock. Who could have imagined that this renowned couple were, in fact, cultists? The thought of having associated with them for an entire year sent shivers down their spines. Details will be provided in a report following Director Wu's investigation. Now, let us proceed. Tang Ani, if you do not come up now, I will consider it a forfeiture. Before the students could voice their protests, Wu Hanhai bellowed. Continuing the award ceremony. Upon hearing the term forfeiture, Tang Ani hastily rushed to the stage to claim her reward, holding a pristine first-tier weapon and first-tier martial skill. She felt as though she had won the lottery, her voice brimming with delight. Thank you, instructor. Wu Hanhai waved his hand dismissively and continued. Next, in 9th place. Wu Tai. Wu Tai, lips pressed tightly together, ascended the stage to receive his award. Upon his descent, many noticed that this towering figure had reddened eyes. 8th place. Song Pu. 7th place. Chen Yuliu. 6th place. Zhao Jijia. 5th place. Lu Yu. 4th place. O Shanshan. 3rd place. Fang Yao. The deaths of Yi Xian and Lu Zhanxing had inadvertently benefited Wu Tai and Tang Ani, yet the standings of the top 8 students remained unaffected. This was because the first place had been claimed by an even stronger competitor. 2nd place, Zhang Yuanzhou. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Yuanzhou's expression shifted dramatically. A tempest of emotions surged within him, far more shocking than the revelation of Lu Zhanxing's cultist identity. Why has my rank decreased? The top 10 are still the same familiar faces. His countenance darkened, confusion clouding his mind. Logically, with Lu Zhanxing, his greatest rival, now deceased and expelled from the rankings, he should have been secure in first place. Yet, a problem had arisen. Zhang Yuanzhou, are you planning to forfeit your reward? Wu Hanhai inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had previously harbored no prejudice against this young prodigy, but his perspective had shifted. It was a remarkable feat for a single family to produce 2 talented brothers. Alas, the Zhang family had failed to recognize their fortune, losing sight of the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. No, I will claim it. Zhang Yuanzhou inhaled deeply and approached the podium to claim a 2nd-tier longsword. Unable to contain his mounting curiosity, he inquired, Instructor, who claimed first place? And how did he surpass my ranking? In response to this anticipated question, Wu Hanhai provided a succinct yet profound answer. The first place is Zhang Muchen, who secured a guaranteed position on his first day in the camp, ventured into the forest the following day, and on the 3rd day, he slew the savage ape king. Zhang Yuanzhou's face drained of color in an instant. His heart was engulfed in shock as he gripped the 2nd-tier longsword, rendered speechless. The name he loathed most, the one he found utterly detestable, had resurfaced, seizing his first place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be someone with the same name. It could not possibly be that person. Zhang Yuanzhou lowered his head, gritting his teeth. The shadows that once enveloped his heart began to creep back in. His pride, his achievements, his very essence. How utterly laughable. They were all so fragile. Chapter 27. Brother, practice more with the vegetables. Boom. Zhang Muchen, his legs entwined with arcs of electricity, approached the ferocious beast at lightning speed, akin to a thunder god descending upon the earth. Before the beast could react, the blue spear flashed through its body. Evolution points, 10. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Muchen withdrew the rainstorm pear blossom spear, giving it a gentle shake, causing blood to splatter and blossom like flowers. His heart surged with martial fervor as he scanned his surroundings, prepared to hunt the next beast. All right, Zhang Muchen, it's time to stop. Conserve some energy for the upcoming examination, shouted Ling Xiong, unable to contain himself. He had begun to question his own existence. The favored ones were so formidable that they cast doubts on his life. If he didn't intervene, this young man might continue his rampage until dawn, excessively depleting his own stamina. Host, Zhang Muchen. Level, 18. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 810. Mentality, 810. Martial Techniques, Water Dragon Roar, Novice, Thunderbolt Dash, Novice. Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Perfected. Ninefold Fist, Perfected. Cultivation Method, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, First Layer Perfected. Evolution Points, 10. Upon opening his panel, Zhang Muchen, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, remarked, Lord Ling, I can continue. This afternoon, with the instructor's assistance, I can save a great deal of time hunting beasts. I merely need to reap lives to accumulate over 300 evolution points. He initially spent 50 evolution points to advance Thunderbolt Dash to novice level and raised his level to 18. With one more push this evening, he might reach level 19 and touch the threshold of the 2nd tier. The awe surrounding the favored ones stemmed from their extraordinary talents. Zhang Muchen harbored no intentions of concealing his strength. With the title of favored one as his universal answer, he felt equipped to tackle any inquiry. For instance, why do you progress so quickly in your training? I am a favored one. Why is your power so formidable? I am a favored one. Are you even human? I am a favored one. It was entirely reasonable, without a hint of flaw. You truly are fierce, but the examination is tomorrow. It would be wise to rest. Wu Hanhai interjected, approaching Zhang Muchen and gently massaging his shoulders, urging him to take heed. The instructors felt a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction today. The fatigue stemmed from the troublesome task of driving away ferocious beasts, while the satisfaction arose from Zhang Muchen's astounding progress. Do you hold a grudge against the ferocious beasts? Your fervor in slaying them is quite remarkable, Ao Luo remarked thoughtfully as he approached. He was genuinely astonished. After years of serving as an instructor at the training camp, he had never encountered a student so addicted to hunting vicious creatures. However, this obsession could be entirely beneficial for a martial artist. Although Zhang Muchen yearned to continue his rampage against the beasts, reason cautioned him that Wu Hanhai and Ling Xiang were correct. The upcoming college entrance examination represented a pivotal juncture in his life, one he could not afford to jeopardize. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks to the esteemed seniors. I understand. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, instructor. Wu Hanhai let out a sigh of relief and promptly said, all right, let us return to the training camp. As they exited the forest, they encountered an unexpected figure, Zhang Yuanzhou. His face bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Muchen's, and he stood with a long sword in hand, casting a brooding glare at the forest's entrance. Upon spotting Zhang Muchen, his eyes ignited with a fierce hatred, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, brother, I never imagined it would truly be you. Why must it be you who takes away my first place? Observing his loathsome younger brother, Zhang Muchen couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother, the past is the past, and the present is the present. If you're lacking in skill, practice more. After the awakening of his talent, he had been subjected to derision due to his F-grade aptitude, constantly facing adversity. Ultimately, he severed ties with the Zhang family, choosing a solitary existence. All resources that once belonged to him were now bestowed upon his younger sibling. Having chosen to break away, what right did Zhang Yuanzhou have to cast blame upon others? You, seeking death, are you? Zhang Yuanzhou seethed with rage, gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that it creaked as he charged forward. Eager to discover what audacity his brother possessed to mock him, the instructors exchanged glances, prepared to intervene, but to their surprise, Ling Xiang spoke in a calm tone. Allow them to exchange a blow, as long as it does not escalate. With the city lord's decree, the instructors had no choice but to stand by and observe. Yet, they were all fourth-tier martial artists, possessing formidable strength. Even if the two brothers ignited a genuine conflict, the instructors could swiftly regain control. With a single move, Zhang Muchen stepped forward, his placement astutely obstructing Zhang Yuanzhou's path, a testament to his exceptional situational awareness. He truly has the luck of a dog. Zhang Yuanzhou felt cornered, trapped in a predicament with no viable options. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward, his sword aiming for Zhang Muchen's chest. In the face of this offensive maneuver, Zhang Muchen maintained a stoic expression, simply flicking his rainstorm pear blossom spear forward. The two weapons clashed with a resounding clang, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the sword hilt, leaving Zhang Yuanzhou astounded. How could this be possible? Why is his strength so tremendous? A tumult of disbelief surged within Zhang Yuanzhou, as if he could hear the sound of his confidence shattering. There was no time for contemplation. Zhang Muchen abandoned the spear and seized the opportunity to launch a punch, striking Zhang Yuanzhou squarely in the face. This blow was delivered without restraint, imbued with the weight of over a decade's worth of emotions. Zhang Yuanzhou was sent sprawling to the ground, helpless as he coughed up crimson blood. His bloodied visage rendered him utterly disheveled. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. You two need to calm down. Wu Hanhai stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, his imposing presence radiating authority. Damn it. Zhang Yuanzhou cradled his face, his eyes brimming with animosity. The instructor is clearly biased, openly partial. He lamented that the instructors did not intervene when Zhang Muchen struck, yet now that he was on the receiving end, they chose to step in. What is this nonsense? Why has my brother grown so strong? There must be something amiss. Zhang Yuanzhou lacked the courage to confront the instructors. His expression shifted, giving Zhang Muchen a fierce glare before he begrudgingly picked himself up and left in frustration. Good thing I stopped you, otherwise our training camp's second place would have been utterly defeated. Wu Hanhai turned back, feigning a dramatic expression as he jested. He was not protecting Zhang Muchen. Rather, he aimed to shield Zhang Yuanzhou from self-destruction. The disparity in strength between the two brothers was akin to a chasm. Zhang Yuanzhou lagged behind in both realm and talent, and he had yet to grasp the essence of martial arts. What could he possibly use to contend with Zhang Muchen? Perhaps the courage bestowed by Miss Liang? Zhang Muchen chuckled softly, not denying his desire to take action. Although the moment was not right, he certainly intended to teach Zhang Yuanzhou a lesson if the opportunity arose. The matters concerning the Zhang family required a thorough reckoning. Rest assured, Zhang Muchen, I will not allow the Zhang family to disturb your college entrance examination, Ling Xiang promised. Regarding the Zhang family's affairs, even as the city lord, he was merely an outsider and could not intervene. However, since Zhang Muchen had severed ties with the Zhang family, he would also caution them against overstepping their bounds. Allowing the two brothers to clash was a well-intentioned endeavor. After this brief interlude, the group arrived at a room. Ling Xiang produced a document and stated, Zhang Muchen, aside from you, there are 3 other favored individuals from Jiangnan province in this year's college entrance examination. Here is their information. Zhang Muchen picked up the document and scrutinized it closely. Qiu Xiaoxiao, 16th tier martial artist, S-grade talent. Leng Yun, 16th tier martial artist, S-grade talent. Su Wei, 17th tier martial artist, S-grade talent. From the data presented, it appeared that this year's examination was somewhat unbalanced, with 2 of the 3 favored individuals being female. However, Zhang Muchen's strength was unparalleled, placing him in the T0 tier. Yet, he would not allow himself to become complacent or underestimate the other candidates. In the world of boxing, matches where the weak triumph over the strong are never in short supply. If you set your sights on being the top scorer, you must keep a close eye on these 3. They will be your most formidable rivals. Now, rest well, we shall not disturb you further. Ling Xiang offered one final reminder before departing with satisfaction. He believed that with Zhang Muchen's strength, as long as he performed to his capabilities, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. As for the top scorer, there were too many variables involved. However, there was a strong likelihood he could contend for it. Oh dear. The thought of a potential martial arts top scorer emerging from the Haiqing training camp this year keeps me awake with excitement. Yuji clapped her hands. Her face flushed with enthusiasm. Can't sleep, can you? Come with me to keep watch, Wu Hanhai replied with a frown, hastily leading Yuji out of the room. Once the 2 lively characters had exited, Ao Luo presented a booklet, saying, Zhang Muchen, I believe this technique, Thunder Dragon's Fury, would suit you well. Another profound technique, and it pertained to the lightning element he had long desired. Zhang Muchen could hardly contain his joy as he picked up the booklet to examine it. Would you like to consume 100 evolution points to enhance your proficiency in Thunder Dragon's Fury? After reading through the content, deep within his mind, a profound azure voice resonated. The entry threshold for first-tier martial arts is 10 points, while that for second tier is 50 points. Consequently, the threshold for third-tier martial arts stands at 100 points. Thus, it becomes evident that Water Dragon's Lament and Thunder Dragon's Fury are akin to third-tier martial arts. Their difficulty is so formidable that it is no wonder few candidates can master them. Zhang Muchen pondered this in silence, his confusion gradually dissipating. The essence of these profound truths is equivalent to that of third-tier martial arts. They cannot be grasped in a single leap. As the saying goes, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. The path of martial arts, much like the humanities, necessitates the continuous accumulation of knowledge in order to confront more challenging theories. It is similar to a prodigy who, despite their exceptional talent, cannot bypass elementary knowledge to comprehend that of middle school. Therefore, it is exceedingly difficult for first-tier martial artists in the training camp to comprehend these profound truths. Instructor Ao, you mentioned that these truths are a simplification of intermediate-tier martial arts. From where do these 2 truths derive? Zhang Muchen inquired with curiosity. Both Water Dragon's Lament and Thunder Dragon's Fury stem from the 4th-tier martial art, Dragon Roar Spear technique. If you are interested, you may borrow it from Zhenhai Martial University in the future. Having already grasped Water Dragon's Lament, should you also master Thunder Dragon's Fury, you would possess an excellent foundation, and I am certain you would swiftly attain the basics of Dragon Roar Spear technique. Although I am also versed in this spear technique, I cannot impart it privately due to school regulations. Otherwise, we would both find ourselves in considerable trouble. Instructor Ao Luo responded without hesitation, as if he had anticipated Zhang Muchen's question. As for the restriction against teaching martial arts, Ao Luo was powerless against it. Such regulations are both common and stringent, bound by the dual authority of Zhenhai Martial University and the Martial Affairs Bureau. However, the simplified profound truths he could impart were not subject to these constraints. Zhang Muchen was immensely grateful for being taught these 2 profound truths by Instructor Ao. As for the Dragon Roar Spear technique, he would leave it to fate. Zhang Muchen was not one to be avaricious, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Since both Water Dragon's Lament and Thunder Dragon's Fury originate from Dragon Roar Spear technique, there exists a possibility. When he learns the Dragon Roar Spear technique, the system might reduce some of the evolution point costs. Moreover, having already begun his journey with Water Dragon's Lament and with Thunder Dragon's Fury still to learn, acquiring the Dragon Roar Spear technique would be wholly advantageous. Zhang Muchen, perform well tomorrow. All of Haiqing will be watching your performance. Ao Luo encouraged with an unprecedented smile, patting Zhang Muchen on the shoulder. Since witnessing Zhang Muchen's talent and strength, a long-lost fervor ignited within him. Chapter 28. Collapse. Zhang Muchen is first in the training camp. Due to Ling Xiang's blockade, the Haiqing training camp did not open its doors until the day of the examination. Once opened, myriad rumors spread like wildfire. Among them, a banquet was being held at a nearby hotel facing the training camp, attended by numerous prominent figures from Haiqing, including many intermediate-tier martial artists. However, seated at the head of the table was a second-tier martial artist, Zhang Xuanba. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. The Zhang family has consecutively secured the first place in the Haiqing training camp for 2 sessions. The title of Haiqing's foremost family is truly deserved. Indeed, the Zhang family has produced 2 prodigious talents who have both entered the sacred capital Martial University, an achievement worthy of being immortalized in history. All of this is thanks to the head of the Zhang family, whose guidance has been exemplary. Otherwise, how could such 2 geniuses emerge in succession? One guest after another lavished praises, leaving Zhang Xuanba and Chen Aimei speechless with delight. Their third daughter, Zhang Ziyan, was already enrolled in the sacred capital Martial University. The reputation of the nation's premier martial university resounded globally, thus elevating the Zhang family's status considerably. Even more enviable was the emergence of another talent, Zhang Yuanzhou. Although Zhang Yuanzhou's innate talent was slightly inferior, being only of A grade, he too belonged to the ranks of geniuses. It was easy to imagine that as these 2 siblings' realms ascended, the Zhang family would grow increasingly prosperous, destined to become a colossal family in Haiqing. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of footsteps approached as a martial artist clad in a long coat arrived. He had been waiting at the entrance of the Haiqing training camp for the moment it was unsealed, eager to obtain first-hand news. Upon receiving the information, the martial artist rushed to the hotel, brandishing a white paper and exclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. Another unicorn has emerged from the Zhang family. Congratulations for securing the first place in the Haiqing training camp once again." The guests paused, a thought of as expected arising amongst them. Throughout Haiqing's history, few families have managed to secure the first place in consecutive training camps, marking the beginning of a family's prosperity, which is truly enviable. Ha! My son truly does not disappoint. Yuanzhou has exceeded my expectations. Zhang Xuanba suddenly stood up, bursting into hearty laughter. He took the white paper. But the moment he read the first line, his smile froze, and his face darkened with disbelief. It was not Zhang Yuanzhou. It was Zhang Muchen. That waste who had been cast out of the family had seized the first place. How could this be possible? Zhang Xuanba was utterly bewildered, and in a fit of rage, he tore the paper in half. Those present, astute as they were, quickly sensed that something was amiss. Soon, news spread swiftly, and all the guests learned of a startling fact. This year's first place in the Haiqing training camp was none other than Zhang Muchen. Did I hear correctly? Not Zhang Yuanzhou, but Zhang Muchen. Hiss, what is the Zhang family doing, casting out a genius? What a shame. The wealthy and powerful of Haiqing could not help but lower their heads, exchanging whispers. They gazed at Zhang Xuanba's expression, filled with incredulity. Damn it. What is this ungrateful son doing, stealing Yuanzhou's first place? Zhang Xuanba's face was dark, his mood exceedingly foul. What should have been a celebratory banquet had turned into a stage for others' ridicule. A caravan of buses formed a long line, traveling along the highway, with numerous martial artists accompanying the convoy, maintaining vigilance along the route. Months before the examination, the Martial Affairs Bureau had issued a series of tasks, and many martial artists accepted these missions, venturing into the wilderness to eliminate fierce beast hordes and ensure the route's safety. Thus, the convoy proceeded smoothly, unaffected by large-scale beast tides, only encountering a few straggling beasts that were swiftly dispatched. According to examination regulations, Zhang Muchen was required to take the bus from Haiqing No. 1 High School. For his safety, Wu Hanhai was arranged to sit in the first row of the bus, while Ling Xiong rode in a car at the rear. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, under such heavy protection, Zhang Muchen would not be in any danger, with the city lord and several instructors safeguarding him. His safety was more than assured. Sitting beside Wu Hanhai, Zhang Muchen felt a profound sense of security. The attention bestowed upon the favored one was only natural. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly repay the Dragon Kingdom 100-fold. Zhang Muchen, how do you find the training camp? Su Xiaoxue, seated to Zhang Muchen's right, inquired with curiosity. Having been in the training camp herself, she was aware of its grueling nature. Many students with average talents, like Su Xiaoxue, found themselves unable to endure the high-pressure environment and voluntarily withdrew before completion. Everything is satisfactory, as expected, Zhang Muchen remarked, tilting his head in contemplation. Prior to entering the training camp, he had established 2 goals. Firstly, to elevate his rank to above level 15, and secondly, to complete the training camp in 3 days. TSK, he had merely spent 3 days in the camp, entering just before its closure. What could he possibly feel? Beside him, Huang Feifei crossed her arms in disdain. In her heart, she held Zhang Muchen in contempt. How dare someone with F-grade talent enter the training camp, utterly oblivious to their own limitations? And now he spoke of meeting expectations? Expectations from the lowest tier, perhaps. Zhang Muchen's social standing was rather poor, it seemed. Wu Hanhai stroked his beard, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Had it been the former Zhang Muchen, the girl's words would have held considerable merit. Alas, fate has a penchant for playing tricks on individuals. Feifei, you mustn't speak so. Zhang Muchen entered the training camp to seize an opportunity for himself, and that is commendable. After all, didn't Master Fong once possess F-grade talent, yet persevered in the martial arts, ultimately achieving the status of a master? If you continue to speak in such a discriminatory manner, We shall no longer be friends, Su Xiaoxue interjected, turning her head with righteous indignation. She genuinely believed Zhang Muchen was in the right. It took courage to enter the training camp and challenge oneself. This alone surpassed many others of the same F-grade talent. Humph. My cousin Fang Yao also entered the training camp. I'll just ask him how many blunders Zhang Muchen made, Huang Feifei retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Clearly unconvinced, she could hardly believe that Su Xiaoxue would contemplate severing ties with her over Zhang Muchen. She resolved not to hold back, determined to showcase Zhang Muchen's misfortunes to everyone. Hello, cousin. This is Feifei. First, allow me to congratulate you. With your A-grade talent, you are bound to achieve remarkable results in the training camp this year. Huang Feifei intentionally switched to speakerphone, ensuring everyone could hear clearly. Oh, it's all right, third place. Fang Yao replied, his tone unremarkable, having received countless inquiries about his performance since leaving the camp. Naturally, he assumed Huang Feifei was merely extending her congratulations. Third place. Goodness. Cousin Feifei is truly impressive. Based on past examination results, Fang Yao is surely destined for Shengjing Martial University. Shengjing Martial University. How enviable, a true genius. Upon hearing her classmates' praises, Huang Feifei carried herself like an arrogant swan, raising her neck as if she were the one who had secured third place. With a provocative glance at Zhang Muchen, she eagerly inquired, are you aware of a student named Zhang Muchen? Has he made quite the fool of himself? Zhang Muchen rested his chin on his hand, not at all perturbed, smiling as he looked at Huang Feifei for confirmation. In his past life as a boxer of Asian descent, he had endured countless criticisms and discrimination, only to silence them all through his prowess, solidifying his status as a champion. To him, Huang Feifei was no more than a simpleton, a mere unicellular organism. Lin Chen? Fang Yao's voice on the other end of the line was filled with hesitation, as if lost in some memory. Yet, to Huang Feifei's ears, this became fodder for her arrogance, as she mockingly remarked, oh dear, I almost forgot. Zhang Muchen is an F-grade talent, nothing compared to your A-grade talent. It's only natural you wouldn't know of him. I recall now, Feifei, you are also a student at Haicheng No. 1 High School. Are you in the same class as Zhang Muchen? Even through the screen, everyone could sense Fang Yao's anxious and tense demeanor. Yes, cousin, what's wrong? Is it possible Zhang Muchen embarrassed himself in the training camp? Although Huang Feifei was unaware of the specifics, her smugness only grew. She was determined to utterly dismantle Zhang Muchen's dignity. Embarrassed? If you consider completing the training camp in 3 days, defeating the formidable Beast King, and securing first place as an embarrassment, then I must open your head to examine its structure. Fool! Fang Yao erupted in a furious roar, causing the air to tremble. He was genuinely enraged. Initially, he found amusement in Zhang Yuanzhou's misfortunes, but today his cousin had taught him a lesson, one that backfired spectacularly. Huh, cousin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Are there 2 Zhang Muchens in the training camp? Huang Feifei asked, her face a mask of disbelief. She simply could not fathom that the F-grade talent she knew could have achieved such feats. Moreover, Zhang Muchen was a favored one. What nonsense. There is only one Zhang Muchen in our training camp. If I'm not mistaken, one of the instructors should be escorting him, Fang Yao said, exasperated, feeling as if his cousin was driving him to madness. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Wu Hanhai in the front row, astonished. They had assumed this burly warrior was merely there to escort a bus at random, unaware of the deeper significance behind it. Wu Hanhai couldn't help but smile broadly, declaring, I am here precisely to protect Zhang Muchen. After saying this, he cast Zhang Muchen a glance, as if to convey that no thanks were necessary. It aligned perfectly. The words of the instructor and Fang Yao matched. Unbelievably, Zhang Muchen's talent had evolved. What in the world? Zhang Muchen is a favored one. How did I not seize such a substantial opportunity? He completed the training camp in 3 days? Is this truly the Zhang Muchen I know? The entire bus erupted in astonishment. The students were flabbergasted, having thought Fang Yao was strong, only to discover an even greater talent. They had known Zhang Muchen merely as a socially awkward recluse, but today, all past impressions were obliterated. Zhang Muchen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Huang Feifei sobbed, her eyes red, pleading desperately. Her body trembled involuntarily. How foolish she had been to oppose a favored one. Smack! Who would have thought? Su Xiaoxue swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Huang Feifei's face, not holding back at all. With a forceful swing, she left Huang Feifei looking like a swollen mess. Yet, Huang Feifei dared not retaliate. Her fists clenched tightly, drawing blood from her palms. This slap is to teach you not to speak recklessly in the future, Su Xiaoxue stated coldly, filled with disappointment. After numerous attempts to counsel Huang Feifei, she had exhausted her patience. However, Huang Feifei remained obstinate, leading to her just desserts. The onlookers exchanged glances, surprised yet feeling a sense of justice served. Chapter 29, Blood Testing, shocking the examiners. Zhang Yuanzhou is distressed. At noon, hundreds of buses entered a valley, halting at a meticulously leveled training ground. Surrounding the field were several buildings, and a formidable iron wall enclosed the valley. This imposing wall towered high, Equipped with electric fences and surveillance devices, the third-year students disembarked one after another, retrieving their weapons and forming an orderly line. Gazing at the distant iron wall, the examinees' eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Beyond the walls lies the examination hall that will determine the course of their lives. Suddenly, several squads of soldiers emerged from the buildings, standing resolutely atop the walls, prepared for any eventuality. At that moment, a stern visage appeared on the screen, a middle-aged man with a grave expression and piercing eyes, proclaiming, "We shall now commence the college entrance examination, presided over by me, Zhang Mingyuan. All candidates, stand at attention. Private conversations are strictly forbidden. Those who violate this rule will be expelled from the examination hall." Upon these words, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Enveloped in solemnity, the candidates instinctively straightened their spines, aligning themselves as instructed, their gazes fixed ahead as if undergoing inspection. Zhang Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction before continuing to elucidate the examination regulations. Now, those whose names are called shall enter the walls to undergo the vitality test. Only those who pass this test shall qualify for the practical examination. The attendees, all third-year students, were not taken aback by this announcement. They were already acutely aware that the entrance examination comprised two pivotal components that would ultimately determine their scores and rankings. The foremost criterion was the vitality score. Any candidate whose score failed to reach 50 would be denied the opportunity to participate in the practical examination. Although this rule may seem harsh, it was instituted with the candidate's safety in mind. The practical examination was far more perilous than the training camp, and establishing a threshold effectively mitigated potential casualties. The college entrance examination was a platform for talent selection, not a slaughterhouse. It would be utterly unreasonable to allow candidates lacking sufficient strength to perish unnecessarily. As the names were announced, the candidates stepped out of their ranks. Class 7 of Benshui City High School, Shenmingji. Class 8 of Haiqing No. 2 High School, Lushuero. Class 1 of Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Leng Yun. A strikingly beautiful young woman emerged from the crowd, her expression cold and exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Leng Yun attracted considerable attention, yet due to the examination's regulations, the onlookers suppressed their murmurs. Watching her enter the walls, she was indeed a favored one of Jiangqing. Zhang Muchen cast a glance at her, having ascended to level 16 in just 1 year. He was undeniably formidable. In previous examinations, this would place him among the T1 ranks, with strength sufficient to contend for the top 3, an opponent not to be underestimated. As time progressed, most candidates entered the walls to partake in the vitality tests. Class 1 of Bingsher City High School, Maling. Class 3 of Luzhou City High School, Beijing. Class 7 of Haiqing No. 1 High School, Zhang Muchen. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Muchen stepped out of formation, passing through the iron gates to the rear of the steel walls. Here, an array of vitality testing devices stood in alignment, accompanied by a large screen displaying real-time rankings of vitality scores. First place, Qiu Xiaoxiao. Second place, Su Wei. Third place, Leng Yun. Zhang Muchen glanced at the display, noting that the results aligned closely with his expectations. Those 3 favored candidates possessed a significant advantage, occupying the top 3 positions in order. Soon, it was Zhang Muchen's turn. He approached one of the vitality testing devices, where a staff member and an invigilator were present. "Please extend your index finger," the staff member instructed. Producing a blood collection needle, Zhang Muchen eyed the needle, feeling a surge of words rise within him, but choosing to suppress them. The resolute invigilator noticed his hesitation and furrowed his brows, inquiring, "Is the candidate experiencing any discomfort?" Zhang Muchen, taken aback, shook his head, replying, "No, please proceed." With that, the staff member pressed the needle against his fingertip with force, yet no blood emerged. Confounded, the staff member gritted his teeth and applied even greater pressure, but still failed to pierce the skin. "During my skin tempering, my innate talent had enhanced my dermal defenses, rendering even a first-tier blood collection needle ineffective." Zhang Muchen had anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. What astonishing defenses! They were sufficient to rival those of a second-tier warrior. The invigilator was taken aback. Speaking in a grave tone, switched to a second-tier blood collection needle. The staff member wiped his brow, having never encountered such a situation before. However, the examination hall had made preparations for such occurrences. He promptly retrieved a new box of blood collection needles, his expression filled with incredulity. Who would have thought there would come a day when a second-tier needle would be necessary, especially for a high school senior? "Student, please bear with it," the staff member cautioned, his demeanor cautious as he applied a firm jab. This time, the needle successfully broke the skin, and a stream of blood flowed forth, being drawn into the collection device. Beep. Vitality score, 910. At that moment, both the invigilator and the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the revelation. A candidate's vitality score had reached an astounding 910 points. This was a historic milestone, truly astonishing. "Aye," the staff member stammered, struggling to find words. Repeating "I" several times to regain composure, the invigilator produced a wristwatch and a uniquely designed belt, saying with a complex expression, "Congratulations, candidate. for passing the vitality test. This is the smart watch for the examination, along with a dual-purpose belt for escape and storage. Zhang Muchen accepted the 2 items. Upon pressing the display of the smartwatch, it emitted an electronic sound, confirming success. The candidate is Zhang Muchen from Haiqing No. 1 High School, Class 7. With a current practical examination score of 0, the smartwatch was rather unremarkable, devoid of any distinctive features, yet the belt was intriguing, featuring a circular shell that seemed to possess a unique function. Additionally, the sides of the belt contained an array of survival tools, including matches, purification tablets, and hemostatic bandages. Candidates, please proceed to the next area and await the commencement of the practical examination. The invigilator regarded Zhang Muchen with a profound gaze before stating, "Very well." Zhang Muchen exited the testing area and made his way to another open space. The area was vast, with a steel wall opposite him. Numerous chairs were arranged, and a display screen exhibited the rankings of vitality scores. Surrounding him were many guards, yet they did not restrict the candidate's ability to converse freely. Who is this Zhang Muchen? The first-place candidate? Such an unfamiliar name. Which one is he, to overshadow the 3 favored candidates? Murmured students from Haiqing No. 1 High School. If I could just align myself with Zhang Muchen, my prospects in this examination would be secured. Due to the prohibition on wandering, the candidates whispered among themselves, attempting to locate Zhang Muchen. Even the 3 favored candidates felt a surge of curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of Zhang Muchen's appearance. They held themselves in high regard, believing the top scorer would emerge among them, only to find that an unexpected contender had surged forth to seize first place. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Muchen had already entered the vicinity. He casually selected a seat, closing his eyes and refraining from revealing his identity. "Brother, why is it always you who takes first place? What method of cheating have you employed?" In a corner, Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes burned crimson with hatred as he glared at the leaderboard, feeling a piercing pain in his right cheek. Disgusting. Unbearable. It was intolerable that Zhang Muchen's ranking surpassed his own. Why? Clearly, the more exceptional individual is he. The one who receives the boundless affection of the Zhang family is also he. Yet now he, Zhang Yuanzhou, finds himself trampled underfoot. Chapter 30. Results and Confidentiality Regulations. In Haicheng, Ji Guangliang, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, arrives late to the conference room. The room is already filled with teachers from the senior year, all eagerly anticipating the announcement of the vitality rankings. Upon noticing Ji Guangliang's entrance, the headmaster, with meticulously combed hair and a frown etched on his face, coldly remarks, "Teacher Ji, the college entrance examination has commenced. Why are you so tardy? Are you ashamed to witness your student's performance?" Seemingly oblivious to the reprimand, Ji Guangliang settles into an empty seat at the back, his mind preoccupied. What on earth has happened to Zhang Muchen that the city lord's residence has summoned me to sign confidentiality agreements? Ji Guangliang had no intention of being late. However, the previous night, individuals from the city lord's residence had abruptly sought him out to sign a series of confidentiality agreements. The crux of the matter was that the subject of confidentiality was none other than Zhang Muchen, a student with F-level talent from their class. This situation was exceedingly peculiar, instilling a profound sense of concern within him, thereby consuming his thoughts entirely. Noticing Ji Guangliang's indifference and his demeanor akin to that of a defiant pig, the headmaster frowned deeply, revealing a hint of displeasure as he scolded, "Ji Guangliang, your class ranks the lowest, yet you display such arrogance. You exhibit a complete lack of professional ethics. I believe your tenure as a teacher is coming to an end." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen in the conference room flickered, revealing a leaderboard. "Look, the vitality rankings are out," exclaimed the crowd, their heads lifting to gaze at the display. Even the headmaster momentarily ceased his tirade against Ji Guangliang. However, upon seeing the rankings, an uproar erupted in the conference room. For the first place was claimed by none other than Zhang Muchen. Zhang Muchen? That name sounds familiar. I believe I have heard it somewhere before. Could it be the Zhang Muchen from Class 7, who allegedly harassed Yisiener? Oh, I recall now, he is the brother of Zhang Yuanzhou. But how can he possibly be in first place? As Zhang Muchen's name ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings, countless astonished gazes fixated on Ji Guangliang, who was lost in contemplation. "What?" Ji Guangliang exclaimed as he lifted his gaze to see Zhang Muchen's name. His pupils contracted, and a tremor coursed through him. In that moment of clarity, he pieced together the puzzle. The reason the city lord's residents had sought him out to sign confidentiality agreements and had sternly insisted on safeguarding Zhang Muchen's privacy was now evident. "I understand now. So this is how it is. Zhang Muchen, you have truly excelled." Ji Guangliang's expression was complex, filled with both pride and a tinge of sentimentality. Given that Zhang Muchen had claimed the top position on the vitality rankings, there could be no doubt regarding his prodigious talent. He must possess an extraordinary S-level potential. "Teacher Ji, are you not going to speak? Is this not your student Zhang Muchen?" "Old Ji, you have concealed this remarkably well. A talent has emerged from your class. Yet you kept it hidden until today. I recall the Azure Dragon from a few days ago. Could it be that it was the manifestation of Zhang Muchen's awakened talent?" As the teachers continued to converse, their excitement escalated. Having limited potential in martial arts, they found themselves at a dead end. The dream of every teacher is to educate and nurture students, hoping that one day they might have a distinguished legacy. If one of their students could emerge as a martial prodigy, it would be a topic of discussion for a lifetime. Yet, the odds of such an occurrence are even slimmer than winning the lottery. Indeed, Teacher G, do you not wish to share details about Zhang Muchen with everyone? The headmaster's face radiated with glee, his eyes sparkling with excitement. My apologies, everyone, but I have signed confidentiality agreements and cannot disclose anything regarding Zhang Muchen, Ji Guangliang replied, shaking his head with a resolute tone. The confidentiality agreements were stringent, yet not to the extent that he could not utter a single word. However, he simply did not wish to divulge anything. You look down on me, you look down on my students from class 7. In this extraordinary era, celebrities who can merely sing and dance pale in comparison to the allure of martial artists. Each formidable martial artist often boasts a legion of devoted fans. The events that catapult martial artists into the limelight are twofold. The foremost is the college entrance examination. This test serves as the initial trial for countless martial geniuses, and successfully overcoming this hurdle is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, marking a transformative milestone. The second is the prestigious National Martial Arts Competition. This event is of immense significance, gathering the most exceptional martial artists of the era, monopolizing television ratings, and becoming a focal point of nationwide discourse. Each year, numerous dazzling competitors emerge from the competition, instantly becoming household names. Goodness, this year's college entrance examination vitality rankings have Zhang Muchen in first place? Why have I never heard of him? I found out. He is a student from Haicheng No. 1 High School. What? The records indicate he possesses F-level talent. What a joke. He outshines 3 other martial prodigies. And you tell me he is F-level talent? I myself have F-level talent. Yet I had no idea it could be this formidable. Once the vitality tests concluded, the results were subsequently revealed. As the leaderboard was unveiled, countless netizens who had been following the college entrance examination were plunged into astonishment. An obscure F-level martial artist had unexpectedly claimed the top spot on the vitality rankings. This was utterly inconceivable. With the announcement of the rankings, Zhang Muchen's name began to circulate widely. Zhang Muchen, why are you the one? How did you ascend to the pinnacle of the vitality rankings? It is truly bizarre. Having just concluded her retreat, Zhang Zian was also taken aback upon seeing the vitality rankings. Her slender fingers gently tapped the table, her eyes closed in contemplation. This seemingly mundane action resembled a pianist at play, exuding an air of elegance. The evolution of talent is a rare occurrence, and many A-level martial artists spend their entire lives in pursuit of such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. I refuse to believe you could have encountered such a chance. After a moment of thought, Zhang Zian remained confounded, her mind brimming with uncertainty as she murmured to herself. Even among the gifted at the sacred capital Martial University, the probability of talent evolution is exceedingly low. Throughout the year, only a handful of fortunate individuals experience such a transformation. And who are the students of the sacred capital Martial University? Each one is a paragon of excellence, their martial prowess far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, Zhang Muchen is an F-level martial artist who has been expelled from the Zhang family. Lacking connections and capabilities, he could never hope to grasp such an opportunity. Could it be the influence of a cult? Yes. Only a cult would resort to such means to artificially enhance a martial artist's strength. Zhang Zian deemed herself to be nearing the truth. She pressed her lips together, a glint of cold light flickering in her gaze. If her brother had indeed allied with the cult, tarnishing the Zhang family's reputation, she, Zhang Zian, would not hesitate to act, upholding justice at the expense of familial ties. Regardless of the secrets he harbors, I shall uncover them all. The truth shall be revealed. Zhang Zian allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. She could already foresee the future, envisioning Zhang Muchen's tragic downfall. As for why she harbored such confidence, it was because she was the vice president of the Celestial Favor Association. She wielded a power beyond imagination. Even within the hallowed halls of the sacred capital Martial University, few dared to defy the will of the Celestial Favor Association. Chapter 31, Practical Combat, the official commencement. Zhang Yuanzhou's hidden cards. As the blood vitality tests concluded and the other candidates entered the enclosure, many began to converse quietly among themselves, seeking allies. Suddenly, a flash on the screen revealed Zhang Mingyuan's visage. He spoke in a deep voice. We shall now commence the announcement of the rules for the practical examination of the college entrance test. First and foremost, this practical examination is time-limited to 8 hours. Secondly, the examination venue lies beyond these very walls, divided into 3 distinct zones: white, gray, and red. Lastly, I must emphasize one crucial point. Malicious harm and attempts on the lives of other candidates are strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified from the examination and referred to the Martial Bureau for judgment. As Zhang Mingyuan's voice echoed powerfully, a formidable aura surged forth, enveloping the examination hall and commanding the attention of all present. A sense of trepidation gripped the candidates, and in an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Even through the screen, His presence was undeniably intimidating. Zhang Muchen felt a jolt of surprise. Although he was unaware of Zhang Mingyuan's martial rank, it was evident that his prowess was formidable. Having never encountered a 6th-tier martial artist before, he now realized the immense flourishing of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom, where mid-tier martialists were abundant and the college entrance exam was given utmost significance, with a 6th-tier martial artist stationed to ensure everything proceeded flawlessly. This was merely the overt display of strength. Whether there were even more powerful martialists lurking in the shadows remained unknown. Commencing now. You have 10 minutes to memorize the map. The examination will begin immediately thereafter. Zhang Mingyuan clapped his hands, and the screen shifted, revealing a singular map. The candidates widened their eyes, diligently committing the details of the map to memory. However, the map was vast, encompassing an overwhelming amount of information. In addition to rivers, mountains, grasslands, and ruins, there were countless dots representing ferocious beasts, gray, white, and red, scattered across the map. The sheer volume of information was dizzying. So much complexity. 10 minutes were hardly sufficient. Why wasn't I a mental-type martial artist? I truly despise not having a second brain. Despairing, the candidates scratched their heads and fell into a state of panic, lamenting their plight. Everyone understood the significance of the map. Memorizing even a fraction of it would enhance their chances in the examination. Heh, brother, feeling helpless now? Zhang Yuanzhou sneered, his eyes bloodshot as he regarded the large screen, filled with a sense of smug satisfaction. I can memorize the entire map and recall all the beast distribution points. What will you use to compete with me? His sister, Zhang Zian, had long advised him to train his memory skills, and he had not been lax in his efforts over the past year, all for this very moment. Soon, the 10 minutes elapsed. The map vanished, replaced by the 2 words, begin. Zhang Mingyuan waved his hand, commanding, all candidates, commence. The practical examination starts now. With that order, the iron walls thunderously opened to the sides, revealing an unexpected environment. Before them lay a vast, concave basin. Although it was a basin, it stretched infinitely. The candidates stared in astonishment, mistakenly believing they were on level ground when, in fact, they were on a mountainside. More intriguingly, the exit was lined with hundreds of tracks, seemingly leading to the examination site. This year's entry method was quite peculiar, riding in small vehicles. My luck has always been poor. How could I dare to choose? The tracks appeared endless. Who knew where they led? If the end was a red-tier ferocious beast, it would be akin to lambs entering the tiger's den. Heh, wouldn't that be convenient? The weak would be directly eliminated and sent home to sleep. The candidates hesitated, their expressions revealing their uncertainty. Clearly, they recognized the potential pitfalls of haphazardly selecting a track, which could lead to a dismal start. Thus, no one wished to take the lead, preferring to wait for others to choose first. There were similar peaks in the distance, indicating that my side was not the sole entrance to the examination site. While the other candidates were fixated on the tracks, Zhang Muchen alone noticed the faint outline of a mountain range appearing on the horizon. One could not help but admire the grandeur of the Dragon Kingdom. All candidates from Jiangnan province were competing on a single stage. This world's college entrance examination bore striking resemblance to a real-life battle royale. It certainly saved time. Zhang Muchen couldn't help but smile. The examiners had set up the tracks without offering any hints, evidently testing the candidates' ability to react under pressure and make the most advantageous choices in urgent situations. Having memorized the map, the quickest route to slay a red-tier ferocious beast would secure a significant advantage. Zhang Muchen decisively squeezed through the crowd, following his instinct to select a track, and hopped into a small vehicle. As soon as he sat down, the weight shifted, and under the influence of gravity, he began to slide down the slope. Countless gazes followed Zhang Muchen as he departed, until his figure vanished completely. Who is this? How dare he set off first? People murmured in astonishment. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he is simply bold. Isn't he afraid of encountering a red-tier ferocious beast? A stir rippled through the crowd, filled with surprise. Intelligent individuals understood the merit of waiting, yet someone had to be the trailblazer. This was a spectacle that everyone was eager to witness. Humph, waiting here, does he really think he can enter the martial university? A girl stepped out of the crowd and spoke coldly. Her posture was upright, with 2 short swords at her waist, commanding respect. The crowd murmured her name, Lung Yun. She was one of the 3 favored candidates in this year's college entrance examination from Jiangnan province. Lung Yun had already chosen a small vehicle. Now stepping out of the crowd without hesitation, she set off for the examination site. Upon seeing Lung Yun depart, the crowd buzzed with excitement. A few others, unwilling to be outdone, rushed into the examination area. The actions of the favored candidates seemed to have flipped the switch. More and more candidates chose to enter, no longer wasting time in hesitation. People are naturally inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm. Yet risk and opportunity coexist. Without taking risks, there can be no substantial rewards. Zhang Mingyuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance. He admired Zhang Muchen, the first to enter the arena. This candidate possessed extraordinary courage. However, this year, among the candidates from Jiangnan province, there were still 3 favored candidates. Who would ultimately claim the title of top scorer in this year's college entrance examination remained to be seen. Boom. The small vehicle shot down the slope like a shooting star. The wild winds in the mountains tousled Zhang Muchen's hair as he gazed at the approaching forest, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Just as the vehicle traversed a dense thicket, a sudden roar erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Muchen ducked and slammed the brakes. Whoosh! A beast's claw swooped over the vehicle, sending a foul stench swirling through the air. In the next instant, a long spear appeared, its blade enveloped in azure water, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea as it pierced through the ferocious beast's forehead. 8 evolution points. A single strike, and it was slain. Zhang Muchen leapt from the vehicle, casting a glance at the beast that had attacked him. It resembled a wolf, its body cloaked in silvery fur. 8 evolution points indicated that it was a level 8 beast, not yet evolved. According to the examination rules, this formidable beast belongs to the white difficulty tier. Hence, it can be inferred that Zhang Muchen currently finds himself at the periphery of the white zone, perilously close to the gray region. The vehicle is rendered useless. Thus, he must continue on foot. Grasping the stormy pear blossom spear, Zhang Muchen swiftly recalls a myriad of information. As his mental energy wanes, images of cities, forests, and ferocious beasts surge forth in his mind, seamlessly weaving into a 3-dimensional map. With a glance, he identifies his location. The nearest red-tier beast lies approximately in that direction. Turning to the north, he contemplates his ambition to emerge as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. To achieve this, selecting high-value targets during the practical assessment is imperative, especially given the mere 8 hours allotted for this test. Time is of the essence. With a surge of vitality, Zhang Muchen propels himself forward, his legs crackling with arcs of electricity. With a powerful stride, he rockets towards the red-tier beast. Evolution points accumulate. 9, 10, 11. Although his primary focus is the red-tier beast, Zhang Muchen is determined not to overlook any feral creature along the way. Thus, his path is paved with slaughter. Any beast that dares to show itself is swiftly dispatched. His practical scores and evolution points begin to rise rapidly. Chapter 32, Monster Slaying. A unique level of power. Within the examination grounds lies a desolate cityscape, once vibrant, but now reduced to ruins for reasons unknown. Everywhere are remnants of shattered walls and dilapidated structures, teetering on the brink of collapse, with exposed steel frames left bare. Humanity has vanished. This place has become a paradise for beasts. A tall and exquisitely featured female warrior hides behind the rubble, her gaze fixed on a nearby beast, poised to strike at the opportune moment. This creature resembles a deer, its coat a deep shade of blue, with twin antlers crackling with electric sparks. The thunder antler deer. A level 15 beast, she fears she cannot slay it in a single strike. Autumn Xiao Xiao remains patient, quietly calculating her approach. With a certain cost, she knows she could indeed kill the thunder antler deer. However, this is a testing ground fraught with hidden dangers. Recklessness is not an option. To tread further on the path of martial arts, one must always anticipate 3 steps ahead. The sage counsel of her parents resonates in her mind. Gripping her sword, she waits like a seasoned hunter, biding her time. As moments pass, Autumn Xiao Xiao remains unhurried until the precise instant arrives. The opportunity presents itself. Autumn Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes sharpen in focus, ready to act. Yet, an unexpected event unfolds. A bolt of lightning descends with a deafening roar, striking the thunder antler deer. The sudden ferocity of the attack unleashes a terrifying force, slamming the deer to the ground and fracturing the earth beneath it. Roar! The thunder antler deer bellows in anguish. Its cries a mix of fury and despair. What is this? Autumn Xiao Xiao suppresses the impulse to charge forward, her heart racing in astonishment. She realizes, this is not lightning. It is a person. A tall, handsome candidate, wielding a silver 5-bladed spear, stands resolute. His demeanor is calm and collected, and his eyes, as deep as the starry sky, exude a maturity beyond his years. Die! Zhang Muchen murmurs, his hands trembling as he unleashes the Cloud Rider spear technique. The stormy pear blossom spear transforms into a multitude of spear shadows, assaulting the thunder antler deer with the ferocity of a summer tempest. The creature's massive form quakes violently before falling silent. Evolution points accumulate to 15. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Muchen halts his assault, sensing something amiss. He fixes his gaze upon the distant rubble. Have I been detected? Autumn Xiao Xiao shivers, too afraid to move from her hiding place, even holding her breath. While candidates are prohibited from harming one another, combat is not forbidden. Confronting such a formidable adversary could lead to injury, clearly detrimental to her examination prospects. A candidate? If not a beast, then they are not worth my effort. Zhang Muchen withdraws his gaze, opting not to pursue Autumn Xiao Xiao. He departs from the ruins, vanishing from her sight. Surely, he is the top contender on the vitality leaderboard, Zhang Muchen. Autumn Xiao Xiao tastes the bitterness of misfortune. She never anticipated encountering the highest-ranked student, an adversary far more threatening than the thunder antler deer. Fortunately, he did not strike. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. After leaving the urban ruins, Zhang Muchen presses the side button on his smartwatch. First place, Zhang Muchen, practical score 170. Second place, Autumn Xiao, practical score 120. Third place, Leng Yun, practical score 110. The announcement of scores prompts Zhang Muchen to nod in affirmation. His prowess is indeed unparalleled, having barely begun the practical assessment. He has already secured a lead. I must not push my vitality to its limits, risking the loss of my significant advantage of repeated use of my profound techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Muchen resolves to elevate his level to 19. Deep Blue, elevate my level, he intoned silently. In the next instant, a surge of power courses through him. In the depths of his being, he senses he is nearing his limits, a sensation reminiscent of when he reached 99 vitality points at level 9, feeling as if further enhancement was unattainable. Host, Zhang Muchen. Level 19. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 900. Mental Strength, 900. Martial Techniques, Water Dragon's Roar, Novice. Lightning Speed, Novice. Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Perfected. Ninefold Fist, Perfected. Cultivation Method, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, First Layer Perfected. Evolution Points, 155. Upon reviewing his panel, he notes that there is still room for vitality enhancement. With a mere thought, he could elevate it to the pinnacle of the first tier. However, to break through to the second tier, he must first refine the Whale Sea Breathing Technique to the second volume's Muscle Refinement chapter. Shall I expend 50 evolution points to enhance the proficiency of the Whale Sea Breathing Technique? The second volume belongs to the second tier, requiring 50 evolution points for entry. Yet, the higher the proficiency of the breathing technique, the greater the success rate of the breakthrough. Zhang Muchen is well aware of this. Thus, he decides to elevate both the Thunder Dragon's Fury and the Whale Sea Breathing Technique to the novice stage, preparing for the second tier breakthrough. After careful consideration, Zhang Muchen promptly makes his decision. He expends evolution points, and in an instant, both techniques reach the novice level, a torrent of information flooding his mind. Level 19. With the Whale Sea Breathing Technique attaining the second layer's novice level, a plus sign appears next to the level column. His briefly inflated wallet deflates once more. Therefore, Zhang Muchen harbors no illusions and cautiously considers the next step. The success rate for the breakthrough stands at 10. Shall I expend 1,000 evolution points to attempt the breakthrough? The cost for Deep Blue to advance to the second tier is indeed rather steep. Zhang Muchen inwardly laments. Having never fought a battle of affluence in this lifetime, the arduous struggle for evolution points has been long. Therefore, he resolves to continue his monster-slaying endeavors. Zhang Muchen cast aside superfluous thoughts and devoted his attention to the college entrance examination, a pivotal assessment that could shape the trajectory of his future and even his life. He could not afford to be distracted. With this in mind, Zhang Muchen surged forward, charging at the formidable red-tier beast. 30 minutes later, having carved a path through his adversaries, Zhang Muchen came to a halt, having amassed more than 200 evolution points along the way. With a mere thought, he opted to enhance his lightning swift step, expending 200 evolution points to elevate its proficiency to a minor accomplishment. In an instant, a flood of information surged through his mind, deepening his comprehension of the lightning swift step. Zhang Muchen's speed had always been astonishing, far surpassing that of his peers. Now, with the lightning swift step refined to a minor accomplishment, his velocity increased even further. The remarks of City Lord Ling rang true. This technique significantly augmented his capabilities. Elated, Zhang Muchen felt compelled to put it to the test. His gaze fell upon a patch of grass in the distance, where a mammoth, long-haired mammoth was blissfully grazing. Indeed, it was the golden tusk mammoth. Zhang Muchen's mind raced with information, instantly recognizing this colossal creature. The golden tusk mammoth was the largest beast he had ever encountered, towering at a height of 6 meters, resembling a walking hillock. Even the formidable beast king, the violent ape, from the training camp in Haicheng paled in comparison before this giant. The mammoth boasted a pair of terrifying tusks, resembling the lances of medieval knights, thick and sharp. Under the sunlight, these tusks gleamed with a faint golden hue, a phenomenon that gave rise to the creature's name. The golden tusk mammoth, classified as a red-tier beast, was undeniably formidable. Zhang Muchen felt his blood surge with excitement. This was an opportunity to test his strength. Facing such a formidable foe, Zhang Muchen was ablaze with battle fervor, devoid of any fear. Armed with his rainstorm pear blossom spear, he boldly charged at the golden tusk mammoth. A figure entwined with azure lightning tore through the grassland, rapidly closing in on the mammoth. Despite its immense size and imposing strength, the beast exhibited sluggish reflexes. As it turned its head, Zhang Muchen swiftly redirected his trajectory, his speed surging to a new level as he darted to the mammoth's blind spot. Water Dragon's Song. In an instant, the moisture in the atmosphere coalesced, transforming the rainstorm pear blossom spear into a water dragon that collided with the golden tusk mammoth. Boom! The mammoth, caught off guard, was unable to evade the attack, enduring a devastating strike. In that moment, fearsome force tore through the mammoth's abdomen, its hide bursting and blood gushing forth. numerous organs rupturing. Roar. The golden tusk mammoth's eyes turned crimson, panting heavily as it swung its massive trunk toward Zhang Yuchen. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, it exhibited neither flight nor fear, for the pain had awakened its innate ferocity. Truly, as a red-tier beast, its resilience was remarkable, proving to be even more durable than the violent ape. Zhang Yuchen's mind raced, and a thrill of exhilaration surged within him. As the long trunk came crashing toward him, he wisely chose not to confront it head-on. With blood and energy surging within him, he executed the lightning-swift step. The trunk sliced through the air with tremendous force, but struck nothing but emptiness. Let us try this technique. Thunder Dragon's Fury. With a fierce shout, Zhang Muchen channeled his energy, summoning divine lightning to enshroud the rainstorm pear blossom spear. In the blink of an eye, the five-bladed spear shimmered with astonishing lightning. Resembling a weapon wielded by the thunder god, the golden tusk mammoth felt an icy dread for the first time, instinctively sensing the lethal threat of this impending strike. Chapter 33. First Kill. The red-tier beast, the golden tusk mammoth. Roar. The sound of the spear slicing through the air echoed like a thunderous dragon's roar. The technique was complete, and death was imminent. The mammoth's colossal size, while an asset, also proved to be a disadvantage. Its heavy, cumbersome body became its greatest weakness in that moment. It was far too slow to evade the technique. Boom. The lightning detonated spectacularly, accompanied by blinding brilliance. The golden tusk mammoth trembled violently, as though struck by divine retribution. Its massive form gradually toppled backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Evolution points. 19. Evolution points received. Zhang Muchen quickly replenished his vitality, compensating for his exertions. Having unleashed two techniques in a single battle, he gleaned new insights. Both Thunder Dragon's Fury and Water Dragon's Song were formidable. If he could combine these two techniques, their power might surpass all expectations. This was not mere fantasy or idle daydreaming, as both techniques were derived from the simplified Dragon Roar Spear art. It would be worth attempting, and the risks were minimal. If successful, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. The thought thrilled Zhang Muchen, invigorating his body with anticipation. He eagerly sought to test his newfound idea. Following the mental map in his mind, he departed the grassy expanse, heading toward the next red-tier beast. Jiangnan Province Examination Hall. Control Room. His strength is extraordinary. A staff member with short hair could hardly contain his astonishment. He had witnessed Zhang Yuchen's two techniques firsthand, culminating in the demise of the golden tusk mammoth. It was truly terrifying. The candidates in this year's examination were nothing short of remarkable. In past years, mastering even a single technique would have marked one as exceptional. Yet this candidate had mastered two. With just 2 moves, he had slain one of the strongest beasts in the Jiangnan Examination Hall. What was more, this young man appeared to have reserves of strength remaining. Sir, the golden tusk mammoth has been defeated, the staff member exclaimed, springing to his feet to report to Jiang Mingyuan. At that moment, Jiang Mingyuan presided over the central control, flanked by several seasoned warriors, including Ling Xiang, the Lord of Haiqing. Oh, Jiang Mingyuan glanced at the clock, surprised. The practical examination had only commenced an hour prior, and a candidate had already slain a red-tier beast. While such occurrences were not unheard of, they were exceedingly rare. Interesting. Bring up the footage, he commanded, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Soon, a screen before him displayed a handsome young man wielding a spear, his sharp gaze betraying his determination. Zhang Yuchen? Indeed, it was he. Jiang Mingyuan recalled the boy's face, having made a deep impression on him as the top contender on the Vitality leaderboard and the first to set off. This lad has indeed mastered Thunder Dragon's Fury. His comprehension is astonishing. Ling Xiang narrowed his eyes, a satisfied expression reminiscent of a beckoning fortune cat creasing his features. It seemed likely that this year's Jiangnan province champion would be none other than this young man. Amidst Jiang Mingyuan's astonishment, he found it only logical. On paper, Zhang Yuchen was first. In practical application, his prowess was undeniable. Zhang Yuchen, endowed with mastery over 2 profound arts, remains indisputably at the pinnacle, effortlessly outpacing his peers. Unless an improbable event occurs, the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province undoubtedly belongs to him. Several officials gathered as a subordinate respectfully presented a dossier containing Zhang Yuchen's personal information. The document was exceedingly detailed, chronicling his experiences from childhood to the present. Old Ling, this candidate hails from Haiqing. Furthermore, his sister is Zhang Zian. It dawned on them that they were siblings. Jiang Mingyuan, upon glancing at the file, could not help but relax his furrowed brows. Zhang Zian had been the top scholar of Jiangnan province the previous year, recognized for her extraordinary talents and formidable prowess that overshadowed her contemporaries. To his astonishment, her younger brother's aptitude was equally remarkable. This pair of siblings had dominated the college entrance examinations for 2 consecutive years. The thought alone filled him with admiration. Brother Jiang. The relationship between Zhang Yuchen and his family is rather complex, Ling Xiang remarked with a wry smile, exhaling deeply. He shared a camaraderie with Jiang Mingyuan. having both attended Shengjing Martial University, albeit separated by 3 cohorts. Thus, such informal address felt entirely appropriate. Complex? Jiang Mingyuan, a man of considerable insight, refrained from probing further, opting instead to delve deeper into the document, confident that the answers lay within. Zhang Muchen has severed ties with the Zhang family? Why is that? Jiang Mingyuan's brow furrowed as incredulity and absurdity flooded his mind. After enduring a beast tide in his childhood, he had finally returned to his family, only to be cast out again. What madness possessed the Zhang family to treat their kin thus? Jiang Mingyuan's expression darkened. Had the Zhang family been present, he would have berated them for their lack of vision, nearly causing the Dragon Kingdom to lose a prodigy. If it were he, having faced a beast tide at the tender age of 5 or 6, separated from his family and ensnared by countless ferocious beasts, he would have surely perished hundreds of times over. Ling Xiang empathized deeply, having scrutinized Zhang Muchen's past countless times since learning of his name. The more he examined it, the more he was astounded. This young man had traversed a tumultuous fate, confronting myriad adversities. It could be said that without a modicum of luck, he would not have survived to this day. The fact that this candidate had managed to endure alone amidst a beast tide as a child was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, a beast tide that ravaged multiple cities would likely ensnare even us 6th-tier martial artists. I cannot fathom how a mere child could survive such a catastrophe. It verges on a miracle, remarked another official, as the others nodded in agreement, equally astonished. If one were to rank calamities, a beast tide would certainly secure a place among the top 3. The aftermath of such a tide left cities in ruins and countless lives lost, infinitely more terrifying than earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. Following the beast tide, Zhang Muchen had entered an orphanage, only to return to a family that offered him no affection, ultimately leading to a severance of ties. Yet, he did not relinquish his pursuit of life or martial arts. He pressed on alone, ultimately reaping the rewards of his perseverance. Such unwavering resolve and extraordinary talent mark him as a true gem among candidates. Upon concluding the document, Jiang Mingyuan exhaled heavily, his demeanor shifting as he regarded Zhang Muchen with newfound favor and a sense of regret for the lost potential. While talent is paramount for a martial artist, steadfast determination is equally indispensable for navigating the thorny path of martial arts. A robust 6th-tier martial artist, lost in thought, expressed a sentiment of reflection. Jiang Mingyuan nodded in agreement, having witnessed too many prodigies who, despite their momentary brilliance, faded into obscurity. Conversely, those with resolute spirits often surged ahead, achieving remarkable breakthroughs. Chapter 34. First, the despair of Zhang Yuanzhou. In a certain examination hall in Jiangnan province, Zhang Yuanzhou wielded a 2nd-tier longsword, his countenance brimming with arrogance as he faced a fearsome beast. Blood dripped slowly from the sword's edge. However, his cheek bore slight swelling, adorned with a cold compress, detracting from his grandeur. Huffing and puffing, a gray-skinned rhinoceros stood opposite him, visibly battered and weary, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Kill. Gale sword. Zhang Yuanzhou seized the moment, shouting decisively as he launched a relentless flurry of thrusts with his sword. The vortex of energy coalescing at the sword's tip erupted, inflicting gaping wounds upon the creature. Despite the rhinoceros's tough hide, it could not withstand such a rapid onslaught. After numerous strikes, the rhinoceros collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, motionless. Excellent. Another 13th-tier beast slain. My score will soar. Elated at his victory, Zhang Yuanzhou could not suppress a triumphant laughter, flamboyantly waving his sword to disperse the blood. Brother, let us see what you can compare with. He activated his smartwatch to check his results. The screen flickered, revealing a cascade of information. 5th place, Zhang Yuanzhou. Combat score, 280. Upon seeing his name, an overwhelming joy washed over him. The practical examination was akin to a battalion traversing a narrow bridge. Each advancement meant the elimination of countless peers. My score, bolstered by Sister Xian's assistance, guarantees my admission to Shengjing Martial University. A smile crept upon his lips as he envisioned himself stepping into the esteemed halls of the Dragon Kingdom's premier institution in the near future. Brother, though I am unaware of the unscrupulous methods you employed, know that the practical examination is immune to cheating. You may have stolen my first place through nefarious means, but with the resources of the training camp, you only occupy the top of the vitality leaderboard. If you think to win against me through such underhanded tactics, I assure you, it is utterly impossible. Zhang Yuanzhou's thoughts turned to the previous day's events, his heart brimming with resentment. His brother, a waste with F-tier talent, had no right to claim the top spot in the training camp. He must have resorted to some disgraceful means. Otherwise, the title of training camp champion would have been rightfully his. The loss of a 2nd-tier martial skill weighed heavily on him. Brother, you must be troubled by the inability to cheat in the practical examination. Let me see your ranking. A cold smile graced Zhang Yuanzhou's lips as he scrolled through the rankings. The further he scrolled, the more pronounced his amusement became, for he found no mention of Zhang Muchen. 500th place, and that fellow's name is absent. How pathetic for a cheat. 1000th place, still no sign of him. Brother, just how incompetent are you to not even crack the top 1000? 5000th place, Zhang Muchen, where are you? While I am acing the examination. Where do you find yourself? 10,000th place. Surely you haven't been discovered cheating and expelled? Haha. The absence of Zhang Muchen's name filled Zhang Yuanzhou with unrestrained delight. His grin widening beyond measure. He laughed until tears welled up in his eyes, washing away the anguish that had long weighed upon him. Indeed, the true prodigy of the Zhang family is none other than Zhang Yuanzhou. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. I must remember his name. Establishing a rapport with such a formidable individual could greatly benefit my future endeavors. Zhang Yuanzhou felt elated as he began to scroll through the rankings once more. His sister, being a favored one, had made him acutely aware of the terrifying nature of S-class talent. Although A-class talent may seem just a tier below, the chasm between them is akin to an insurmountable divide. As Zhang Yuanzhou reached the pinnacle of the rankings, his smile abruptly froze. His pupils dilated, the joy evaporated, leaving nothing but an overwhelming sense of shock. First place, Zhang Muchen, with a practical score of 570. Second place, Qiu Xiaoxiao, with a score of 330. Third place, Su Wei, with a score of 300. Fourth place, Leng Yun, with a score of 290. Zhang Muchen. Upon seeing that familiar name, disbelief washed over him. No, it cannot be. There must be some mistake. Zhang Yuanzhou's voice trembled, unable to fathom the reality before him. His emotions resembled a roller coaster, flipping from euphoric delight to agonizing despair. He had initially thought Zhang Muchen was absent from the rankings due to cheating, yet here he was, first place. What a jest. How could he possibly be first? By what right? Why? Zhang Yuanzhou collapsed to the ground, howling in torment. How many geniuses resided in Jiangnan province? And yet, Zhang Muchen had claimed the top position. But the truth remained unaltered. Zhang Muchen was not only first, but he held an overwhelming lead. This brought to mind the training camp in Haiqing, so eerily similar. His brother loomed like an unshakable shadow, eternally cast over him. Ah, no, I must surpass you. I must prove that I, Zhang Yuanzhou, am the most exceptional. Gritting his teeth, with eyes aflame, Zhang Yuanzhou sprang to his feet. He was unwilling to concede, unwilling to surrender. Thus, his sole objective became clear, first place. As the practical examination progressed, candidates hunted ferocious beasts while keeping a vigilant eye on the fluctuating rankings. The name Zhang Muchen flashed before the eyes of countless examinees. This top scorer, Zhang Muchen, possessed extraordinary strength. He was not merely the champion of the vitality rankings, but also the leader in the practical assessment. Such a remarkable figure. If only I could team up with him to hunt red difficulty beasts, surely I could break into the top 10. Zhang Muchen, who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of your name before? As candidates perused the rankings, they were struck with astonishment. So powerful, incredibly powerful. To dominate both the vitality test and the practical examination is an achievement worthy of the provincial top scorer. The opportunity to vie for the coveted title of national champion awaited. In a certain part of the forest, Su Wei, currently ranked third in the practical examination, shut off the leaderboard. He scratched his head and sighed. I never anticipated such misfortune, to be in the same examination hall as a monster. It seems I have no chance of claiming the provincial top scorer. With only 2 hours remaining in the practical exam, the formidable Zhang Muchen had already established a lead of over 200 points over the second and third place. No matter how hard he pressed, Su Wei doubted he could close that gap in the remaining time. Moreover, Zhang Muchen was also hunting ferocious beasts, further widening the disparity. The second place Qiu Xiaoxiao was a level above him, making victory against her unlikely. To secure his third position, his greatest rival was Leng Yun. After pondering for a moment, Su Wei resolved to aim for third while contending for second. His strategy was quite prudent. Avoid the mightiest Zhang Muchen and defeat the comparatively weaker Leng Yun. To successfully secure third and strive for second, the next objective must be to slay a red difficulty beast. Su Wei gazed into the distance, where a black demonic horse was grazing on flesh. Chapter 35, Teaming Up, Hunting Failure. The fall of the tree leaves the monkeys scattered. The black demonic horse was robust, adorned with a single horn, and its eyes glimmered like rubies. Occasionally, it exuded an almost human-like intelligence. When one locked eyes with it, a sensation of being scrutinized arose, prompting one to question whether it possessed wisdom comparable to that of a human. The dark demonic horse, a rare beast capable of mental attacks, posed a greater threat than ordinary ferocious beasts. To hunt this creature, it seemed that allies would be necessary. Su Wei regarded the dark demonic horse, lips pursed in contemplation. He lacked the confidence to attempt solo combat against it. Just envisioning the scenario, as he battled, a mental attack from the horse could leave him dazed. Upon regaining consciousness, he might find a hoof descending upon him. What a dreadful fate that would be. The dark demonic horse was at least a level 17 beast. To successfully surround and eliminate it, he would require 5 capable candidates. Su Wei surmised that this beast was likely the most formidable in the Jiangnan province examination hall. Without candidates awakened with mental talents to serve as the primary attackers, The only viable strategy to defeat the dark demonic horse would be to employ a tactic of attrition through sheer numbers, gradually wearing it down. Time was of the essence. Su Wei wasted no time in seeking assistance. 20 minutes later, he had assembled a temporary team of 7, which included the 4th-ranked Leng Yun. Now then, everyone. Let it be clear, when we hunt the dark demonic horse, we must commit fully, no underhanded tricks, he declared. Since I, Su Wei, have gathered this team, I shall lead the charge. The examination wristwatches are equipped with smart systems that will assign practical scores based on your actions. If you desire high scores, then join me in this endeavor. Su Wei, with his high emotional intelligence, delivered a speech that was both firm and inspiring. The other 6 team members were thoroughly stirred and had no objections. Red difficulty beasts were typically hunted under the leadership of favored ones. Being part of Su Wei's team and contributing to the hunt for high practical scores was an opportunity too good to pass up. Regrettably, there were no candidates with awakened mental talents. Otherwise, the success rate of hunting the dark demonic horse would have increased by 30%. A sturdy, dark-skinned candidate remarked. The group shared a sense of regret. Compared to the physical and elemental talents, those with awakened mental abilities were exceedingly rare. Consequently, the general populace had scant knowledge of mental talents, let alone high school students like them. Even if they succeeded in slaying the dark demonic horse, Leng Yun's rank would still be lower than his. There was no need to worry about dropping in the rankings. On the contrary, her assistance would enhance the likelihood of success in hunting the dark demonic horse. Su Wei smiled silently, his thoughts clear. To him, strategy was also a vital component of the examination. The interplay of utilizing and being utilized held profound significance. After all, the path of a martial artist is fraught with thorns. Enemies are not only ferocious beasts. Sometimes, setting aside barriers and choosing collaboration can yield remarkable results. This is precisely why the practical examination does not impose restrictions on team formations. All right, everyone, time is of the essence. Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence our mission. Su Wei clapped his hands, initiating a tactical arrangement and directing his companions to take their positions. Once his teammates were prepared, he cast a glance at the dark demon horse, which was leisurely consuming its meal. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs to their utmost capacity, his entire chest swelling with resolve. Kill! A sudden roar reverberated through the forest, sending leaves swirling to the ground. Su Wei burst forth from the thicket, pushing the hilt of his blade, its murderous intent radiating as he charged toward the dark demon horse. The creature's eyes glowed a menacing red as it nimbly leaped to the side, evading Su Wei's strike. This is bad. That beast is quite clever. A pang of alarm gripped Su Wei's heart, yet with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to unleash his attack. He twisted his waist, channeling his chi, and executed a martial technique. In an instant, the blade shimmered with a layer of earthy yellow light as it swung toward the dark demon horse. The creature kicked out with its front hoof, deflecting the blade with astonishing force, emerging unscathed. The confrontation between man and beast unfolded with a flurry of exchanges, and gradually, Su Wei found himself at a disadvantage. This dark demon horse was not merely a level 17 beast, it was likely level 18, or even level 19. Had the examiner lost his mind? Who could possibly vanquish such a monstrosity? Struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught, Su Wei inwardly lamented. Essence, Earthshatter Slash. After fending off several more strikes, he suddenly let out a low growl. At that moment, his vitality erupted. The long blade, enshrouded in earthy yellow light, cleaved toward the dark demon horse. Sensing the signal, his teammates surged forth from the forest, preparing to encircle and slay the creature. Leading the charge was a graceful figure. Dashing toward them at incredible speed, it was Leng Yun. Faced with the impending ambush, the dark demon horse revealed a hint of derision in its gaze. Its fur writhed violently as it unleashed a cloud of black mist, engulfing the surroundings. Here it comes. A mental assault. Su Wei felt a foreboding chill. Quickly biting his tongue, the pain had yet to register, but dread surged ahead. Instantly, Su Wei froze in place, his expression one of terror, unable to move. The dark demon horse kicked the ground, unleashing a tremendous force. Ah! Su Wei screamed, his body flung like a ragdoll several meters away. The other candidates, poised to encircle the beast, halted in their tracks. Could it be that even Su Wei was no match for the dark demon horse? What a terrifying beast. Its mental attack was overwhelming. What now? Su Wei has lost. Should we fight or flee? Meanwhile, Leng Yun had reached the dark demon horse's front, her icy gaze unperturbed. Her twin blades shimmered with a crimson glow as she rapidly thrust them multiple times. The dark demon horse lowered its head, its body surging with power. Akin to a charging knight, its sharp horn became a lance. The edge of Leng Yun's blade grazed against the horn, leaving only faint white marks. Utterly incapable of severing it. This is dire. A sinking feeling overwhelmed Leng Yun as she retreated hastily, attempting to evade the lethal blow. Yet the dark demon horse seemed intent on her, barreling forward. Ultimately, after a few moments, Leng Yun found herself unable to escape, being struck by the dark demon horse and sent flying. It's over. Lung Yun is no match either. We must retreat. This beast is far too powerful. If we don't leave now, we will surely perish here. Su Wei lay on the grass, blood filling his mouth, his right side numb and weak. In that perilous moment, he had turned his body to absorb the dark demon horse's fatal strike. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Hearing his temporary teammates hesitating and expressing their fear of battle, Su Wei's heart surged with anger, wanting to voice his thoughts. Yet his throat tightened, and he could only manage a bitter smile. It appears my practical examination ends here. Without lingering for even a second, Su Wei raised his left hand. Trembling as he activated his belt, a blue sphere expanded, enveloping him within. The orb floated slowly into the air, emanating a peculiar scent. This aroma was heavy yet indescribable. However, upon catching a whiff of it, the dark demon horse's demeanor shifted to one of fear as it retreated, refraining from attacking the balloon. Chapter 36, Slaying. Shocking Lung Yun with a minor mastery of the essence. The beast tide rises. Go. As Su Wei relinquished his practical examination, the remaining teammates scattered like frightened birds. The temporary team crumbled to dust. They had initially formed this alliance in hopes of profit, but with the core member Su Wei fleeing, there was little reason to stay. Seizing the opportunity presented by the dark demon horse's hesitation, Lung Yun too retreated into the forest. Her complexion pale, she sighed, contemplating the unfortunate circumstance. What a pity. Had the others provided cover for me, there might have been a chance to slay the dark demon horse. Although in previous assessments, red-tier beasts were typically hunted under the guidance of the blessed, it did not guarantee success in every endeavor. For instance, this time, they had faltered. I need to find a place to tend to my wounds. My strength diminished, I cannot contend with a red-tier beast, and must settle for a white-tier target. As Lung Yun ventured deeper into the forest, seeking lesser beasts, she furrowed her brow, raising her arm. For some inexplicable reason, droplets of water cascaded down. How strange. Why has it become so humid? Lung Yun felt as though she had fallen into a pool, discomfort enveloping her. She surveyed her surroundings for the source of this anomaly. Suddenly, she froze, her body tensing. A figure, entwined in azure electric light, burst forth from the forest at astonishing speed. The individual stood at an imposing height of 6 feet, wielding a silver spear, adorned with dragon-like horns reminiscent of waterspouts. Could it be Zhang Muchen? Lung Yun gasped, disbelief washing over her. To think that the pressure exerted by the first-ranked individual far surpassed that of the dark demon horse. Zhang Muchen soared into the air, his vitality erupting. A vast amount of water vapor coalesced, forming 3 vividly lifelike water dragons. After hours of hunting beasts and expending 500 evolution points, he had finally achieved minor mastery of the water dragon chant. Though it was but a minor mastery, his combat prowess surged significantly. The 3 water dragons coiled protectively around Zhang Muchen, roaring toward the heavens, instilling terror in all around. In this moment, it was as if a dragon deity had descended. Hiss! The dark demon horse, under immense pressure, became agitated, emitting a shrill cry for the first time. Instinctively, it unleashed a mental assault, showing no hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of black mist surged forth, rushing toward Zhang Muchen. A mental attack? Zhang Muchen chuckled softly, facing the black mist with unwavering courage. His pupils shimmered with golden light. Golden eyes. 2 invisible waves of mental force collided silently. Hiss! The dark demon horse let out a pained scream, its eyes losing their luster as its spirit waned. Clearly, it had faltered in the clash of mental assaults. The black mist was merely a diversion, a trick to conceal the mental attack. This beast's methods were rather peculiar. Zhang Muchen, having discerned the ruse with a single attempt, swiftly resolved his thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 water dragons, imbued with boundless might, surged toward the dark demon horse. The spirit-weakened creature attempted to evade, but Zhang Muchen, propelled by electric light, surged forward with renewed speed. It was now utterly unable to escape. In the blink of an eye, the clash between the 3 dragons and the dark demon horse resembled the deluge of the Milky Way, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and scattered a multitude of water droplets across the battlefield. The entire arena was engulfed in tumultuous waves, cascading and saturating the grassy expanse. Evolution Point 19. Zhang Muchen emerged from the mist, the ground behind him fractured in a spiderweb pattern. The dark demon horse, gravely injured and a deterrent to the temporary squad of 7, now lay on the ground, its head concaved into its chest, lifeless. Such formidable strength. Could he truly be Zhang Muchen? Cold Yun, who had witnessed the battle in its entirety, spoke with incredulity. In this provincial college entrance examination, the only person who could match the performance before her was none other than the top-ranking Zhang Muchen. His mastery had already reached the minor completion stage. How terrifying. How had he cultivated to such heights? Hiding in the shadows, Cold Yun suddenly felt parched. She had anticipated that the first place would be strong, but never to this extent. Being at the pinnacle of the vitality rankings was one thing, but the key was his minor completion of the profound principles. While entering the realm of these principles is not overly challenging for the blessed ones, she, along with Su Wei and Qiu Xiaoxiao, had all achieved it. Yet to cultivate the profound principles to the minor completion stage before the examination was utterly impossible. A year was far too brief. Now, relying solely on his minor completion of the profound principles, Zhang Muchen's combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. It seemed that this year's top scholar from Jiangnan province was destined to be none other than him. Cold Yin cast a lingering glance at Zhang Muchen before turning away. Despite her reluctance, she refrained from attempting to invite him to form a team. Having sustained injuries, her strength had diminished, and her pride would not allow her to become a burden to others, nor did she wish to be treated as someone in need of care. If Zhang Muchen were to reject her on the spot, it would be an even greater humiliation. In the examination control room, it was apparent to Jiang Mingyuan that this year's top scholar from Jiangnan province was Zhang Muchen. Observing the screen, his tone was filled with certainty. Moreover, his eyes reflected profound admiration. After serving as the chief examiner for many years, he was witnessing a remarkable occurrence for the first time. A candidate at such a young age mastering the minor completion of profound principles. Zhang Muchen's comprehension was extraordinarily high. It was likely that his talent approached the SS rank. Ling Xiong smiled, expressing astonishment and satisfaction. Although Zhang Muchen was currently a first-tier martial artist, his martial prowess was exceptional, and his future was boundless. An SS-rank talent, a prodigy not seen in a decade. The city lord Ling had indeed struck gold. The other sixth-tier martial artists displayed expressions of astonishment. Even as esteemed city lords, they could not suppress their envy. After all, an SS-rank martial artist was colloquially known as a saint-blessed one, also referred to as a seed of martial holiness. Of course, whether such a seed could take root, blossom, and bear fruit depended on individual fate. Countless geniuses had met untimely ends along the way. As time flowed steadily, the moment the second hand reached the designated second, a resounding boom echoed, akin to a giant striking an ancient bell, producing a sound both archaic and melodic. Thus, the college entrance examination reached a successful conclusion, and we shall now welcome the next generation of prodigies. Jiang Mingyuan wore a slight smile, feeling immensely satisfied. At his age, unearthing a genius with his own hands was a pleasure surpassing even the finest wine. These young individuals were invaluable treasures. As they matured, they would become the pillars supporting the Dragon Kingdom's future. Just as a few were about to leave the control room, an unexpected interruption occurred. Someone is calling my emergency number, a middle-aged martial artist remarked, puzzled. As a city lord of high status, only a select few were privy to this emergency number. Typically, without a grave matter at hand, his confidence would not intrude. He retrieved his phone and answered the call. The words on the other end caused the countenance of this sixth-tier martial artist to shift drastically. City lordly, there's trouble. A wild beast tide is surging, and a vast number of ferocious beasts are heading toward the military city. City lordly trembled all over as he spoke rapidly, akin to bullets leaving a chamber. Transfer command to the vice city lord. Organize forces to resist the beast tide, and hold the fort until I return. The others exchanged glances. A trace of gravity now evident in their expressions. For a century, the beast tide had always posed a formidable challenge. If mishandled, the ferocious beasts could breach the city, leaving unarmed civilians defenseless and leading to potentially catastrophic casualties. Gentlemen, the military city needs me. I must take my leave. City Lord Li, aware of the urgency, was determined not to squander a single second and prepared to depart. Suddenly, the phones of the other city lords rang simultaneously. Sensing something amiss, they hurriedly answered the calls. What? A beast tide is surging? I'm overseeing the college entrance examination. I'll return immediately. Activate the defense systems and organize forces to resist. Indeed, the calls conveyed the same alarming news. The beast tide. This particular beast tide seemed suspicious, with the potential to sweep across the entirety of Jiangnan province. Do not leave yet. Let me contact the governor to discuss countermeasures. Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing exceedingly serious. The seasoned leaders, having faced countless battles, sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy in the air. Chapter 37, The Pest. The Mutated Beasts. A scheme to draw the tiger from its mountain. The governor, a seventh-tier master overseeing all provincial affairs. These city lords were also bound to heed the governor's directives. The 13th cavern is in turmoil. I am currently with General Zhun Nan to suppress the unrest there and cannot spare any hands. You must follow the Martial Bureau's commands. Upon placing the call, Jiang Mingyuan received unexpected news. The cavern was in chaos. The governor and General Zhun Nan had already rushed to the cavern. It now appeared that this beast tide was likely a result of the cavern's upheaval, with the ferocious beasts escaping and no sign of the Beast King in sight. Why had we not received any notification regarding the cavern's abnormal conditions? Could it be that even the Jinxing army could not withstand it? We must not panic. Assess the defensive conditions of each city and prioritize assistance to those under significant pressure. This is a grave matter. The expressions of the city lords grew solemn as they began to deliberate. They were all formidable warriors who had ventured into the caverns and slain countless ferocious beasts. Through the governor's brief message, they extracted a wealth of intelligence. However, the reasons behind the cavern's upheaval were often extremely complex. Being far from the examination site, they could not ascertain the truth at that moment. Notify everyone that the college entrance examination has concluded, and all candidates must exit the venue immediately. No lingering. Before contacting the Marshal Bureau, Zhang Muchen first instructed his subordinates to ensure the safety of the candidates. Although the examination site was distant from the major cities, it could still be impacted by the beast tide. Understood, Commander. His subordinates promptly complied and sprang into action. Simultaneously, numerous staff members entered the examination venue to guide the candidates toward evacuation. Mr. Zhang, we must take our leave. The city lords, frantic with urgency, made their decision and departed directly after a brief discussion. Zhang Muchen bit his lip, gazing at the examination site beyond the glass, murmuring, "What a tumultuous era." Ever since the emergence of the caverns a century ago, they have posed a persistent dilemma for humanity. Countless heroes have ventured forth, yet the results have been minimal. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently beneath his feet, sending reverberations through the ground. An earthquake. Quick, organize a rescue. Zhang Muchen stood tall and composed, issuing commands without a hint of panic. Amidst this terrifying seismic upheaval, he remained unfazed, displaying his profound martial prowess. In the next moment, a peculiar sound echoed from the examination hall. Upon closer inspection, the sound resembled the wailing of an infant, yet carried an indescribable sorrow that instilled fear in the hearts of listeners. Zhang Muchen's eyes sparkled with insight, and in an instant, he pieced together the unfolding events. The pestilent creatures. It was evident that the beast god cult sought to incite chaos amidst the turmoil. The beast tide was likely a diversionary tactic. Within the examination hall, an enormous creature resembling a giant earthworm emerged, measuring 30 meters in diameter. It bore no eyes or nose, only a massive, gaping maw. Upon it stood a figure clad in a crimson robe, the cardinal of the beast god cult. He was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this scheme. Zhang Muchen roared, his vitality surging as he burst forth from the control room. The situation had escalated far too rapidly for him to hesitate. This was the examination hall of Jiangnan province, where numerous students remained unscathed. He could not allow the candidates to fall into peril. A red meteor streaked across the sky, poised to strike the pestilent creature. The cardinal, unfazed, raised his arms high and bellowed, "Come, transform with me into a constellation, and follow the great beast god." No sooner had his words left his lips than the eyeless creature erupted with a thunderous explosion, showering blood and flesh like petals scattered by the wind. "You shan't escape this." Zhang Muchen surmised the enemy's intent and acted decisively, unleashing his most formidable martial technique, the blazing palm. As his hand struck out, the sky above the examination hall was engulfed in a blaze of fiery crimson. The flames roared like a net, ensnaring the falling blood and flesh. Zhang Muchen, the cardinal of crimson, laughed ominously and countered with his own palms. A foul, acrid wind surged toward the raging inferno. The two forces collided, cleaving the sky in two. Constrained by the cardinal's interference, Zhang Muchen's expression darkened as he witnessed the carnage raining down. This was the might of a sixth-tier martial artist. Zhang Muchen gazed in astonishment at the inferno that enveloped the sky, a surge of fervent emotion swelling within him. He yearned for the day he could become such a formidable force. Yet for now, evasion was paramount. Aside from the monstrous worm, one could only wonder if the cult had other nefarious schemes in place. Zhang Muchen glanced at his smartwatch, where a pointer indicated the nearest exit. Just moments after the examination concluded, the watch had incessantly broadcasted alerts to evacuate until candidates confirmed their departure. An arrow appeared on the dial, indicating the exit direction. Seeing this, Zhang Muchen refrained from pursuing the ferocious beast. Given that the examination had ended, continuing the hunt would likely breach regulations, risking severe penalties, the most disastrous outcome being the nullification of his exam results. However, with the cult's surprise attack, life itself was precarious. Perhaps no one cared about exam results anymore. The cult had clearly orchestrated a formidable ambush, not merely seeking self-destruction. Zhang Muchen propelled himself forward, his feet crackling with energy, sprinting at an exhilarating pace. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed behind him, accompanied by a tumultuous wind that surged into his ears. Zhang Muchen, as if endowed with foresight, had already gathered his strength for several seconds. He spun around, thrusting his spear in a swift motion. The rain of pear blossoms spear struck like a bolt of lightning, targeting the approaching beast. Boom! The creature plummeted from the air, pinned to the ground by his spear, yet it did not perish. The Azure Dragon thunder surged along the spear, continuously unleashing its thunderous energy to subdue the beast. What manner of creature is this? Has it undergone mutation? Upon discerning the beast's form, Zhang Muchen was taken aback. Initially, upon hearing the eagle's cry, images had formed in his mind. However, upon turning to face the creature, he realized he had gravely misjudged. This avian beast appeared to have suffered from a bioweapon infection. Tumors bulging from its wings, while its head had swollen to several times its original size. sprouting multiple compound eyes. It was evident that the beast god cult intended to ensnare all the candidates. A glint of resolve flashed in Zhang Muchen's eyes as he recognized the precariousness of the situation. The cult aimed to eliminate a 6th-tier martial artist, a costly endeavor. Yet, the price for extinguishing an untrained prodigy was far lower. The beast god cult clearly harbored such intentions. While Zhang Muchen pondered, the eagle beast's tumors quivered, pooling with liquid, swollen as if something were about to burst forth. These mutated creatures had become more resilient in life. Zhang Muchen's expression turned stony as he tightened his grip, unleashing his vitality. In an instant, thunder roared, engulfing the mutated beast entirely. Crack! The azure lightning surged wildly, shattering the tumors, which released a swarm of charred insects. Zhang Muchen had encountered these insects before. Their intricate exoskeletons resembled 2 large hands, as if cradling something, identical to the divine blood insects from the land battle city. Evolution points, 50. The beast lay dead, and the system notification chimed in. Such a multitude of evolution points. Zhang Muchen's expression shifted, caught off guard. He licked his lips, his gaze towards the beast now akin to that of a ravenous predator eyeing a delectable feast. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 19. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 930. Mentality, 930. Martial techniques, Water Dragon's Lament, minor accomplishment. Thunder Dragon's Rage, novice. Lightning's Swift Steps, minor accomplishment. Cloud Rider Spear technique, perfection. Ninefold Fist, perfection. Cultivation method, Whale Sea Breathing technique, second layer, novice. Evolution points, 550. Zhang Muchen opened his panel, weighing the pros and cons. A mutated beast was worth 50 evolution points. If he were to slay 11 or 12 more, he could likely amass enough to break through his current realm. However, the Whale Sea Breathing technique was of a low tier, with only a 10 success rate for breaking through to the 2nd tier. The cult's assault posed risks as well as opportunities. Zhang Muchen contemplated, recognizing 2 paths before him. One was the exit route, where powerful warriors were stationed to ensure safety, preserving his life. The other was to delve into the hunt for mutated beasts. After much deliberation, Zhang Muchen ultimately resolved to adopt a cautious approach. The examination hall was vast, concealing an unknown number of mutated beasts. He raised his gaze toward the heavens, where 2 terrifying forces of vitality clashed violently. Like a tide crashing against the surroundings, 2 formidable warriors clashed above, their every encounter wielding the power to shatter mountains and stir the heavens. The overwhelming pressure left the candidates breathless, a weight upon their chests. Should they unwittingly become entangled in the fray, even the faintest ripple of residual force would spell their demise, leaving no sliver of survival. The allure of evolution points seemed a perilous temptation, potentially plunging them into deeper peril. Zhang Muchen's thoughts raced as he made the swift decision to retreat. He would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Yet it was evident that this was not the moment. Zhang Muchen, follow me. I am the proctor, a middle-aged man, clad in military garb and possessing an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding a sense of steadfast reliability, called out to him as he emerged from the fray. Trailing behind him were a dozen frightened candidates, their faces pale and their postures hunched like quails. Among them was a girl who stole several glances at Zhang Muchen, her mind racing with surprise. Is that him? Xiao Xiaoxiao pondered in astonishment, not expecting to encounter Zhang Muchen once more. Very well. Zhang Muchen, oblivious to any underlying issues, nodded in agreement. The current circumstances were uncertain, and caution was warranted. After all, he had no knowledge of any additional traps the beast god sect might have set, aside from the self-destructive giant insects and the spreading contamination of the divine bloodworms. All right, I am Hu Bin. You will accompany us now. The middle-aged warrior, taken aback, instinctively introduced himself. The candidates he had rescued along the way were either terrified or utterly paralyzed by fear, and it was their first time witnessing a candidate as composed and unflustered as Zhang Muchen. He was indeed the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. The disparity between genius and the ordinary was striking. Everyone follow me. Without further ado, Hu Bin led the group in a frantic dash toward a specific direction, his tablet in hand, occasionally glancing down at its screen. It appeared to possess a tracking feature to locate the positions of nearby candidates. As Hu Bin continued his rescue efforts, their numbers swelled to over 40. However, with a larger group, they became a more conspicuous target. Numerous mutated ferocious beasts, having caught their scent, charged at them frantically. For Hu Bin, a third-tier martial artist, dispatching these creatures was not a challenge. A single strike could eliminate a mutated beast. Yet, a dilemma loomed before him, presenting a conundrum. Roar! Just as they were discussing, a horde of mutated beasts surged forth from the forest. The sheer number of beasts was staggering, casting a dark shadow over the area and instilling great pressure. This is problematic. With so many candidates, errors are bound to arise. Chening and I cannot protect everyone. Hu Bin halted, his expression grim as he assessed the situation. Turning back to the candidates, he saw them encircled by the mutated beasts, trembling in fear and utterly devoid of fighting spirit. He shouted to his companion, Chening, I will hold off these beasts. You must protect the candidates. Chening realized the gravity of the situation as well. Raising her sword, she declared coldly, if we wish to survive, everyone must raise your weapons. The candidates gulped, and despite their terror, none wished for an untimely demise. Thus, they all brandished their weapons. This act seemed to provoke the mutated beasts, which snarled and charged, their grotesque forms oozing greenish liquid. Form a circular defense. Do not stray from your companions. Do not initiate an attack. Remain calm. Hu Bin shouted urgently, his fists clenched as he summoned his internal energy, unleashing a formidable aura. Rather than waiting for the beasts to close in, he opted for a proactive approach. With a determined leap, Hu Bin launched himself forward, delivering a crushing blow to a mutated beast. This audacious act incited the wrath of the creatures, their eyes glowing crimson with fury as they roared and lunged at him. Hu Bin could only hope that the candidates would exhibit some intelligence and hold their ground until he could provide assistance. Yet, a portion of the mutated beasts bypassed Hu Bin, charging towards the candidates. Chening grit her teeth and positioned herself to block them. However, these beasts retained a modicum of cunning, recognizing her as a formidable opponent. They employed a strategy, sending a group to besiege Chening while another flanked the candidates. The candidates, thrown into disarray, displayed visible panic. These mutated beasts, though slightly weaker than the red-tier ferocious beasts, were still formidable foes that ordinary candidates could hardly contend with. This is troublesome. Must we abandon some candidates? No, absolutely not. Chening bit her lip, feeling the weight of the situation. Help me. I don't want to die. The defensive circle formed by the candidates could not withstand the assault of the beasts and was swiftly torn apart. Qiu Xiaoxiao, having parried several attacks, turned pale as she faced the mutated beast looming before her. A sense of despair washed over her, and a thought emerged uncontrollably. Am I to perish here? Suddenly, a flash of blue lightning erupted, blindingly bright. A figure plunged into the horde of beasts, wielding a silver spear nearly 3 meters long, which pierced the skull of a wolf-like beast. The blade whirred like a chainsaw, and with a thunderous explosion, the wolf's head burst apart, releasing a nauseating spray of blood and flesh that triggered the primal instincts of the mutated beasts. Momentarily stunned, the creatures abandoned their pursuit of the candidates and redirected their aggression towards Zhang Muchen. The candidates, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at him in astonishment. In this dire situation, Zhang Muchen realized that remaining passive would lead him into a trap. He could not flee far alone, so he had to take action. As the beasts closed in, Zhang Muchen stood resolute, unaffected by the chaos around him. Taking action was a means of self-preservation. He could not remain indifferent while watching himself slip into an irretrievable predicament, especially when this presented an excellent opportunity to harvest evolution points. Deep Blue enhanced the lightning speed proficiency to mastery. A thought surged through Zhang Muchen's mind as he unhesitatingly expended 500 evolution points. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his brain. Roar, a silver-winged bat, the swiftest among the beasts, lunged at Zhang Muchen within moments. Observing him frozen in place without a reaction, someone called out in concern, "Watch out, classmate." In a flash of lightning, the silver-winged bat missed its target as Zhang Muchen leaped into the air, using his spear to pin the creature to the ground. With a crack of thunder, the bat exploded like a sack, granting him 50 evolution points. With a single decisive strike, Zhang Muchen swiftly drew his weapon, channeling his energy into a thunderous force as he navigated through the horde of beasts. Instead of succumbing to panic, he moved with agility and precision, each strike lethal and unerring as he ruthlessly reaped lives. Who is he? His strength is astounding. Incredible. Jiangnan province actually has such a genius. Such formidable prowess undoubtedly marks him as a favored one of the heavens. Yet, I have not heard of any celestial beings in Jiangnan province possessing thunderous talents. I realize now he is Zhang Muchen, the top of both the blood chi rankings and the practical assessment. The valedictorian. He is the esteemed Zhang Muchen. We are saved. The candidates, who have narrowly escaped death, are increasingly awestruck. They never anticipated that a peer could wield such extraordinary martial abilities. The disparity in strength feels as if they belong to entirely different realms. We cannot simply stand idly by. Rise up. Do you wish to be a burden? Qiu Xiaoxiao stood up, her voice ringing out. She was inspired by Zhang Muchen, as if a ray of hope illuminated her heart, rekindling her desire to survive. Indeed, we must assist Zhang Muchen. We cannot allow him to fight alone. If one person cannot defeat the ferocious beasts, surely 3 can. Let us fight. Let us slay the beasts, for only then can we carve out our path to survival. The candidates, filled with fervor, raised their weapons. Having received martial education, they were naturally stirred to action by Zhang Muchen's presence and rallied to launch a counterattack. Chapter 39, Seeking Refuge, the envious Zhang Yuanzhou. Die! Hu Bang roared, unleashing his fists. His weapon was a pair of gauntlets, and as he swung them, they gleamed with golden light. Each punch surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, an awe-inspiring display of might. When they struck the mutated ferocious beasts, they shattered bones and ruptured flesh, all without succumbing to the corrosive blood. At last, the last mutated beast fell, and the battle came to a close. Fortunately, it was merely a first-tier beast, even after being parasitized by the divine bloodworm. Its strength remained limited. Hu Bang surveyed the battlefield, a mix of trepidation and relief washing over him. Though some candidates had sustained injuries, it was a blessing that no one had perished. Having endured the trials of life and death, many candidates bore expressions transformed by their experiences. Zhang Yuchen, you performed admirably. I shall report your extraordinary performance to Supervisor Jiang. Qining exclaimed, her joy palpable. She had witnessed firsthand Zhang Yuchen's astounding combat prowess throughout his rampage. Despite still being a first-tier warrior, his strength far surpassed that of his peers. A typical level 20 warrior might not even measure up to him. The key was that Zhang Muchen had inspired the candidates, enabling them to unleash remarkable power. A confluence of factors had culminated in a miraculous record of 0 fatalities. This matter is of little consequence, examiners. Let us depart this place. Zhang Muchen gestured dismissively, eschewing any pride in his accomplishments. In truth, he held little interest in the accolades. His mind was consumed by one singular thought. Should he strive to break through to the second tier? Indeed. Following this bout of slaughter, Zhang Muchen had amassed a significant number of evolution points, witnessing an unprecedented surge to a staggering 2,700 points. You are right. Let us move. Everyone, stay close. Hu Bang nodded in agreement, leading the way. Though he did not vocalize it, he found himself increasingly admiring Zhang Muchen. Calm and composed. With formidable strength, this was a true martial genius. Given time, he would undoubtedly achieve renown that echoed throughout the world. The Whale Sea Breathing Technique's Muscle Refinement chapter required 1,005 evolution points to reach perfection. Once elevated, he could break through to a new realm. As Zhang Muchen journeyed onward, he calculated within his mind. Based on his experience in breaking through the first tier, achieving mastery in the breathing technique would render the system's success rate for a breakthrough virtually 100%. In other words, as long as he desired it, he could instantly ascend to become a second-tier warrior. However, given the unclear circumstances, any additional strength would enhance his chances of survival. Yet, attempting a breakthrough within the forest posed too great a risk. Zhang Muchen pondered for a moment. His thirst for power was palpable. Yet he would not let desire cloud his judgment. Without protection, a forced breakthrough would likely lead to being devoured by ferocious beasts. Moreover, he could not find a reason to ask Hu Bang and Qining to guard him. Beast God Sect, you truly have a death wish. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the surroundings. The tone was cold, yet it emanated an overwhelming aura. The crowd looked skyward, but saw nothing. The azure sky and white clouds painted a picturesque scene, yet the tranquility felt eerie. The voice they had just heard seemed like an apparition. This must be a mental secret technique. I suspect a master is intervening. Hu Bang trembled, both shocked and relieved. A master? The crowd gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated encountering such a legendary figure today. A 7th-tier warrior, having mastered extraordinary power, was commonly referred to as a master. Such an individual could easily serve as the governor of a province, wielding the power of life and death over it. Furthermore, this particular master was a rare mental-type warrior. With the master's intervention, this turmoil stirred by the Beast God Sect would soon subside. Let us hasten our departure. Hu Bang seized the moment, urging everyone forward. Once they left the forest, he would consider breaking through. Zhang Muchen suppressed his inner impulses. Now that a master had taken action, the unrest caused by the Beast God Sect would not linger for long. Upon returning to the base, he could attempt his breakthrough. The situation unfolded smoothly. They pressed onward without encountering any ferocious beasts. The group arrived at the underground passage, returning to the starting point of the practical assessment. Heavily guarded, the atmosphere was somber yet tinged with sadness. Injured candidates, weary and dispirited, lined up for treatment. Some were even covered with white cloths, their faces concealed. Beside them, fellow candidates wept, mourning the loss of their friends. Damn the Beast God Sect. I, Luo Zhan, vow that one day I will eradicate you completely. A boy in the queue clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly at the sight of such devastation. Others too felt their eyes redden with anguish. The youthful candidates silently promised that when they achieved martial success, they would certainly eliminate the evil cult. Your resolve is commendable. Remember this day. In the future, train diligently at the Martial University and do not squander your time. Hu Bang praised Luo Zhan's passionate declaration. He too loathed the evil cult, yet regrettably, his talents were limited. All he could do was entrust the future to the younger generation. It is safe here. You may rest now. Qining sighed with relief, her expression weary. After confirming identities with the guards, they led the candidates to a place to recuperate. After the relentless ordeal, Qining had to slay ferocious beasts while simultaneously safeguarding the candidates, a dual burden that had truly exhausted her. The two examiners departed, while the candidates were ushered into a resting room. Rich supplies and vigilant medical personnel awaited them. Following a brief examination, confirming they had not been infected, everyone received blankets and food. Zhang Muchen, how is it that he has not been injured? Damn it. In a corner, a voice murmured. Wrapped in a blanket, Zhang Yuanzhou revealed a pair of eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. He lowered his gaze, disheartened further upon seeing the bandages encircling his chest. Despite receiving greater resources and the affection of the Zhang family, the top scholar remained Zhang Muchen, unscathed and triumphant. Oh heavens, why must it be so unfair? Zhang Muchen, thank you. This is a treat for you, Autumn Xiaoxiao said gratefully, presenting him with a box of instant noodles. Her gaze towards Zhang Muchen held not only gratitude, but also a subtle hint of admiration. Zhang Muchen, savoring a red bean bun, swallowed his mouthful and accepted her offering without hesitation, expressing his thanks as he began to eat. Autumn Xiaoxiao's gesture alleviated his immediate hunger, allowing him to replenish his strength and prepare for a breakthrough to the second tier later. Eat up, and if it's not enough, just let me know. And I'll fetch more, she said with a warm smile. Observing Zhang Muchen enjoying his meal, she felt an inexplicable joy swell within her. Brother Zhang, without you, I might have perished along the way. This bowl of noodles is for you, Autumn Xiaoxiao declared. Indeed, Brother Zhang, you saved my life. I offer you my instant noodles. Brother Zhang, don't be shy. I have cola. Please drink generously. Today, I, Wenhong, acknowledge you as my elder brother. Autumn Xiaoxiao's generous offering of noodles caught the attention of fellow candidates, prompting them all to follow her example and share their provisions. After all, the admiration for Zhang Muchen was not merely superficial, it was deeply rooted in gratitude. Without his intervention, their return to the base would have been far more perilous. When compared to the debt of life-saving assistance, a mere morsel of food was trivial. The camaraderie forged through their harrowing escape was far more invaluable. All right, thank you all. Today, I, Zhang Muchen, shall accept graciously, he exclaimed with delight, feeling justified in his acceptance. However, he did not indiscriminately accept everything. Among the offerings was Luo Zhan's instant meal. Luo Zhan's heart sank momentarily, fearing he had offended Zhang Muchen, and he quickly insisted, Brother Zhang, please take it. Zhang Muchen shook his head with a smile, saying, Luo Zhan, your stomach is growling. Don't give it to me. Eat it yourself. Just then, a loud rumble from Luo Zhan's stomach echoed, eliciting light-hearted laughter from those around them. Embarrassed, he retracted his meal, feeling even more grateful. Everyone knew that a martial artist's appetite vastly exceeded that of an ordinary person, often by 2 to 3 times. It was rumored that some high-tier martial artists could consume hundreds of tons of food in a single sitting. By comparison, Zhang Muchen's needs were still modest. These fellows. Autumn Xiaoxiao pouted slightly, harboring no dissatisfaction. Witnessing the affection bestowed upon Zhang Muchen brought her genuine happiness. Why on earth does my brother have such a magnetic charm? In the distance, Zhang Yuanzhou clenched his teeth in anger, begrudging the attention Zhang Muchen received. Which youth does not yearn to be surrounded by admiration, to bask in the limelight? Everything he had ever hoped for had been snatched away by Zhang Muchen. Chapter 40. A breakthrough, a prodigy of unprecedented talent. The candidates, having endured trials of life and death, felt their bonds strengthen as they exchanged contact information. Autumn Xiaoxiao, Luo Zhang, and others also exchanged their details with Zhang Muchen, agreeing to support each other in their future endeavors at the Martial University. After an enthusiastic discussion, they gradually succumbed to sleep. Their recent escape had been fraught with tension and exhaustion, and now that they had reached the heavily guarded base, a sense of security washed over them, leading them to succumb to drowsiness. Now, it was time to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough to the second tier. After a satisfying meal, Zhang Muchen took a moment to digest, feeling his condition restored to its zenith. The suppressed thoughts within him surged to a climax. Breakthrough. Deep Blue. Is there any risk in breaking through in this environment? Zhang Muchen inquired internally. To ensure safety, the breakthrough would be overseen by the system, even with external disturbances. As long as his life was not endangered, the process would not be interrupted. Deep Blue's response came swiftly, clearly stating that payment was required, with a guarantee of success. If this could become a business, it would undoubtedly attract martial artists from all corners of the world, clamoring to seek out Zhang Muchen. A whimsical notion, indeed, Zhang Muchen thought, shaking his head internally. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside irrelevant thoughts. Deep Blue, elevate the whale sea breathing technique to perfection. Without further hesitation, he silently invoked the command, expending 1,500 evolution points to master the technique. Instantly, a significant portion of his evolution points vanished, causing a pang of regret to shoot through him. Yet, he reminded himself that accumulating evolution points was fundamentally aimed at becoming stronger. As long as he could grow in strength, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. Next, he allocated points to maximize both his vitality and mental acuity. In a singular thought, both vitality and spirit surged to 1999, reaching the pinnacle for a first-tier martial artist. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 19. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 1999. Mental acuity, 1999. Martial techniques, Water Dragon's Cry, minor success. Thunder Dragon's Fury, beginner. Thunderlight's Swift Steps, major success. Cloud Rider Spear technique, perfection. Ninefold Fist, perfection. Cultivation method, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, Second Layer Perfection. Evolution Points, 1151. Upon inspecting his panel, Zhang Muchen confirmed that all conditions were met and prepared to click the breakthrough button. At that moment, he noticed a gaze directed towards him. It was Autumn Xiao. The young girl, realizing she had been caught staring, quickly averted her eyes, feigning indifference. Autumn Xiao, should anything occur, I would appreciate your discretion, Zhang Muchen spoke gently. Their bond was not built on deep trust, but rather a shared experience of life-saving gratitude. Anything. Understood. Autumn Xiao readily agreed, without inquiring further about Zhang Muchen's intentions. As the ancients said, true friends are forged through life and death. Zhang Muchen had bravely vanquished countless ferocious beasts, inspiring his peers to survive against the odds. This bond of gratitude and camaraderie was invaluable. For an 18-year-old girl, there was no hesitation. She answered decisively. With a sense of reassurance, Zhang Muchen closed his eyes. If there were any cultists among the group, they would have revealed themselves by now. Moreover, with a master overseeing the examination grounds, it was unlikely that any miscreants would disrupt the peace. He must have expended considerable vitality and did not wish to reveal his weakness before others, hence relying on me. I must be someone he can trust. Autumn Xiao's heart swelled with pride, feeling she had uncovered a profound truth. In that moment, her perception of Zhang Muchen transformed. He appeared more chivalrous and less aloof. Everyone, listen to what I have to say. Xiao organized the candidates, quietly encircling Zhang Muchen, shielding him. The success rate for the breakthrough stands at 100. Shall I expend 1,000 evolution points for the advancement? Everything is in place, merely awaiting confirmation. Zhang Muchen has anticipated this day for quite some time, though it seems he has not waited long at all. The breakthrough to the first stage should have occurred the day before yesterday. A smile graced his lips as he pressed the confirmation button. In an instant, Zhang Muchen's breathing altered, automatically engaging the whale sea breathing technique. Each breath penetrated deep into his lungs, while his vital energy coursed through his meridians, gradually filling his entire being. Soon, the essence pervaded his fascia, and waves of intense pain surged through his brain, akin to being gnawed by countless rodents. Yet, Zhang Muchen remained unflinching, silently enduring the torment. The fascia connects muscle to bone. The more resilient the fascia, the more formidable the warrior. Gradually, he felt the severe pain ebb away, replaced by an insistent tingling sensation. This tingling was far more unbearable than the pain. Akin to having one's laughter impulse stimulated, itchy beyond measure. Endure. Zhang Muchen clenched his jaw, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wasn't he supposed to be resting? What was happening? Xiao, who kept a vigilant eye on Zhang Muchen, found herself perplexed. A wave of concern washed over her. Was Zhang Muchen injured? Otherwise, why did he appear to be in such agony? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. A breakthrough. An improbable conjecture emerged in her thoughts. Considering Zhang Muchen's earlier instructions, she began to sense a degree of possibility. Yet, astonishment filled her heart. In such an environment, he remained undisturbed and dared to attempt a breakthrough. Even though Xiao was a favored one, she approached breakthroughs with utmost caution, requiring ample preparation alongside a tranquil environment. The essence of a warrior's breakthrough lies in the transformation of their very organs, rendering it fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to internal injuries or, in grave cases, death. It was nearing completion. Zhang Muchen, amid his breakthrough, felt his fascia gradually acclimating to the stimuli. They shattered their former limits, becoming more supple and elastic. In ancient times, fascia was regarded as an expansive network, enveloping the body from head to toe, connecting organs, and supporting every movement. Thus, once a warrior successfully hones their fascia, their physical prowess is significantly enhanced. Fully immersed in his breakthrough, Zhang Muchen suddenly propelled himself upward, rising to his feet. The movement produced a cacophony of cracks and pops throughout his body, as if he had inexplicably grown 3 centimeters taller. What is happening to that handsome guy? Is he performing? Wow, he is so handsome. Do you know him? His display seems oddly familiar, as if I've seen it online. The candidates in the lounge were astounded, buzzing with conversation. Zhang Muchen merely smiled faintly to himself and murmured, I did it. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. As for the height issue, honing the fascia, also known as altering the muscles, naturally possesses the power to transform one's physique. He had truly succeeded. Beside him, Xiao wore a complex expression. Through this event, she gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Muchen. He was not an ordinary favored one, but a genius of unparalleled intellect and talent. At that moment, several figures approached, led by Jiang Mingyuan. His demeanor was composed, devoid of the fatigue one would expect after a battle. It seemed the Cardinal's strength was limited, causing little trouble. With a tone of admiration, Jiang Mingyuan remarked, impressive. Amidst crisis, you remained calm and successfully broke through to the second stage. Your talent is truly unparalleled. Chapter 41. Achievement, 7th Stage Master, National Top Scholar. Breakthrough to the second stage? Such a rare occurrence left the present candidates in a stupor. The young men and women gaped at Zhang Muchen, mouths agape. utterly astonished. A peer had actually ascended to the rank of a second-stage warrior. But wait, what moment was this? They had just encountered an attack from a cult, narrowly escaping with their lives. At such a time, a normal person would be filled with anxiety. Forget about breakthroughs, they would struggle to even eat. Yet, Zhang Muchen remained unaffected, resolutely choosing to advance. This level of talent and mindset was utterly terrifying. Wow, Brother Zhang, you're now a second-stage warrior? That's incredible. The first second-stage candidate in the history of the college entrance examination, effortlessly claiming the title of top scholar, leading the way through bloodshed, and breezily breaking into the second stage. Amazing. Brother, you are my idol. Let me follow you. I want to be your #1 sidekick. Countless candidates, astonished, felt the immense gap between themselves and Zhang Muchen. Meanwhile, Luo Zhang, Qiu Xiaoxiao, and others wore expressions of pure admiration. Without Zhang Muchen, their injuries would have been far more severe. Although they had been burdens along the way, they still shared a bond with him. What? My brother has successfully broken through to become a second-stage warrior? How is this even possible? In the distance, Zhang Yuanzhou was overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of emotion. He seethed with resentment, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. It should have been he who shone brightly, earning the admiration of all. Yet, Zhang Muchen had usurped everything. All right, Zhang Muchen, please follow me, Jiang Mingyuan said with a hint of a smile, his tone friendly. Yes, General, Zhang Muchen replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. The two departed the lounge, heading towards an office within the base. Once they left, the candidates erupted into further chatter, discussing Zhang Muchen's remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, news of his breakthrough to the second stage spread like wildfire. Damn it, had I known he was breaking through, I would have pretended not to know and disrupted his advancement. Zhang Yuanzhou lamented, wishing he could slap himself for missing such a golden opportunity. Logically, when a warrior achieves a breakthrough, the family members should be the happiest. Yet, the Zhang family's situation was peculiar. They had severed ties with Zhang Muchen and expelled him from their home. His brother, once an F-grade talent, had now awakened as an S-grade talent, undoubtedly garnering more favor from their sisters. Zhang Yuanzhou dreaded the thought of his brother rising again, and, even more, did not wish to witness his brother return to the Zhang family. With his brother's awakening to an S-grade talent, he had become exponentially superior to him. If Zhang Muchen were to return to the Zhang family, the affection he had received would surely be stripped away. This could not be allowed to happen. Zhang Yuanzhou lowered his head, a glint of darkness flickering in his eyes. It appeared the situation had been controlled. He wondered if volunteering for a mission would allow Jiang Mingyuan to grant him permission to hunt mutated beasts. The two remained silent along the way, while Zhang Muchen's thoughts lingered on the mutated beasts. To the other candidates, these beasts were terrifying, and they wished to keep their distance. However, he felt that they were not as fearsome as they seemed. Clearly, it is a precious treasure that offers points of evolution. Upon entering the office, one is greeted by an elegant decor, adorned with landscape paintings, and a subtle scent of ink permeating the air. Jiang Mingyuan exhibits none of the arrogance one would expect from a sixth-tier martial artist. He gestured towards the chair opposite him, speaking gently. Please, do not be reserved. Let us have a conversation. Zhang Muchen has always adhered to the principle of mutual respect, never displaying recklessness. He expressed his gratitude before taking a seat and fervently declared, General, the Beast God sect is utterly depraved, launching an assault on the examination venue and causing a horrific tragedy. I, Zhang Muchen, am eager to contribute to the Jiangnan province. We must eradicate the mutated ferocious beasts. Jiang Mingyuan appeared somewhat moved. He recognized the purity of Zhang's youthful heart and could not help but smile. It is commendable that you possess such intentions. However, the mutated ferocious beasts have already been thoroughly dealt with by Master Mo. The examination venue will be sealed for a period until all contamination is eradicated, and you shall not be permitted to enter. Do not lose heart. Once the college entrance examination concludes and you arrive at Wuda, you can undertake numerous missions to eliminate evil martial artists. Zhang Muchen inhaled sharply. He felt no sense of disappointment, as he had anticipated this outcome. The martial power of the Dragon Kingdom is formidable, and they do not necessitate the assistance of a mere examinee in the cleanup of mutated beasts. Nevertheless, he had not expected Master Mo to be so formidable. He had not even caught a whiff of the commotion. Master Mo had effortlessly resolved a significant issue. Truly, a seventh-tier powerhouse, deserving of the title of Master. What kind of predecessor is Master Mo? With this thought, Zhang Muchen's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired eagerly. His heart is set on martial arts, and encountering a master in reality is a rare opportunity, naturally leading him to seek information. Jiang Mingyuan pondered for a moment before revealing. Master Mo is quite low profile. He is a formidable figure in the Southern Military District, holding the title of Celestial General. Once you graduate from Wuda, you might consider a military career, as the benefits are substantial. Additionally, your achievements in the Haiqing training camp, where you eradicated cultists, have garnered you recognition. I have already instructed my subordinates to gather information and will apply to the Southern Military District to award you with honors and a military rank. This wealth of information brought genuine joy to Zhang Muchen. Thank you, General. he exclaimed. A military rank serves as a safeguard, and joining the military opens up an additional avenue for him. Moreover, these two matters come with numerous hidden advantages, such as the ability to slay ferocious beasts and accrue substantial evolution points. Furthermore, in this world, a powerful martial artist often possesses multiple identities. Relying solely on a single avenue, the rate at which a martial artist grows stronger is evidently limited. However, there is no need to make a decision just yet. It is prudent to wait until after graduating from Wuda to consider the options. Indeed, it is almost time. Please bear with me for a moment, Zhang Muchen remarked, glancing at the clock before uttering an enigmatic statement. Before Zhang Muchen could respond, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if an invisible soul manifested a prickling sensation. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. Zhang Muchen recalled a phrase, unable to mask his astonishment. The mind influences reality. This is the mastery of a psychic master. As for Master Mo's actions, they are quite understandable. The beast god sect's attack on the examination venue involved utilizing parasitic worms for self-detonation, causing ferocious beasts to become contaminated. Zhang Muchen had already experienced the ferocity of the mutated beasts. A meticulous psychic scan of everyone at the examination venue was necessary to ensure that the cult had left no traps behind, preventing future calamities. Indeed, the mind influences reality. What a formidable power it is. Zhang Muchen, who oversees the provincial college entrance examinations and wields supreme authority, displayed a look of reverence and a hint of yearning. For a sixth-tier martial artist to take that step and attain the position of master, mental strength is of utmost importance. One must reach a certain threshold to break through. Well then, with Master Mo's intervention, I can now rest assured and allow you to return, Zhang Muchen said, visibly relieved, his previously tense expression softening into a smile. Rising from his seat, he extended his hand and said, I almost forgot, Zhang Muchen, congratulations on becoming this year's national top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chapter 42. Dinner, grateful for your presence. A bus traveled along the highway, making its way to Haicheng. Zhang Muchen gazed out the window, watching the scenery pass by, his emotions swelling within him. Not only had I accomplished my goal of becoming the national top scorer, but I had also excelled beyond expectations. The title of national top scorer, there are only about 100 nationwide. This achievement eclipses an entire generation, a feat worthy of pride. Looking across the Dragon Kingdom, those who have earned the title of national top scorer are destined for increasingly resplendent futures. Fame is a double-edged sword, yet I can leverage this notoriety to safeguard myself. I wonder how my sisters will react upon learning of my accomplishment. After the initial joy, Zhang Muchen gradually regained his composure. He did not forget an important detail. His second sister had also been the national top scorer. In other words, she too is a prodigy. Zhang Xuanba's abilities may be lacking, but he certainly knows how to survive. Unfortunately for me, I awakened an F-grade talent. Zhang Muchen reflected on the circumstances of the Zhang family, unable to suppress a bitter thought. His eldest sister remains shrouded in mystery, her realm unknown. But his second sister is a national top scorer, and his third sister is the top scorer of Jiangnan province. Even the youngest, Zhang Yuanzhou, possesses an A-grade talent. The Zhang family's lineage is indeed astonishing. Perhaps this is fate, allowing me to see the true faces of my so-called family, merely opportunists who revere talent above all else. Zhang Muchen scoffed inwardly. He vividly remembers the attitudes of his three sisters towards him, which prompts a cautious mindset, wary of the day they might lash out in anger. Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. If I am not mistaken, upon arriving at Shengjing Wuda, Zhang Zian will attempt to persuade me to reconcile with the Zhang family. But how could I acquiesce to her wishes? Zhang Muchen closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate strategies. In his view, the Zhang family is not a safe haven, but rather a source of trouble. He would not compromise his principles or seek reconciliation with the Zhang family out of fear or threat. In Haicheng, the city lord's mansion, the beast god sect employed a tactic of diversion, attempting to lure the tiger from its den. The hurriedly returning Ling Xiang swiftly resolved the beast tide. When he realized something was amiss, a flurry of messages from the examination venue overwhelmed him. The beast god sect, parasitic worms, the Scarlet Cardinal, Master Mo, thankfully, no one was harmed. Thus, when Ling Xiang laid eyes on Zhang Muchen, he instantly appeared before the young man, forgetting entirely the disparity in their status. Grasping the youth's hand tightly, he exclaimed with excitement, Zhang Muchen, well done. You have brought glory to Haicheng. Zhang Muchen's performance far exceeded Ling Xiang's expectations. A provincial top scorer is already remarkable, but now Zhang Muchen has delivered an astonishing surprise. The national top scorer. How exhilarating it is. This is an unprecedented achievement in the history of Haicheng, one that is worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the city's legacy. A testament to the honor of the entire community. The city lord has been overly generous in his praise, without the unwavering support of my esteemed predecessors. I would never have reached this juncture, Zhang Muchen humbly remarked. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he recognized the significant enhancement of his abilities that led to his triumph as the top scholar. The Haicheng training camp played a pivotal role in this journey. There, He effortlessly hunted fierce beasts within the challenge chamber, allowing the Deep Blue system to yield remarkable results within a limited time frame. Furthermore, the contributions of Lin Xiang, Wu Hanhai, and Ao Luo, each of whom provided invaluable assistance, cannot be overstated. You are far too modest. Your future is truly something to behold. Lin Xiang replied, shaking his head, his eyes betraying an undeniable joy. City Lord, I wish to visit a certain place. I intend to depart for Shengjing Martial University tomorrow. Zhang Muchen stated after a moment of contemplation. He recalled a conversation from the morning he headed to the Haiqing training camp, during which he had mentioned to Cheng Mingzhen that he was a favored one. At that time, she had dismissed it as a jest. Now, upon hearing of his distinction as the top scholar in the nation, she would surely be pleased. Very well, you may go wherever you wish. Let us set off. Lin Xiang declared, gesturing for his private vehicle. The two boarded a sleek black sedan, a 10-meter-long marvel crafted from a special alloy, exuding unparalleled sturdiness capable of withstanding the strikes of mid-tier martial artists. Moreover, it housed a 12-cylinder engine, equipped with a top-tier hybrid system, generating an astonishing peak horsepower of 3,000. With full throttle, it could accelerate from 0 to 100 in but a second. Lin Xiang held Zhang Muchen in high regard, having resolved that wherever this young man ventured during their time in Haiqing, he would accompany him to avert any potential dangers. The black sedan glided onto the main thoroughfare of Haiqing, winding through narrow alleys before finally halting before a modest eatery. Is this the place? Zhang Muchen inquired, recalling that it was where he had worked as a chef for a year after severing ties with the Zhang family. Lin Xiang glanced at the sign of Meijin Restaurant. Its letters weathered and yellowed from years of exposure to smoke and fire. This 30-square-meter establishment had provided sanctuary for Zhang Muchen during his most trying times. It was past midnight, and although the restaurant was usually closed by 9, lights still flickered within, accompanied by the sound of a television. A figure emerged from within. It was Cheng Mingzhen, standing at the entrance, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. What is happening here? She wondered, noticing Zhang Muchen, Lin Xiang, and the luxurious sedan. Clearly, Lin Xiang was no ordinary individual. She suddenly felt a bit flustered. Sister Cheng, I'm back. Zhang Muchen stepped forward, his smile genuine and pure, dispelling her unease. In his eyes, the Zhang family paled in comparison to Cheng Mingzhen, for they had abandoned him during his youth, offering neither support nor affection. Had he not awakened memories from his past life, he might have ended up as prey for a fierce beast. It's good that you're back. I'm relieved, Cheng Mingzhen said, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with emotion. Overcome, she embraced Zhang Muchen. While a genius is indeed precious, a genius who remains true to their roots is even more so. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiang felt a stirring in his heart. The trio entered the restaurant, where a little girl rushed over, leaping into Zhang Muchen's lap, exclaiming, Brother, you're finally back. Zhang Muchen scooped up an eye, playfully pinching her nose and asking, An eye, have you been good these past few days? An eye's smile radiated like sunshine. Meanwhile, Cheng Mingzhen prepared to head to the kitchen. But Zhang Muchen quickly intervened, urging, Sister Mingzhen, you've worked hard all day. Please rest. I'll handle the cooking. Cheng Mingzhen felt a pang of guilt, but, seeing the determination in Zhang Muchen's eyes, softened and acquiesced. As Zhang Muchen entered the kitchen, he surveyed the space, a multitude of ideas swirling in his mind. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and many had remained at home awaiting results, resulting in an abundance of ingredients left over. Thus, he decided to prepare a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup. With a flick of his fingers, the knife danced in his hand, skillfully processing ingredient after ingredient with seamless fluidity. Even before becoming a martial artist, his knife skills were commendable. Now, enhanced by his increased strength and control, he moved with remarkable finesse. While Zhang Muchen busied himself in the kitchen, Cheng Mingzhen and Lin Xiang engaged in light conversation. Miss Cheng, I am grateful for your kindness in sheltering Zhang Muchen. If you encounter any difficulties in life, please do not hesitate to let me know. In Haiqing, I hold some influence, Lin Xiang stated earnestly, sipping from a cup of tea. The tea, housed in an old iron canister, bore signs of age, its surface marred, suggesting it was not of the finest quality. The flavor was initially bitter, but gradually revealed a sweet aftertaste that lingered in the throat, an exquisite contrast. No, I should be the one expressing gratitude to Zhang Muchen. He has aided me immensely, and I seek nothing in return, Cheng Mingzhen replied, cradling an eye in her arms, shaking her head without requesting any favors. Lin Xiang's gaze shifted to the wall, where an old photograph caught his eye. It depicted a rugged man in military attire, his eyes radiating a resolute light, though the image was in black and white, devoid of color. The caption read Martyr's family. A sigh escaped Lin Xiang's lips as he contemplated the noble spirit captured in that photograph. It was no wonder that when Zhang Muchen faced adversity, Cheng Mingzhen was willing to extend a helping hand, not for reward, but out of genuine concern for the young man. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide warmth in the midst of snow. Lin Xiang closed his eyes, his thoughts a tumultuous blend of emotions. The faces of his former comrades floated before him, prompting an introspective inquiry. After so many years of service, had the assessments he submitted been satisfactory? With that thought, Lin Xiang removed a medal from his chest, a medal somewhat worn, yet bearing clear engravings of first-class merit. Aside from a select few trusted confidants, no one knew he carried this medal, a memento from his first battle and his first accolade. What is this? Zhang Muchen exclaimed, astonished. Your husband is a hero. And you too are a hero-s family. Heroes should possess medals. Lin Xiang asserted with unwavering conviction, rising to place the medal before the photograph of the man. Mama, Daddy has a medal. And I exclaimed, her laughter filling the air. Yes, your father has a medal now, Zhang Muchen said, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. Just a moment. The chicken soup is ready, Zhang Muchen announced as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a clay pot. Instantly, smiles spread across the faces of those present, breaking the somber atmosphere. Chapter 43. The plan to bring Zhang Muchen back to the Zhang family. In the stillness of the night, the Zhang residence was aglow with lights. Zhang Xuanba and his wife had spared no expense in adorning their home with festive decorations, transforming it into a veritable lantern. From a distance, the entire Zhang family estate resembled a radiant beacon. Concerned that their son, Zhang Yuanzhou, might be dissatisfied with the scale of their preparations, they had even made arrangements with a hotel for a grand banquet, eagerly awaiting their beloved son's return. Tomorrow, they would host an extravagant celebration, inviting dignitaries from all corners of Haiqing to commemorate Zhang Yuanzhou's impressive achievement of gaining admission to Shengjing Martial University. The honor of having both siblings enroll at the prestigious institution was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Zhang Yuanzhou, his face drawn and weary, stepped inside. The couple's hearts sank. They exchanged a glance, hurriedly approaching their son with expressions of concern. How did the exam go, my dear? Were you successful? Did you gain admission to Shengjing Martial University? Upon hearing their inquiries, despair washed over Zhang Yuanzhou. His lips trembled, rendering him speechless. You didn't gain admission to Shengjing Martial University? Zhang Xuanba's voice rose in frustration. Your third sister has succeeded. She even prepared numerous strategies for you. Can't you muster a little more ambition? This is infuriating. Without granting an opportunity for explanation, Zhang Xuanba's fury erupted, his countenance contorted with disbelief and anger. Don't be so harsh. You're frightening the child. Chen Aimei, known for her fiery temperament, pushed Zhang Xuanba aside and stepped forward to comfort her son. Gradually, Zhang Yuanzhou regained his composure and sighed. I did gain admission. At this revelation, Zhang Xuanba's expression changed faster than the turn of a page, instantly transforming into one of joy. Wonderful. Truly, you are my son. I knew it. If Xian could succeed, how could you possibly fail? Chen Aimei, equally elated, inquired, Yuanzhou, why are you not happy now that you've been accepted to Shengjing Martial University? This question struck at the very heart of Zhang Yuanzhou's turmoil. His complexion pale. He replied slowly, because Zhang Muchen has also been accepted, and he is this year's national top scholar. These words fell like a thunderclap, casting an eerie shadow over the atmosphere in the Zhang household. Zhang Muchen is the national top scholar? He has also been accepted to Shengjing Martial University? Chen Aimei murmured, her eyes wide with shock. In that moment, regret surged within her. How splendid it would have been had they not banished Zhang Muchen from their home. How could that little imp claim the title of national top scholar and gain admission to Shengjing Martial University? No, I must have Xian investigate thoroughly. Zhang Xuanba's reaction was fierce, his features twisting into a mask of rage as he shouted, that little imp. How dare he claim the title of national top scholar and gain admission to Shengjing Martial University? No, I must have Xian look into this. It was as if Zhang Muchen's success had struck at his most sensitive nerve. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuanba pulled out his phone and called Zhang Xian. Although it was late at night and inappropriate to disturb her, he felt entitled as her father to do so. Observing this scene, a flicker of hope ignited in Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes. Perhaps his third sister could provide a solution? Dad, why are you looking for me at this hour? Came Zhang Xian's soothing, rational voice upon answering the call. Nothing much. I just wanted to inform you that Yuanzhou has also been accepted to Shengjing Martial University. Facing his promising third daughter, Zhang Xuanba's demeanor softened, adopting a tone of flattery. Yes, I anticipated this. Please hand the phone to Yuanzhou. Zhang Xian's voice remained undisturbed, as if she held little interest in conversing with Zhang Xuanba. All right. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Xuanba reluctantly passed the phone to Zhang Yuanzhou. Sister, Zhang Muchen has become the national top scholar. Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice cracking with emotion. To my surprise, it seems our Zhang family truly produces exceptional talents. Yes, once Muchen arrives at Shengjing Martial University, I will compel him to acknowledge his mistakes and return to the Zhang family, Zhang Xian replied, her tone imbued with a hint of delight, yet laced with an unwavering confidence in her control over the situation. Initially, she had deemed Zhang Muchen a mere pawn of a nefarious sect, believing he had only achieved first place in the training camp through dubious means. However, it was now apparent that such thoughts were unfounded. A nefarious sect could not possibly produce a national top scholar, nor could it elevate a mere pawn to such heights, subjecting him to public scrutiny. The three members of the Zhang family exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Zhang Ziyan's audacious thoughts of inviting Zhang Muchen back into the family fold. Haha, Ziyan is right. Muchen is still my son. Since he has achieved such success, why not welcome him back? Zhang Xuanba swiftly shifted his stance, wholeheartedly agreeing. A son who had secured the title of national top scholar was indeed a source of immense pride. Yet, doubts lingered in Chen Aimei's mind. What if Muchen harbors resentment towards us for the past? As for Zhang Yuanzhou's opinion, no one cared. He had no voice in the Zhang family. Watching as his brother was poised to return, he shut his eyes in anguish, his hands clenched tightly. If his younger brother had become the national top scholar, it was evident he was driven by a passion for martial arts. If he could just admit his errors and clear the air, they could still be a family. Moreover, genius was merely the threshold to Shengjing Martial University. He would ensure that Zhang Muchen experienced the might of the Tianguan society. In due time, if he wished to traverse further along the path of martial arts, he would naturally make the right choice. Zhang Ziyan snorted dismissively, her tone imbued with steadfast confidence. In her eyes, Zhang Muchen had been too rebellious and immature a year ago, leading to impulsive and irrational actions. Such behavior could be forgiven in an 18-year-old. However, the current situation was different. A national top scholar was worthy of her attention. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Xuanba beamed with delight upon hearing this news, feeling even more elated than when he learned of Zhang Yuanzhou's admission to Shengjing Martial University. Fifth son, now that the examination is over, you should not linger in Haicheng any longer. Depart for Shengjing Martial University tomorrow and seek me out. With that, Zhang Ziyan shifted the conversation back to Zhang Yuanzhou. Yes, sister, he replied, lackluster in spirit. His thoughts were consumed by one matter. If his brother returned to the Zhang family, would he not be overshadowed once more? Mother, you need to call Zhang Muchen now and inform him to come to Shengjing Martial University to see me, Zhang Ziyan suddenly declared. What? Chen Aimei fumbled for her phone, flipping through contacts in a state of disbelief. What is it? Zhang Xuanba inquired, scratching his head in confusion. I don't have Muchen's number. Chen Aimei admitted sheepishly. How can a parent not have their child's contact information? It's utterly unacceptable. Never mind, just let me handle it, Zhang Ziyan sighed, reciting a string of numbers. Very well. Chen Aimei re-entered the number. The number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later. The outcome rendered everyone speechless. The room succumbed to a profound silence. This ungrateful wretch. Does he no longer acknowledge his parents? Zhang Xuanba was seething with rage, exclaiming. Zhang Muchen's attitude was unmistakable. He had deactivated his phone number, clearly severing ties with the Zhang family. A complete and utter rejection. Brother, you are cutting off your own retreat. Witnessing this scene, the only one who felt any joy was Zhang Yuanzhou. A sigh of relief washed over him, accompanied by a flicker of delight. Just moments ago, he had been concerned that Zhang Muchen would return to the Zhang family and usurp the resources that rightfully belonged to him. Little did he expect his brother to be so resolute. Well, he was bound for the sacred capital Martial University. He would simply await him there. Zhang Ziyan concluded her statement and promptly hung up, clearly incensed and in a foul mood. Brother, do you think that just because you are the national top scholar, you can look down upon others? You fail to comprehend the significance of the Tianwan at the sacred capital Martial University. By the time you realize your folly, it will be too late. Zhang Yuanzhou clenched his fists, reigniting his hopes. He vowed to stop at nothing to surpass his brother and reclaim the glory that was rightfully his. Chapter 44. Departure, where geniuses gather at the foremost institution of Longhua. In Haicheng, at the city lord's mansion, Zhang Muchen awoke from a restful slumber, invigorated. After days of tension, he was now relaxed. With his sights set firmly on being the best in the sacred capital, leaving his room, he made his way to the living room, where he encountered Ling Xiang and Wu Hanhai. Ling Xiang occupied the main seat, perusing a newspaper. Upon noticing Zhang Muchen's awakening, he looked up with a smile and said, "You're awake, please sit." Meanwhile, Wu Hanhai was devouring his meal, too engrossed to pay attention to Zhang Muchen. I understand your passion for martial arts, and it is evident that you intend to attend the sacred capital Martial University. Only there can you traverse further along the path of martial arts and achieve greater heights. Although I wish to accompany you, the affairs of Haicheng demand my attention, so I have asked old Wu to escort you, Ling Xiang remarked, sipping his tea leisurely. Last night at Meijian's shop, he had already inquired about Zhang Muchen's intentions and recognized the boy's singular focus on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, the other 10 martial universities were not options for him. His sole ambition was the foremost academy in Longhua, the sacred capital Martial University. To the sacred capital Martial University, to compete with the elite. This was a collective aspiration shared by countless gifted individuals, a place teeming with competition and abundant resources, undoubtedly enabling martial artists to flourish at an astonishing pace. Thank you, City Lord, for your generous support. Instructor Wu, I must trouble you again. Zhang Muchen expressed as he took a seat, gratitude flooding his heart. These two elders spared no effort in aiding him, truly selfless and sincere, far surpassing the self-serving nature of the Zhang family. Ah, you are the national top scholar, a rarity in Haiqing for a century. What trouble could it be for me to make this journey? Wu Hanhai declared, setting down his knife and fork, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Muchen was a youth who grew more endearing with each passing moment. He had not betrayed their trust. Achieving first place in the Haiqing training camp and becoming the national top scholar, a victory that had granted Wu a substantial win. The college entrance examination was merely the beginning. At the sacred capital Martial University, he would witness a broader horizon. Ling Xiang had visited the sacred capital Martial University, though not as a student, as in his youth. The Longhua underground had suffered considerable turmoil, with frequent uprisings. When the underground stirred, it bred waves of beasts, leading to intense warfare at the front lines, where countless individuals fought fiercely to defend their homeland. Thus, witnessing the current generation of youth enjoying a superior environment for cultivation stirred deep emotions within Ling Xiang. After the meal, Ling Xiang personally escorted the two to the vehicle, arranging for a specially designated car for Zhang Muchen's safety and comfort. Before their departure, Ling Xiang earnestly advised, Zhang Muchen, devote yourself to your training and do not squander your talent. Zhang Muchen responded with seriousness and solemnity, I shall forever remember your teachings. Esteemed elder, please, do not leave just yet. Ling Xiang nodded in acknowledgement, pausing to watch the car gradually fade from view, murmuring to himself, I eagerly anticipate the brilliance that a talent like yours will surely unveil in the future. In Sanqing, atop a towering skyscraper, a modern edifice housed a quaint tea house with an air of antiquity. Xiaohu, if you attend the magic capital Martial University, you will have several kin to aid you, allowing you to avoid many detours in the future, a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire remarked nonchalantly. The Magic Martial University is also a prestigious institution, well-resourced and formidable, ranking among the top 10 martial schools, second only to the Sacred Capital Martial University. Due to the overwhelming superiority of the Sacred Capital Martial University, it is often regarded as a separate tier, not to be compared with the other 10 martial schools. The golden-haired youth opposite him snorted disdainfully upon hearing this. Crossing his arms, he retorted, Uncle, what merit is there in the Magic Martial University? As a Tianwan, how could I settle for anything less? I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If I am to compete, it shall be for first place. Thus, I am determined to attend the Sacred Capital Martial University. With that declaration, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Xiaohu's eyes, emanating an intangible mental force. The surrounding trees trembled as if an unseen hand were shaking them, shedding leaves. Moreover, I am eager to see just how capable that individual who robbed me of first place truly is. Is he truly deserving of the title of national top scholar? Can he overshadow an entire generation? Observing the youth's willingness to strive fiercely and defy family expectations, the middle-aged man wore a look of resigned acceptance and finally sighed. I respect your choice. If you wish to go to the Sacred Capital Martial University, then go. In Baitian province, within an ancient Sihiyuan, an elderly man with completely white hair reclined in a rocking chair, relishing a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, his brow furrowed upon hearing the irritating electronic music and peculiar rap. He instinctively knew who had arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he found a burly, bald man standing beside his chair. This bald man, with thick brows and large eyes, brimming with vitality, was not unappealing in appearance. However, the elder pointed at the speaker he was carrying and helplessly remarked, My dear grandson, didn't you have orientation today? Why are you back again? And could you please lower the volume on your speaker? Siemi shook his head, continuing to sway as inspiration struck him. With one hand gesturing animatedly, his body swayed with the rhythm, his plump lips dancing to the beat. Oh, dear deity. Oh, dear deity, I must challenge you. I must challenge you. Why did you not inform me that the national champion resides in the esteemed Wu University of the Holy Capital? I must challenge you. The elderly man, visibly distressed, pressed his forehead in despair, unable to utter a single word. He had grown weary of this peculiar grandson. Initially, he thought that after the college entrance examination, he would enjoy a period of tranquility. To his surprise, this fellow was now intimidated by the national champion and dared not venture to Wu University. You two are favored by the heavens, possessing unique talents, and have received my true teachings. Why fear the national champion? The old man huffed, furrowing his brow. Oh, man, Black Mamba, I shall not be afraid. I, Siemi, shall triumph over the national champion. I require but a modicum of assistance. Siemi swayed his body, continuing his lyrical performance. It turned out he was after some benefits. The old man could no longer endure the cacophony of electronic music. He pointed behind him as if to ward off a plague. All right, grandfather concedes. Go to the storeroom. Take whatever you fancy. Siemi gleefully bypassed the elderly man. Along the way, inspiration struck him, and he could not help but hum softly, Dee Lily. Dee Lily, awaiting the national champion. Though I am but an ordinary person, let us see how you shall conquer me. In a certain northern region, amidst a realm of ice and snow, the ground suddenly erupted. A girl, her features frosted, emerged. Gazing toward the imperial capital, she spoke coldly, "National champion, allow me, by Lingzhu, to test your mettle." On the coast of a certain eastern province, a youth with brown skin wielded a large blade, cleaving through the waves with a mighty stroke. The blade flashed, slicing through the surging tide, while simultaneously bisecting a crocodile that had concealed itself within the waves. The creature's carcass plummeted into the sea, its blood attracting a multitude of ferocious beasts, which quickly devoured the remains. How unfortunate that the national champion, Zhang Yuanzhou, is separated from me by merely a province. Since we cannot compete on the same stage during the college entrance examination, let us measure our strengths at Wu University of the Holy Capital. With the conclusion of the exams, a chapter of high school life has drawn to a close, heralding the dawn of a new generation of martial artists. Countless students of Wu University found their gaze irresistibly drawn to the national champion, for this title is resplendently brilliant. It is a distinction that no peer can overlook. Moreover, most prodigies believe that the college entrance examination is merely a contest of hunting ferocious beasts. Killing more and faster does not guarantee victory over him. The prowess of a martial artist should be delineated through actual combat. Thus, a multitude of geniuses steeled themselves, preparing to challenge Zhang Yuanzhou, eager to gauge the substance of the national champion's reputation. Chapter 45. Reporting in, member of the heavenly favorites, Yi Fengshan. 3 days later, a black sedan arrived at the entrance of Wu University of the Holy Capital. Passers-by gazed upon the vehicle with astonishment. This was the official car of the city lord. Could it be that someone of noble lineage was inside? To their surprise, a young man stepped out, a black box in hand. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes complemented by a tall, erect posture. What was most striking was the spear he bore on his back, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. Though wrapped, it still accentuated his noble demeanor, akin to a youthful general. Was he perhaps the scion of the city lord? The onlookers marveled at the youth's gallant appearance, casting furtive glances before returning their attention elsewhere, for in the holy capital, powerful individuals abounded, and young talents were as numerous as the fish in the river. Kid, I shall escort you to this point. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. Also, your account has 1 million. This is the reward for being first in the training camp. If you find yourself sleepless at night, feel free to call me, though I may not answer. Wu Hanhai said, scratching his scruffy beard with a hint of reluctance. When parting, one often has the most to say. However, Zhang Yuanzhou's performance had already won his admiration. This lad had spent 3 days in the car, devoting every spare moment to practicing his breathing technique, indulging in no entertainment whatsoever. He didn't even play with his phone. What a fierce individual. Wu Hanhai mused that he could not reach such a level. Thank you, Instructor Wu, for your escort. I shall take my leave. Zhang Yuanzhou expressed his gratitude. He grasped the rainstorm pear blossom spear and approached the magnificent entrance. Kid. Suddenly, Wu Hanhai called out, raising his thumb with a radiant smile. At that moment, no words were necessary. Their gazes met, and all encouragement and blessings were conveyed in silence. I will. Zhang Yuanzhou replied, casting a deep glance at Wu Hanhai before turning to step through that door, the gateway to the dreams of countless scholars of the Dragon Kingdom. The entrance of Wu University of the Holy Capital spans 200 meters, crafted entirely from marble. Its imposing grandeur leaves a profound first impression. Furthermore, there are no guards. Anyone can come and go freely, or rather, this place requires no guards at all. After all, this is the foremost martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Not even the madmen of the Beast God sect would dare to disrupt the peace of Wu University, covering an area of 20,000 acres. One cannot comprehend the sheer scale without a visit. Upon passing through the entrance, the sight before Zhang Yuanzhou was breathtaking. There were a staggering 40 lanes for vehicles, 20 in each direction. Such an outrageous and exaggerated scale. Alongside the road stood countless buildings, with verdant trees and gardens dotting the landscape. Occasionally, the melodious chirping of birds could be heard. Many new students had come to report, and it seemed that in addition to those with S-class talents, there were numerous A-class and even B-class martial artists. Zhang Yuanzhou surveyed his surroundings, observing many individuals dragging their luggage towards electric sightseeing vehicles. The ambitious youth were unwilling to be outdone, choosing to compete at Wu University rather than settle for the top 10 martial schools. Classmate, are you here to report as a new student? Approached a female martial artist dressed in a black training outfit, a red belt cinched at her waist. She was tall and slender, her lines flowing like a graceful white poplar. Yes, I am here to report, Zhang Yuanzhou replied, coming to his senses and nodding. Welcome to Wu University of the Holy Capital. I am Fang Hong from the second-year Elemental Academy. Hop on. I will take you to the registration, she said with confidence, exuding an air of vitality. From her words, it was evident that she was a martial artist with an affinity for elemental abilities. Very well, Zhang Yuanzhou agreed, approaching the electric sightseeing vehicle. Inside, there were 2 other new students. In the second row sat a boy with a rare bald head, a speaker at his feet. For some reason, the bald youth wore a pained expression, as if he were facing sorrowful circumstances. In the front row was a girl with skin as white as snow and hair cascading like a waterfall. However, compared to the warm-hearted Fang Hong, this girl crossed her arms, her demeanor icy and unapproachable. Someone actually brought a speaker to Wu University? What an odd person, Zhang Muchen muttered to himself. He had no time to meddle in the affairs of others. Retracting his gaze, he unfastened his rainstorm pear blossom gun and took a seat in the last row. To his surprise, the bald man was exceedingly enthusiastic. He turned slightly, his thick lips unleashing a torrent of rap. Hey, buddy, congratulations on getting into Shengjing Martial University. From now on, you'll roll with me, Siemi. Only by sticking with me can you hope to defeat Zhang Muchen. Zhang Muchen was taken aback, his hands gently caressing the gun's body. A peculiar look crossed his face as he scrutinized Siemi, confirming that he did not recognize the other. Do you have a grudge against Zhang Muchen? Why do you want to defeat him? Upon hearing this question, Siemi raised his chin, shaking his head as he replied. Oh, man, Zhang Muchen. Yes, he is the national champion. So of course I, Siemi, must challenge him. The girl in the front row seemed to have reached her limit. Her brows knitted together as she coldly huffed. If you keep mimicking others like that, I'll take you down right now. Siemi instantly wilted, turning away. For some reason, he appeared genuinely fearful of the girl. Siemi was truly a comedic character. Zhang Muchen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. However, Siemi had revealed a critical piece of information. The prodigious newcomers at Shengjing Martial University had their sights firmly set on him, Zhang Muchen. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to challenge him. The talented individuals regarded him as their rival. What was there to fear? Rather, it was a significant blessing. A smile curled at Zhang Muchen's lips, his chest swelling with ambition. He had never shied away from any challenge. The Zhang family was like that. And so was the college entrance examination. Not convinced? Then let us fight until you are. As the electric sightseeing vehicle glided into the core area, the breathtaking scenery unfolded. The buildings on either side were densely packed, and students began to appear. They walked in groups or alone, but all shared a common trait. Their vitality was robust. Their presence remarkable. This was no mere school, it was clearly a city. Siemi looked around in wonder, marveling at the surroundings. He wasn't trying to be ridiculous. His eccentric rap was simply his style. Thus, the cold girl in the front row tolerated him. Every year, Shengjing Martial University admits 1,000 students. With 100 training facilities alone, each equipped with the most advanced equipment to meet the training needs of the students. The external college is divided into 4 faculties: physical, elemental, mental, and academic. All martial arts techniques from the first to the 3rd tier are free. If you accumulate enough credits, you can even exchange them for courses up to the 9th tier of martial saints. Moreover, Shengjing Martial University emphasizes practical combat and collaborates with various sectors of Long Country, resulting in a staggering number of tasks, far surpassing the top 10 martial schools. As long as you complete enough tasks and accumulate sufficient merit, there will be excellent opportunities awaiting you after graduation. Lastly, Shengjing Martial University is divided into internal and external colleges. Upon enrollment, students start in the external college. As for the details of the internal college, you'll find them in the handbook you receive, so you can explore it later. Fang Hong, who was not only welcoming the newcomers, but also responsible for the explanations, spoke with a voice as melodious as a lark, exuding a palpable admiration for Shengjing Martial University. If I can accumulate enough merit during my time here, perhaps I could become a director upon graduation, and my old man would be pleased, Siemi mused. Cradling his head with both hands, his eyes squinted as he began to envision his future. The girl in the front row cast him a disdainful glance, clicking her tongue. At such a young age, instead of striving to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, you're already daydreaming about retirement. Siemi smiled slightly, choosing not to engage. The sparrow does not comprehend the aspirations of the swan. Lying flat and rapping was indeed his dream. The sightseeing vehicle soon arrived in front of a building. New students, follow me, Fang Hong instructed as she led the way. The 4 entered an office where a gray-haired male teacher was engaged in administrative tasks. Dozens of other newcomers were lined up to complete their paperwork. The process was quite swift. The male teacher placed an identity card into a machine, and upon verification, handed a wristwatch to the newcomers. Who is that? So cool, Siemi asked curiously, glancing towards a corner. The others turned to look as well, and saw a martial artist clad in a black robe leaning against the wall, tapping one foot impatiently. On his chest was a golden character, symbolizing a particular status. Upon seeing this individual, Fang Hong's body trembled slightly, as her mind rapidly connected a series of details. Slender frame, slightly curled black hair, and sharp eagle-like eyes. Could it be? A name surfaced in Fang Hong's mind, and she found it hard to believe. Excitement bubbling within her as she quickly approached. Senior Yi Fengshan, from the Elemental College, Year 2. I've heard of you. Chapter 46. Invitation. He is the national champion. Zhang Muchen, get lost. Are you doing the new student task? Yi Fengshan nodded, casting a casual glance at the 3 behind her. Yes, senior. Fang Hong's heart leapt with joy. Speaking with a senior from the Tianwan Society was truly a rare opportunity. perhaps leaving a lasting impression that could be beneficial in the future. Yi Fengshan merely acknowledged her with a grunt, showing no further interest. Sorry to bother you, senior. Despite feeling dismissed, Fang Hong acted as if she were the one at fault, apologizing anxiously. No problem. You carry on. Yi Fengshan waved his hand, clearly uninterested in conversing further, even reluctant to exchange pleasantries. Understood. Fang Hong sighed with relief, quickly stepping away, returning to her companions. She bore an inexplicable excitement on her face. Senior Fang, who is that esteemed figure? Xiemi asked, scratching his head in confusion. He felt somewhat dumbfounded by Fang Hong's demeanor, which was hardly characteristic of a Shengjing Martial University student. To put it bluntly, it seemed rather subservient. You haven't formally entered the Martial University yet, so you don't understand. Senior Yi Fengshan is an outer member of the Tianwan Society. Fang Hong felt no shame, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She understood the newcomer's confusion, recalling that last year, she was just like them, newly arrived at Shengjing Martial University, utterly ignorant. She had naively thought that passing the college entrance examination was her ticket to success, leading her to the pinnacle of martial arts. In reality, the true world was infinitely more complex than they could imagine. Senior, could you tell me what is so special about the Tianwan Society? Xiemi, ever bold, asked without shame. His inquiry echoed the curiosity of many newcomers, and several listened intently, eager to absorb this hidden knowledge. You must understand that the external college's instructors are mid-tier martial artists. They must teach students while also training, leaving them little time to deal with trivial matters. Thus, within Shengjing Martial University, the Tianwan Society can access numerous resources and provide assistance, such as guidance on credit tasks. You want to undertake a task, right? Do you know which tasks are high value and which are not? Even if fortune favors you and you receive a task of remarkable value, the entire process may leave you utterly exhausted, as no one is there to assist you on your journey. Fang Hong spoke of the Tianwan Society with an expression brimming with fervor. Having been a member for a year, she had come to deeply appreciate the formidable strength of the society. Indeed, this student organization, despite lacking any formal authority, effectively substitutes for various functions in certain aspects. Wow, the Tianwan Society, is that impressive? How does one go about joining? The gleam of curiosity sparkled in Xiemi's eyes, eager to engage. He, too, was a Tianwan disciple and a genius capable of gaining admission to Shengjing Martial University, fully aware of the advantages of aligning oneself with a powerful entity. As the name suggests, the foremost requirement for entering the Tianwan Society is to be an S-Rank gifted individual. This is the minimum threshold. The collective strength of a community composed entirely of Tianwan disciples is astonishing. Imagine the benefits one could reap. The credit tasks I mentioned earlier are merely the simplest of the advantages, while the connections forged can assist you for a lifetime. Fang Hong expounded at length. Yet she withheld much information from the trio, deeming it unnecessary. New students are often ignorant, and sharing too much would be futile. In due course, as they acclimate to life at Shengjing Martial University, enlightenment will come naturally. So what is this esteemed senior from the Tianwan Society doing here? Xiemi inquired quietly. His gaze lowered. He had not grasped much, but understood that the Tianwan Society represented a significant advantage. If he could align himself with them, his dreams of an early retirement could be realized. Perhaps she is waiting for a new student? Fang Hong speculated internally, though she lacked further details. The Tianwan Society, due to its strength, maintained high standards and often overlooked ordinary students. Even someone as exceptional as Yi Fengshan, an outstanding student from the external college, failed to gain entry after numerous evaluations. It was hard to fathom what kind of new student had caught the attention of the Tianwan Society, prompting them to send Yi Fengshan to keep watch. Perhaps there was only one answer, a national champion. Enough idle chatter. You should proceed with your enrollment procedures. Fang Hong admonished, shaking her head and refraining from saying more. The trio stepped forward, with Xiemi leading the way, politely presenting a card. Teacher, I am Xiemi, the second in the Northern Heaven Province. Here is my identity card for your perusal. Many gazes turned toward him upon hearing the title of second, causing him to suppress an urge to boast and instead revel in the moment. Step aside. Before he could sing his praises, a girl shoved him aside, brandishing her identity card. Teacher, I am Bai Lingzhu, the champion of Qinyan Province. A champion. The province's champion. This surpasses Xiemi's South second place. Xiemi thought to himself, somewhat disgruntled. Bai Lingzhu, does she live up to her name? What? Do you take issue with my name? Bai Lingzhu seemed to have heard him, turning her head with a glint of danger in her eyes. Ha ha ha, what a splendid name. Xiemi chuckled awkwardly, seeking to divert attention. His gaze shifted to Zhang Yuchen. Buddy, it's your turn, go ahead. Zhang Yuchen stepped forward, calmly presenting his identity card. Teacher, I am Zhang Yuchen. As soon as he spoke, Yi Fengshan, leaning against the wall, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as an arrow. He strode forward, blocking Zhang Yuchen's path, scrutinizing him from head to toe. With an authoritative tone, he commanded, You, come with me, join the Tianwan Society. This unexpected turn of events left the new students in shock. Zhang Yuchen had become the center of attention, and they sought to discern what made him special. Why was he the national champion? Why was he favored by the Tianwan society? Is he truly the national champion Zhang Muchen? Xiemi gasped, instinctively recoiling. He wondered if Zhang Muchen had taken his earlier words to heart. Had he known this was Zhang Muchen, he would have challenged him before boarding. Bai Lingzhu's eyes ignited with the spirit of competition, eager to test the strength of the national champion. What? Yi Fengshan is after him? He has been directly invited by the Tianwan society. Fang Hong felt a jolt of envy surge within her. How many students at Shengjing Martial University yearned for such an opportunity? And now it lay before Zhang Muchen. A mere nod from him, and he would ascend to greatness. Indeed, trouble was brewing. Zhang Muchen thought to himself. During the 3-day journey, aside from training, Wu Hanhai had shared a wealth of knowledge with him. The information sourced from Ling Xiong was of high caliber and comprehensive. Therefore, he could ascertain one thing. The one who sent Yi Fengshan was none other than Zhang Ziyan. Having anticipated this moment, he felt no fear. Zhang Muchen coldly uttered a single word. Scram. Chapter 47. A Confrontation. The Arrogant National Champion. My path is unrelated to yours. The atmosphere in the enrollment office suddenly turned tense with that single word. The onlooking new students were left speechless, never anticipating such brazen arrogance from Zhang Muchen. How dare he speak to Yi Fengshan in such a manner? Yi Fengshan was not only a senior at Shengjing Martial University, but also a member of the Tianwan Society. His identity and strength were formidable. Yet, here was Zhang Muchen, a new student who hadn't even completed his registration, directly refusing and provoking him, beyond anyone's imagination. Has he lost his mind? To refuse the Tianwan Society? Zhang Muchen, you must apologize. It's not too late. Fang Hong gasped, her face covered in disbelief. She was still contemplating ways to salvage the situation. This was an invitation from the Tianwan Society, equivalent to a ticket that transcended social strata. No one would refuse it, let alone reject it in such a manner. I was insulted? By a mere new student? Yi Fengshan's eyes flared with fury. Who was he? An A-rank gifted warrior, a peripheral member of the Tianwan Society, who among the external college was unaware of him. He had always believed his words were absolute commands to the weak, and that no one would dare to defy him. Yet, the unpredictable Zhang Muchen had dealt him a resounding slap in the face. To strike or not to strike? Zhang Muchen tightened his grip on the rainfall pear blossom spear. His muscles coiled like springs, all attention focused on Yi Fengshan, scrutinizing every detail. He was not reckless or thoughtless. The provocation of Yi Fengshan was a calculated move. His aim was to create an opportunity. Precisely, an opportunity to gain time while ensnared in a desperate situation. Amidst the palpable tension, Yi Fengshan suddenly smiled. His smile bore a hint of admiration, mixed with disdain. No doubt, you are the national champion, possessing spirit and pride, but today, you must accompany me. With that, he concluded his statement. Yi Fengshan, with unyielding resolve, launched a strike towards Zhang Muchen. This attack was remarkably intricate, akin to a hawk swooping down to seize its prey, swift, precise, and lethal. In an instant, it closed in upon Zhang Muchen's face, affording him no opportunity to wield his spear. The senior from Shengjing Martial University was indeed no ordinary foe. Zhang Muchen's gaze sharpened, his body bristling with tension, as an immense pressure surged within him. In a flash, his pupils flipped, emanating a faint golden glow. What? He possesses mental attack capabilities. Yi Fengshan was taken aback. A sudden wave of pain crashing through his head, contorting his features in agony. Yet, through sheer willpower, he suppressed the torment. The talon faltered momentarily, yet it did not lose its form, continuing its assault on Zhang Muchen. Very well, come at me. Zhang Muchen, refusing to yield, exhaled forcefully. In an instant, he entered the dragon transformation state, unleashing his own vitality as he threw a punch. The sound of his fist reverberated in the air, striking Yi Fengshan's palm with a resounding impact. Both combatants were forced to retreat. Zhang Muchen staggered back 7 steps before steadying himself. At this moment, even the dragon transformation could not be sustained, dissipating automatically. He glanced at the back of his hand, which bore 5 wounds as if sliced by a blade. Engaging in a clash of fist against claw had proven disadvantageous. I require a more formidable close combat martial skill. On the other side, Yi Fengshan had only taken a single step back. However, his expression was ominously dark, a mixture of shock and fury boiling within him. What? My Eagle Claw cannot subdue a mere freshman today? He had cultivated the 3rd-tier martial skill, Silverlight Eagle Claw, to a consummate level. Although he had not unleashed his full power, it was still exceedingly formidable. A typical 2nd-tier martial artist would be maimed or worse from a single strike. This audacious boy. You dare to confront me. I shall demonstrate to you the vast chasm that separates a senior from a freshman. Yi Fengshan was consumed by rage, preparing to strike Zhang Muchen seriously, intent on capturing him in one fell swoop. At that moment, an elderly figure, who had been silently processing paperwork, rose from his seat. He extended a hand, the skin pale and marked with age spots. Yet, with just that single hand, he effortlessly restrained Yi Fengshan. Indeed, Yi Fengshan, filled with fury, turned his gaze, only to extinguish his wrath midway. The individual preventing him was none other than a teacher from the admissions office. Do you intend to rebel, Zhang Yuanzhou? Just because you believe yourself stronger than a freshman, you can disregard the school rules? If you strike a freshman today, will you assault a teacher tomorrow? The elder showed no mercy, delivering a scathing reprimand. His voice boomed, causing the windows to tremble. I apologize, teacher. I absolutely did not intend that. I take it back. Yi Fengshan's expression shifted drastically as he frantically begged for forgiveness. Despite the teacher's frail appearance, he posed no threat, yet even with 100-fold courage, Yi Fengshan dared not continue his assault. To strike a teacher would be an act of utmost rebellion, devoid of any moral standing. In any context, such behavior would be unacceptable, met with disdain. Moreover, here at Shengjing Martial University, the regulations were strict and discipline was ruthless. I doubt you would dare. Go to the administrative office and accept your punishment. The elder released his grip, snorting dismissively. Yes, I will go right away. Yi Fengshan, feeling utterly humiliated, lowered his head and stumbled out of the office, a picture of disgrace. These youngsters are becoming increasingly unruly. With such abilities, why not venture to the underworld to slay enemies? Bullying freshmen is hardly an accomplishment. Truly, this generation is worse than the last. The elder's temper flared, and even after everyone had left, he muttered another curse. The freshman shrank back, not daring to breathe, fearful of incurring the elder's wrath. Thus, no one noticed the disappointment and anger reflected in his gaze. Students, I still have a roll of snow lotus bandages left. Take it for your use. The elder opened a drawer and tossed out a roll of green bandages. Thank you, teacher, for your generous assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name? Zhang Muchen bowed slightly, expressing sincere gratitude. He wrapped the green bandage around his hand, and immediately a cooling sensation permeated the wound, alleviating his pain. The elder turned his head, his murky eyes scrutinizing Zhang Muchen. He scoffed and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What thanks? This is merely what a teacher ought to do. You may call me Teacher Chai, and now let us continue with your paperwork." Why did Zhang Yuanzhou seek Zhang Muchen? Why did Zhang Muchen reject them? These matters were entirely between the parties involved, and Teacher Chai was unconcerned. However, Yi Fengshan's assault on a freshman was a blatant violation of school regulations, and that was something he could not overlook. Here are your wristband and identity card. Ensure you keep them safe, as replacing the wristband comes at a considerable cost. Soon, Zhang Muchen received a smart wristband and a black identity card, though it was similar to the training camp version. It was of a high. The path I am destined to tread bears no relation to you. Zhang Muchen's brow softened, yet his expression remained far from amiable. He passed by Lingzhu, aware of the Zhang family's disputes. There was no need to divulge such matters to an outsider. What is this path I speak of? And what does it entail? To join the Zhang Yuanzhou, perhaps? Lingzhu lowered her gaze, her eyes brimming with confusion, as she incessantly murmured to herself, grappling with her thoughts. The sights and sounds of the day had profoundly impacted her, igniting an intense curiosity towards Zhang Muchen. She yearned to discover just how long the spine of her peer could endure. Chapter 48. The Villa, the Butler Dear Spirit, and Zhang Muchen's Justification for Action. Following the guidance of his wristband, Zhang Muchen arrived before a two-story villa, numbered 13-1. The exterior bore no embellishments, presenting a stark facade of exposed concrete, evoking a strong sense of simplicity. This standalone villa, complete with a small garden, offered a level of luxury that was evidently superior to that of other martial academies. The Holy Capital Martial Academy, sprawling and financially robust, would certainly not skimp on student accommodations. As he approached the entrance, a camera scanned his face, automatically granting him access. The intelligence system proved quite efficient, liberating him from the hassle of carrying keys. Nodding in quiet approval, Zhang Muchen stepped into the villa. The expansive living room adhered to a minimalist aesthetic. Aside from essential furnishings, it was devoid of unnecessary adornments. At the far end, he noticed a training room equipped with a range of apparatus. Approaching a table, he picked up a tablet. The system was activated, and the Dear Spirit butler promptly announced, "At your service." The tablet projected a three-dimensional image of a young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, sporting antlers. She appeared quite adorable, albeit standing only 30 to 40 centimeters tall, reaching just above Zhang Muchen's calves. "Dear Spirit, what functionalities do you possess?" Zhang Muchen inquired, unfazed. News of the benefits bestowed by the Holy Capital Martial Academy had circulated online for years, eliciting envy from countless netizens. This villa and its smart home system were merely a fraction of the myriad perks available. As the national top scholar, Zhang Muchen had access to a second-tier butler, capable of arranging courses and retrieving information. The Dear Spirit pouted, counting on her fingers to enumerate her capabilities. Zhang Muchen remained patient, attentively listening and memorizing each function, knowing that once proficient in utilizing the Dear Spirit, he would free his hands from many burdens, thus saving precious time. The Dear Spirit recited a lengthy list of functionalities, including online shopping and light control, before concluding, albeit out of breath, "However, the master cannot request me to perform illegal activities. I am connected to the central system 24 hours a day. Should any abnormalities arise, I will report them immediately. She covered her face, shyly revealing her eyes through her fingers. This artificial intelligence was undeniably lively. Zhang Muchen chuckled lightly, continuing, "Dear Spirit, how many levels are there for the computer butler? And please recite the school regulations." The Dear Spirit dramatically adjusted an imaginary pair of black-framed glasses, adopting a serious demeanor as she replied. The computer butler is divided into 3 tiers. External departments have first-tier access, internal departments hold second-tier access, and the deans possess third-tier access. Our academy upholds the motto of using martial arts to stop conflict and protect our homeland, and has formulated the following regulations based on relevant laws. First, Zhang Muchen settled into a sofa, gently tapping the armrest, attentively absorbing each regulation while analyzing the current situation. It was known that Zhang Zian had been enrolled at the Holy Capital Martial Academy for a year and had risen to the position of vice president of the Tianjuanhui, wielding considerable strength and influence. As the top scholar of the nation, he had garnered enough weight to attract Zhang Zian's attention. The 18th regulation states that students must assist and befriend one another, prohibiting private conflicts outside designated areas. Upon hearing this, Zhang Muchen's gaze remained calm, entirely unsurprised. The Holy Capital Martial Academy forbade students from engaging in private martial combat. This was precisely why he had intentionally provoked Yi Fengshan when presented with his invitation. Yi Fengshan's impatient demeanor while conversing with Feng Hong, his lack of even a modicum of courtesy, was entirely predictable. Such arrogance, when incited, was to be expected. Zhang Muchen meticulously analyzed the details of his actions. Each step he took was fraught with tension. No matter how he plotted, he could not diminish Yi Fengshan's prowess. Moreover, the students sent by the Tianjuanhui were certainly not inept. Should a confrontation arise, Zhang Muchen was well aware that he would not emerge unscathed. This was a lesson he had already learned through experience. Although this method carried risks, the potential rewards were substantial. If the Tianjuanhui remained quiet for a time, it would afford him an opportunity he sought to seize. Zhang Muchen allowed a cold smile to surface. He desired nothing more than for Yi Fengshan to strike, thereby breaching the school's regulations. In terms of public perception, this would cast the Tianjuanhui in a negative light. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and he needed to hasten his own progression. Zhang Muchen understood that such tricks could only be sustained for so long. One day, he would confront Zhang Zian head-on. At that moment, strength would be the sole arbiter of fate. "Dear Spirit, open the credit exchange page," he commanded. Instantly, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying an array of items, elixirs, martial techniques, and cultivation methods, a veritable feast for the eyes. Most intriguing of all were the one-on-one courses. "Master, there are 4 ways to earn credits: completing annual courses, fulfilling school tasks, participating in competitions, and making special contributions. Additionally, monetary exchange for credits is not accepted." The Dear Spirit cheerfully elucidated. "Understood." Zhang Muchen scrutinized the exchange page and previewed the various functions. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he attempted to access a particular feature. "Apologies. Master, you do not possess the Abyss Passage Permit and are thus unable to view information related to the Abyss." The permit required the completion of a series of assessment tasks before it could be obtained. Students granted the Abyss Passage Permit could freely enter the depths of the Long Kingdom. The Dear Spirit bowed apologetically. The Abyss, a name that could cause even the most hardened of souls to tremble. Even elementary school students were aware of its history. A century ago, the Abyss emerged, heralding the arrival of colossal beasts, marking the dawn of the martial era on Blue Star. Yet, beyond this, Zhang Muchen was oblivious to the specifics, what lay within the Abyss, or the reasons for its existence. The truth seemed shrouded, obscured by a veil of mystery. If the master wishes to gain a deeper understanding of the Abyss, you may enroll in Professor Xing Juwen's course at the Academic Institute. Professor Xing is highly regarded among students, boasting a course approval rating of 98. The Dear Spirit presented a page that scrolled downwards, revealing a plethora of glowing reviews. Comments such as, "Professor Xing has a wonderful speaking voice, his lectures are incredibly detailed, and I absolutely adore them. And with Professor Xing's course, you'll leap from the well and become a frog of great knowledge." Adorn the screen. Feel free to purchase. The confidentiality is exceptional, and it feels remarkably lifelike. My child is utterly enchanted, even forsaking sleep, and the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Initially, I was akin to a mere pig, but after attending the class, I transformed into an astute swine. Gugugugu. Zhang Muchen finds himself both amused and bewildered. This is indeed unexpected. Must we delve into such matters during class? The instructors at Shengjing Martial University must be under considerable pressure. Nevertheless, if one wishes to uncover the intricacies of the Abyss, it seems attending another session is indispensable. At the Elemental Academy, under the tutelage of Professor Chiame, the course boasts a 99 approval rating, offering first-tier martial skill, cloud treading step, second-tier martial skill, waves turning palm, and third-tier martial skill, piercing water arrow. With students needing to exhibit an affinity for the water element, The Physical Academy, led by Professor Yu Dong, has a 96 approval rating, featuring a third-tier technique. True Scale Art, requiring a fire affinity. The Mental Academy, guided by Professor Meng Xiao, enjoys a 98 approval rating, presenting a second-tier technique, star visualization method, necessitating a mental aptitude. Zhang Muchen attempts to explore the course offerings of the academies. Indeed, each instructor is accompanied by an approval rating. After a brief review, he formulates a plan and instructs, "Very well, please enroll me and unlock all academy courses. Attending the Abyss class is imperative. This is an excellent opportunity to gain insight into the Abyss and strategize for the future." Little Deer's spirit beams with joy, tossing her hand skyward. And a plethora of course schedules materialize. I require a close combat martial skill to avoid the embarrassment of being defenseless without a weapon. Secondly, a body refinement technique to unlock the potential of the ancient Azure Dragon. Lastly, I seek true mental techniques. The golden eye merely exerts mental pressure and proves limited against formidable foes. I require genuine mental arts to complement the golden eye and enhance its efficacy. Zhang Muchen swiftly reviews the courses, selecting suitable martial skills. Following his confrontation with Yi Fengshan, numerous issues have come to light, necessitating the urgent rectification of his shortcomings. Acknowledging one's flaws without succumbing to arrogance is his guiding principle. Chapter 49, Course Selection, Zhang Yuanzhou reports. Just as Feng Hong stated, the martial skills from 1st to 3rd tier in the Outer Academy are entirely free. There are no fees, nor do they require credits. Enrollment grants access to classes and martial skills. However, 2 conditions apply. First, the student's realm must align, for instance, as a 2nd-tier martial artist. Zhang Muchen may enroll in either 1st or 2nd-tier martial skill courses, but not 3rd-tier ones, to prevent students from overreaching. Secondly, aside from the academic institute, a student may only learn one martial skill or technique from the other 3 academies at a time. Clearly, this is to prevent students from overextending themselves. Shengjing Martial University has painstakingly devised a system for the benefit of its students. Half an hour later, Zhang Muchen closes his eyes and recites, first, the Elemental Academy S Waves Turning Palm. Second, the Physical Academy S True Scale Art. Third, the Mental Academy S Star Visualization Method. Little Deer's spirit gasps in astonishment. Leaping before Zhang Muchen, advising, "Master, are you truly intent on enrolling in courses from all 3 academies simultaneously? Might this be too overwhelming?" Zhang Muchen shakes his head, exuding confidence as he replies, "No worries, it's perfectly manageable. Please proceed with the enrollment. With the Deep Blue system by my side, no technique or martial art poses a challenge. The only concern is the scarcity of evolution points. However, Shengjing Martial University has solutions for that." Understood. Little Deer Spirit, somewhat dispirited, reluctantly taps a few times. 3 luminous screens appear, displaying class schedules. Zhang Muchen gazes at the screens, contemplating. The Waves Turning Palm enhances close combat prowess. The True Scale Art boosts physical quality, and the Star Visualization Method augments mental offensive capabilities. Mastering these 3 techniques will significantly mitigate my deficiencies. With a spark of determination in his eyes, Zhang Muchen poses a final question. Little Deer Spirit, what distinguishes the Inner and Outer Academies? Furthermore, how may one gain entry into the Inner Academy? Little Deer Spirit clears her throat and gestures outward, revealing a map, a bird's-eye view of Shengjing Martial University. The Outer Academy consists of students admitted through the national examination, who must study for 4 years and accumulate 10,000 credits to graduate. In contrast, the Inner Academy emphasizes a mentor-student relationship, advocating for traditional one-on-one or one-on-many education. As the map shifts, Shengjing Martial University vanishes, with no new map emerging. Zhang Muchen, perplexed, observes Little Deer Spirit shrugging helplessly. As for the specifics of the Inner Academy, Master S access is insufficient to view the details. However, I am aware of 6 methods to enter the Inner Academy. The first and second are the Freshman Tournament and the Outer Academy Tournament. Achieving a top 10 finish in either grants eligibility for the Inner Academy. The third entails mastering 3 complete 3rd-tier techniques before graduation, regardless of type. The fourth involves submitting 30,000 credits. The fifth is being favored by an Inner Academy instructor who exercises their authority to accept you as a disciple. The sixth requires a breakthrough to the 4th tier before graduation. Having absorbed this explanation, Zhang Muchen is increasingly impressed by the depth of Shengjing Martial University. The Outer Academy is merely the tip of the iceberg. The Inner Academy represents the university's true essence. The national examination serves as a vast net, filtering the most exceptional 1,000 martial artists from across the Dragon Kingdom. Once at Shengjing Martial University, these 1,000 must continue to compete for the opportunity to enter the Inner Academy. Countless students strive relentlessly to gain admission, underscoring the fierce and ruthless competition. My next objective is to enter the Inner Academy. Zhang Muchen feels invigorated by the pressure, his blood surging with excitement. He opens his portable suitcase, which is filled to the brim with Qi blood pills, sourced from the Haiqing training camp. With classes commencing in 3 days, He intends to utilize these days to practice the whale sea breathing method and cultivate his qi and blood. Zhang Muchen retrieves a qi blood pill and swallows it whole. The pill glides smoothly into his abdomen, and a warm current begins to surge, enveloping his body. He takes a deep breath and initiates the whale sea breathing method, circulating his qi and blood. The following day, Zhang Yuanzhou descends from the high-speed train, brimming with vitality. Over the past few days, he has come to a realization. A momentary setback does not equate to perpetual inferiority. Does his brother truly believe that achieving the status of national champion allows him to contend with the third sister? Such hubris is akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Zhang Yuanzhou scoffs, his heart swelling with hope. The previous year's national champion also enrolled at Shengjing Martial University. What was the outcome? The third sister surpassed him within a year of enrollment, becoming the vice president of the Heavenly Affinity Society. Her standing among the student body is unparalleled, one above all, yet beneath none. With the protection of my third sister, my training speed is exponentially faster than yours. I wonder what you will use to compete with me. Zhang Yuanzhou senses the opportunity to grow stronger is within reach, and his pace quickens unconsciously. After departing the train station, he hails a taxi to Shengjing Martial University. Midway, he retrieves his phone and dials a number given by his third sister, who assured him that upon arriving at Shengjing Martial University, someone would be there to greet him. It seems the other party is also a student of Shengjing Martial University. The call was quickly connected, and a voice, cold and indifferent, emerged. Who is this? Zhang Yuanzhou recognized the voice belonged to a male and respectfully replied, Greetings, senior. I am Zhang Yuanzhou, and my sister is Zhang Zian. May I inquire about your esteemed name? There was a pause on the other end, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After a moment, the voice finally spoke, albeit with a tone that hinted at displeasure. Yi Fengshan, report to the admissions office of Shengjing Martial University. I will be waiting for you there. With that, the call abruptly ended. Zhang Yuanzhou was left speechless. He glanced at his screen, clicked his tongue, and muttered with dissatisfaction, Why did my sister choose such a senior? His temper is rather unpleasant. I assent it? Did I offend you in some way? The taxi soon arrived at Shengjing Martial University. As he entered the campus, a vivacious young woman approached him with a warm smile, saying, Junior, are you here to report? I am Fang Hong, a second-year student from the Elemental Academy. Come along with me. Zhang Yuanzhou was taken aback, secretly marveling at the beauty before him. Truly, Shengjing Martial University was a place of remarkable talent and stunning individuals. This senior was far more enchanting than the female trainees he had encountered in the training camp. I am Zhang Yuanzhou. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Fang. He suppressed any impure thoughts and spoke courteously. You share the same surname as me? Fang Hong responded, her expression darkening as if she had received distressing news. The fact that a freshman with the surname Zhang bore a resemblance to someone she knew instantly soured her mood. What's wrong, senior? This is my first day at Shengjing. I shouldn't have offended you, right? Zhang Yuanzhou, eager to leave a good impression on the beauty, quickly explained. Oh, it's nothing, just a coincidence. Fang Hong sighed, releasing a breath of frustration. She offered a hint of an apology, her hands clasped together. I'm sorry, Junior. It's not directed at you. I was just reminded of an irritating individual. This display utterly bewildered Zhang Yuanzhou. In an attempt to win her favor, he boldly declared, Whoever dares to anger a senior like you, I shall make sure they regret it. Thank you, Junior. Let us get in the car, Fang Hong responded, pleased by his affirmation, though she held no lofty hopes regarding his words. Very well. Zhang Yuanzhou boarded the electric sightseeing vehicle, patiently awaiting departure. He felt like a guilty thief, stealing glances at Fang Hong. She noticed, and was not the least bit offended. Rather, she felt a sense of pride. Sometimes, exceptional beauty can serve as a weapon. 10 minutes later, Fang Hong boarded the vehicle and announced, All right, let us set off. Seated beside her, Zhang Yuanzhou inhaled her captivating fragrance, causing his heart to race and his demeanor to grow restless. To avoid revealing his inner turmoil and to foster a connection with the senior, he quickly sought a topic. Senior, would you tell me who has upset you so? Fang Hong glanced at him, a smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Zhang Yuanzhou felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed against him, warming his spirit. Junior, if you ever get the chance, you must join the Tianwan Society. Even as an outer member, it's a shortcut. Never be like someone who rejected the Tianwan Society. She hesitated, refraining from mentioning Zhang Muchen's name. Though she deemed his rejection foolish, Zhang Muchen was undeniably a formidable national champion. Provoking an enemy unnecessarily was not worth the trouble. What? Someone actually rejected the Tianwan Society? Are they out of their mind? Zhang Yuanzhou exclaimed in disbelief. His understanding of the Tianwan Society made him all the more astonished. Joining it was not merely a shortcut. It was akin to a favorable tailwind in life. He could hardly fathom anyone rejecting such an opportunity. How foolish. Yes, such people are self-righteous. They will surely come to regret it one day. Fang Hong remarked with a disdainful expression, clearly harboring no fondness for Zhang Muchen. You're absolutely right. He will undoubtedly regret it. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded in agreement. Their conversation was brief as the sightseeing vehicle arrived at the admissions office. Fang Hong, leading the way, stopped short upon spotting a familiar figure, her eyes widening in surprise. Senior Yi Fengshan. Why is he here again after what happened yesterday? Yi Fengshan opened his eyes and fixated on Zhang Yuanzhou, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. The resemblance between the two brothers was evident. He frowned and instructed, Zhang Yuanzhou, go complete your paperwork and then follow me. Fang Hong felt a surge of curiosity, glancing at Zhang Yuanzhou in disbelief. Just yesterday, Zhang Muchen had been invited to the Tianwan Society, and now another Zhang was being invited. What was going on? Did the Tianwan Society have a preference for those with the surname Zhang? Please hold on for a moment, Senior, Zhang Yuanzhou said. Lifting his chin with a sense of pride, he entered the admissions office and swiftly completed his paperwork. Let us go? Yi Fengshan's expression was somber as he led the way. Senior, I'll take my leave now. See you next time. Zhang Yuanzhou had initially wished to converse more with Fang Hong, but seeing the opportunity slip away, he waved goodbye. Zhang Muchen, Zhang Yuanzhou, could they possibly be related? Fang Hong mused as she watched them depart, curiosity piqued. Her subconscious whispered that it was unlikely. The notion of two brothers concurrently gaining admission to Shengjing Martial University was an extraordinary tale. How could one arrive before the other for registration? Moreover, one had rejected and the other accepted the Tianwan Society. Such a scenario was entirely illogical. If Zhang Yuanzhou could enter the Tianwan Society, it would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with him. Fang Hong contemplated this notion, her mind racing. If Zhang Yuanzhou gained entry to the Tianwan Society, his future would be boundless. Establishing a good rapport with him would yield immeasurable benefits. Ideally, they would become a couple. Yi Fengshan guided Zhang Yuanzhou to a building adorned with a rustic charm, constructed of raw timber with elegantly curved eaves and layered glazed tiles, exuding an ancient aura. After presenting his credentials, Yi Fengshan led Zhang Yuanzhou inside to his study. Upon entering, Zhang Yuanzhou noticed his sister was absent and inquired curiously, Senior Yi, where is my third sister? Yi Fengshan, seated at the table, leisurely prepared tea and replied, the vice president is still in seclusion. Please be patient. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded, taking a seat opposite him. As Yi Fengshan brewed tea, Zhang Yuanzhou discreetly observed him, unconsciously comparing the two brothers. Aside from their slight resemblance, their personalities were completely different. The mere thought of Zhang Muchen caused Yi Fengshan to feel a wave of gloom wash over him, and he sighed quietly. If the two brothers shared the same temperament, I would not have faced punishment. The crux of the matter lies in my failure to accomplish the vice president's task. The upperclassman's aggression towards the newcomers is a grave violation of school regulations. Consequently, the administrative penalty is severe. Yi Fengshan has been sentenced to a deduction of 10,000 credits. My wallet has suffered a substantial hemorrhage. Furthermore, privately, it is imperative that I refrain from troubling Zhang Muchen again. With the new semester commencing, I am now a senior, and having incurred this 10,000 credit penalty, I have lost the opportunity to accumulate the 30,000 credits necessary for entry into the inner academy. To make matters worse, his connection as vice president obliges me to swallow my pride and endure my grievances in silence. Should I desire revenge, it must be instigated by the vice president. Otherwise, even if I were to triumph over Zhang Muchen, the vice president would retaliate against me. Yi Fengshan poured the tea, his mood darkening with each calculation, his face marred by a frown. His heart brimmed with deep-seated loathing for Zhang Muchen. Despite their sibling bond with the vice president, he insists on maintaining a facade of dignity, which has cost him dearly. This upperclassman indeed possesses a volatile temperament. He refuses to brew tea himself, leaving that task to me, while wearing a scowl for whom, I wonder? Across from him, Zhang Yuanzhou perceived the true nature of Yi Fengshan. As they shared tea, the atmosphere was exceedingly solemn, with neither party inclined to engage in conversation. 2 hours later, the door swung open, revealing a young woman clad in a white robe. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her gait exuded a self-assured poise. Sister, Vice President. The two individuals within the room hastily rose to greet her. Zhang Zian nodded slightly and took her seat at the head of the table. Noticing only the two occupants in the room, her expression remained unchanged, clearly having anticipated the outcome. I am aware of the situation. Yi Fengshan, you dare to lay hands on a newcomer, my brother no less? Do you believe me to be an easy target? Or do you presume that as merely an upperclassman from the outer academy, you can disregard school regulations? As Zhang Zian spoke, her tone remained flat, yet exerted immense pressure on Yi Fengshan, rendering him more anxious than facing a mid-tier ferocious beast. He bowed deeply, his gaze fixed on the ground, and sincerely implored, Vice President, I have profoundly reflected on my actions and recognized my errors. I was provoked by Zhang Muchen's harsh words, and in a moment of fury, I acted rashly. I never intended to harm him. I beseech you to show mercy and forgive me. Zhang Yuanzhou, a silent observer, felt a wave of shock and disbelief wash over him. He gasped internally, realizing that his brother had scolded senior Yi Fengshan to avoid joining the Tianjuanhui. Should I say, he remains the same arrogant brother I know, so haughty and prideful. Yet, this serves to my advantage. If my brother does not join the Tianjuanhui, Then my third sister will have no choice but to nurture my growth. Zhang Yuanzhou's heart soared with delight. At that moment, he was torn between celebrating his brother's audacity and lamenting his foolishness in relinquishing such a splendid opportunity. Nevertheless, the outcome appeared beneficial to him. He need not worry about his brother seizing resources. Chapter 51. Scheming, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, severing Zhang Muchen's backbone. Zhang Xian's expression turned grave, and she remained silent. Her thumb rubbed against a ring, emanating an aura of authority. After Yi Fengshan had apologized, he clenched his teeth, resembling a prisoner shackled in chains awaiting the judgment of fate. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, thick with a stifling air. Even Zhang Yuanzhou, who was merely watching, dared not breathe, shrinking his neck like a quail. In just a year, his sister had undergone a tremendous transformation, resembling an ancient court official wielding life and death authority. It was a daunting sight. He remembered his third sister as someone cultured and composed, never one to engage in disputes. Yet the current Zhang Xian felt foreign and intimidating, instilling fear even in him, her younger brother, who now refrained from casual jokes as he once did. No, Zhang Xian finally spoke, delivering a resolute command. She pointed at Yi Fengshan, her words slicing through the core of the issue like a sharp blade. Your error lies in having acted. If one chooses to strike, one must follow through. Even if it means breaching school regulations to break his bones, you must bring him here. Once Zhang Muchen arrives, with my presence, there is a chance to rectify this situation, rather than remaining in limbo and allowing the Tianjuanhui to suffer in public opinion. Yi Fengshan's complexion drained of color in an instant. At that moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of his missteps. First, he had failed to fulfill the vice president's task. Second, the upperclassman's aggression towards a newcomer had generated negative repercussions, tarnishing the image of the Tianjuanhui. His sister is truly ruthless. It is a pity that Yi Fengshan is rather incompetent. Otherwise, I would have relished witnessing my brother's dismal plight, which would surely be gratifying. Ideally, my brother would be left crippled, and Yi Fengshan would fail to bring him here, which would be most advantageous for me. As Zhang Yuanzhou observed the unfolding drama, he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He was now utterly convinced that he was the favored one, emboldened by that belief. As for Zhang Xian admonishing Yi Fengshan, he regarded it as entirely beneficial. It affirmed his sister's elevated status and formidable strength. With such a powerful ally backing him, what could he, Zhang Yuanzhou, possibly fear? I apologize, Vice President. I am willing to pay any price to atone for my mistakes. Yi Fengshan spoke as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his body weak and trembling. It is simple. Since Zhang Muchen is so prideful, we shall break his backbone and see how he remains so arrogant. I will have the Chen family's offspring keep a close watch on Zhang Muchen. The moment he steps outside, they must ensure he fails his tasks, earning not a single credit. When he sees his peers progressing while he stagnates, the only choice left for him will be to submit. Zhang Xian's calm words, however, felt like a chilling December wind, freezing both body and soul. Even Zhang Yuanzhou, her own brother, now sensed an icy dread creeping into his heart. He could not help but ponder, if I were to defy my sister, would she show me no mercy either? The answer was painfully evident. For this is a world where the strong reign supreme, where power speaks louder than blood ties, even among those of the same lineage. I require you to assist Zhang Yuanzhou comprehensively, guiding him in his cultivation, enhancing his strength, so that within 3 months, in the freshman competition, he attains at least level 27, securing a place in the inner academy. With a shift in tone, Zhang Xian began to devise a plan for her brother. This left Yi Fengshan visibly troubled, his heart plagued with concerns. Supporting another would naturally diminish his own training time. After the commencement of this academic year, he was now a senior, with time exceedingly tight. Should he fail to enter the inner academy, he would be left to seek employment in society, searching for an opportunity to break through to the 4th tier. Among the 4 pathways to enter the inner academy, the first, the outer academy competition, would only allow him to place within the top 20 based on his current abilities. The second, mastering 3 third-tier martial arts to perfection, proved to be a daunting challenge. To date, he had only achieved mastery in one such technique. The third pathway of accumulating 30,000 credits, once deemed feasible, had now diminished significantly after his recent confrontation with Zhang Muchen, resulting in a 10,000 credit penalty. There is no longer an opportunity to gather 30,000 credits. The fourth condition involves being favored by an inner academy mentor who would exert their influence to bring one into the inner academy, rendering this option even more improbable. Throughout the entirety of the Holy Capital Martial University, such fortunate individuals seldom exceed 5 in any given cohort. As for the final condition, had he been able to achieve a 4th-tier breakthrough before graduation, he would have no need to pander to the Heavenly Favor Association. If you agree, regardless of the outcome, I shall bestow upon you a Tiger Demon Pill, which will assist you in the Outer Academy competition. Furthermore, if Zhang Yuanzhou secures a position within the top 10 and gains entry to the Inner Academy, I pledge that you shall become an official member of the Heavenly Favor Association. Upon your graduation, You will have the opportunity to join a major corporation within the core of the association, securing a general manager position with an annual salary of 50 million. Zhang Zian, with an uncanny ability to read hearts, was acutely aware of what Yi Fengshan desired. In just 3 brief sentences, she dismantled all of his psychological defenses. Vice President, I am willing to assist your brother for 3 months, provided that you uphold your word. After much contemplation, Yi Fengshan gritted his teeth and acquiesced. He believed that relying solely on himself would make it nearly impossible to enter the inner academy. Even if by some stroke of luck he were to gain admission, he would merely exist at the bottom. Thus, it seemed more prudent to exchange 3 months for the status of an official member of the Heavenly Favor Association. To join the Heavenly Favor Association and attain formal membership would prove immensely beneficial, both within and beyond the academy. It was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. You shall come to realize that your choice was indeed the right one. Zhang Zian, orchestrating events with confidence radiating in her eyes, understood well that sometimes a gentle nudge can yield significant results. With no options left to him, Yi Fengshan found no grounds for refusal. Moreover, she had anticipated this outcome before proceeding. To win over Yi Fengshan, suppress Zhang Muchen, and elevate Zhang Yuanzhou, 3 goals accomplished with a single arrow. Here is the Tiger Demon Pill. You may verify its authenticity yourself. Zhang Zian tossed a small box, which landed squarely in Yi Fengshan's embrace. Upon opening it, he discovered a black pill, adorned with 3 intertwining tiger stripes. Thank you for your generous gift, Vice President. Yi Fengshan exhaled in relief, carefully securing the Tiger Demon Pill. Having made this commitment, there was no turning back. He must fulfill his promise, for Zhang Zian would not let him off the hook. Elder sister is truly remarkable. With just a few words, she has completely won over Senior Yi. Zhang Yuanzhou, who had witnessed the entire exchange, was astonished by his sister's transformation, perceiving her as nothing short of extraordinary. With such methods and authority, she appeared to be an entirely different person compared to her arrival at the holy capital Martial University. His brother, impoverished and solitary, had nothing to compete with his sister. Now that the matter is settled, Yuanzhou, you shall learn from Senior Yi for the next 3 months. Do not squander my efforts. When I am not present in the outer academy, should you encounter any difficulties, consult with Senior Yi. If that fails, then reach out to me. Remember, in the pursuit of martial arts, one must be contemplative and strategic. For every step taken, anticipate 3 ahead. If you wish to progress far. Zhang Zian gazed at her brother, a ripple of emotion flickering in her eyes. Upon seeing his face, her mind involuntarily drifted to another brother. The national champion. What was so impressive about that? A cold smile crept across Zhang Zian's heart. Martial artists may harbor pride, but she required an obedient brother. Even if Zhang Yuanzhou lacked the same innate talent, she would never invest resources in Zhang Muchen unless he willingly capitulated and knelt before her. Yes, sister, I will not let you down, Zhang Yuanzhou declared, rising with exuberance. The 2 bid farewell and departed, leaving Zhang Zian alone in the room. She lifted her finger to inspect the black ring on her index finger, murmuring, 4th brother. When you discover that you cannot enter the inner academy, you shall surely feel despair. The outer academy is still far from the true world. Chapter 52, Madness. The Truth of the Abyss, a world on the brink of collapse. 3 days later, Zhang Muchen opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He felt invigorated. A glimmer of determination flashing in his gaze as he murmured, I wonder how much my vitality has increased after 3 days of arduous training. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 20. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 2300. Mentality, 2000. Martial techniques, Water Dragon's Lament, minor completion. Thunder Dragon's Fury, beginner. Thunderbolt Stride, major completion. Cloud Rider Spear technique, perfection. Ninefold Fist, perfection. Cultivation method, Whale Sea Breathing technique, 2nd layer perfection. Evolution points, 151. Upon reviewing the panel, Zhang Muchen was pleased to see that the data reflected his vitality. Although his cultivation speed was not as rapid as that attained through combat points, he had nevertheless surged ahead, outpacing countless peers. As he gradually unwrapped his bandages, a smile broke across his face. 3 days of intensive practice supplemented by vitality pills had increased his vitality by 300 points, equivalent to 100 points per day. Among the first-year students at the Holy Capital Martial University, such progress was remarkable. While cultivating the breathing technique did not enhance his mental strength, in reality, aside from a few students specializing in mental arts, the majority, without mental talents, lagged far behind him. To advance from a 2nd-tier martial artist to the next level required 1,000 vitality points. If the supply of vitality pills remained consistent, he could reach level 29 in just 100 days, drawing near to the 3rd tier. Calculating in his mind, Zhang Muchen realized that merely through the breathing technique, he could achieve the pinnacle of the 2nd tier in 100 days. Not to mention, he could also hunt ferocious beasts to accelerate his training. The combination of both endeavors would undoubtedly yield astonishing results. Indeed, he was ahead now and would continue to be ahead. Once he completed the Abyss course and received training in 3 martial techniques, he could begin hunting ferocious beasts. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Muchen donned his black uniform, slung the Storm Pear Blossom spear across his back, and prepared to attend class. A qualified martial artist should regard their weapon as an extension of themselves, carrying it at all times to adapt to any situation. He surmised that the Heavenly Favor Association would not act in the short term, yet vigilance was paramount. One must not entrust their life to the whims of others. Exiting the villa, Zhang Muchen followed the guidance of his wristband to a cluster of buildings. This place was teeming with handsome men and beautiful women, exuding an atmosphere rich in academic fervor. Master, the introductory course on the Abyss is about to commence. Please make haste, came the prompt from his wristband, startling him slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Muchen quickened his pace and arrived at a classroom. He scanned the room, which was circular and spacious, equipped with the most advanced teaching facilities. However, there were very few attendees, only 3 or 4 individuals. With the semester just starting, new students were eager to enhance their strength and were reluctant to attend an introductory course on the Abyss. Zhang Muchen approached the front row, unbuckling his Storm Pear Blossom gun and laying it across the table. A few minutes later, a young teacher entered the room. It was Xing Jiwen. He appeared exceedingly youthful, with an almost juvenile countenance that could easily mislead one into perceiving him as a student. Not at all surprised by the sparse attendance, Xing Jiwen began, "Greetings, students. I am Professor Xing Jiwen, and we shall commence our first lesson on the topic of the Abyss. Where does the Abyss originate? For what purpose does it exist?" These questions remain shrouded in mystery. However, the academic community has reached a consensus on a fascinating hypothesis. The Abyss is an astronomical phenomenon, much like a black hole. It forcibly connects 2 worlds across the 4-dimensional plane. Xing Jiwen's proclamation was nothing short of sensational. How could this be? Who could possibly fit one planet inside another? Zhang Muchen was taken aback, feeling his geographical knowledge profoundly challenged. He never anticipated that the truth could be so outrageous. It seemed utterly fantastical. Xing Jiwen, relishing the incredulity of his audience, observed the students' expressions with delight. There was nothing he adored more than revealing the truth about the Abyss and witnessing the disbelief etched on their faces. Although the Abyss is indeed an astronomical phenomenon, it is perpetually active, which means that one day, you might find an entrance to the Abyss right beneath your feet. The academic community often categorizes the Abyss into 3 distinct levels: shallow, intermediate, and deep. The shallow Abyss is teeming with ferocious beasts and abundant precious resources. However, venturing into the intermediate level becomes exceedingly perilous. Should it become active, you might unexpectedly encounter a martial artist from a nation on the opposite side of the blue planet. Entirely disregarding the geographical rules of our world, Xing Jiwen was thoroughly engrossed in his lecture, enhancing it with numerous images that instilled a sense of urgency. Such unprecedented revelations utterly dismantled Zhang Muchen's understanding. An uncontrollable thought surged within him. The inner courtyard of the sacred capital Martial University must be situated within the Abyss. Not only the sacred capital Martial University, but it was likely that the 5 major nations of this planet were also excavating resources from the Abyss. This was easily comprehensible. Blue Planet was merely the target of an invasion, lacking any innate production of martial resources. How, then, do we cultivate intermediate and even advanced martial artists? The answer lies solely within the Abyss. Professor, what lies within the deep Abyss? Is there truly another world? Suddenly, a boy stood up, curiosity shining in his eyes. Xing Jiwen nodded, responding, "Countless martial artists have arrived at the answer through experience. Undoubtedly, on the other side of the Abyss lies another world, which we shall refer to as Ziwei Star. However, accessing Ziwei Star is no easy feat. One must first locate a passage into the deep levels. Do not forget that the Abyss is ever shifting, so a passage that exists one moment may vanish the next." The boy, intrigued, posed another question. "Professor, what exists on the other side of Ziwei Star?" Xing Jiwen smiled slightly, generously divulging the answer. "People, the inhabitants of Ziwei Star are human, just like us. It is said that the martial arts of Blue Planet originated from Ziwei Star." The classroom erupted in astonishment at this revelation. The name Ziwei Star would forever be etched in their minds, an indelible mark they would carry for a lifetime. "Professor, since there are people on Ziwei Star, will they come to our world through the Abyss?" Zhang Muchen, quick-witted, could not help but voice a terrifying hypothesis. Xing Jiwen regarded him with appreciation, stating, "You need not worry about this. The Abyss is equally complex and mysterious for the residents of Ziwei Star. Should they wish to traverse the Abyss to reach our world, they would face far greater obstacles than we do in seeking passage to their realm." Thus concludes our first lesson on the Abyss. If you wish to learn about the peculiar and bizarre beasts inhabiting the shallow Abyss, or the characteristics of the intermediate level, then I encourage you to enroll in my next class. The first class concluded swiftly. Even after Xing Jiwen departed, Zhang Muchen remained seated, murmuring to himself. This class was immensely fruitful. It felt as though a new worldview had been unveiled before me, expanding my horizons. It seems I must not miss Professor Xing Jiwen's lectures in the future. I must delve deeper into the mysteries of the abyss. Chapter 53, Brother Zhang. A new student among the old ones. After the first class, Luo Zhang, Qiu Xiaoxiao, and their companions made their way to the Element Academy. As expected of the sacred capital Martial University, even a single lesson has yielded such profound insights. Indeed, training in this environment is exponentially more effective than before. It's a pity we didn't TC Brother Zhang. I wonder what he has been up to. The group animatedly discussed their newfound knowledge, each one brimming with excitement. Nearby, a youth of average build with green hair like bamboo inquired curiously, Luo Zhang, who is Brother Zhang? Upon hearing this question, Luo Zhang's eyes sparkled with admiration as he prepared to enlighten his new friend. Suddenly, Qiu Xiaoxiao tugged at him. Luo Zhang, puzzled, turned to see her expression of surprise as she exclaimed, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang. Having finished the Abyss class and feeling enriched by the experience, Zhang Muchen arrived at the Element Academy, ready to study the second-tier martial skill, the Ripple Palm. Just as he was about to enter the classroom, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he discovered several candidates from Jiangnan province, including Qiu Xiaoxiao, Luo Zhang, and a few unfamiliar faces, presumably their friends. With a bit of time before class commenced, Zhang Muchen delayed his entrance and greeted them. Hello. How does it feel to be at the Martial University? After all, they had all shared the same examination venue in Jiangnan province and had survived the assault of the beast god cult, forging a bond of camaraderie. Engaging in casual conversation was quite natural. After all, he was not a madman bent on making enemies everywhere. Wow, Brother Zhang. The sacred capital Martial University truly lives up to its reputation as the nation's premier institution. The pressure here is immense. Luo Zhang lamented, his face reflecting the weight of expectations. He had once considered himself a prodigy, believing that even in the sacred capital Martial University, he would maintain his standing. However, upon arrival, he realized there were 300 others with similar A-grade talents. Not to mention the numerous S-grade talent individuals, the celestial chosen, who were ubiquitous. Only pressure breeds motivation and progress. Zhang Muchen chuckled at his friend's comical demeanor. Are you alright, Brother Zhang? I heard that you had a conflict with the celestial chosen. Qiu Xiaoxiao stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. She worried that Zhang Muchen might impulsively jeopardize his promising future. It's nothing. It has been resolved. Zhang Muchen waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. In his view, even among friends, there was no need to divulge every detail. What do others know of me? And what do I seek? It was best to move forward with their studies, for the celestial chosen was a formidable force not to be trifled with. Qiu Xiaoxiao visibly relaxed, exhaling in relief, genuinely worried for Zhang Muchen's well-being. As they continued to chat, Zhang Muchen's wrist suddenly vibrated, a reminder from the little dear spirit that class time had arrived. Everyone, I must head to class now. Until next time. With that, he ceased the idle chatter and turned to enter the Element Academy. The youth with green hair scratched his head and cast a puzzled glance at his wrist. Strange. He murmured. Why has Zhang gone to class? What course is he enrolled in? Why isn't my wrist vibrated? Luo Zhang shot him a sidelong glance. His expression animated as he replied, Little brother, did I not inform you? Brother Zhang is the only second-tier martial artist in the history of the college entrance examination. He must be attending a second-tier course. Second-tier martial artist? The green-haired youth's pupils widened in astonishment, his shock unmasked. For those favored by heaven, entering the holy capital Martial University meant they could become second-tier martial artists within a year. But Zhang Muchen, when did he achieve that? During the college entrance examination. The disparity was undeniably vast. Luo, go. In the future, when you dine with Brother Zhang, kindly take me along. I would like to make my presence known, he said. A hint of eagerness in his tone. Establishing a rapport with a powerful individual is certainly a wise investment. Dine. I too wish to invite Brother Zhang for a meal. But he likely won't have the time. Luo Zhang mused, a touch of melancholy creeping into his heart. He felt that inviting Zhang Muchen might prove to be a challenge. After all, this formidable individual was wholly devoted to his path, even when besieged by a cult. Facing an uncertain fate, Zhang Muchen remained undeterred, resolutely choosing to break through. Upon entering the holy capital Martial University, he would undoubtedly immerse himself entirely in his training, evading distractions. Luo Zhang questioned whether he possessed the stature to demand Zhang Muchen's time, to squander it on mere social gatherings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The collective vibrations of their wrists signaled that it was time for class. With that, they ceased their conversation and entered the academy gates. The venue for the course on the Ripple Palm was not a classroom, but rather a martial arts arena. Many students were already present, exuding an air of confidence and composure, starkly different from the naivety of fresh newcomers. They were presumably second-year students. Zhang Muchen surveyed the arena, his mind racing with conjectures. The clarity of the new students' ignorance was striking. The difference between them and the upperclassmen was evident. He withdrew his gaze and settled into a spot to await the commencement of the lesson. Hey, who is that unfamiliar face? One of the students remarked, glancing at Zhang Muchen from the prime viewing spot. Hu Ge, do you recognize him? Hu Kai shook his head, responding, Our school has 1,000 second-year students. I can't possibly know them all. The others found his reasoning valid and dismissed Zhang Muchen as merely an ordinary upperclassman, unaware that he was, in fact, a first-year student. Silence. A commanding female voice resonated through the martial arts arena like a thunderclap in spring, instantly silencing all chatter. A woman clad in a teal robe, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, entered the arena. Her features were refined, yet her gaze was stern, suggesting she was not easily approached, a strict teacher, indeed. Stepping to the center of the arena, Chi-Mei surveyed the crowd with piercing eyes and coldly declared, "I am Chi-Mei. Before I impart the ripple palm technique, I must remind you, students whose talents are unrelated to the water affinity should best take their leave to avoid wasting time." No one spoke or moved to exit. Apart from Zhang Muchen, all other students were seasoned second years, well aware of their own strengths and weaknesses, and they naturally wouldn't squander their time and energy on a technique that bore no relevance to them. Moreover, school regulations stipulated that one could only study one technique at a time. If a fire affinity martial artist attempted to learn the ripple palm but could not master it, it would be quite the spectacle. Very well, from today onward, I will teach you the ripple palm, and we will meet once every 7 days to address your questions. For now, memorize the incantation and the circulatory pathways of your chi and blood, Chi-Mei stated with a nod. As her words concluded, a screen unfurled swiftly, hovering before the students. The screen displayed the incantation for the ripple palm, along with a diagram simulating the flow of chi and blood. This was modernized teaching at its finest. The students in attendance stared intently at the screen, striving to memorize the content as quickly as possible. Chi-Mei observed their reactions with a composed demeanor. Soon, her gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on Zhang Muchen, and she mused to herself. To think there is a martial artist who has attained the second tier before even entering university, truly remarkable. As a teacher, Chi-Mei was accustomed to reviewing the information of all her students prior to class, and naturally, she had discovered Zhang Muchen, this extraordinary student. Without hesitation, she scrutinized him closely. Would he consume 50 evolution points to enhance his proficiency with the ripple palm? Zhang Muchen reviewed the technique's operational diagram, and suddenly, a prompt resonated within his mind. He clicked to confirm, and in an instant, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had seamlessly grasped the fundamentals of the ripple palm, successfully learning the technique. From this point onward, as long as he possessed evolution points, he could elevate his mastery to perfection. Remaining there was utterly superfluous. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Muchen stepped out of the crowd, respectfully addressing Chi-Mei. "Teacher, I have mastered the fundamentals of the ripple palm. May I take my leave?" Though he had learned the ripple palm, he still wished to show respect to his teacher. It would be disrespectful to leave the martial arts arena without a word. Such behavior would be deemed exceedingly presumptuous. What? Has it only been a short while? And he has already grasped the ripple palm? Are you joking? Does anyone know him? Who does he think he is? A wave of incredulity surged through the second-year students. Their minds steeped in doubt as they pointed at him. Even those with exceptional talents could not possibly master a second-tier martial technique within 10 minutes. Mastery of such techniques required vast amounts of time for comprehension and practice. Wait, he clearly didn't practice. He merely glanced at the chi and blood operational diagram and has already mastered the ripple palm? Chi-Mei remained silent, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Zhang Muchen, attempting to uncover any signs of deceit. Yet there were none. Zhang Muchen's demeanor was composed, his eyes devoid of pretense or concealment. Observing his self-assured posture, Chi-Mei couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seemed he had indeed grasped the fundamentals of the ripple palm, truly a gifted talent. Testing the authenticity of his claim would be a straightforward matter. A single demonstration would suffice. Chi-Mei nodded and instructed, "Very well, demonstrate the ripple palm for me. And let me assess your proficiency." As she spoke, a wooden practice dummy rose from the ground. All the second-year students turned their gazes towards Zhang Muchen, their expressions a mix of schadenfreude, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Surely, he couldn't have truly mastered the ripple palm, could he? Yet among them, some students exchanged glances, their eyes betraying flickers of doubt. Yes, Zhang Muchen responded with a calm demeanor as he approached the wooden dummy. He first gently bent his wrist inward, then summoned the vitality within his body. Suddenly, he thrust forward, flipping his palm. Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted from his palm, resembling an unending tide that engulfed the wooden dummy. With a tremendous roar, the dummy shattered into countless fragments. He truly grasped the fundamentals of the tide-flipping palm. What a prodigy! How is it that I have no recollection of him? Could it be that he is not a sophomore, but rather a junior? Just look at his youthful visage. How could he possibly be in university? I dare say you appear more like a junior. The students present were left utterly astounded, feeling an overwhelming shock. Such a display could not possibly be feigned. They had truly witnessed someone mastering a second-tier martial technique in merely 10 minutes. Moreover, he had not practiced at all. He merely observed it once to succeed. His movements were impeccably standard, and his flow of vitality was remarkably refined. This was a perfect execution of the tide-flipping palm. Chi-Mei nodded repeatedly, her admiration evident. She had mastered the tide-flipping palm to perfection, and her own realm surpassed Zhang Yuanzhou's. Hence, she could discern the power and intricacy contained within that strike. Her evaluation of Zhang Yuanzhou elevated significantly. Very well, you may leave now. Should you have any questions, return for class in 7 days, and I shall address them then. Chi-Mei honored her promise, allowing Zhang Yuanzhou to depart without any insistence, for it was unnecessary. Sophomores had yet to grasp the basics, and she had to teach those several dozen students. It would be impractical to offer Zhang Yuanzhou individual attention, thus keeping him would only waste his time. Yes, thank you. Teacher, Zhang Yuanzhou expressed his gratitude succinctly before leaving the classroom without hesitation. One could only wonder what level his tide-flipping palm would reach by their next encounter. Chi-Mei watched him depart, contemplating her next destination, the physical academy. She was curious about the extent of enhancement the true scale technique could provide to physical strength. Zhang Yuanzhou resolved to head towards the physical academy. Having elevated the tide-flipping palm to its foundational level today, he could avoid the awkwardness of losing his spear during combat, without possessing a second-tier close combat technique. As for the ninefold fist, it could hardly compare to the tide-flipping palm, even at its perfected stage. Its might was nowhere near that of the tide-flipping palm. After he left, the classroom erupted in fervent discussion among the sophomores regarding Zhang Yuanzhou. Chi-Mei's expression hardened as she admonished, "Silence. Your minds are so unsettled. You resemble a rabble." The aura of a fifth-tier warrior suddenly surged forth, sweeping across the training grounds. The sophomores felt their hearts tighten in fear and hastily closed their mouths, refraining from further chatter. "Since you were so concerned about Zhang Yuanzhou's identity, I shall inform you. He is a freshman. Look at how disgraceful you all appear. After being in the holy capital Martial University for a year, and yet you still cannot compare to a newcomer. Henceforth, during my lectures, anyone who appears distracted or lazy shall be expelled from the classroom." Chi-Mei spoke with remarkable severity, leaving no room for leniency. However, the sophomores could not absorb her words, their minds buzzing with shock. A freshman. Zhang Yuanzhou was actually a freshman. How could a mere newcomer attend a second-tier martial technique class? There was but one answer. He was a second-tier warrior. No wonder he comprehended the tide-flipping palm in 10 minutes. Such talent and insight were indeed astonishing. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuanzhou arrived at the physical academy. The architecture of the physical academy was rugged, and the air was tinged with a medicinal scent. Yet, the number of people here far exceeded that of the elemental academy, creating a veritable sea of humanity. Among the 3 great talents of martial artists, physical prowess was the most prevalent, elemental talent came second, and mental acuity was the least common. Following the guidance of the little deer spirit, Zhang Yuanzhou made his way to the classroom. However, halfway there, he encountered an unexpected but not entirely surprising figure. At the same moment, the person spotted him, and his expression tightened. It was none other than Zhang Yuanzhou, accompanied by Yi Fengshan. In such a vast holy capital martial university, how could he possibly run into this fool? Zhang Yuanzhou's gaze remained tranquil as he regarded Zhang Yuanzhou, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 55, Psychological Warfare. Zhang Yuanzhou's Challenge. Stay away from him. Amidst the throngs of people, the two brothers' eyes met through the crowded masses. Brother. Zhang Yuanzhou clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yuanzhou. The response he received was one of unflinching calm, forever as still as a deep well, unwavering. He loathed those eyes that rendered him, Zhang Yuanzhou, a fool in comparison. Zhang Yuanzhou averted his gaze, dismissing his brother entirely. Zhang Yuanzhou, you arrogant fool. Do you think that merely by fortuitously achieving the title of national champion, you can forsake familial bonds? Truly a heartless and ungrateful person. Zhang Yuanzhou unexpectedly shouted, his voice booming and resonating far, drawing the attention of numerous students who turned to observe the two brothers. Zhang Yuanzhou let out a derisive laugh, his tone laced with scorn. He ignored Zhang Yuanzhou, instead focusing on Yi Fengshan, shaking his head as he spoke. Yi Fengshan, you, a senior who has endured the rigors of the college entrance examination, a genius who fought through countless competitors, how can you stoop to serve as a fool's lackey? Is this truly your martial spirit, your pursuit of martial arts? The art of war lies in strategy, and psychological warfare reigns supreme. Zhang Yuanzhou was confident that Yi Fengshan would not dare to strike at him again. Should he attempt it, it would be the perfect opportunity to avenge their previous encounter. This was not the confined admissions office. He possessed ample space to wield his rainfall pear blossom spear. Did this fool have a death wish? How dare he offend a senior? Even if he were the national champion, he still required time to grow. Seniors were predominantly third-tier warriors, their strength and connections vastly superior to that of a mere freshman. He truly had a death wish. Fight! 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 Hurry and fight! The onlooking students were electrified by the prospect of a confrontation. Damn it, he's trying to provoke me. Yi Fengshan's expression darkened instantaneously, his mind filled with regret for not pulling Zhang Yuanzhou away at the first opportunity. As a result, this foolish boy had dared to challenge Zhang Yuanzhou. After all, he had already suffered at Zhang Yuanzhou's hands. Even if he was not particularly clever, he now had no desire to provoke this individual. Thus, despite his irritation, Yi Fengshan suppressed his anger. We should leave, do not engage him. The time is not right. Zhang Yuanzhou was merely a first-tier warrior, and in terms of strength, he could not compare to Yi Fengshan. He was forcibly dragged away. He glanced at his brother. Feeling the piercing gazes of countless onlookers, and a surge of boldness arose within him as he proclaimed, Zhang Muchen, you wait. I will undoubtedly defeat you in the freshman competition. Yet Zhang Muchen had already turned away, utterly disinterested in responding. Before entering the holy capital Martial University, he had already discerned one truth. His true rival was Zhang Ziyan. Zhang Yuanzhou posed no significant threat. He was merely the woman with an obsessive desire for control tended to a pig. After Yi Fengshan and Zhang Yuanzhou departed from the physical academy, Yi Fengshan finally released Zhang Yuanzhou, coldly stating, in the future, when you encounter him, keep your distance and refrain from provoking him. Zhang Yuanzhou pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Senior, what are you afraid of? I have my fourth sister backing me up. There's no need to fear him. Yi Fengshan's forehead throbbed with veins, exasperatedly retorting, what am I afraid of? I'm concerned you'll end up at his mercy without even realizing what has transpired. Zhang Yuanzhou fell silent, sneering with disdain to convey his displeasure. Damn. How is it that one brother is as foolish as a pig, while the other is an astute trickster? Observing Zhang Yuanzhou's arrogant demeanor, Yi Fengshan couldn't help but twitch his lips in irritation, his mood souring significantly. He was too weary to say more and directly dragged Zhang Yuanzhou away. Yi Fengshan dared not act against me any further. It seemed the Celestial clan indeed held some apprehension and was reluctant to blatantly violate the school rules. Zhang Muchen felt a tinge of regret and heightened his vigilance. An adversary like Zhang Yuanzhou, brash and arrogant, was not particularly fearsome. What truly posed a threat was someone like Zhang Ziyan, who calculated and strategized before acting. However, to think one could nurture Zhang Yuanzhou to triumph over me in the freshman competition was merely a delusion. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes. Unafraid of these two siblings, once he defeated Zhang Yuanzhou, the next target would be Zhang Ziyan. Upon entering the classroom filled with students, Zhang Muchen noticed that the number of individuals studying the true scale technique far exceeded those learning the tumultuous palm, with at least double the number in attendance. Additionally, the classroom was not a training ground. The floor was laid with blue bricks, scattered with cushions, and adorned with numerous taxidermied animals, each vividly detailed and perfectly capturing their lifelike states. Zhang Muchen found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, and quietly awaited the commencement of class. After a few minutes, a muscular male teacher entered the room. He was tall and imposing, with a thick mane of brown hair closely cropped to his scalp, and his gaze was as piercing as that of a wild beast. After surveying the room, he slowly spoke, I am Lin Yi, and today I shall impart the true scale technique. Students lacking the talent for scales should promptly leave. Do not waste your time. The name was peculiar, but not excessively so. Zhang Muchen had heard that some martial artists, upon awakening their talents, would change their names according to their abilities. This Lin Yi teacher was likely one such individual. Seeing that no one left, Lin Yi nodded and proceeded directly to the topic, pointing to a fish specimen. Scales serve as an armor for animals, and the true scale technique, as its name suggests, is about cultivating a layer of scales for self-protection. After stating this, he remained still as his skin's pores released vital energy. Initially, this energy appeared ethereal, but once it emerged from his pores, it swiftly solidified into round scales. Bear in mind, although it is called the true scale technique, it does not aim to transform a person into an animal. That would be a fundamental misunderstanding. Lin Yi warned the students before ceasing the demonstration of the true scale technique. On the surface, he showed no signs of fatigue. It seemed that the energy expended in the demonstration was but a trivial amount. Following this, Lin Yi activated a holographic screen. Beyond the incantations, a small figure demonstrated the body forging process, questioning whether to expend 50 evolution points to enhance proficiency in the true scale technique. As Zhang Muchen finished reviewing the incantations, a prompt echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, he opted to enhance his proficiency. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his brain. Unlike before, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, and his skin itched as if something were trying to break free from beneath it. The body forging technique differs from martial skills. It cannot be mastered solely through comprehension without enduring pain. To achieve efficiency, I recommend this series of medicinal pills. The holographic display showcased various pills. Suddenly, Lin Yi flashed a sly grin that was entirely at odds with his fierce exterior. With the true scale technique secured, only the final visualization method, the flying star, remained. Zhang Muchen glanced at it and lost interest, as the pills required academic credits. Having only recently entered the school and completed no tasks, he was naturally short on credits. Chapter 56, Mengxiu, The Dangers of the Flying Star Visualization Method. The essence of the true scale technique lies in the compatibility of one's talent. Achieving perfection opens the door to advanced techniques. For instance, the third-tier true scale armor, the mid-tier Earth Dragon body refinement technique, and the high-tier Heavenly Dragon S unyielding form, among others, present a vast array of choices. However, the path of body forging is excruciating, and most individuals find it unbearable. If you wish to enhance your efficiency, medicinal pills are indispensable. One pill can save 10 days of hardship. What does that equate to? 10 days of suffering avoided. Lin Yi passionately extolled the virtues of the pills from the podium. This time, Zhang Muchen chose not to leave early. His understanding of body-forging martial arts was limited, and he was eager to hear Lin Yi's explanations. However, to his dismay, Lin Yi spent a significant portion of the class promoting the medicinal pills, which was quite disheartening. Many second-year students, upon hearing this, revealed glimmers of interest in their eyes. Some impatient individuals had already placed orders through their wristbands. Fellow students, the more pills, the better. For those who haven't purchased yet, hurry up. The teacher has a little insider information to share for free. The 8 treasure pill, which is most effective for practicing the true scale technique, has a critically short supply of main ingredients. If you don't buy now, the price will skyrocket in no time, and you will surely regret it. When that time comes, don't come back to me. I won't remind you again. Lin Yi painted a picture of opportunity not to be missed. As a result, most students couldn't resist and began placing orders for the pills. The key was that after trying to cultivate the true scale technique, they realized that practicing the body forging technique was indeed excruciating, akin to having one's bones crushed. Generally, individuals attempting to practice for the first time found themselves grimacing and forced to stop within 5 minutes. Could it be that these pills were somehow linked to Lin Yi? Perhaps he himself controlled a portion of the body refining pills. Zhang Muchen pondered this as he observed Lin Yi fervently promoting the pills. A mid-tier martial artist is not cheap. Without some ulterior motive, it would be quite difficult to persuade others. However, this had little to do with Zhang Muchen. Whether he practiced martial skills or techniques, it was not a challenge. As long as he had evolution points, he could circumvent countless troubles. 10 minutes later, this half-teaching, half-selling body refinement class finally concluded. All students surged out of the classroom, eager to return to their dormitories to retrieve the pills for their practice. Zhang Muchen left the physical academy and headed straight for the final spiritual academy. Traversing a tree-lined path, he arrived at the end, where a few solitary buildings came into view. Compared to the physical and elemental academies, the spiritual academy was indeed sparsely populated, with only a handful of students coming and going, each maintaining a tacit understanding of keeping their distance from one another. Indeed, spiritual warriors are exceedingly rare, akin to pandas in the realm of martial arts. Zhang Muchen surveyed the surroundings, lacking any inclination to converse with others, and made his way directly to the classroom. A few minutes later, he entered a room where the windows were obscured by heavy curtains, casting the space into an almost impenetrable darkness. Is it truly possible to hold a class in such gloom? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of candlelight illuminated the shadows, revealing a female visage. She wore a veil that concealed most of her features, leaving only her crystal-clear eyes exposed. These eyes sparkled with clarity, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, drawing one in irresistibly. "Welcome, please take a seat," a gentle voice resonated. Approaching the candlelight, Zhang Muchen hesitantly inquired, "Are you teacher Mengxiu?" She nodded in affirmation. With a click, the lights in the classroom sprang to life, allowing Zhang Muchen to discern Mengxiu's figure more clearly. Clad in a flowing black robe that enveloped her entirely, a crystal ball rested upon her desk, giving her the appearance more akin to a street fortune teller than an educator. So there was indeed a light. The click was so near. Could the switch be at her feet? Zhang Muchen found the entire scenario rather perplexing, sensing that this teacher possessed a rather peculiar disposition. Rumors suggested that among 10 spiritual warriors, 9 were deemed eccentric, while the remaining 1 was simply mad. In light of this, one could not entirely dismiss the rumors. The world perceives spiritual warriors as enigmatic. It is a rarity for students to enroll in my course, and I feared I might startle you. Hence my jest. Mengxiu seemed somewhat pleased, her smile crescent-like, resembling a beautiful moon. Zhang Muchen took his seat, dismissing the earlier oddities, and curiously asked, "Teacher, am I the only student attending class today?" Mengxiu, with nothing to conceal, replied candidly, "Few indeed. Among the 4 cohorts of spiritual warriors, there are scarcely over 100, and a single visualization technique can suffice for an extended period. Currently, Shengjing Martial University boasts 4,000 students, yet the number of spiritual warriors fails to reach even 100. Even if one includes the top 10 martial universities, the total would scarcely exceed 300 to 400. This illustrates the minuscule proportion of spiritual warriors within a generation." "Ah, I see. Thank you, teacher, for clarifying." With this explanation, Zhang Muchen felt a profound realization dawning upon him, deepening his understanding of the rarity of spiritual warriors. "Now, place your palm upon the crystal ball. I shall assess your mental strength." Mengxiu's voice carried a hint of anticipation, initiating the pre-class evaluation. This crystal ball appeared to be a specialized instrument capable of gauging a warrior's mental prowess. Hailing from a small city, Zhang Muchen had never encountered such an object, but could surmise its function. He extended his hand, lightly resting it upon the cool, smooth surface of the crystal ball. Akin to the cool stones found in a valley, yet possessing an essence more akin to a lodestone. Upon contact, his mental energy uncontrollably surged forth from his brow, infusing the crystal ball. Within its depths, a white radiance began to emanate, gradually elongating into two peculiar luminous trails. Once these trails formed, they ceased drawing from Zhang Muchen's mental energy. Second tier, mental strength. Have you previously practiced visualization techniques? Meng Qiu's eyes widened with astonishment at the transformation within the crystal ball. She had not anticipated that a new student could possess such second-tier mental prowess. This young man undoubtedly harbored exceptional talent in the spiritual domain. Not at all. Zhang Muchen shook his head, explaining that he had not cultivated mental energy, but had relied solely on attribute points. Ah, you possess great talent. You may cultivate the flying star visualization technique. Practice it, and once you sense the visualization taking shape, come find me. I shall provide you with protection. Meng Qiu expressed her delight at gaining another student. She retrieved a small booklet from beneath the desk, its surface inscribed with the words Flying Star Visualization Technique. Protection? Teacher. Is there danger in practicing visualization techniques? Zhang Muchen paused, hand hovering in midair, hesitating to take the booklet. If there were dangers involved, he would need to contemplate whether to pursue the Flying Star technique. After all, with the Deep Blue system, he could enhance his mental prowess without practicing martial arts, albeit at the expense of lacking a more potent means of mental attack. However, compared to the risk of soul injury, missing out on certain methods seemed negligible. The first time one practices visualization techniques, a multitude of fragmented memories may surface, and beginners often experience an impact. Without a protector, breaking free from the memory illusions can lead to mental injury at best, or severe damage to the soul and mental debilitation at worst. Thus, do not recklessly attempt to form a visualization. It could endanger yourself. Meng Qiu candidly outlined the various dangers involved. Cultivating visualization techniques requires breaking free from memory illusions to attain clarity in the soul's form. This is the initial hurdle for spiritual warriors. In the terminology of the Z-Way Star, it is referred to as the heart demon barrier. Given this, I must trouble you to provide me with protection, teacher. Zhang Muchen accepted the booklet, scanning its contents rapidly. Indeed, return and seek out more videos to deepen your understanding of the Flying Star technique. Meng Qiu enthusiastically shared her cultivation insights to help her students avoid unnecessary detours. Little did she know, Zhang Muchen set the booklet down and calmly stated, Teacher, I have already grasped the fundamentals of the visualization technique. Meng Qiu's voice abruptly ceased, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Zhang Muchen with uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, she took a deep breath and gently pressed her hand against his brow, saying, All right, begin visualizing the flying star. I shall protect you. A person as gentle as she would not resort to threats against her students. However, should Zhang Muchen dare to deceive her or jest, he would certainly face consequences. Very well, Zhang Muchen's expression remained unchanged, his chin slightly raised, as though gazing up at the stars. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Enveloped in a sea of darkness, there was nothing. This was clarity of thought, pure intent, free from external distractions. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the night sky, radiating boundless light. This illumination cascaded down, flooding into Zhang Muchen's brow, amplifying his soul. Had he truly entered the realm of cultivation? Meng Qiu felt the stirring at his brow, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Martial techniques test one's comprehension, body refinement tests endurance, while visualization techniques are the most arcane, challenging one's spiritual essence. Spiritual essence is a metaphysical concept, devoid of definitive answers, for no one can truly define the essence of the soul. Yet, the illusion of visualization can indeed fortify the soul. The intricacies of mental energy are unfathomable. Zhang Muchen remained oblivious to the world outside, wholly immersed in the visualization technique. The imagined starlight seemed to harbor a latent power, continuously absorbed. Memories, long concealed in the depths of the soul, begin to resurface. Zhang Muchen, enlightened in spirit, opens his eyes, filled with confusion. He does not see Meng Qiu, nor is he in the classroom. Instead, a foreign white ceiling greets him. Where am I? Zhang Muchen looks around in bewilderment, observing several nurses busily attending to their tasks. Additionally, there are numerous infants lying in cribs. This environment seems to be a hospital. Is this a memory from my infancy? Zhang Muchen discovers the answer, momentarily astonished. He never expected that practicing visualization could unearth memories from his earliest days. It is well known that as the brain develops, infant memories naturally fade. Memories from this period are likely reconstructed later on. How strange. Why would I recall this fragment of memory? Zhang Muchen feels utterly perplexed, yet powerless. After all, as an infant, he can do nothing. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approaches. A familiar figure emerges, Zhang Xuanba. At this moment, Zhang Xuanba is still quite young, in his early 30s. He lifts Zhang Muchen, his eyes devoid of warmth, filled instead with disdain. What is happening? I have just been born. What reason could he have to hate me? Zhang Muchen's heart tightens, tinged with anxiety. He suspects that the injuries sustained in this memory may also harm his soul. This is the perilous aspect of practicing visualization. You have finally been born. Once you are dead, everything will be resolved. Zhang Xuanba snarls, his face contorted with rage. He grips Zhang Muchen's throat, uttering words that the infant cannot comprehend. Even the fiercest of beasts do not devour their young. What does this old man intend to do? Zhang Muchen is overwhelmed with fear and anger, his throat feeling as though it is caught in a vice, rendering him breathless. How can a newborn infant contend with an adult? The answer is simple. There is no way. Zhang Xuanba is dead serious. He genuinely intends to kill Zhang Muchen, exerting all his strength, ready to snap his neck. In less than 3 seconds, Zhang Muchen will suffocate to death. No, whether in a hallucination or reality, you cannot kill me. In the depths of despair, a surge of power erupts within Zhang Muchen. This force transforms into a meteor, illuminating the realm of his spirit. With a flash, an immense surge of mental energy bursts forth, coalescing into a beam of starlight that strikes Zhang Xuanba's brow. With a resounding crash, everything shatters. Zhang Muchen opens his eyes to find a pair of concerned eyes gazing back at him. He realizes he has escaped the illusory memory. Yet at this moment, he feels utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Host, Zhang Muchen. Realm, level 20. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon, S. Vitality, 2000. Mental Strength, 400-2000. Martial Skills, Water Dragon's Chant, Minor Achievement. Thunder Dragon's Fury, Entry Level. Thunderlight Fleetfoot, Major Achievement. Riptide Palm, Entry Level. Cultivation Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Method, Second Layer Perfection. True Scale Technique, Entry Level. Flying Star Visualization Method, Entry Level. Evolution Points. 1. Upon glancing at the interface, Zhang Muchen's heart sinks. This hallucination has consumed a staggering 1,600 mental strength points. Clearly, it posed a significant danger. A moment's negligence could lead to soul injury. The only silver lining is that the upper limit of his mental strength remains unchanged. Once he exits the classroom, he can seek opportunities to allocate points. Are you alright? What memory did you recall to provoke such a reaction? Meng Qiu gently kneads Zhang Muchen's brow, alleviating his discomfort. Teacher, are hallucinations real? Could they be fabricated? Gazing at Meng Qiu, so close at hand, Zhang Muchen feels warmth in his heart. However, he refrains from explaining. The hallucination was too bizarre to decipher, leaving him with countless questions. A memory illusion, also known as a heart demon, embodies the deepest fears within one's memories, undoubtedly based on real events. Meng Qiu ponders for a moment before responding. Real memories? Zhang Muchen's heart jolts, disbelief washing over him. It dawns on him. Since the moment of his birth, Zhang Xuanba? No, the Zhang family has sought to kill him. But what could possibly justify such an act? Zhang Xuanba is a martial artist, not a petty thug. They possess the means to care for him. In the age of martial arts, population is of utmost importance. No nation permits abandonment, as it is a grave sin, let alone the murder of an infant. Why would Zhang Xuanba risk such dire consequences to kill him? Moreover, in his memories, he did not see Zhang Yuanzhou. What could that signify? Zhang Muchen prides himself on his unwavering resolve, having lived 2 lives. Yet today his mind is in disarray. Countless questions surge forth, clamoring for answers. Chapter 58, Fury. Even the fiercest of beasts do not devour their young. Cousin sniping. Calm yourself. Meng Qiu suddenly commands. Her voice resonates like an ancient temple bell, deep and melodious, cleansing the soul and soothing the restless mind. Thank you, Teacher Meng Qiu. Zhang Muchen exhales a breath of stale air, the chaotic thoughts dispersing, his eyes regaining clarity. He feels a wave of relief wash over him. He nearly spiraled into an unresolvable quandary. He is deeply grateful for Meng Qiu's repeated assistance. Though I do not know what you recalled, all past events are merely prologues. Do not dwell on the past. One must live in the present. When you gain strength someday, there will be time to settle the score. Meng Qiu extends her hand from her black robe, her slender fingers resembling lotus stems, pinching a wax-sealed pill. This clear spirit pill will aid you in focusing and restoring your mental strength. Consider it compensation for my inadequate protection. Zhang Muchen initially contemplates refusing, as it was his failure to guard his own mind that led to the heart demon's assault, not Meng Qiu's fault. However, rejecting her kindness would seem out of place. He accepts the pill with both hands, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, teacher, for your assistance. I will repay your kindness in the future. Meng Qiu nods, retracting her arm. For the next few days, rest well in your dormitory. If you have any questions regarding the Flying Star Visualization Method, come find me at the Spiritual Academy. Understanding it is time to leave, Zhang Muchen rises, bows in thanks, secures the pill, and departs the classroom. As he steps outside, the lights suddenly extinguish with a click, plunging the room into darkness once more. Teacher Meng Qiu is truly a good person. Her preference for a dark environment is of no concern. Zhang Muchen feels a swell of gratitude, refraining from unwarranted speculation. He exits the Spiritual Academy and returns to his dormitory. Once in a safe place, he invests his final evolution point to restore his mental strength. In an instant, the swelling in his brow subsides, and the pain gradually dissipates. though he remains uncertain as to why Zhang Xuanba wished him dead. One thing is clear, the Zhang family is utterly deranged and has long plotted against him. Zhang Muchen rubs his brow. The pallor of his complexion betrayed a brooding fury. He was compelled to confront a harsh reality. The Zhang family intended to eliminate him. In retrospect, that beast tied from his childhood, where he was abandoned by the Zhang family, was not merely a coincidence. It was likely premeditated. It now appeared that from the moment of his birth, his family had harbored intentions to end his life. How utterly deranged was Zhang Xuanba? How depraved must one be to contemplate the murder of one's own offspring? Moving forward, I must pay closer attention to memories and unravel the mysteries of the past. Of course, there is another approach, to confront Zhang Xuanba directly. Furthermore, how many others are aware of this matter? Does Chenai know? What are my 3 sisters? Or is it that everyone is privy to this secret, leaving me blissfully unaware? Zhang Muchen was engulfed in confusion, delving into the intricacies of the situation, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Yet, mere seconds later, a sinister smile crept across his face, devoid of warmth. He slowly clenched his fists, then gradually released them, as if crushing something within. Despite his inability to comprehend the Zhang family's motives, his resolve remained unshakable. All fear and uncertainty transformed into a fierce desire for vengeance against the Zhang family. He was determined to uncover the truth, leaving no stone unturned. The following day, Zhang Muchen regained his composure and addressed Xiao Juling, saying, Xiao Juling, please reveal the method to obtain the dungeon pass. Upon hearing the command, Xiao Juling bounced over, playfully producing a holographic screen. This time, the information was minimal, comprising only 3 main points. 1. Dungeon pass assessment. Eliminate beasts in a designated area. Requires a 2nd-tier warrior. 2. Dungeon pass assessment. Capture a 2nd-tier fugitive. Requires a 2nd-tier warrior. 3. Dungeon pass assessment. Serve in the city guard for 4 months. Requires a 2nd-tier warrior. After a cursory glance, Zhang Muchen grasped the essence of the assessments. The evaluations for the dungeon pass were categorized into 3 types: hunting ferocious beasts, capturing fugitives, and military service. Presently, the first option of hunting ferocious beasts seemed most suitable for him. It would allow him to complete a task while also accruing evolution points, an optimal scenario. Master, to obtain the dungeon pass, you must complete 2 distinct tasks, and the system will assign them after you accept, Xiao Juling chimed in. Upon hearing this stipulation, Zhang Muchen's brow furrowed. His gaze drifted between the 2nd and 3rd options. The so-called city guard was tasked with maintaining urban safety, typically stationed atop the city walls, offering scant opportunities to hunt ferocious beasts. This was not the path Zhang Muchen wished to pursue. With a century of martial arts development, humanity on Blue Star had shed its former frailty. The first act of a martial saint often involved tilling the earth, and though ferocious beasts had high reproductive rates, their numbers and quality had significantly diminished due to repeated assaults. The mightiest among them had retreated into the dungeons, lurking below and awaiting their chance. Therefore, unless a dungeon riot occurred, unleashing a cataclysmic beast tide, there would be no existential threat. Moreover, 4 months was an excessively lengthy commitment, a sheer waste of time. After deliberation, Zhang Muchen discarded the city guard option. In Blue Star, locations abundant with ferocious beasts included the deep sea and the dungeons. The deep sea, a perilous zone teeming with countless ferocious beasts, posed great danger. Ordinary warriors venturing into the ocean's depths were essentially offering themselves as prey. Even a martial saint would hesitate to plunge into such depths recklessly. Dismissing the sea as an option, Zhang Muchen realized that he must obtain the dungeon pass, leading him to opt for pursuing fugitives. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to accept both the 1st and 2nd tasks, regardless of the present circumstances or future endeavors. He needed to consider entering the dungeons. Without a pass, he wouldn't even know where to find them. Although the dungeons were fraught with peril, they promised substantial rewards. The interior was rife with ferocious beasts, translating to abundant evolution points for him. Not to mention, the depths of the dungeons connected to another planet. Once a warrior became aware of the existence of the Ziwei star, no one could suppress their curiosity and refrain from exploring that enigmatic realm. Xiao Juling, accept the tasks to clear the ferocious beasts and capture the fugitives, Zhang Muchen commanded, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. With the unveiling of a fragment of the past, he was compelled to become stronger. Without power, the truth would elude him. Understood. I shall now apply for the tasks on your behalf. Xiao Juling closed her eyes, her tail swaying gently, as if communicating with the system. After a significant pause, she opened her eyes, brimming with brilliance. With a wave of her tiny hand, she refreshed the holographic information. Task 1. Assist Tengjiao Village in eliminating the ferocious beasts around Falling Eagle Mountain. Reward: 50 credits, 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Task 2. Eliminate the fugitive Zhao Gan, who is known to frequent Falling Eagle Mountain. Reward: 50 credits, 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Upon reviewing the tasks and their corresponding rewards, Zhang Muchen felt a slight uplift in spirits. It was fortuitous that both tasks were situated in the same locale. He feared the potential for conflicting assignments that would waste precious time. While he lacked credits, he possessed 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins, ample for his needs. Furthermore, should funds become scarce, he could always exchange his cheap blood pills for currency. Zhang Muchen placed an order, procuring a series of equipment and supplies to prepare for his journey. The school's marketplace was divided into 2 categories, one for ordinary currency to purchase regular goods, and the other for credits to acquire martial resources. Naturally, affluent students could also utilize the internet to purchase martial resources from merchants. Before long, the supplies arrived, comprising a combat backpack intended as his travel bag. This backpack was valued at 200,000, crafted from the hide of a first-tier ferocious beast, fireproof, waterproof, and remarkably durable. Additionally, it contained bandages, compressed food, flashlights, and other emergency items. For the time being, this backpack would suffice. He would upgrade to better storage items in the future. With his belongings securely packed, Zhang Muchen set off. Just as he stepped beyond the threshold, at that very moment, within a villa in the 12th district, Chen Hongji picked up his phone, a derisive smile playing on his lips, his eyes glimmering with disdain. A fool, oblivious to his own mortality, believed that achieving the national top score had granted him wings? How dare he defy Sister Xian? Let my cousin teach you what respect truly means. Chapter 59. Cousin, I'll offer credits. Please, let us spar. As Zhang Muchen left the villa, en route to Tengjia village, a figure intercepted him. Clad in a black robe, with a distinct outline and a smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "Hey, cousin. Long time no see. Why haven't you come to catch up with your elder cousin since arriving at Sacred Capital Martial University?" Upon seeing this individual, a name surfaced in Zhang Muchen's mind, Chen Hongji, the youngest son of his uncle's family. The Chen family maintained a close relationship with the Zhang family, often providing mutual assistance. Every year during the festivities, the Chen family would descend upon Haiqing in large numbers to pay their New Year's respects, while the Zhang family hosted grand banquets, celebrating for days on end. Yet he, the solitary one, remained confined to his room. Not only am I forbidden from dining at the table, but I am also confined within the confines of this house, with nothing but cold leftovers to sustain me. The Zhang and Chen families are inextricably linked, and Chen Hongji is the foremost scion of the Chen lineage. His visit is certainly not a mere gesture of nostalgia, but rather a harbinger of ill intentions, most likely orchestrated by Zhang Xian. My enmity with the Zhang family is something he may only grasp in fragments. Thus I shall turn the tables and sever one of Zhang Xian's hounds. Zhang Muchen's mind raced with fervor. In the flicker of an instant, he discerned Chen Hongji's ulterior motive. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, yet he feigned warmth as he spoke. "Cousin Hongji, it has been quite some time. I had no idea you were also a student at the Sacred Capital Martial University. Might I seek your guidance in martial arts?" Chen Hongji, taken aback by this remark, found himself perplexed. Zhang Muchen's demeanor was unexpectedly cordial. He hardly resembled someone embroiled in familial discord. Despite their limited encounters, Hongji recalled his cousin as a rather reticent individual. However, they were, after all, family. How could one betray their kin and foster animosity? It seemed to him that Zhang Muchen was merely experiencing a rebellious phase typical of youth, driven by a fleeting surge of passion. His cousin was merely overreacting, compelling him to impede his brother's endeavors. Wasn't he that tantamount to fostering enmity? Amused by his own musings, Chen Hongji dismissed it as mere sibling folly. With a confident pat on his chest, he declared, "Of course. As your elder cousin, I am more than willing to assist you. Let us head to the training arena, and I shall impart my knowledge." He was aware that Zhang Muchen was a national champion, the first to achieve a second-tier score in the college entrance examination. Yet, what of it? Chen Hongji had been diligently honing his skills at the Sacred Capital Martial University for a year, achieving a mid-second-tier proficiency. This dedication would undoubtedly place him ahead of Zhang Muchen by a considerable margin. Since Zhang Muchen was so agreeable, he planned to unleash 70% of his strength to incapacitate him, ensuring he would languish in bed for a week. Chen Hongji narrowed his eyes, calculating his strategy. Engaging in a spar would allow him to injure Zhang Muchen without causing irreparable damage, thus fulfilling his cousin's task. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Muchen quickly grasped the situation. His suspicions had proven correct. After all, family scandals are best kept hidden. Zhang Xuanba may be unhinged, but he would not be foolish enough to broadcast his desire to eliminate his own flesh and blood. Otherwise, he would have long since faced arrest. Moreover, Zhang Muchen had yet to sever ties with the Zhang family, making it entirely plausible that the Chen family remained oblivious to the circumstances. As he had recently encountered a training plateau, Zhang Muchen donned a smile and expressed his eagerness for guidance from his elder cousin. Together, they made their way to the martial arts arena. As they walked, they engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding the camaraderie of close siblings. However, the Sacred Capital Martial University strictly prohibits students from engaging in physical altercations outside designated areas, imposing severe penalties on offenders. Thus, even if Zhang Muchen longed to unleash his frustrations upon Chen Hongji, he would have to bide his time until they reached the arena. Upon arrival, They were greeted by an open space adorned with blue bricks, forming rectangular arenas encircled by ropes, with hundreds of such platforms scattered about. Numerous martial artists were engaged in practice, while students served as referees for ongoing tasks. "Cousin, come up and spar with me," Chen Hongji proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Just as Zhang Muchen was about to step onto the platform, a sudden realization struck him. "My apologies, cousin. I almost forgot. I have a task to attend to and must complete it first." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Chen Hongji, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, called after him. "What is the matter, cousin? Shouldn't you be wary of losing credits for task violations? I wouldn't want you to suffer a reduction in credits today. Let's postpone our duel." Zhang Muchen feigned reluctance, repeatedly shaking his head as he descended from the platform. Seeing him genuinely intent on departing, Chen Hongji felt a surge of urgency. "How many credits do you stand to lose for not completing your task? I'll cover it." He was desperate. Completing tasks consumed considerable time, and who knew how long Zhang Muchen would take. By the time he returned from his task, his strength would have undoubtedly increased. What could have been accomplished with 70% of his power might soon require a full exertion. He was resolute in denying Zhang Muchen the chance to grow unimpeded. "No need for that, cousin. Earning credits is no easy feat. I can manage my tasks on my own," Zhang Muchen insisted, adamantly refusing any form of assistance. "Damn it, I cannot allow this kid to escape. Who knows when I'll get another chance." Chen Hongji's heart raced as he rushed down from the platform, intercepting Zhang Muchen and pleading with him. He was willing to sacrifice his dignity for a chance to gain entry into the inner courtyard. Although Chen Hongji was of the same age as Zhang Ziyan, he was born a few months later. Even though they both entered Sacred Capital Martial University in the same year, their statuses were worlds apart. Zhang Ziyan had already ascended to the inner courtyard and held the position of vice president of the Heavenly Favor Society, while he was still struggling in the outer courtyard, desperately amassing credits. Just days prior, Zhang Ziyan had contacted him, assigning him the task of thwarting Zhang Muchen. Naturally, Chen Hongji was determined to fulfill this task to curry favor with Zhang Ziyan. "Brother, if you must complete a task, you need to spar. How can you enhance your practical combat skills without it? Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Hongji implored, emphasizing that failing to spar today would be Zhang Muchen's greatest loss. Yet, sparring could lead to injury, which would impede training. "Cousin, have you never heard that time is money? A moment lost is a moment irretrievable. If you sustain an injury today, I will have to cover your medical expenses, and you won't complete your task, which will only hinder your training. Additionally, all equipment will suffer wear and tear. I just entered school and have no funds for repairs." Zhang Muchen hesitated, still shaking his head and deflecting the proposal. "This kid is insatiable, attempting to fleece me." Chen Hongji inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger. He could not jeopardize the grand plan. If he agreed to all the conditions, Zhang Muchen would have no way to refuse. With a forced smile that felt more like a grimace, Chen Hongji said, "Cousin, you have misunderstood. When you go online, aren't you spending money to buy time? Here's what I propose. If you spar with me, I will offer you 100 credits. All expenses for medical care, equipment wear, and any credits lost from task failures will be covered by me." Zhang Muchen pondered for a moment, sighed, and replied, "Since you are so sincere, I have one final condition." "Another condition? How dare you ask for more?" Chen Hongji's expression darkened, cursing under his breath at the insatiable greed. Yet he maintained a facade of attentiveness, gently saying, "Speak your mind. And whatever it is, your elder cousin will acquiesce." Rubbing his head sheepishly, Zhang Muchen hesitated before saying, "Cousin, since you are stronger than I, could you allow me one strike?" Chapter 60. Cousin, how is it that I have yet to unleash my full strength, and you have already fallen? Chen Hongji was momentarily taken aback, nearly laughing in exasperation. Of course, this was a trivial matter, entirely inconsequential. Who in a martial contest requires their opponent to hold back? Such a request surely betrays a lack of confidence in one's own abilities. This clearly indicated that Zhang Muchen was aware of the disparity in their strengths, which led him to propose such a demand. Thus, could I trouble my cousin to transfer my credits? Zhang Muchen raised his wrist, revealing a payment code, and offered a bashful smile. Chen Hongji twitched at the corners of his mouth, promptly transferring 500 credits. Yet, upon seeing the amount, Zhang Muchen muttered, "Isn't this a bit insufficient, cousin? Perhaps we should refrain from fighting today." "Insufficient? How dare you express disdain for such an amount?" Chen Hongji struggled to suppress his fury and transferred another 500 credits. My cousin's sincere gesture deeply moved his younger relative, and thus he resolved to spar with him today, fostering their brotherly bond. Witnessing the balance rise to 1,000 credits, Zhang Muchen was satisfied and confidently stepped onto the arena. "What does it matter if I grant you a single strike? My prowess surpasses yours. Inflicting severe injury upon you is but a mere flick of my wrist. Consider these credits as compensation for your life. When you find yourself bedridden, I shall seek recompense from cousin Ziyan." A flicker of madness coursed through Chen Hongji's mind. Initially, he had intended to exert merely 70% of his strength to covertly inflict a minor injury upon Zhang Muchen. However, the avaricious demeanor of the latter completely incensed him. Chun Hongji resolved to unleash his full strength after taking a single strike, intending to grievously wound Zhang Muchen. At the very least, I shall ensure he remains bettered for a month or two. That would be a fitting return for the countless days and nights I have toiled for these credits. No problem. Let us enhance our relationship today. Chun Hongji ascended to the arena, revealing a smile that was somewhat sinister. Cousin, shall we require a referee? Zhang Muchen inquired curiously, surveying the surroundings. Most students present at the martial arena bore no deep-seated grievances, intended to temper their strength. Thus injuries were rare. Consequently, many opted not to pay for the referee's supervision. No need. We brothers trust one another. What could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, cousin, I will be accommodating. Chun Hongji waved his hand dismissively, eager to avoid any oversight that could thwart his plans to severely injure Zhang Muchen. Ah, I see. Zhang Muchen suddenly grasped the situation and, retrieving the rainfall pear blossom spear, flicked his wrist, causing the black wrapping to fall to the ground. In his grasp, a resplendent silver spear appeared, its uniquely split tip shimmering with a cold brilliance. Come, cousin, let us give our all. Chun Hongji likewise drew forth his weapon, which was quite peculiar, 2 sticks of differing lengths. Oh, third sister, what brings you here? Zhang Muchen was just about to strike when he unexpectedly looked up, astonished to see cousin Xian approaching. Chun Hongji was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning his head. He saw no sign of Zhang Xian. In that instant, he realized he had been deceived. A mix of anger and panic surged through Chun Hongji, but before he could turn back, 3 resounding dragon roars reverberated through the heavens, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Damn it, the mad 8-trigram staff. Chun Hongji had no choice but to unleash his blood energy, desperately executing his staff techniques to fend off the attack. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Muchen was fully committed to delivering a fatal blow, employing all his hidden cards. Transforming Dragon. True scale technique. Thunderous steps. He resembled a colossal humanoid beast, his skin adorned with patches of azure scales, and a pair of water column-like protrusions emerging from his forehead. As the silver spear was unleashed, torrents of water surged forth, shattering Chun Hongji's staff techniques. The rainfall pear blossom spear pierced through the water currents, striking directly at Chun Hongji's chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining his robe crimson. The ensuing deluge, akin to an out-of-control truck, violently hurled Chun Hongji away. Ah! Chun Hongji screamed in anguish as he was propelled from the arena, rolling for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. The scene was one of gruesome suffering, drenched in blood. Ah! Cousin, are you alright? Zhang Muchen exclaimed, rushing forward with genuine concern. You! Lying in a pool of his own blood, Chun Hongji's eyes flared with fury as he pointed accusingly at Zhang Muchen. The agonizing pain in his chest made him feel as though he were on the brink of death. This cousin, appearing amicable yet harboring a black heart, had struck with such malice. How he regretted having trusted him. Quick, call for a teacher. A life has been lost over there. That appears to be Chun Hongji from the second year. Who is his opponent? I heard someone refer to him as cousin. Could they be related? A throng of onlookers gathered, their curious gazes akin to watching a circus. Chun Hongji, already grievously injured, became even more infuriated. Cousin, you promised to let me strike. How is it that I haven't even unleashed my full strength, and you have already fallen? Zhang Muchen feigned innocence, shaking his head in protest. You. The more Chun Hongji seethed, the weaker he became. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. At that very moment, a team of medical personnel rushed over, swiftly attending to Chun Hongji's wounds before lifting him onto a stretcher. As for Zhang Muchen, he was intercepted by the school's administrative staff. The employees, relatively young and clad in blue uniforms, approached him. I am Zhao Xian. Please accompany me for a moment. A martial artist in his 20s spoke with a cold demeanor. Though he was alone, he exuded a peculiar authority, his strength at least at the 3rd tier. All right. Zhang Muchen smiled confidently, remaining unfazed. The two did not venture far. Arriving at a building adjacent to the martial arena, they entered a room, simply adorned with tables and chairs. How could you strike with such intensity, leaving someone gravely injured? Zhao Xian inquired, frowning as he took a seat. He was responsible for maintaining order at the martial arena and was quite accustomed to such matters. You are mistaken. It was my cousin who insisted I give my all. I was reluctant, yet he was displeased, and I underestimated his strength. Zhang Muchen shrugged, feigning innocence. Zhao Xian found this hard to believe, his expression skeptical. However, it was not long before the surveillance footage was retrieved. After watching the footage, Zhao Xian's expression softened, clearly realizing that Zhang Muchen was telling the truth. Notably, he observed Zhang Muchen attempting to leave, only for Chun Hongji to insist on continuing, even voluntarily transferring credits to Zhang Muchen for the spar. Zhao Xian was left speechless. This second-year student must be out of his mind. Is he not paying for his own suffering? Who else can he blame? You may leave now. Just refrain from deceiving your cousin in the future. He wants to recover from this injury for several months. I doubt he will want to see you during that time. Zhao Xian waved his hand, permitting Zhang Muchen to depart. At Shengjing Martial University, injuries from fights were commonplace. as long as there was no malicious intent or private vengeance involved. Investigations typically concluded without placing blame on the attacker. For instance, if Zhang Muchen unleashed his full strength and Chen Hongji was unable to withstand it, should the blame fall on Zhang Muchen for being too powerful? Or rather, on Chen Hongji for overestimating himself? After all, Zhang Muchen is merely a freshman, while Chen Hongji is a seasoned sophomore. This is a martial arts university, where the concept of mutual concession holds no sway. Regardless of the methods employed by the victor, winning is the ultimate truth. What does it mean to suffer the consequences of one's own actions? Cousin Chen Hongji serves as a quintessential example. Upon leaving the building, Zhang Muchen was greeted by the brilliant sunshine, his spirits soaring. His previously empty account had suddenly swelled with an additional 1,000 credits. He was in no rush to undertake tasks, instead instructing the little deer spirit to place an order for a series of supplies. In no time, Zhang Muchen acquired new equipment and provisions. The first item was a second-tier combat suit, capable of withstanding a degree of deformation, priced at 200 credits. The second was a special inner armor known as the White Lion Heart Guard, which could withstand a full-force strike from a low-level third-tier martial artist, costing 500 credits. With the remaining 300 credits, he procured 5 disposable grenades and some healing potions. The Chen family, though of noble lineage, pales in comparison to the Zhang family. Apart from the Chen siblings, there are no remarkable individuals. My recent severe injury to Chen Hongji should instill a sense of threat in Zhang Zian. I wonder if she will take matters into her own hands. When the soldiers come, I shall block them. When the waters arrive, I shall bury them. Once I obtain the underground passage permit, I will soar like a dragon into the sea, a tiger charging up the mountains. Fully prepared, Zhang Muchen slowly wiped the blood from the gun's tip, his resolve growing ever stronger. Today marks my departure, harboring lofty ambitions within my heart. I shall return one day, and my spear will settle scores. Chapter 61. Severe Injury. Yuanzhou, you must avenge your cousin. In the infirmary, Chen Hongji awoke from a nightmare, letting out a piercing scream. A nurse clad in white hurried over to comfort him. Classmate, please refrain from moving. Your injuries are severe and require 3 months of rest. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongji felt as though struck by lightning, glancing down in disbelief. He felt as if he were mummified, unable to move. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly suffocating him. Damn Zhang Muchen. 3 months of rest equates to wasting an entire semester. Endless fury filled Chen Hongji's heart as he yearned for revenge. His hands gripped the bedsheets tightly, his mood exceedingly grim. Carelessness. Utter carelessness. Even if I were to be defeated, I should not have sustained such grievous injuries. A semester is of utmost value to a student of the sacred capital martial arts university. Completing Zhang Zian's task could have granted me a chance to enter the inner academy. Now, with the task unaccomplished and my injury severe, the prospect of entering the inner academy seems bleak. Damn it, I should never have let him land a single blow. When he stepped onto the arena, I should have unleashed my full strength to injure him. Hurting Zhang Muchen would have had the Heavenly Favor Association as a backing, and I would not have feared the scrutiny of the administrative department. Just as Chen Hongji was consumed by regret and anguish, 2 individuals entered the ward. Upon seeing them, his eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse like a demon. Zhang Muchen, how dare you come here? I will kill you. Zhang Yuanzhou trembled in fear, quickly explaining, Cousin Hongji, it's me Yuanzhou. Look closely, it's me, Zhang Yuanzhou, not Zhang Muchen. Chen Hongji paused, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he scrutinized the newcomer. Due to the family gatherings, Zhang Muchen had been confined to his room, and they lived in different cities. Consequently, Chen Hongji had seen Zhang Muchen no more than 3 times in total. The key was that the 2 brothers bore a striking resemblance, making it normal for him to be confused at first glance. So it is Yuanzhou. Recognizing him, Chen Hongji sank back onto the bed, gasping in pain. The sudden movement had aggravated his wounds, nearly worsening his condition. Cousin, are you all right? Zhang Yuanzhou approached with curiosity and concern. He had not anticipated that his cousin, who had entered the sacred capital martial arts university a year earlier, would be so severely injured by his brother. This revelation weighed heavily on Zhang Yuanzhou, filling him with dread. The fleeting confidence he had managed to muster crumbled in that instant. It's nothing. That beast Zhang Muchen deceived me under the guise of brotherhood. I trusted him too readily, and thus fell victim to his ambush. The thought of the arena incident made Chen Hongji's teeth grind in anger. He wished he could flay Zhang Muchen alive. Yet, he lay there, grievously injured and powerless. All he could do now was harbor hatred. Hatred for Zhang Muchen's cunning, for his audacity to deceive even his cousin. How could he be so devoid of humanity? Ah, an ambush. Zhang Muchen is utterly despicable, even deceiving his cousin. I must avenge you, cousin. Zhang Yuanzhou was taken aback, yet relieved. His brother could even act ruthlessly against relatives, utterly tarnishing his own reputation. Zhang Muchen continually offends others, effectively throwing himself into the flames. One day, this fire will reduce him to ashes. I appreciate your goodwill. Cousin, you still have credits. Purchase some healing elixirs, and it will expedite your recovery. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongji managed a forced smile. Butler, assist me in procuring some restorative medicine. He lowered his head to awaken the intelligent butler. A flat, pig-like face appeared on the surface of his wristband. Apologies, your credit balance is insufficient. You can only purchase 3 instances of 7-star blood activating pills and 1 deer antler ointment. The butler's words plunged Chen Hongji's heart into despair. His expression twisted in rage as he shouted, "What nonsense! Where are my credits? Zhang Muchen deceived me out of my credits." Mid-sentence, Chen Hongji's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering incessantly. He suddenly recalled a crucial detail. He had transferred 1,000 credits to Zhang Muchen. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? How could I have entrusted my credits to him? I had hoped to gain favor with Zhang Ziyan by completing the task, but now it seems all for naught. Chen Hongji spiraled into profound regret and anguish. This fool, giving his credits to Zhang Muchen, only to be injured by him? How could one be so foolish? Yi Fengshan, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, he gained a new understanding of Zhang Muchen's cunning. Cousin, do not despair, there is still a way. Zhang Yuanzhou, seeing his cousin who had grown up alongside him display such a countenance, felt immense sorrow. What way? Chen Hongji looked at Zhang Yuanzhou hopelessly, devoid of hope. I will seek out my sister. She will surely not stand by and do nothing. Zhang Yuanzhou lifted his head, brimming with confidence. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongji's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Indeed, Zhang Ziyan is a student of the Inner Academy and also the vice president of the Heavenly Favor Association. Her family background must be substantial, far beyond what an outer academy student could fathom. A glimpse of resources would be enough for his recovery. While he lacked the face to approach Zhang Ziyan himself, Zhang Yuanzhou, as her younger brother, should command her respect. Very well, I shall entrust this task to you, Yuanzhou. Once I am healed, I will express my gratitude to you sincerely. Chen Hongji was exceedingly moved, tears welling in his eyes. At this moment, he realized that the 2 Zhang brothers were indeed polar opposites. The elder brother, Zhang Muchen, possesses a malevolent disposition, characterized by treachery, cunning, and despicable shamelessness. His character is so base that it utterly tarnishes the esteemed title of a national champion. In stark contrast, the second brother, Zhang Yuanzhou, is warm-hearted and honest, always considering others and treating people with kindness. Rest assured, cousin, I will reach out to sister. You should focus on your recovery. Observing his cousin, a grown man, shedding tears, Zhang Yuanzhou could no longer remain in the room. After speaking, he exited the hospital ward, standing in the corridor, clenching his fists in indignation. How could my brother be so atrocious as to disregard familial bonds and inflict such harm upon our cousin? If he is so heartless and ungrateful, might he not also turn his wrath upon me? Who is Chen Hongji? He is the son of our uncle. The bloodlines of the Zhang and Chun families are inextricably intertwined. Yi Fengshan, who had remained silent throughout, cast a glance at him and calmly replied, Indeed. Thus you must exert yourself even more diligently in your training to defeat Zhang Muchen in the upcoming freshman competition and prove your worth. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded earnestly, declaring, I shall indeed. He then remembered he needed to message his sister to inform her of their cousin's injury. Zhang Yuanzhou took out his phone and swiftly composed a text, extravagantly embellishing the details with his personal opinions, portraying Zhang Muchen as a villain of the highest order. After pressing the send button, he exhaled in satisfaction, feeling as though he had triumphed over Zhang Muchen in some unspoken contest. The vice president is likely in the underground lair. It may take her some time to see this message. You must rely on yourself. Yi Fengshan shook his head, harboring no illusions. The competition in the outer court is fierce, but the rivalry in the inner court is even more intense. Essentially, all inner court students are in the underground, battling fiercely for martial resources, embroiled in endless conflict. Zhang Ziyan is extraordinarily gifted. Such a talent would never forsake her own martial cultivation for the sake of others. Otherwise, just days prior, she could have personally intervened to suppress Zhang Muchen. I understand, but senior, there is no need for concern. Sister sent me a precious item through a contact. With this artifact aiding my training, my brother is sure to be defeated. Zhang Yuanzhou declared with pride, revealing an object resembling a shell in his hand. Its surface shimmered with iridescent hues, exuding an otherworldly aura, and a misty essence continuously ascended, granting a sensation of unimpeded vitality. Is this the 7-colored spirit clam? The vice president is indeed generous to entrust you with such a treasure, Chen Fengshan exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a surge of hope. With the assistance of the 7-colored spirit clam, Zhang Yuanzhou's training speed would be akin to that of the favored by the heavens. Within 3 months, he could undoubtedly break through to the 2nd tier, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation. The chances of defeating Zhang Muchen had thus increased significantly. Chapter 62. Departure. Zhou Bufan, in disbelief, scoffed, a freshman dares to team up with me? After leaving the sacred capital Martial University, Zhang Muchen first took a high-speed train, followed by a bus. The journey was bumpy, and after 4 days, he finally arrived at Tengjia village. Stepping off the vehicle, Zhang Muchen surveyed his surroundings. Tengjia village, nestled among towering trees and mountains, is positioned near the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Beyond the border lies a chaotic wilderness, teeming with both rogue martial artists and fierce beasts. This wilderness is a true lawless zone, where the number of rogue martial artists surpasses that of the beasts. Killing them would yield no evolutionary points. Cults are another matter altogether. Yet locating them amidst the vast wilderness is no easy feat unless one can discover their adherents and dismantle their strongholds. In Zhang Muchen's mind, he never considered the wilderness as a viable hunting ground. The reasoning is simple. The wilderness, in many respects, poses a far greater danger than the deep sea or the underground. In the wilderness, martial artists must be more wary of their own kind than of fierce beasts. It is a world that unabashedly adheres to the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. So, let us proceed. Zhang Muchen retracted his gaze and approached the outskirts of Tengjia village. Despite its designation as a village, Tengjia is quite small, encircled by a mere iron wall. Such settlements are scattered throughout the border, with few households present, primarily serving as lookout points or resting places for martial artists, or as supply transfer hubs. State your business. A guard at the entrance, a youth in his 20s with a scruffy beard, appeared tense upon seeing Zhang Muchen approach and quickly called out, "I am a student of Sacred Capital Martial University, here on a mission to exterminate fierce beasts and apprehend fugitives." Zhang Muchen presented his identification card to the guard. The words Sacred Capital Martial University resonated like thunder, shaking the youth's spirit. He scrutinized the identification card multiple times before returning it to Zhang Muchen. "Mr. Zhang, please enter. The Martial Bureau's inspector and several Martial University students are resting in Blackstone Tower. Are there others?" Zhang Muchen's interest piqued. It appeared this was not a solo mission. Maintaining an even demeanor, he accepted the identification card, saying, "Thank you." Upon entering Tengjia village, a single road stretched ahead, flanked by a dozen buildings, devoid of any human presence. At the end of the road stood a primitive stone tower, 3 stories high, its entrance wide open. Blackstone Tower, this is the place. Upon entering the tower, the interior was equally sparse. Aside from a few chairs and tables, there was nothing else. At that moment, a middle-aged man descended the stairs, wearing a black trench coat that obscured his form. His skin was rough, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. "Excellent, everyone is here." Upon seeing Zhang Muchen, the middle-aged man spoke calmly. Zhang Muchen, sensing the man's authority, approached respectfully. "I am Zhang Muchen from Sacred Capital Martial University. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The middle-aged man waved his hand, moving to the foremost chair without taking a seat, stating, "I am Wang Xulin, a level 1 inspector from the Martial Bureau. I am here to oversee your mission." It was indeed someone from the Martial Bureau. Zhang Muchen felt reassured, not surprised. A series of footsteps echoed as 3 figures descended. 2 men and a woman. The first man was robust and resolute, with a gaze as sharp as a tiger's. He glanced at Zhang Muchen and grinned. "Bro, you finally made it. We can commence the mission." The second man, stylishly attired with slick black hair, sported a confident smile, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic meaning as he remarked, "With a top student from Sacred Capital Martial University on our team, we're sure to ace this assessment." The final figure, a woman with cascading long hair, donned a dual-colored combat outfit, similarly carrying a long spear. Upon hearing the name of Sacred Capital Martial University, she cast Zhang Muchen a more scrutinizing glance. "Very well, the upcoming task will be undertaken by the 4 of you together. First, introduce yourselves, and then I will provide the details of the mission," Wang Xulin stated while leaning against the chair. The 4 were taken aback, exchanging glances. The imposing young man inquired, "Inspector, won't you accompany us?" Wang Xulin shook his head, saying, "No, I am here to supervise, not to babysit. I will not accompany you. Should you encounter any mishaps, do not expect me to come to your rescue. Unless under exceptional circumstances, do not attempt to contact me." With that, he swept his hand across the table, conjuring 4 miniature cameras seemingly from thin air. "During your mission, you are required to wear these cameras. They will serve as testament to the completion of your tasks." Wang Xulin's words caused a palpable heaviness to settle in the hearts of the 3 martial arts students from the university. Zhang Muchen stepped forward, the first to seize a camera, affixing it to his chest. The handsome young man in the group, his face darkened with anger, shouted, "You! How dare you take such liberties?" With a seasoned elder observing, there was naturally a greater sense of confidence. Yet, as Zhang Muchen grasped the camera, it signified the forfeiture of any bargaining power. Observing their expressions, Wang Xulin surmised their apprehension and coldly laughed. "If you are frightened, you may turn back now. If you require a caretaker for such a trivial task, how will you fare when descending into the depths? Will you demand an army for protection?" The trio, left with no choice, each took a camera. Upon seeing them don the devices, Wang Xulin's demeanor softened slightly. He raised his wrist, tapping the watch face, and remarked, "Allow me to remind you, time is of the essence. It would be prudent to communicate swiftly." The group formed a circle. The tall and robust young man, particularly vivacious, spoke first. "I am Jiang Haoran, a 2nd-tier warrior, a sophomore at Beishan Martial University, specializing in blade techniques." The handsome young man beside him clicked his tongue, clearly displeased, and declared, "Zhua Bufan, 2nd tier, sophomore at Jianxua Martial University, proficient in swordsmanship. A girl with flowing hair smiled gently and introduced herself. Lan Xinyao, second tier. Sophomore at Jinhai Martial University, adept in marksmanship. After speaking, she cast a glance at Zhang Muchen, noting the rainstorm pear blossom gun on his back. Despite their hastily formed team, a sense of vigilance lingered. None revealed their unique talents or hidden cards. This is common knowledge in the world of martial artists. Sometimes, the true peril lies not only in the beast, but also among humans. I am Zhang Muchen, a second-tier warrior, a freshman at Shangjing Martial University, accustomed to firearms. Zhang Muchen, his expression impassive, continued with their introductions. A freshman? The three were taken aback, having never anticipated such a revelation. Zhuo Bufan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What kind of jest is this? You, a freshman, possess the strength to qualify for a pass to the depths? Absurd." Zhang Muchen, in his heart, yearned only to swiftly eliminate the beasts. Anyone who obstructed him from doing so would be deemed an adversary. Even if Zhuo Bufan lacked the ability to revoke his qualifications, the incessant barking of a dog nearby would inevitably become irksome. Dissatisfied? Zhang Muchen retorted, drawing the rainstorm pear blossom gun with a cold gaze. "Ha! You, a freshman, wish to confront me? Truly a path to self-destruction." Zhuo Bufan, exasperated to the point of laughter, cursed, "Enough." With a sharp sound, his sword was unsheathed, its blade pointed menacingly at Zhang Muchen. "That's enough, you two. The mission hasn't even commenced, and you're already turning on each other? Do you still hope to obtain a pass to the depths?" Jiang Haoran interjected, stepping between the two with a calm, yet firm expression. The prospect of teammates turning against one another was a dismal beginning. His heart sank, filled with bitterness and a loss of faith in their mission. How amusing. Let them fight. Wang Shuolin observed the unfolding drama, finally taking a seat, resting his chin on his hands, with no intention of intervening.